The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 875 to Chapter 1052. Not only that, even the young master of the Ning family died tragically in the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. I heard that not even a complete skeleton was left. That can't be? Who has eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, daring to touch the Ning family's head? Don't you know that the Ning family has the final say in this, Min Lu Jie? Are you lying to me? Who lied to you? Don't you know that the Ning family's kill order has been issued throughout the entire Min Lu Jie? Claiming that as long as you provide clues about the murderer, the Ning family will reward you handsomely? The table fell into silence for a moment. After a long while, someone said, "Who is so powerful that they even dare to offend the Ning family? And they haven't been caught yet? Could it be someone from the Blue Heaven Realm? Why would someone from the Blue Heaven Realm come to our Min Lu Jie? There's no need to lay hands on the Ning family. I heard that the Ning family pays tribute to the big sex of the Blue Heaven Realm every year. The Ning family has laid out an inescapable net. I'm afraid that person won't be able to escape even if he has wings." Listening to everyone's discussion, Mayan chuckled, paid the bill and left. She didn't notice that on the second floor of the restaurant, there was a pair of eyes hiding in the shadows, staring at her departing back. Until Mayan completely disappeared, Jin Xiaoxiu's figure came out from behind the screen on the second floor. That slut is still alive. Are the Ning family's people all trash? It's been so long, yet they still haven't killed that slut. Jin Xiaoxiu looked at Pang Feiyun and gritted her teeth. "Senior brother, you must help me kill that slut. It's all because of her that I became like this." Although the burn wound on Jin Xiaoxiu's chin has healed, the scar hasn't disappeared. Her originally beautiful face has become ugly because of this scar. How could she not hate it? Pang Feiyun frowned. "In a few days, we will go to Windless Square to participate in the sect selection. It's best not to complicate matters at this time." "Senior brother, how can you be like this?" Jin Xiaoxiu shouted angrily. "You see, I was harmed by that slut like this, yet you don't want to avenge me. If it was Lu Ruoxuan who was burned today, wouldn't you have eagerly gone to avenge her?" Pang Feiyun's expression changed. He carefully and nervously looked at Lu Ruoxuan. Lu Ruoxuan was as timid as a little white flower, not knowing what to do. After a long while, he said, "Senior sister, it's not that senior brother doesn't want to help you, but the sect selection is really important to us. Senior sis, you also want to enter the Li Fire sect, right? Although I also think that the young lady did something wrong, it would not be worth it if she delayed the selection because of revenge." Jin Xiaoxiu said fiercely, "You want me to just let it go like this?" Lu Ruoxuan bit her lips. Although eldest young master Ning was in the wrong first, but that girl actually killed eldest young master Ning, not even leaving his corpse intact. That is too cruel and merciless. Why don't we tell the Ning family about this girl's whereabouts? The Ning family's patriarch has lost his son, and he can't find the murderer. It's really too pitiful. Pang Feiyun nodded repeatedly. Jin is right. As long as we tell the Ning family about her, they will naturally seek revenge on her. We don't even need to do anything. Lu Ruoxuan shows a hesitant and unbearable expression, not speaking for a long time. Jin Xiaoxiu anxiously says, "Didn't you see what that woman did to me? If I don't make her pay the price, how can I be satisfied?" Lu Ruoxuan takes a look at Jin Xiaoxiu's injuries, and seems to have made up her mind. In fact, I saw that girl called Wei Zi with her, and they even agreed on a place to meet. Moreover, senior sister, you also know that my spiritual power is very special. Although I can't track that girl, I can track Wei Zi, but Wei Zi is innocent. If I report this to the Ning family, will Wei Zi also be implicated? Innocent my ass. That little slut is also not a good thing, she deserved to die. Jin Xiaoxiu's eyes light up when she hears Lu Ruoxuan's words. "Let's go, we'll go report to the Ning family now. Who knows, the Ning family might even give us great benefits." Lu Ruoxuan looks at Pang Yunfei in panic, her eyes brimming with tears. "Senior brother, I don't want to harm innocent people. But senior sister is really pitiful. That girl, she really went too far. Don't cry." Pang Yunfei carefully and gently wipes away the tears on her face. "Senior brother's heart is about to be broken by your tears. These things have nothing to do with you. Even if those two people were killed by the Ning family, they only have themselves to blame, it has nothing to do with you. Be good, don't cry, you won't be pretty if you cry again. Lu Ruoxuan smiles through her tears and keeps up with Qin Xiuxiu's pace. On the other side, Mayan is strolling on the street, waiting for the appointed time with Wei Zi. Soon, a bookstore appears in her line of sight. Mayan has heard the little girl Wei Zi mention it. In the Xiuzhen continent, most of the ancient books are recorded in jade slips. But because of the scarcity of resources in Minlu Jia, ordinary books are still the main ones. Usually, the food that the residents of Minlu Jia eat is also ordinary food without spiritual power, and not spiritual food cooked by spirit chefs. Mayan is very curious about what kind of books are sold in the bookstore of the Xiuzhen continent. She can't help but curiously walk in and randomly find a book in the corner. However, before she could read it, she was struck by lightning when she saw the title of the book. The words "Emperor, I'm pregnant with your child" were written on it. What the hell is going on? Mu Yan took another book, The 2 or 3 Things I Have to Say to Gongzi Yunxiao. Those years when young Master Yunxiao pursued me, abusing your majesty, you are addicted to spoiling me. The corners of Mu Yan's mouth twitches uncontrollably. She felt that there was a lack of oxygen in her brain. What were the brains of the people of the cultivation continent? No one knew who this young Master Yunxiao was, to actually have an affair with so many female cultivators. And that Di Jun, why does he always remind her of Di Mingju? Mu Yan shuddered and promptly threw away the book in her hand. She turned around and walked towards another bookshelf. The books on this shelf were much more normal. They were all water spirit root basic cultivation method and fire and wood dual spirit roots coexistence. Mu Yan randomly picks up a book related to the water spirit root. Just as he was about to flip through the book, he suddenly heard a burst of laughter not too far away. She raised her head in surprise and saw that a young man had appeared where she had been standing a moment ago. At this time, he's holding the book Those Years Yunxiao Gongzi Pursued Me that Mu Yan had just read, laughing until he falls down. He keeps muttering, I really didn't expect that there's such a romantic affair, ha 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 ha, if I take it back and let my senior brothers see it, they'll definitely laugh themselves to death, ha 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 ha. The laughter is so loud that even the shopkeeper comes over. The youth covers his mouth, showing a cute apologetic expression. The shopkeeper unconsciously becomes lenient towards such a crystal-clear youth. After instructing him not to disturb other people, he leaves. The youth covers his mouth, laughing until his whole body trembles as he continues to read. Mu Yan no longer pays attention to him, looking at the water spell cultivation in her hands. This kind of cultivation technique that could be put up for sale outside was naturally not worth much. The hard sutras and techniques described inside are all common in the Xiuzhen continent, everyone knows them. But for Mu Yan, it's a pleasant surprise. Her current spiritual root is the water spiritual root, and her body is also full of water spiritual power. But in fact, she still doesn't know much about how to use spiritual power and spells to fight. Usually, she would directly use the Tian Mo Qin to kill the other party. As the hard sutras and explanations in the book come into her mind, Mu Yan's empty hand unconsciously starts to condense a water ball in the air. Under the control of her mental power, the water ball constantly changes shape. At first, she can only enlarge and shrink, but later, she can even directly manipulate the water ball into the shape of an incomparably delicate animal. Amazing! An exclamation comes from the side, interrupting Mu Yan. She looks up and sees the cute youth who just fell down laughing, staring unblinkingly at the rabbit condensed from the water ball in her hand. The big eyes of Pai Ka are shining, and he can't help but reach out to poke the water rabbit. Apart from Xiaoshi Shu, I've never seen anyone who can manipulate water spiritual power like this. You're so amazing. Mu Yan smiles, and with a flip of her hand, the fat rabbit that she's transformed from water spiritual power disappears without a trace. She turns to the shopkeeper and says, I want to buy this book. Leaving the bookstore, the sun is already in the west, and it's almost time for the appointment with Wei Zi. Mu Yan is rushing to the appointed place. Suddenly, her footsteps stop, her face slightly congealing, and she turns into an alley. After a moment, a group of people hurriedly catch up, looking around. Where is she? I clearly saw this woman come in. If we can't catch this woman this time, we'll be in deep trouble. Just then, a melodious voice sounded from above the roof. Is there something you need from me? The few of them were startled. Just as he was about to raise his head to take a look, a strong gust of wind blew in his face. The next moment, they felt intense pain all over their bodies and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Countless small wounds appeared on their bodies, and blood only flowed out after a while. However, they didn't even know what had injured them. Easily disposing of these people, Mayan's expression doesn't relax in the slightest. Instead, her brows are tightly knitted. She quickly arrived at the place where she had agreed to meet Wei Zi. However, as time passed, Wei Zi still did not appear. A cold glint flashed across her eyes. It seemed that his whereabouts had finally been targeted by the Ning clan. Sure enough, not long after, a middle-aged man with a short beard slowly walked over. When he saw her, he didn't shout to kill her. Instead, he bowed slightly and said, "I am the housekeeper of the Ning mansion, Ning Hai. May I ask for your great name and your background?" Maya narrows her eyes at her. "Did you guys capture Wei Zi?" "How can you call it capturing?" Ning Hai smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. "My master just admires you and wants to invite you to visit." "Miss, please." Mayan's eyes flash. The Ning family steward's attitude was really strange. Even though he knew that she had killed young Master Ning, he still politely invited her to have a seat. Even though it was an invitation, it was actually a threat using Wei Zi. But wasn't this attitude a little too friendly? She was a little curious about what the Ning family was doing. The Ning family's residence was in the Big Dipper city, which was not far from Verdant City. It was said to be a city, but in fact, there was nothing else in the entire Big Dipper city except the power of the Ning family. From this, one could imagine how powerful the Ning family was in Minlu Jia. In the living room of the Ning family's main residence, Wei Zi cowered in a corner in fear. From time to time, she would glance at the man not far away. This man was called Ning Zongxiang, and it could be said that everyone in Minlu Jia knew him. Because he was Ning Yuqing's father and also the Ning clan master. Logically speaking, Ning Zongxiang should be in his early 50s. But judging from his appearance, he was only a few years older than Ning Yuqing. Moreover, he was tall and handsome, exuding a mature and attractive charm from head to toe. Wei Zi had also heard that many women in Minlu domain had fallen in love with Ning Zongxiang at first sight and wished they could climb into his bed. Even if she was only a concubine, it did not matter. Not only because of his status, but also because of the charm he exuded, which was intoxicating. On the other hand, even though Ning Yuqing was the young master of the Ning clan, many people sneered at him. Compared to Ning Zongxiang, Ning Yuqing was at most a pile of trash, even if he was Ning Zongxiang's son. Wei Zi secretly glanced at Ning Zongxiang from the corner of her eyes. He was sitting on the main seat with a cup of tea in his hand. His casual movements exuded a graceful and noble aura. His appearance, in particular, could not be considered unparalleled handsome, but his eyes were deep. Even though there were many fine lines at the corners of his eyes, he still had an intoxicating charm. However, Wei Zi didn't know why, but when she saw this man, she didn't blush at all. Her heart was filled with fear and self-blame. She knew that Miss had killed young Master Ning, and the Ning family would not let her off. Unfortunately, he was so useless. Not only could he not help the young miss, but he was also taken hostage by the Ning family. Tears welled up in her eyes, ready to fall at any moment. Just at this moment, Ning Hai led a beautiful girl in a white dress and slowly walked in. The moment she saw the person, Wei Zi forgot all the fear in her heart and pounced on her while crying, Miss, why did you come? Hurry up and leave." "I'm sorry. It's all my fault." "Boo-hoo." Mu Yan smacked Wei Zi's forehead. "Do you still remember what you promised me?" "I won't cry anymore," Wei Zi fiercely choked, desperately holding back her tears. She looked at Mu Yan with guilt and dependence, and followed behind her. But Mu Yan's gaze fell on Ning Zongxiang, her eyes narrowed. He should have reached the 9th stage of abstinence, or even higher, the great perfection of half-step gold core. Mu Yan is looking at Ning Zongxiang, but Ning Zongxiang's eyes are almost focused on her. The calmness in his eyes is instantly replaced by amazement and desire. "Miss June, please sit down." Ning Zongxiang waves his hand, his tone gentle. Mu Yan is not surprised that Ning Zongxiang knows her name. "Wei Zi, this little white rabbit, has been caught for a long time. She might have already said what she should not have said. But Mu Yan doesn't care, because no one here knows her real secret. Ning Zongxiang looks at Mu Yan from head to toe, his eyes burning. That naked greedy look is exactly the same as his dead son Ning Yuqing, making Mu Yan very unhappy. She can't wait to dig his eyes out. But Ning Zongxiang's eyes are presumptuous, but his tone is still gentle and appropriate. Miss June, a few days ago, the person who made a ruckus in Tianxiang restaurant and killed my son, was it you? Even though he was speaking in a gentle tone, Wei Zi shivered for no reason. Mu Yan doesn't care and smiles, so what if I was? Ning Zongxiang's face darkens, his voice turns cold. Miss June, don't you know that it is my Ning family's property, and Ning Yuqing is my son? Miss June is so presumptuous, do you not put my Ning family in your eyes? Ah, isn't it the young master of the Ning family who is presumptuous? If he didn't provoke me and want to use me as a furnace, I wouldn't have done anything. Mu Yan slowly picks up a cup of tea next to her, takes a sip, then says casually, I have always followed a principle. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them, but if people offend me, I will cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Since young Master Ning dares to provoke me, then he should be prepared to die. The girl slowly raises her head as she speaks. Her peach blossom eyes meet Ning Zongxiang's eyes. Ning Zongxiang only feels his heart skip a beat, faintly feeling that those eyes are frighteningly deep. But very quickly, an even stronger emotion surges in his heart. That is desire. He has been famous for so many years. In Minlu Jia, there is almost nothing he can't get. But he had never desired a woman as much as he did now. Ning Zongxiang slowly exhales, standing up from his seat. Miss June should have heard this saying, a wise man submits to circumstances. Hitting a rock with an egg won't end well. Or does Miss June think that she alone can contend against the entire Ning family? Step by step, he walks down the stairs and stands in front of Mayan. The tall figure enveloped the petite girl. The closer he looked, the more he could see the girl's stunning appearance and snow-white skin. Ning Zongxiang felt as if there was a warm current surging in his body, and he couldn't wait to immediately pull her into his arms and wantonly love her. He could even feel that his old and silent heart was beating like a young boy at this moment. If he could get his hands on such a stunning beauty, so what if he lost Ning Yuqing's useless son? Moreover, this stunningly beautiful woman did not only have her beauty as a treasure. Ning Zongxiang took a deep breath. His tone was gentle but also threatening. However, the conflict between Miss June and the Heavenly Fragrance House was, after all, the fault of our Ning family. Hearing Ning Zongxiang's words, Ning Hai and his subordinates standing at the side all show a shocked expression. Even Wei Zi widens her eyes, revealing a pleasantly surprised expression. She originally thought that the Ning family would definitely shout to kill the young lady who killed the Ning family's eldest young master. Unexpectedly, the Ning family's master is willing to let this matter go. That's really great. Only Mayan's expression remains unchanged. She even casually adjusts her sitting posture, saying more and more carelessly, oh? Then, may I ask what price Ning family wants me to pay? I want you to marry into the Ning family and become my, Ning Zongxiang's seventh wife. Ning Zongxiang stares at Mayan with turbid eyes and says without hesitation. Hearing Ning Zongxiang's words, Ning Hai and the others are completely dumbfounded. What kind of punishment is this? This is simply a reward. One must know that in Minlu Jia, there are many people who want to marry Ning Zongxiang. Not to mention being the seventh wife, even as a concubine, a maid, or even a furnace, there would be a lot of people scrambling like ducks. But this woman clearly killed the eldest young master, and the master actually wants to marry her as the seventh wife? Master, how can this be? Ning Hai anxiously shouts, this person's origin is unknown, and she is also the murderer who killed the eldest young master. If she becomes the seventh wife, the eldest madam will never agree. Ning Zongxiang sneers, his sharp eyes suddenly look at Ning Hai. Ning Hai's voice suddenly stops, and he shrinks his neck and retreats. In the Ning family, Ning Zongxiang is the absolute master. His words are equivalent to an imperial edict, and no one dares to disobey. Ning Hai was too shocked just now, so he couldn't help but speak up. But now that he has recovered, he is drenched in cold sweat. But when he looks at Mayan, his gaze is filled with shock and envy. He didn't expect that this woman would actually gain a blessing in disguise, gaining the master's favor and becoming one of the Ning family's hostesses. Mayan is also thunderstruck by Ning Zongxiang's request, and can't come back to her senses for a long time. Especially when she finds out that the people around her, including Wei Zi, are looking at her with envious eyes. Mayan is simply speechless. But, without waiting for her to speak, outside the door, a woman with a head full of hairpins and a jade dress bursts in. As soon as she sees Mayan, she screams and pounces, "Slut, you killed my son, and you still want to seduce my husband. Shameless little whore, I'll kill you right now." However, before she can get close to Mayan, Ning Zongxiang had already lifted his leg and kicked the woman in the stomach, sending her flying several meters away. The impatience and coldness on his face were about to overflow. "Impudent! You actually dare to shout about killing me in front of me? Do you have any respect for me, the patriarch? I'm warning you, you better know your place. Don't think that I won't do anything to you just because you're the first madam. If you dare to be presumptuous again, don't blame me for directly dismissing you and kicking you out of the house." The body of the woman who was kicked twitched for a moment, then she cried sadly. At the same time, he looks at Mayan with a venomous gaze, as if he can't wait to rush over and tear her apart. After teaching the woman a lesson, Ning Zongxiang promptly and gently looks at Mayan. "You weren't frightened, were you?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch her face, his face full of concern and heartache. Mu Yan looks at his behavior, but she's so disgusted that she's about to vomit. Sure enough, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If the son is an animal, then the father must also be inferior to an animal? The entire living room fell into a deathly silence. Even the first madam's crying stopped. Ning Hai and the other Ning family servants looked at Mu Yan in shock, then at Ning Zongxiang, not daring to breathe. Ning Zongxiang's face changed from gentle and loving, little by little, to ferocious and angry. "You, say it again if you have the guts." "Say it again? Which one are you talking about? Say that you and your son are both shameless pigs? Or that you are inferior to an animal?" Mu Yan smiled faintly. "Whatever you want to hear, I can say it for you." "Bitch, you're courting death." Ning Zongxiang finally couldn't bear it anymore. The spiritual power in his hand suddenly condensed into a fireball, fiercely attacking Mu Yan. This was the Ning family's raging flame fist. Ning Yuqing had also used it. But compared to Ning Yuqing's raging flame fist, Ning Zongxiang's raging flame fist was a real, unstoppable fire. Mu Yan's retreat was already very fast. She immediately used her water spiritual power to block the fire attack. But the water spiritual power she condensed was instantly evaporated by the fire. Her clothes and hair were also burnt by the flames. "Miss!" Wei Zi screamed and wanted to rush over, but Ning Hai ordered people to stop her. Wei Zi cried, "Miss, are you okay?" At the same time, dozens of Ning family's elites rush in from outside and surround Mu Yan. These people were all above the 8th rank of body refining, and some of their leaders had even reached the 3rd rank of Anidia. Mu Yan glanced at the burned holes in her clothes, then stroked her hair and looked at Ning Zongxiang expressionlessly. Ning Zongxiang had already calmed down. The fierce anger on his face disappeared, replaced by a high and mighty calmness. "Jun Mu Yan, your talent is indeed first class, but if you want to fight me, it's like an ant trying to shake a tree, you have no chance of winning. Moreover, this is my Ning family, everyone inside and out are my people. Do you think you can still run away if you disobey me?" Mu Yan unhurriedly pulls away the burnt hair on her head, then she looks at Ning Zongxiang and says, "You want to keep me, but it's not just to marry me as the 7th foreign, right?" Ning Zongxiang's pupils contracted. Mu Yan chuckled. With a flip of her hand, an unremarkable old zither appeared in her hand. "You want my zither?" Seeing the zither appear out of thin air, Ning Zongxiang's eyes were practically burning with flames. Indeed, after learning that his son had been killed, Ning Zongxiang was extremely furious and wanted to tear the murderer into pieces. In Ning Zongxiang's eyes, Ning Yuqing was just a stupid pig, but he was still his own son, and his talent was not bad. Ning Zongxiang spent a lot of resources to train Ning Yuqing, and planned to send him to participate in the sect selection. If they could enter a large sect like the Li Fire sect, the Ning family might be able to rise another level. He never thought that the son he had painstakingly raised would be killed by a woman. How could Ning Zongxiang not hate him, however, very quickly, he heard the accounts of the surviving guards in the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. That woman's cultivation level was only at the 9th rank of body refining, but she was able to beat the guards and the 7th rank Anidia young master named to the point that they were unable to fight back. The Zither's attack was hard to defend against, and it was very powerful. It might even be a 4th grade spirit weapon or above. Furthermore, the Heavenly Fragrance brothel's madam had said that the girl's water spiritual roots were extremely pure. Her looks were even more outstanding. Ning Zongxiang had checked Ning Yuqing's corpse, and indeed found that his body had remnant water spiritual energy. It was extremely serene. It was probably the best cauldron for him to cultivate his fire spiritual energy. Because of these discoveries, Ning Zongxiang didn't want to kill Mu Yan. Instead, he wanted to take her into his boudoir and make her his wife and concubine. Hearing Mu Yan reveal his motive, Ning Zongxiang was not annoyed at all. Instead, he laughed wantonly and said, Miss June should know that this world follows the law of the jungle. A treasure is a treasure in the hands of the strong, but in the hands of the weak, it is a lethal weapon. Mu Yan gently plucked the zither strings without saying a word. Ning Zongxiang sighed lightly and said, if Miss June really does not wish to be my 7th wife, I will naturally not force you. As long as Miss June is willing to hand over the zither and teach me how to use it, the grudge between you and the Ning family will be written off. How about it? Mu Yan raised her eyebrows without saying a word. Weizi said excitedly, Miss, that's great. The Ning family's head will not force you. Weizi was really worried that the Ning family would seek revenge on Mu Yan. She also believed that with Mu Yan's strength alone, it was impossible for her to fight against the huge Ning family. Hearing that Ning Zongxiang wanted to marry Mu Yan as his 7th wife, although Weizi subconsciously felt that it was inappropriate, she still hoped that Mu Yan could keep her life. Now, Ning Zongxiang was willing to not force Mu Yan, as long as she handed over the zither. Weizi felt that this was the best outcome. Ning Zongxiang's smile became even more elegant. He slowly walked towards Mu Yan and looked at her deeply. I heard that Miss June wants to go to the Azure Heaven realm to participate in the sect selection tournament. Does Miss June not know that in this Minlu world, it is up to my Ning family to obtain a travel permit? As long as Miss June is willing to follow me, I can guarantee that you will at least become an outer disciple of the Li Fire sect. How about it? Because of the 3 words Li Fire sect, Mayan looked up at him. Ning Zongxiang, however, thought that she had finally loosened up. Moving even closer, he deliberately lowered his voice and sweetly said, I admit that I fell in love with Miss June at first sight. But I, Ning, have never done things that are difficult for others. I only hope that Miss June can stay by my side for a period of time, teach me how to use the zither, and at the same time increase her understanding of me. Perhaps, Miss June will change her mind at that time. Seeing Ning Zongxiang's gentleness towards Mu Yan, First Madam trembled with anger. She gritted her teeth and muttered, Slut. You'll die a horrible death. You killed my son. You seduced my husband. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Mu Yan sees Ning Zongxiang's affectionate look, thinking that his charm is boundless. She is so disgusted that she wants to vomit. She laughed mockingly and said, Did I say that I would hand over my zither? You're just flattering yourself and saying a bunch of nonsense. Ning Zongxiang's face darkened. His eyes flashed with a cold-killing intent. I advise you not to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. My patience is limited. That's just right. Mu Yan's figure floated backwards. A divine hand weaves the heavens, covering Weizi like a net. She looks at Ning Zongxiang and sneers, It's just as well, my patience is also limited. As soon as her voice falls, her fingers are already strumming the zither strings. The sound blade turns into a sky full of flying swords. Ning Zongxiang's expression turns cold, and his evaluation of Mayan and the zither rises a few notches. But his footsteps are neither fast nor slow. His figure moves like a phantom, avoiding all the sound blades in a split second. But the others in the hall are not so lucky. The sound blade that Mayan launches this time is an indiscriminate attack from all directions. The sound blade flies as fast as lightning, simply unavoidable. Ning Hai and the others don't have time to react. They feel a sharp pain all over their body, and blood is already flowing out of their bodies. Even the first madam, who is lying on the ground, has her head grazed by the sound blade. Her hair and scalp are shaved off, and she screams like a pig being butchered. Mayan slowly twirls her fingers, stopping the sound of the zither. She chuckles, Master Ning's cultivation is really good. It seems that this move can't kill you. A little girl like you wants to kill me? Ning Zongxiang looks like he's heard the funniest joke. He throws his head back and laughs, little girl, you weren't even born when this old man moved unhindered in Minlu Jia. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll let you see what a real expert is. Although he's smiling, this time, the smile doesn't reach his eyes at all. Instead, it's a wanton chill. It's clear that he really wants to kill this time. As soon as his voice falls, Ning Zongxiang's whole body has already soared up. Almost at the same time, the entire hall seems to be burning with a blazing flame. The furniture in the hall is just ordinary mahogany, and under such high temperature, they spontaneously combusted and destroyed. Ning Hai and the others were originally injured by Mayan's sound blade, but they were only in pain, anger, and hatred. But now, their faces are full of fear, and they scramble to escape. Oh no, the master is angry, quick, we need to run, that slut is courting death, daring to make the master angry, it's fine if she can't live, but don't let us die with her. In the Ning family, everyone knew not to anger the family head. Because the patriarch had cultivated the blazing flame art to perfection, once he used it with his full strength, the scorching waves of fire would be uncontrollable. The people around him, and even the entire Ning family, would be affected. Ning Hai and the others escaped, but First Madam was a step too slow. In a split second, her hair and clothes started to burn. Help! Help! Master, save me, save me! She had no time to escape, so she could only desperately crawl towards Ning Zongxiang and reach out to him. Master, I've been with you for decades and given birth to your children. Please save me. I don't want to die. Lady Wang wanted to hug Ning Zongxiang's thigh, but Ning Zongxiang kicked her away again. In the blink of an eye, the flames had completely engulfed Madame Wang. She let out a blood-curdling scream and was completely engulfed. Mu Yan looked at this scene coldly. In her heart, she had a new understanding of Ning Zongxiang's cold-blooded shamelessness. He could casually burn his wife who had been by his side for decades. This kind of person isn't just cold-hearted, he's simply inhuman. But Ning Zongxiang's strength is indeed formidable. The barrier of divine hands weaves the heavens was already up, so the flames didn't hurt her. But Mu Yan found that the spiritual power in her body was depleting quickly. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before she ran out of spiritual power and turned into a charred corpse like the first madam. Not to mention, she still had to maintain the divine hands weaves the heavens on Wei Zi. The consumption of spiritual power was also increasing exponentially. Mu Yan frowned slightly as she strummed the zither. She had to think of a solution as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would be slowly worn down by Ning Zongxiang. However, Ning Zongxiang didn't give her time to think. The raging flame art enveloped the entire hall. He suddenly pulled out the twin mace from his waist and swung it at Mu Yan. There was a loud bang. Mu Yan's body swayed. The barrier enveloped by the divine hands weaves the heavens flickered as if a crack had appeared. And the spiritual power that was already depleting at a rapid pace was burnt by more than half. Ning Zongxiang looked at her pale face and struggled to hold on. He laughed out loud and said, "Let's see how long you can hold on for. It seems that I won't be able to last much longer." Mu Yan sighed slowly. "Ha ha ha, if you obediently admit defeat, crawl under my feet and serve me well, I'll spare your life." Ning Zongxiang laughed even more wildly. The twin mace in his hands had no intention of stopping. However, when the mace swung down again, it didn't land on the barrier. Instead, it hit empty air, creating a splash of sparks on the ground. The already scorching temperature in the room rose even higher. From time to time, wood shavings would fall from the roof. Mu Yan stood a few meters away from Ning Zongxiang. The divine hands weaves the heavens barrier enveloping her slowly disappeared. And around her, 7 different colored longswords appeared. In the firelight, the corner of the girl's lips curled up, revealing a wanton and disdainful smile. "Since I can't hold on for much longer, then I won't hold on any longer. I'll just take your dog life." Ning Zongxiang looked at the 7 long swords that appeared out of nowhere, his pupils suddenly contracted. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that the zither in the girl's hand disappeared and turned into a 7-colored longsword. And each of these 7 longswords emitted a powerful spiritual power, far exceeding the aura of a 4th-grade spiritual weapon. What kind of treasure was this zither? Could it be that it wasn't a 4th-grade spiritual weapon, but a 5th-grade, 6th-grade, 9th-grade, or even a rarely seen divine weapon? What if this was really a divine weapon? What if he, Ning Zongxiang, obtained a divine weapon? Then why would the Ning family be content in this corner of Minlu Jia? Did he, Ning Zongxiang, still need to fawn over the sects of the Azure Heaven realm every day and think of every possible way to send his son to a large sect? Thinking of this, Ning Zongxiang's body couldn't help but tremble. The greed and desire in his eyes were even hotter than the temperature in the hall. However, just as he was having a beautiful dream, he suddenly felt a powerful and dangerous aura coming towards him. Ning Zongxiang shuddered and dodged to the side. However, he was still a step too late. With a ripping sound, a large hole was torn in the clothes on his chest. What followed was the pain of his flesh being cut. A bone-deep wound appeared on the left side of his chest. If Ning Zongxiang had not dodged in time, his heart would have been pierced and he would have died. The crystal-clear 7 absolute sword spun around and returned to Mu Yan's hand. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and her face was flushed red from the light of the fire. Ning Zongxiang looks down at his wound, and only raises his head after a long while. But it's not anger that's on his face, but a sinister sneer. In Minlu Jia, no one has been able to hurt me for many years. Slut, this time, you've really angered me. However, since you've brought me such a precious treasure, I can chop off your limbs and spare your life. Wait until I've sucked dry all the water spirit root in your body, then I'll send you to the next world. Ha ha ha. As he speaks, Ning Zongxiang takes out a porcelain bottle and pours all the elixirs inside into his mouth. Then, he suddenly tears off his clothes, revealing his sturdy body. Mayan's eyes sink. Because she finds that after Ning Zongxiang takes off his clothes, the muscles all over his body quickly bulge as if they're alive. In just a few short breaths, his whole body seems to have doubled in size. His originally handsome and confident appearance now looks like a meatball with twisted muscles and an unbalanced body, making people feel unspeakably disgusted. However, the pressure and spiritual power fluctuations all over his body are growing at a rapid rate. Mayan feels a suffocating pressure. The next moment, Ning Zongxiang's attack arrives. The 2 maces collide in the air, and a flame suddenly bursts out, transforming into a fire python. It opens its mouth, wanting to swallow Mayan. Mayan quickly waves the 7 absolute swords in her hands, and the fire python is scattered by her. But then, a sharp pain comes from her chest. With a loud bang, Mayan's whole body is bounced out and falls to the ground. The pain in her chest makes her face pale, and blood trickles down from the corners of her mouth. Miss. Are you okay? Weizi cries, Miss, quickly run, don't worry about me, you can definitely run away by yourself, want to run now? Too late. A rough, muffled voice comes from that terrifying meatball. Ning Zongxiang suddenly changes direction and rushes towards Weizi. I'll kill the little slut next to you first, and let you know what the consequences are for defying me, Ning Zongxiang. Weizi's eyes widened as she watched in horror as Ning Zongxiang swung his flaming maces at her. However, before the dual blazing truncheons could break through Divine Hand's defensive barrier, a figure had already scurried over like lightning. The sound of the zither surged, and the twin truncheons were blocked in midair. Mu Yan's hand, which was holding the 7 absolute sword, trembled violently. Her hair and clothes were soaked with sweat. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Ning Zongxiang let out a furious roar, and the dual truncheons in his hand smashed down. Tongues of flame danced. Die. Miss. Mu Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her body was on the verge of collapse, as if she could collapse at any time. However, she still managed to block Ning Zongxiang's attack. Miss, how are you? Weizi doesn't care whether the flames in the hall will burn her or not. She steps forward to support Mayan. As he cried, he channeled water spiritual energy into her body. Mu Yan, however, shakes her off, takes out a pill, and puts it into her mouth. Ning Zongxiang's spiritual power was incomparably domineering, especially after he became like this. After 2 head-on confrontations, Mu Yan felt as if the internal organs in her body had been burnt. With her current cultivation, it would indeed be a bit difficult for her to fight against a half-step core formation cultivator. I admit that your talent is far higher than mine. If you were given some more time to grow, you might really be able to walk out of Minlu Jia. But unfortunately, you've fallen into my hands now. Your talent, the artifact in your hands, will ultimately become my, Ning Zongxiang's, stepping stone. Ha 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 ha. I really can't wait to see you under me, to have your water spirit root sucked dry by me. Feeling the coolness brought by the elixir entering her body, Mayan slowly opens her eyes. Contrary to Ning Zongxiang's expectations, there's not even the slightest bit of despair, resentment, or pain on the girl's face, caught in a desperate situation. There's only calmness, as if she doesn't care. Even if her complexion is deathly pale, even if her whole body is soaked in sweat, even if her spiritual power is overdrawn, even if her body is covered in blood. But when she stands up, her whole body is lingering with a kind of disdain for the world, a languid and noble imposing manner. It's as if this woman was born to be high above, born to make people submit to her. Ning Zongxiang's heart thumps, an inexplicable panic flitting through him. But before he could grasp what that panic is, Mayan's wrist has already turned over. Mayan flips her wrist, and the crystal-clear 7 Absolute sword turns back into the Tian Mo Qin. It's clearly a battle of life and death. Mayan lazily sits on the ground, gently plucking the strings. The melodious sound of the qin is like a gurgling stream, flowing in the air. The originally scorching air seems to become cool under the watering of the flowing water. The worry and fear on Wei Zi's face disappear, slowly turning into a peaceful tranquility. Even Ning Zongxiang is dazed for a moment, then his complexion greatly changes. What are you doing? Why is his mind shaken? The ominous premonition in Ning Zongxiang's heart becomes more and more intense. Based on his long experience, he doesn't even think about it. He crosses the 2 maces in his hands, igniting a raging flame, about to give Mayan a fatal blow. However, without waiting for him to attack, Mayan's body suddenly erupts with a strong white light. That white light spreads out with Mayan as the center, instantly enveloping the entire hall. Star Domain, activate. Ning Zongxiang suddenly feels that his body seems to be pulled by a mysterious force, unable to move. Every inch of his meridian seems to be filled with lead, and his spiritual power can no longer flow smoothly. Demonis, what did you do? Why was it that the moment he was enveloped by this white light, his life seemed to be in the palm of someone's hand, and he no longer had the strength to struggle? Mu Yan slowly stood up, a bright and lazy smile blossomed on her pale face. This is the first time I've tried to use the domain in battle. To be the first victim of my domain, you should feel honored. Ning Zongxiang's eyes widened, and his sturdy body swayed. A look of shock and horror appeared on his muscular face. Domain? No, impossible. How was this possible? How can you have a domain? In the entire cultivation continent, there were very few cultivators who had a domain. Moreover, those people were either grandmasters or rare geniuses. A young girl who wasn't even 20 years old had a domain. How shocking was that? What kind of monster was that? How could such a person appear in Minlu domain? Ning Zongxiang roars hysterically and rushes towards Mu Yan. His face no longer has the calmness of having the pearl of wisdom in his grasp, only fear and suspicion remain. The curve of Mu Yan's mouth deepens. The Tian Mo Qin in her hand spins a circle and turns back into the 7 absolute swords. Whether it's a domain or not, you'll know when you go to hell. Before the voice falls, the tip of the sword gently slashes. In my star domain, I am the only master. The sun, moon, stars, thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, wherever the sword tip passes, it's just a speck of dust. Boom. Ning family, outside the living room. Ning Hai and the others are far away, looking at the hall with smoke and fire from time to time. But only a few of them show a worried and fearful expression. Because they know how strong their master is. No matter how arrogant that woman is, she will eventually become extremely miserable under the master's ravaging. Big Madam didn't run out just now. I'm afraid she's already been affected by the master's raging flame technique and died. Someone sighs. Oh, Big Madam is already old and not liked by the master. The only reason she was able to stay in the position of First Madam was because of the young master, who was rather talented. But now that the eldest young master is dead, Big Madam is naturally useless. She deserves to die. It's a pity for that girl, tsk, she's really a heavenly beauty that captivates even the birds and beasts. If she's willing to obediently submit to the master, maybe the position of Big Madam will be hers in the end. It's a pity that she doesn't know what's good for her, and even delusions of rebelling against the master. I guess the master will still let her live. After all, it's a pity to die like that with a body of ice and jade bones and a stunning appearance. Haha, so what if she survives? If she annoys the master, she can only be a furnace at most. That's 100 times more miserable than being the 7th madam. You don't say. Maybe the master will get tired of playing with her and give her to us. With that kind of stunning beauty, even if she's a withered willow, she'll have no regrets after a night of pleasure. Everyone is laughing and talking, when suddenly, there's a loud bang in the hall. The laughter stops abruptly, and Ninghai and the others look at each other. He couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect the fight to be so intense this time. The patriarch even collapsed the house. It's a pity for that beautiful woman. I'm afraid she won't even have a corpse left. Before he could finish his words, everyone present widened their eyes in horror, and their voices were forcibly stuck in their throats. When the dust settled, they saw that the person who walked out was not the patriarch in their hearts, Ning Zongxiang. Instead, it was a young girl who was covered in blood and was in a sorry state, but it still couldn't hide her stunning beauty. The girl was carrying 2 people in each hand. One of them was Wei Zi, whose entire body was stiff and her eyes were filled with shock. Mu Yan gently puts her down. Wei Zi stiffens and stares blankly at Mu Yan, unable to say a word for a long time. As for the other, rather than calling it a human, it would be more accurate to call it a bloody corpse. Mu Yan casually throws the corpse in front of Ninghai and the others. Ninghai trembled as he took a step forward. He took a closer look and almost fainted. That corpse turned out to be the Ning family's master, Ning Zongxiang. Ninghai plopped down on the ground, his whole body trembling like a sieve. You killed our master. Stop. Someone couldn't help but shout, you killed our lord, and you still want to run. Mayan slowly turns around, a bright and languid smile blooming on her face. That smile is so dazzling that everyone's souls are dazzled for a moment. However, the next moment, her sword has already fallen, and the head falls to the ground. Mayan takes back the sparkling and translucent sword that hasn't been stained with a drop of blood, and says unhurriedly, I said, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Do you want to try being eliminated? All the Ning family guards present have pale complexions. They keep quiet out of fear and don't even dare to move. Mayan sneers, then turns and leaves. Wei Zi suddenly came back to her senses and hurriedly caught up with them. The huge Ning family, the huge Big Dipper city, just watches the girl who killed their lord swaggers away. No one dares to stop her. One day later, the news that the Ning family's lord was beheaded by a girl causes a sensation in the entire Minlu boundary. The name Jun Mayan is also known to the people of the Shozhen continent for the first time. This girl has no background, appearing out of thin air. But in just a few days, she's brought the first family of Minlu boundary, the Ning family, to destruction. In Minlu boundary, many people are guessing her identity and the sect she's from. The Ning family, who has come back to their senses, mobilizes everyone to find out her whereabouts and avenge their lord. However, Mayan has already quietly left Minlu boundary at this time, heading to the Blue Heaven boundary where the sect selection is about to be held. But this time, she doesn't go through the dark green city, where the 2 boundaries intersect to obtain a road guide. She directly passes through the Mirror Moon Mountain, and enters the second boundary of the Shozhen continent with the identity of an unregistered resident, Blue Heaven. == Mirror Moon Mountain Range. Miss, wake up, drink some water first. Wei Zi worriedly helps Mayan up and feeds the cool stream water to her mouth. Her little face is full of worry. Miss, are you better now? A red flame is also flying around her ears. Beautiful sister, you're finally better. I was so worried about Chocho. Mu Yan stretched herself, feeling the power and spiritual energy returning to her body. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Taking the lotus leaf filled with water, she drinks the water inside in one gulp. The smile on Mayan's face turns into one of rejoicing with lingering fear. The battle with Ning Zongxiang was the first time she had activated her astral domain in battle. The power of the domain was completely beyond her expectations. Ning Zongxiang, who was half a step into the gold core realm and whose cultivation was almost a whole realm higher than hers, was actually unable to fight back under the domain. However, the side effects of the domain were much more terrifying than she had expected. After leaving Big Dipper City, she felt as if all of her strength, spiritual energy, and profound energy had been sucked dry in an instant. His entire body was empty, and even walking was extremely difficult. At this time, as long as the Ning family sent out any nameless pawn, they would be able to tear her into pieces effortlessly. Mu Yan knows that her situation is very dangerous, so she makes a prompt decision and gives up on obtaining the travel permit from Qinglu City. Instead, he asked Wei Zi to bring him into the dangerous Mirror Moon Mountain Range. The Mirror Moon Mountain Range stretched for thousands of miles. It was the intersection of the Minlu domain and the Blue Heaven domain, and it was also the piling Azure Blue domain. But there were still very few people in Minlu Jia who dared to enter the Mirror Moon Mountains to cultivate. The reason was that there were countless mutated spirit plants and ferocious spirit beasts growing in the Mirror Moon Mountains. With the cultivation of everyone in Minlu Jia, most people would definitely die if they entered the depths of the mountains. Mu Yan brought Wei Zi into the Mirror Moon Mountains, feeling helpless. The Ning family and other sects and families in Minlu Jia were searching for her everywhere. The reason was, of course, not only because she killed the Ning family's master, but also because they heard that she had at least a 4th-grade spirit weapon. For the people of Blue Heaven Realm and Blue World, a 4th-grade spirit weapon might not be much. But for Minlu Jia, it was already a powerful treasure that could help a family dominate Minlu Jia. Mu Yan dared to enter the Mirror Moon Mountains, betting on the fact that the mythological beast aura of the little phoenix would make most of the spirit beasts and spirit plants not dare to approach. As long as she survived the weak period after the domain, there was naturally nothing to be afraid of in the insignificant Mirror Moon Mountains. Now it seems that her gamble was right. Mu Yan put down the lotus leaf and gently touched the little phoenix's head. "Qiuqiu is really amazing." The little phoenix immediately flapped its wings excitedly. "Oh, beautiful sister praised me, so happy, so happy." But soon, it shyly said, "Actually, Qiuqiu is not amazing, the fat rabbit is amazing." At most, it could make these spirit beasts hesitate to circle around and probe by constantly releasing the pressure of the phoenix. But if the fat rabbit was here, it didn't need to release any pressure at all, and all the spirit beasts would be scared witless and flee. Wei Zi looked at the unreasonably beautiful little phoenix in amazement and admiration, murmuring, "Miss, is this the spirit beast you raised? So beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful spirit beast." Although it was small in size, not even the size of 2 palms, it was extremely beautiful. "Miss, what breed is it?" Qiuqiu, who was praised as beautiful, happily and proudly spun in circles. "Of course Qiuqiu is beautiful, Qiuqiu is, enough." Mu Yan interrupted it with a smile, stretching out her spiritual tentacles to gently stroke the little phoenix's spirit. "Don't spin anymore, you'll get dizzy later. Be a good boy and go back to the space to rest. It's been hard on you to guard me day and night these past few days." Qiuqiu stopped spinning, intimately rubbed Mu Yan's face, and flew into the space. Wei Zi has seen Mu Yan take out the Tian Mo Qin out of thin air several times. She already knows that she has space. Other than feeling shocked and envious, there was nothing strange about it. There were a lot of people in the immortal cultivation continent who had a portable space, but there were very few people in Minlu Boundary who had a portable space. But in Wei Zi's mind, Mu Yan is no longer an ordinary person in Minlu Jia. What a joke. How could an ordinary person casually kill the overlord of the Minlu realm? It's been hard on you these past few days. Mu Yan patted Wei Zi's head. Under Wei Zi's flattered gaze, he chuckled and said, "You sleep here first. I'll go to the mountains to pick some spirit herbs. We'll set off for Windless Square tomorrow morning." Wei Zi asked in confusion, "Gather spiritual herbs? Miss, do you know anything about spiritual herbs?" why are you gathering spirit herbs? Spirit grass, of course it's for alchemy. After dropping this bombshell, Mu Yan casually covered the little girl with a divine hand, wheezed the heavens and left. At that time, she would naturally be able to rush over to save him. Mu Yan left, leaving Wei Zi sitting there dumbfounded. After a long while, she muttered, "It can't be, alchemy? Miss actually knows alchemy? Heavens, such powerful strength, such a young age." Even Ning Zongxiang, who was half a step into the Jindan stage, was killed. Now, she could even refine pills. Miss. What kind of deity was Miss? Wei Zi slowly fell asleep amidst the chaotic shock in the wind. Mu Yan passes through the Mirror Moon mountain range, but she is somewhat worried. This was because she realized that just like what Wei Zi had said, she really couldn't recognize a few types of spirit herbs. In the Yanwu continent, Mayan could be said to be very familiar with the properties and effects of drafts. Moreover, even if she can't recognize the draft, she can still judge the preciousness of the herb based on the concentration of internal force contained within it. However, it was completely different on the Cultivation continent. In the Mirror Moon mountain range, almost all the plants were wrapped in spiritual power. In fact, the ones with the densest spiritual power were the mutated spirit plants with the strongest defensive power. However, the problem was that those mutated spiritual plants contained deadly toxins and could not be used as medicine. Mu Yan searched for a long time, but only found a few stalks of very ordinary spirit grass. And this is because some of the ancient books and records in the Yanwu continent also have a small amount of information about spirit grasses. Idiot. Just as Mu Yan was worrying, she suddenly heard Seven Brilliance's arrogant and disdainful voice. "Don't you know that your flourishing skill has already leveled up? Having a treasure mountain but not knowing how to use it, idiot. Stupid. Stupid. I think you humans died of stupidity." Mu Yan raises her eyebrows and directly schemes over Qi Huang's attack. She senses the Shin musician's skills imprinted in her primordial spirit. With this, she discovered that after experiencing the god-slaying thunder tribulation, many of her Shin musician skills have been upgraded to the 3rd level. However, they were all purely support skills that couldn't be used in battle, so she didn't notice them at all. One of them was the flourishing mentioned by Seven Brilliance. After flourishing was upgraded to level 3, it had another name, Myriad Plants Chirping. Using this skill, all the spirit herbs within the range of the sound of the zither would dance along with her music. All the information about the spiritual herbs would enter her mind through the intertwining sound waves. After understanding the function of myriad plants resonating, Mu Yan was overjoyed. In this way, wouldn't she know all the spiritual herbs in this mountain like the back of her hand? The Tian Mo Chin appears out of thin air. Mayan jumps to the top of a tree and gently plucks the strings. The tinkling of the strings and her fingertips overflowed like flowing water. In the next moment, it was as if countless stars had fallen on this mountain region. They were also like countless fireflies dancing in the green mountains and clear waters. All the plants touched by the starlight began to sway happily. Even those ferocious mutated spirit plants, who just wanted to tear Mayan to shreds and swallow her up, are now also dancing cheerfully. As more and more starlight fell, these plants began to grow at an extremely slow speed. Even under the pitch-black soil, there were tender green sprouts bursting out. The originally dense spiritual energy in the air became even denser and clearer. It was as if he could hear the cheerful laughter of the plants in the mountains, but if he listened carefully, he would realize that it was just an illusion. But the starlight that was originally twining around the plants begins to fly back into her body. In a split second, it's like there's an endless amount of information pouring into her mind. One book after another records the attributes and appearances of spirit plants open and close in Mu Yan's mind. Earth dragon fruit, 100-deer vine, snake fragrant flower. At this moment, the strange plants of an unfamiliar world completely reveal their true colors. So much so that they yearn for this girl who's exuding a pleasant scent to understand them more, explore them, and then give back a more majestic vitality to this mountain range. Mu Yan falls into a long epiphany and digestion. Just like that, the sun sets in the west, the stars shift, and she's completely unaware. Until she hears the sound of hurried footsteps from below, as well as the woman's anxious and sweet call. "Gongzi, Gongzi, please wait a moment." Mu Yan sticks her head out and looks down. She sees that under the tree she's staying under, there's a beautiful woman dressed in purple, running after a man in front of her with large strides. Behind the purple-clothed woman are several men dressed as guards, nervously shouting, "Miss, be careful, don't get separated from us again." But the purple-clothed woman simply doesn't care about what the guards are shouting at her. She rushes forward in large strides, wanting to grab the man's sleeve. Just as her fingertips are about to touch the sleeve, she doesn't know how the man moves, but the sleeve floats away from the purple-clothed woman's fingertips. However, the man still turned around. Through the intertwining branches and leaves, the man's appearance is reflected in Muyan's eyes. She's already used to seeing beautiful men, and Di Mingju and Qi Huang's appearances are already top-notch. But the moment she sees this man, Muyan still gasps. That ancient poem inexplicably emerges in her mind: the person on the remote mountain is like jade, the gongzi is unparalleled in the world. Bai Chen is also an unparalleled elegant gongzi. Qi Huang's appearance can also be considered stunning. But compared to the person in front of her, she always feels that he's lacking the peerless elegance that outshines the mountains and rivers. Perhaps only a disdainful and immortal-like character like Di Mingju could compete with this man in terms of appearance and temperament. Muyan appreciates the gentleman is like jade, unparalleled in the world, with great interest, but she's thinking in her heart. If Di Mingju were here and knew that she was staring at a handsome man, she's afraid that the entire Shoshan continent's vinegar jar would be overturned. However, just as this thought flashes through her mind, she remembers that she doesn't know where Di Mingju is right now. The joy in her heart dissipates like bubbles, leaving only loneliness and melancholy. She doesn't know if Di Mingju and Xiaobao are safe and sound right now, and when will she be able to see them again. "Little beauty, why did you ask us to wait?" Just as Mei Nan turned around, a hooligan's voice rang out from his body. Muyan is startled. This handsome man with an unparalleled temperament and peerless style actually had such a wretched tone. However, she soon realized that it was not Mei Nan who had spoken, but the strange spirit beast on his shoulder. The appearance of this spirit beast was very peculiar. Its body was slender, but its head was very large. On its face, it had a pair of large and lively round glasses and a round nose. When it spoke, its expression changed. It looked both funny and wretched, giving people the urge to punch its bell-like eyes. Mei Nan seemed to have sensed something as he looked towards her direction. Muyan's heart jumped. She quickly held her breath and hid herself. Just as she was worried that she would be discovered, she heard the purple-dressed girl ignore the spirit beast's words. She looked at Mei Nan without blinking and said in a coquettish voice, "Young master, thank you for saving my life." She looked at the handsome face of the man in front of her in a daze. The more she looked, the more her heart pounded. Her face turned red and her voice became even softer. "My name is Xianxia. I am the daughter of the mountain-breaking sect's Heavenly Fire Peak Lord. I was accidentally separated from my subordinates in the Mirror Moon Mountain Range. If not for young master's help, I would have died. I wonder what young master's name is. Regardless of anything, Xinyu will repay you for saving my life." The mountain-breaking sect was one of the few large sects in the Azure Heaven realm, second only to the Li Fire sect. It was a place where many itinerant cultivators flocked to. Before the man could answer, the spirit beast on his shoulder had already shouted, "Aya, what's there to be polite about? My master didn't help you much. He only helped you when you were being chased by the scarlet-eyed fire leopard. He threw you into a corner so that you wouldn't be a hindrance. What's there to repay for such a small favor?" Muyan almost laughed out loud. She managed to hold it in. Jiang Xinyu's expression froze, and the corners of her mouth twitched. But because this spirit beast was Mei Nan's spirit pet, she gritted her teeth and endured it. She adjusted her emotions and looked at Mei Nan affectionately. "No matter what, young master saved this little girl's life. It's only right for me to repay you for saving my life. Xinyu has no other request. I only wish to stay by young master's side and serve you like a cow or a horse. That's enough." These words were said with sincerity and love. Muyan shook her head as she watched. She never expected that the girls of the Cultivation continent were so straightforward. She didn't even know the young master's name, yet she wanted to serve him like a cow or a horse. However, this man's looks were too outstanding. His eyebrows were like distant mountains and his eyes were like the moon and stars. He was gentle and unparalleled. It was understandable that Xianxia was blinded by his beauty. However, Mei Nan's expression did not change in the slightest after being confessed to in such a way. There's no need for that. It's nothing much, so there's no need to repay me. His magnetic and gentle voice was so pleasant that it could make one's ears pregnant. The man's face was naturally gentle and gentle. Even when he was expressionless, he still gave people the feeling of a gentleman with a unique beauty. However, Mu Yan keenly noticed a flash of impatience in the man's eyes. After saying that, the man turned around to leave. It wasn't easy for Xianxia to meet a man who could make her heart beat faster. How could she let him go? She took a step forward and tugged on the sleeves of the man. Sir, please wait a moment. You killed that scarlet-eyed fire leopard, and that is equivalent to saving Xianxu's life. How can you say that it was as easy as lifting a hand? Your Xianxu's life-saving grace, Xianxu. Xianxu will naturally repay you with my body. She bit her lips, raising her head to look at the man's pitch-black eyes that seemed to contain boundless stars. She said in a tender voice, Sir, as long as you and Xianxu return to the Jiang clan, not only will Xianxu devote her life to you, she will also guarantee that you will be able to enter the inner sect of the mountain-breaking sect. In fact, even becoming the direct disciple of the sect leader might not be impossible. Xianxia believed that the handsome man in front of her would never be able to reject such a condition. In this clear sky realm, many people want to enter the mountain-breaking sect's outer sect but can't. Moreover, she promised him that he would become an inner disciple of the mountain-breaking sect, and in the future, he could even become a direct disciple of the sect master. The man's gaze swept over Xianxia's hand that is grabbing his sleeve, his face expressionless. But Mayan inexplicably feels that the surrounding temperature seems to have dropped. Xianxia doesn't feel anything. Gongzi, I fell in love with you at first sight. No matter how lowly your original position is, as long as you marry me, I guarantee that you will have a meteoric rise in the future. You will marry whoever kills the scarlet-eyed fire leopard? The man's clear voice slowly resounds, still so pleasant that it makes one's heart tremble. Xianxia thinks that he is finally moved, and excitedly raises her head. Yes, my father has always taught me that a drop of water should be returned with a spring of water. Moreover, Gongzi saved Sinyu's life. I cannot repay such a great favor, so I can only marry. Hearing this, the man's lips slowly hooks up into a shallow arc. In an instant, all the creatures in this world, the scenery of the lake and mountains, are all robbed of their splendor. Truly, there is a gentleman who is like gold, like tin, like jade. Xianxia is dumbfounded, even forgetting to breathe as she stares blankly. At this moment, the spirit beast on the man's shoulder suddenly jumps down, its body instantly enlarging. Ha ha ha, little beauty, you want to marry me, that's great. Although your looks are only average, this lord will reluctantly accept you. In the future, you have to serve tea, wash this great immortal, and scrub my back. You have to do it well. Xianxia takes a while to recover from the spirit beast's shrill and excited voice, and stares blankly at it. She sees that the spirit beast that has grown to the height of a person is staring at her with its round eyes, shaking its head and drooling. Xianxia stutters, What did you say? The one I want to marry is this Gongzi. Who wants to marry an ugly beast like you? The spirit beast shakes its head. Didn't you say that you would marry the benefactor who killed the scarlet-eyed fire leopard? I'm so sorry, but the one who killed that fire-breathing beast was me. Little beauty, why aren't you coming to serve this uncle? Xianxia's entire body froze. Her bright red smiling face instantly turned pale. She looked at the spirit beast, then at the man. The man's voice was still gentle as he said, The one who killed the scarlet-eyed fire leopard was indeed my spirit beast, Qi-Wen. In fact, it was also Qi-Wen who helped you up and threw you out of the battle zone at the critical moment. If you really want to repay your benefactor with your body, I won't stop you. Qi-Wen immediately raised her voice and said, Did you hear that? My master said so. Little beauty, hurry up and let me have a whiff. As he spoke, he stuck out his wet tongue and licked Xianxia's face. Ah, no. No. Disgusting beast, get lost. Xianxia screamed and retreated, her hands waving around. The guards behind her immediately surrounded her and shouted angrily, How dare you? Our young mistress is the daughter of the first wife of the Jiang clan and the daughter of the mountain-breaking sect's peak leader. It is your honor that she has taken a liking to you. How dare you humiliate our young mistress with a beast? Hearing that, the guards immediately rush over with fiendish expressions. Ha 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 ha, a stinky woman with a crooked nose and slanted eyes, dares to despise this lord, and even dares to covet my master. Look at your stupid appearance, it's simply a toad lusting after swan meat. Chiwen lets out a shrill laugh, and with a howl, she rushes towards the guards. On the tree trunk, Mayan's pupils slightly contract as she watches the battle in front of her. That Xianxia and her guard's cultivation is not low. Especially that leading guard, his cultivation has reached at least the 9th rank of abstinence. However, so many people were knocked down by that Chiwen spirit beast the moment it came face to face. The time it takes for the battle to end doesn't even exceed 10 breaths. Chiwen arrogantly steps on the chest of the guard leader. Looking at Xianxia, who has already fallen to the ground in fright and shivering, she says haughtily, "This lord just happens to lack a plaything. If you still want to repay me with your body, this lord doesn't mind taking you away." Saying that, she also stretches out her claws and scratches Xianxia. With a tearing sound, Jiangxinyu's outer clothes are immediately torn. Don't Help, hoo, I don't want to be defiled by an animal, hoo, you, if you really can't quench your thirst, I can offer my chrysanthemum to you, please spare me. Pfft, Mayan really can't hold it back. Her figure staggers a bit, and she laughs out loud. This eldest Miss Jiang, isn't she a bit too talented? She actually offered her subordinates chrysanthemum. Sure enough, the people of the Xiozhen continent have very heavy tastes. Your Excellency has been watching the show for so long, haven't you seen enough? The man's voice slowly sounds, still magnetic and pleasant to listen to, but in Mayan's ears, she feels that it's full of ridicule. As he says that, he pulls down the sleeve that Jiangxinyu had just touched, revealing a pair of fair and slender hands that seem to be carved out of beautiful jade. Hearing that, Mayan curls her lips, knowing that she can't hide anymore. She can only sway and float down from the treetop. The white-clothed girl floats down amidst the cool breeze and morning dew. Her sleeves flutter, her skin whiter than snow, her elegant bearing unparalleled. Ah! Beauty, a super beauty, ah! Muyan's feet haven't even touched the ground when she hears a scream piercing the sky. She was so frightened that her knees almost gave way and she fell to the ground. Just as she came back to her senses, she saw the strange beast that was as tall as a man pouncing toward her excitedly with its huge eyes wide open. Beauty, peerless beauty, let me have a taste of you. Mayan raises her eyebrows. With a slight movement of her mind, the Tian Mo Qin automatically transforms into the 7 Absolute Sword. She raises the tip of the sword slightly. If you have the ability, come and try it out. Chiwen's body suddenly leaned back and stopped in a hurry. She stopped just before she was pierced by the 7 Absolute Swords. His big round eyes stared at the transparent sword that was just inches away from him. A trace of shock and horror flashed across his eyes. What sword is this? My legs and stomach are actually trembling? The man at the side narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze swept across the transparent sword and he seemed to be deep in thought. Pfft! Mu Yan couldn't hold back again. What the hell is the spirit beast? It actually said that its master is a feast for the eyes. Oh, but up close, it's indeed a feast for the eyes. She's hungry just by looking at it. However, when she looks up and meets the man's bottomless black eyes, her heart can't help but palpitate. Before she could distinguish whether that palpitation is fear, aghast, shock, or something else, the man has already moved his line of sight away, faintly saying, "Chiwen, let's go." Chiwen is clearly reluctant to part with Mu Yan. Looking at her face, she keeps drooling, itching to pounce over and lick it. But when she hears the man's order, she reluctantly turns around and leaves. As she walks, she looks back every 3 steps. Great beauty, we'll meet again. Don't miss my master too much. But if it's you, how about I help you climb into my master's bed the next time we meet? Mu Yan staggers. The man seems to be at the end of his patience. He slaps Chiwen down to the size of his palm, and puts her into the sack. Oh, no, the Chankuan bag. Even if that guy is about to be caught and put into the sack, he's still screaming, "Great beauty, if I help you sleep with my master, can you let me lick your little hand? Don't forget our agreement, ah. Mu Yan's forehead is full of black lines, the corners of her mouth twitching. She's a little sympathetic towards that handsome man now, he had actually raised such a strange spiritual beast. Presumably, his daily life must be very chaotic, tisk tsk. Slut, who are you? You're actually so shameless to eavesdrop on my conversation with Gongzi. Seeing the man's figure disappearing into the jungle, Xianxia gets up from the ground in a sorry state. She has nowhere to vent her anger, so she immediately roars at Mu Yan. Mu Yan is unhappily accused for no reason. Hey, I say, miss, how can you invert black and white? I was sleeping well on the tree, and you came over to talk to me. Should I cover my ears and not listen? Bastard, who let you sleep on this tree? Mu Yan sneers, ah. Is this Mirror Moon Mountain your family? I can sleep wherever I want, who are you to care? Saying that, she turns around to leave. Bitch, you're not allowed to leave. Xianxia shrieked and waved a long whip in her hand. It's all your fault. It's all because of you that the young master refused to marry me, causing me to be humiliated by that beast. It's all because you shamelessly seduced the young master and ruined my plans. I'll definitely kill you today. The long whip whistles as it thrusts straight towards Mayan. Midway, dense steel thorns grow out of the whip at a speed visible to the naked eye. These steel spikes were not the mechanism of the whip, but Xianxia's ability. Her spirit root was of the metal attribute, and it was a third-grade spirit root. After many years of cultivation, it could be said that she had achieved great success. Xianxia was very confident in her own strength. However, he didn't expect that he would be beaten up so badly that he couldn't even fight back and was almost humiliated by a beast. It was one thing for this beast to insult her, but he even said that the slut was much prettier than her. He even dared to call her a toad. Xianxia was about to go crazy. At this moment, she vented all the anger accumulated from being rejected by the peerless young master and being humiliated by the beast on Mu Yan. Like a flexible snake, the whip makes a turn in the air and whizzes towards Mayan. Xianxia imagines this slut's face being pierced by the steel thorns on the whip, her face revealing a smug and venomous smile. Pah! However, the next moment, the whip hits empty air and hits the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Xianxia is shocked to find that the girl's figure has disappeared without her knowing. Without waiting for her to react, Xianxia suddenly feels a pain in her hand, and the whip leaves her hand. Then, something wraps around her neck and suddenly tightens. Ah! The steel thorns pierce into her flesh. Even if it's not fatal, it scares Xianxia out of her wits. You, what are you doing? I am an inner disciple of the Mountain Breaker sect, the daughter of the Heavenly Fire Peak's Lord. You touched me, you absolutely won't have a good ending. Mayan sticks her body to her back, chuckles lightly, and carelessly says, what am I doing? Isn't it what you want to do to me? Saying that, she raises the Qijue sword in her hand and uses the bone-chilling blade to lightly pat Xianxia's face. Why don't you tell me what you wanted to do to me? How about I pay you back 10-fold, 100-fold? Xianxia remembers that she was about to ruin Mayan's face just now. Her face immediately turns pale, and her whole body trembles. Don't, I know I was wrong, please spare me, boo-hoo, Xianxia cries with snot and tears flowing down her face. A puddle of yellow liquid flows under her feet, and a fishy smell fills the air. Mayan frowns in disgust. Then she hooks up the corner of her lips. All right, seeing that you're begging for mercy so obediently, I'll spare your life. Xianxia thinks that she has escaped a calamity, and is about to rejoice. Suddenly, there's a tearing sound in her ear, followed by a chill. When she comes back to her senses, her clothes have already been stripped. What are you doing? Xianxia's voice suddenly rises, filled with fear. Mayan says with a smile that isn't a smile, seeing that you're very dirty, I'm helping you clean up. As she speaks, the whip around her neck moves, and suddenly wraps around her body like a snake, firmly tying her up. She also wrapped the tattered clothes around her to cover the sensitive parts of her body. But the problem was, on the steel whip, there were steel thorns formed by her own spiritual power. Now that her entire body was tightly bound by the steel whips, the steel spikes pierced into her flesh, causing her to cry out in pain. Xianxia wanted to use her spirit energy to control the steel whip. However, he could not use any of the spiritual energy in his dantian. Mu Yan condescendingly looks at her, her peach blossom eyes indolently smiling, but the smile doesn't reach the bottom of her eyes. You've been rejected and humiliated, but you don't dare to look for the person who humiliated you, so you want to vent your anger on other innocent people. If I were that young master, I wouldn't be interested in someone like you either. Xianxia glared at her fiercely. Her face was covered in snot and tears, but she dared not say anything. You should be glad that I'm in a good mood today and don't want to kill anyone. The 10,000 plants resonating together that she had just mastered really made Mu Yan's mood very good. In a while, she would go to collect spirit herbs and prepare to concoct pills. Xianxia's eyes were originally filled with hatred, but when she heard Mu Yan's words and met her gaze, her whole body shivered. She's scared to the point of peeing. Mu Yan sneers, and without giving Xianxia another look, she turns around and leaves. Blue Heaven Realm, Windless Square. Wow, senior apprentice brother, this is Windless Plaza? So big. So many sects. Lu Ruoxuan's small face was flushed with excitement. She looked at Peng Yunfei, then turned to the Windless Square not far away, her eyes full of anticipation. Qin Shoushou wore a veil on her face, and the burn scar on her neck had not completely disappeared. She had been unhappy and grumpy along the way, but when she saw the grand scene in Windless Square, she could not help but reveal an excited and longing expression. Although Windless Plaza was a plaza, it was actually more like a concave basin in the middle, occupying an extremely vast area. Many tents had already been set up around the square. The people living in these tents were all cultivators who had come to participate in the sect selection or to watch the show. This was because the Azure Heaven Realm's sect selection that happened once every 4 years would usually take a few days. There were no residences around Windless Square. Therefore, many disciples could only sleep on the ground or build a tent for temporary residence. Even so, there were countless people who came to Windless Square to try their luck every year. This was because, to many itinerant cultivators who had no power, influence, or background, the sect selection was the only chance for them to change their fate. In the center of the square, there was a dazzling golden palace. It was surrounded by dense spiritual energy, making people yearn for it. However, this palace was not built on the square a long time ago. It was a treasure of the Defying sect. It was called Dream Palace, a rather low-level Sumeru mustard seed. For cultivators above the gold core realm, with a slight movement of their divine sense, the Sumeru mustard seed would enlarge and shrink. For example, the Dream Hall was the treasure of a highly respected elder of the Defying sect. The Almighty turned into a majestic palace while the lesser stood on his palm like a pagoda. Of course, the Sumeru mustard seed could not be used as a storage space. Therefore, even if a cultivator accidentally obtained a Sumeru mustard seed, they would not keep it in their hands. Because if they were not strong enough, it could be snatched away at any time. However, the Defying sect was obviously not afraid of others coveting it. To take out such a treasure at the sect selection would only attract the envy of countless cultivators and sections. At this time, Lu Ruoxuan and the others were excitedly looking at the Dream Palace, their eyes shining. I heard that the elders who came to select disciples from the major sects are now living in this palace. Peng Yunfei murmured, if we perform outstandingly in this sect selection and are chosen by any of the elders, then it would really be, what was it? That was naturally a meteoric rise, reaching the heavens in a single step. Qin Shoushou grunted and said with a proud look, I will definitely become a Defying sect disciple. Yo, you're quite ambitious. Suddenly, a rascally voice came from the side, you guys seem to be from Minlu Jia, right? Hee, trash from the Minlu world wants to enter the Defying sect. Toads are getting better and better at dreaming these days. As he spoke, a few men surrounded him. The man who just spoke had a pair of wretched eyes constantly sweeping over Lu Ruoxuan's face and Qin Shoushou's voluptuous figure. His gaze was extremely lascivious, you two little beauties, if you are willing to play with this master can guarantee that you can enter the outer sect of a large sect. How about it? As he spoke, he had already touched Lu Ruoxuan's face. Lu Ruoxuan was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes as she hid behind Peng Yunfei. As he spoke, he took out the token in his bosom. Lu Ruoxuan and the others were also scared out of their wits, and hurriedly took out their passes. The wretched man who surrounded them took a look at the pass, sneered, and casually tossed the pass. So what if you have a pass? You're still trash from Minlu Jia. Do you really think you can enter a large sect? It's your fortune that I like you. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand and ruthlessly grabbed Qin Xiuxiu's full chest. Ah! Qin Xiuxiu screamed, and without knowing how, the veil on her face fell, revealing her chin and neck full of scars. When the wretched man saw this scene, he immediately revealed a disgusted expression, and retreated several steps. Damn it, I thought it was a pretty little girl, I didn't expect it to be an ugly monster. Disgusting to death. Qin Xiuxiu trembled with anger. She was the daughter of a bright moon sect elder, and her appearance was outstanding. She had always been sought after. When had she suffered such humiliation? The wretched man did not even look at her, but walked towards Lu Ruoxuan. Little beauty, it's still your soft skin and tender flesh that suits my appetite. How about it, do you want to consider serving me for a night? I guarantee you. The wretched man's words had not finished when his voice suddenly stopped. His gaze unblinkingly fell not far away, his mouth slightly open, saliva dripping, obviously completely dumbfounded. In fact, it was not only this wretched man who was dumbfounded. All the men in this area looked in one direction, their eyes lifeless, their faces full of infatuation. Qin Xiuxiu angrily looked over, then her whole body trembled, the knife scar on her face twisted a few times, and her whole face became ferocious and terrifying. Not far away, on the small path leading to Windlass Square, two figures were slowly coming over. The one in front was a woman in white. Her clothes were extremely ordinary, there was no makeup on her face, and there was not a single ornament on her head or body. But it was such a simple adornment, on this young girl, that was devastatingly beautiful, unparalleled in the world. Her skin was fine and smooth, with a pink glow. Her eyebrows were bright, and her talent was natural. Her grace was as bright as spring, as bright as the moon in autumn. Everyone was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. It was even to the extent that in an instant, even the dirty thoughts of blasphemy were thrown to the back of their minds. But when Qin Xiuxiu and Lu Ruoxuan saw who it was, their eyes widened and their hearts surged. You slut, why are you still alive? Qin Xiuxiu finally couldn't help but scream at Mayan. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows, casting a sidelong glance at her. Even a slut like you can live, why can't I? Qin Xiuxiu gritted her teeth and said, impossible. How was this possible? Shouldn't you have already been by the Ning family, by the Ning family? Oh? What did the Ning family do to me? Mayan's eyes are cold and serene. Step by step, she approaches Qin Xiuxiu. How do you know that I should have been killed by the Ning family? Qin Xiuxiu's voice was stuck. Lu Ruoxuan's eyes flashed with panic. She quickly pulled Qin Xiuxiu. Miss, we meet again. It's really fate. My senior sister is just holding a grudge over what happened in the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant that day, so her attitude is not good. You mustn't lower yourself to her level. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with you, and I don't want to have fate. Mayan said slowly, what's more, I'm not interested in lowering myself to the level of a mad dog. Mayan chuckles, whoever answers is naturally a mad dog. You. Slut, I'm going to kill you. Qin Xiuxiu madly rushes over, wanting to scratch Mayan's face. Especially when her own face was ruined by Mayan, she can't tolerate Mayan's devastatingly beautiful appearance. However, before her hand can touch Mayan, she is casually lifted by the collar. Slap 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 slap, 4 slaps, exactly the same as that day in Heavenly Fragrance brothel. Qin Xiuxiu's face instantly swells into a pig's head, the scar on her chin is even more protruding, making her look exceptionally ugly. Mayan casually throws her away, unhurriedly saying, what? Do you think that the previous lesson wasn't big enough, so you want me to teach you another lesson? Girl, don't go too far. Lu Ruoxuan loudly says, even if we almost caused you to be defiled by Ningdashao in Heavenly Fragrance brothel, we didn't mean it. My senior sister has already been taught a lesson and suffered a lot. How can you still be so overbearing? We came to participate in the sect selection, and in the future, we may even become fellow apprentice sisters. Why can't we get along peacefully? As soon as Lu Ruoxuan says this, the surrounding practitioners immediately start discussing loudly. Heavenly Fragrance Brothel, is it that brothel I know, Heavenly Fragrance Brothel? These people are all from Minlujia, and there's only one Heavenly Fragrance Brothel in Minlujia. Oh, I didn't expect that such a stunning beauty would actually be a prostitute in Heavenly Fragrance Brothel, and even be defiled. Weizi anxiously shouts, "Don't talk nonsense, my miss has not been defiled, she's not a prostitute." Shut up, don't talk nonsense. Miss Liu, you still haven't clarified, there's no such thing. In the Xiozhen continent, although the people are civilized, they don't completely care about a woman's chastity. Especially those prostitutes who sell their bodies, they are the most inferior and lowly existences, and are looked down upon by everyone. Weizi didn't expect that Lu Ruoxuan would make everyone misunderstand that the miss is a prostitute with just a few words. How could she endure this? Lu Ruoxuan seemed to be startled by Weizi's roar. Her body shivered and she said with a sobbing tone, I don't know. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to protect senior sister. I really didn't mean to make you young Master Ning's cultivation furnace. I'm sorry. It would have been better if she hadn't explained. Once she did, it would be tantamount to confirming the fact that Mayan had been defiled. Weizi was about to go mad with anger. You're slandering us. Our young miss wasn't defiled at all. You clearly know that it was young Master Ning who was beaten up by our young miss. Qin Xiuxiu laughed heartily and said, we don't know whether she was defiled or not. We only know that this woman was taken away for a few hours. When she came out of young Master Ning's room, her clothes were disheveled. However, looking at her happy face, I don't think she was forced to do it. Instead, she was very willing to do it. Didn't I say it back then? A slut like you and that filthy place in the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant are very compatible? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people burst into an even greater uproar. She really is a whore that everyone can play with. Then, can I go and play with her too? Don't you think it's dirty to play with a plaything that has been defiled by others? Qin Xiuxiu became more and more pleased with herself when she heard the discussions around her. However, although these people were whispering, none of them actually came forward to take liberties with her. She seemed to have suddenly thought of something and immediately shouted, that's right, this bitch doesn't have a travel permit. She also came from Minlujia, but she definitely doesn't have a travel permit. You can play with her however you want. As soon as he said this, the eyes of the surrounding male cultivators suddenly lit up. No travel permit, that meant that they could ravage and humiliate him at will. Even if he died, they could just throw him into the wild forest in the mountains and be done with it. If there was a travel guide, then it would implicate the interests of Min Lu domain worshipping the Azure Heaven domain. Those in power in the Azure Heaven domain would have to give some face to the big shots of Min Lu domain. Therefore, although the wretched man just now was talking nonsense to Lu Ruoxuan and the others, in fact, they still wouldn't care if he really made a move, especially in this windless square where the big shots gathered. But the girl in front of him didn't have a travel permit. The wretched man swallowed his saliva and took a step forward. You really don't have a cross-world travel permit? Mu Yan carelessly says, so what if I don't? Ha ha ha, you dare to be so arrogant without a travel permit? The vulgar man laughs wildly, and immediately steps forward to grab Mu Yan's face. Since there's no road pass, let me have some fun. This is my first time playing with a woman in front of so many people. TSK, just thinking about it makes me excited. 10 breaths later. Screams came from the mouths of the vulgar man and his subordinates. The dozen or so menacing men were now lying miserably on the ground. Their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen. They were missing arms and legs. Mayan's foot is stepping on the vulgar man's chest. Smiling brightly, she asks condescendingly, excuse me, may I ask, what do you want to play with me? The vulgar man's body convulsed, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. Mayan kicks him away, and her clear and cold gaze sweeps over everyone present. A heavenly voice slowly rang out, who else wants to play with this lady? Why don't you stand out now? Everyone present took a step back in unison and kept quiet out of fear. Mayan's line of sight turns and falls on Qin Xiuxiu. Qin Xiuxiu's face was full of horror as she retreated step by step. Don't act recklessly. This is Windless Square. The elders of the major sects are watching. If you dare to touch me, don't think you'll have a good time." Hearing this, Mu Yan's footsteps slightly paused. Qin Xiuxiu thought that she had grasped her weakness, and immediately laughed arrogantly. "What's more, which one of my words isn't true? You've already been defiled in the heavenly fragrance brothel, and you're no longer a virgin. You shameless whore, even if you really kill everyone here, you won't be able to change this fact. Furthermore, you killed the young master of the Ning family and offended the Ning family. Even if you manage to escape for a while, you will definitely be caught by the Ning family one day. When the time comes, you'll die without a complete corpse." Qin Xiuxiu originally thought that her words would make everyone look down on Mayan even more, that they would be able to humiliate and trample on her even more unscrupulously. The Ning family was nothing in the Blue Heaven realm. But he was the overlord of the Minlu domain. Moreover, the tribute they offered to the several major sects of the Blue Heaven realm every year was the highest. Even for the sake of these tributes, the people of the Blue Heaven realm would probably send this slut back to the Ning family. However, as soon as Qin Xiuxiu finished speaking, she realized that the surroundings were quiet. Everyone looked at her with brilliant expressions on their faces. Qin Xiuxiu was puzzled. Even if these people from Azure Heaven realm looked down on Ning family, they didn't need to show such disdain, pity, and sneer, right? Ning family? She's talking about the former overlord of Minlu realm, Ning family? But wasn't Ning family exterminated? That's right. Ning family's patriarch was killed by an unknown woman, and died without a complete corpse. Ning family lost its backbone. In the beginning, they were still shouting to hunt down the murderer, but within a few days, they were divided up by several major forces. This woman came from Minlu realm, and actually doesn't know that Ning family no longer exists. TSK, I wonder who the woman who killed Ning family's patriarch is. Ning Zongxiang's cultivation is already half a step into the gold core realm. Even in Azure Heaven realm, he can have a place. But many people had tasted the taste of power, and naturally would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. So Ning Zongxiang's cultivation was obviously very high, but he would rather be the overlord of Minlu realm than come to Azure Heaven realm and grovel. But who would have thought that such an overlord would be killed in a single night, and the one who killed him was a woman whose true face no one knew? This matter not only caused a sensation in Minlu realm, but also caused quite a stir in Azure Heaven realm. Many people were discussing who the mysterious woman who could kill Ning Zongxiang was. When Qin Xiuxiu and Lu Ruoxuan heard these discussions, they widened their eyes in shock. After getting the travel permit, they left Green City and cultivated at the periphery of Mirror Moon Mountain, hoping to get a good result in the sect selection this time. So they were completely unaware that Ning family had already been exterminated. However, they knew that Mu Yan had been taken away by the Ning family. At that time, they all thought that Mu Yan and Weizi would undoubtedly die. But now, not only did Mu Yan not die, but instead, Ning family was exterminated. And it was exterminated by a woman? Who was that woman? Could it be this woman in front of them? No. How was this possible? This woman was younger than Qin Xiuxiu, and at most about the same age as Lu Ruoxuan. Although she was powerful, how could her cultivation be comparable to Ning Zongxiang, who was half a step into the gold core realm? How could she kill Ning Zongxiang? How could he destroy the Ning family? Qin Xiuxiu stared at Mu Yan, but her voice was extremely soft and broken. Only Mu Yan and the others could hear it. Did you kill your master Ning? The corner of Mu Yan's mouth hooked up, and she said with a smile that was not a smile, "Why don't you guess?" No, impossible. But that day, I clearly saw you being taken away by the Ning family. It can't be. How could you possibly kill family head Ning? Qin Xiuxiu was completely incoherent, and her eyes were filled with shock. Mu Yan sneers. She suddenly reaches out and clasps her neck, abruptly tightening it, so it seems that the people who informed the Ning family to capture Weizi were indeed you. Do you want to know how Patriarch Ning died? Why don't you ask him in hell? Qin Xiuxiu's eyes widened in horror and she struggled desperately. No, help. Mu Yan flicks her finger, and a pill rolls into Qin Xiuxiu's mouth. Qin Xiuxiu desperately wants to vomit the pill out, but Mu Yan only exerts a little force and the pill slides down her throat. With a wave of Mayan's hand, Pang Yunfei awkwardly falls to the ground, falling flat on his face. Lu Ruoxuan anxiously cries, "How can you do this? My senior brother didn't do anything wrong to you. Why do you have to do this to him? You've gone too far, boo-hoo." As she cries, she looks at the cultivators around her. "We may be fellow disciples of the same sect in the future. Do you want to watch him kill my senior sister?" The surrounding female cultivators scoff, looking down on her act of seeking sympathy and help. Just now, it was clearly this group of people who provoked her first, but now she's crying like a pear blossom in the rain, looking like she was bullied. But when those male cultivators see Lu Ruoxuan's crying appearance, they inexplicably feel pity for her. Their chests swell up, wanting to do anything for her. Lu Ruoxuan gives people the impression of being kind, pure, delicate and pitiful, like a little white flower that can arouse people's desire to protect her. Thus, someone roars and rushes forward, making a move on Mayan. However, in just one face-to-face encounter, he's beaten to the ground by Mayan, wailing pitifully. Lu Ruoxuan caresses Pang Yunfei, crying even harder, her voice hoarse, full of guilt. I was wrong, everything is my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Let go of my senior sister and these innocent people, okay? They only wanted to help me. What did they do wrong that you had to let them suffer such heavy injuries?" At the side, Weizi is so angry that she's about to cry, her whole body trembling. It was clearly them who attacked Miss first. If Miss didn't fight back, did she just let them beat her? "And you?" She points at Lu Ruoxuan, agitatedly saying, "At that time, in order to protect your senior sister, you deliberately pushed Miss out, saying that she has a water spiritual root, and let her be sacrificed as a furnace. Miss herself had the ability to kill Ning Yuqing. This is something that everyone in Tianxianglu saw. Miss was not defiled at all, but you slandered Mississippi. It's clearly your own fault, but you make it sound like Miss has wronged you. You woman, you're simply too vicious." Weizi, this little girl, has always been very timid and introverted, incoherent in front of the public. But now, she's cursing so much in one breath, without a whole sentence. She's obviously very angry. Lu Ruoxuan's crying face froze for a moment. Especially when everyone's gazes were focused on her face, it made her face burn uncontrollably. She didn't know what had happened to her just now. Seeing Mayan being stunned by so many people's attention, seeing her snatching away everyone's attention, seeing her stunning appearance, his heart inexplicably welled up with a trace of jealousy. Unknowingly, those slanderous words couldn't come out. But now, she regretted it. Lu Ruoxuan felt that she was a kind and pure person, a pure girl like a white lotus. She was different from her senior sisters. She had the purest and softest heart. That was why her senior brothers loved and pampered her so much. She could not let anyone think that she was jealous. Lu Ruoxuan takes a deep breath and walks in front of Mayan. With tears in her eyes, she says, "Miss, I let you down at the Heavenly Fragrance House that day. Although I have already apologized to you, if you are still not willing to forgive me, then you can kill me or torture me as you wish. I only ask that you let the others go." The surrounding people were already biased towards Mayan due to Weizi's angry rebuke. "Alas, since you've already apologized, let's forgive and forget." That's right. The little girl is so kind and pure. Even if she did something wrong, it certainly wasn't intentional. Mayan smiles faintly. "Kill or cut, do as you please?" "Are you sure?" Meeting those deep peach blossom eyes, Lu Ruoxuan shudders. Her voice, which was originally unafraid of death, is suddenly stuck in her throat. "Girl, you shouldn't be so overbearing." "This great aunt likes to be overbearing." Mayan sneers. At the same time, her movements are as fast as lightning, lifting her foot and ruthlessly kicking Lu Ruoxuan's abdomen. She let out a blood-curdling scream and flew out. No one can react at all. No one thought that Mayan would actually make a move. Without waiting for Lu Ruoxuan to get up, she has already stepped forward, grabbing Lu Ruoxuan's collar and slapping her face 4 times. "That kick just now was payback for pushing me out as a sacrifice. Now, these 4 slaps are for snitching on Weizi's whereabouts to the Ning family, causing her to almost lose her life." Lu Ruoxuan's swollen face has lost its beauty, but it still looks pitiful. No, I didn't," Mayan sneers. "If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. Do you think I don't know that with your ability, you can track other people's spiritual roots?" Lu Ruoxuan's eyes widen, aghast. How did she know? Mayan turns her wrist, and an elixir appears on her fingertips. You martial sisters have repeatedly challenged my bottom line. Do you really think that I'm a vegetarian, compassionate person? Just now, your senior sister has already eaten one. You said to kill or cut, do as you please. Now, shouldn't you take the initiative to swallow this elixir? Lu Ruoxuan desperately shakes her head in horror. No, no. I don't want. It's obvious that this elixir is highly toxic. If she swallows it, she'll die. At this moment, Lu Ruoxuan no longer cares about maintaining her pure, kind, and pitiful image. Her whole person struggles like a madman. This is the holy land of the sect selection. Who dares to make noise here? A loud shout suddenly resounds. A bright light flashes through Mayan's eyes. From the beginning, she felt that Lu Ruoxuan was not simple, and now she was even more convinced. This woman's luck seemed to be a little too good. His words were also very provocative. He could tell that she had a water spirit root even without using her spiritual power. At such a critical juncture, there was no hindrance for her to abuse Xianxia. But if she wanted to teach Lu Ruoxuan a lesson, all kinds of obstacles would appear one after another. While he was deep in thought, he saw a slightly plump middle-aged man striding over. Seeing the middle-aged man, someone exclaimed, "That's the mountain-breaking sect's heavenly flame peak lord, Jiang Dehai." Oh my god! The mountain-breaking sect is a large sect that is second only to the Li Fire sect at this sect selection. If only I could enter the mountain-breaking sect, it would be great, even if it was just an outer sect. Hearing Heavenly Fire Peak Lord Jiang Dehai, Mu Yan's brows twitched. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. If he remembered correctly, the Jiangxinyu whom he had stripped naked and taught a lesson to in the Mirror Moon Mountain Range was the daughter of the mountain-breaking sect's Heavenly Fire Peak leader. However, Jiang Dehai shouldn't know that I taught his daughter a lesson, right? You dare to bully others in this windless square, it's enough to show that you, woman. Looking at Mayan's face, Jiang Dehai unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. For a moment, he stuttered, "Woman, aren't you a little too fierce?" Mayan sneered and released her grip, letting go of Lu Ruoxuan. Lu Ruoxuan quickly hid behind Jiang Dehai in fear. Her face was pale and her body was trembling. Her voice had a sobbing tone, but she still managed to thank Jiang Dehai. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. If not for you, Ruoxuan would probably, tears streamed down her eyes. Lu Ruoxuan was like a small white flower in the wind, trembling gently. She was pure and flawless, making people feel pity for her. Jiang Dehai was stunned by Mayan's beauty, but at this moment, it was replaced by pity for Lu Ruoxuan. He looked angrily at Mayan and said coldly, "You dare to harm such a weak and pure girl. A person like you wants to participate in the sect selection. My mountain-breaking sect will never accept someone like you." Mayan crossed her arms, smiling faintly. There was no trace of fear or regret on her face. "Sorry, what mountain-breaking sect? I've never heard of it and I'm not interested." After saying that, she gave Lu Ruoxuan a meaningful look, then turned to leave. Lu Ruoxuan trembled under her gaze, feeling a chill run down her spine. Jiang Dehai was trembling with anger. What kind of attitude is that? Bring her back. Martial Uncle Jiang, forget it." Suddenly, a hand reached out and blocked Jiang Dehai's path. It was unknown when, but a tall man holding a folding fan had appeared beside Jiang Dehai. This man's looks were not outstanding, but his clothes and accessories were extremely luxurious. Someone immediately recognized him. He is Li Fire sect. Elder Qian's nephew, and also Elder Qian's personal disciple, Qian Hongxiao. The moment this was said, the crowd erupted. Li Fire sect's Elder Qian was the organizer of the sect selection. Although that treasure, Dream Palace, was not his, it was still controlled by him. And this Qian Hongxiao was Elder Qian's nephew, and also his personal disciple. His status was naturally extremely noble. He was even more popular than Jiang Dehai. Even Jiang Dehai immediately curbed his anger and treated Qian Hongxiao politely. The surrounding people immediately surrounded Qian Hongxiao, wanting to please him. A few female disciples of the Bright Moon sect, including Qin Xiuxiu and Wu Fangyi who had put on their veils again, surrounded Qian Hongxiao and stroked their hair seductively, hoping to attract his attention. Even Lu Ruoxuan revealed a timid expression as she greeted Qian Hongxiao with watery eyes. Qian Hongxiao's gaze only lingers on Lu Ruoxuan's face for a moment before he pushes through the crowd and walks towards the direction where Mu Yan left. Qin Xiuxiu's face twisted. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Young Master Qian, that woman has already been defiled in the heavenly fragrance brothel. She is also a shameless woman, you must not be deceived by her." Although Mayan has fed her the medicine, Qin Xiuxiu still doesn't feel anything wrong with her body when she circulates her spiritual power. She felt that it must be Mu Yan's bluff to scare her. Originally, in the Cultivation continent, there were very few people who could refine pills, and in Minlu domain, pills of 3rd grade and above were very rare. Mu Yan leaves the crowd and finds a secluded corner to hide in. Wei Zi blindly follows, her little face still full of indignation. "Miss, that group of people from the Bright Moon sect is really too much, they actually slandered Mrs. Clean reputation in public." Mu Yan shrugs her shoulders, but it doesn't matter. What clean reputation does she have? Her son is already 5 years old, what's more, she and Di Mingju, thinking of those intimate times in the Yanwu continent, Mu Yan blushes a little and feels a little disappointed. She also doesn't know how long it will be before she can see this man again. "Miss, I'll set up the tent and prepare dinner for you. The sect selection in the Windless Square won't start until tomorrow, so they have to spend the night here." Mu Yan blinks, "No need, just make do with it for one night." Unfortunately, the little girl Wei Zi simply ignores what she says and excitedly goes to busy herself. Mu Yan smiles helplessly and casually lies down on the lawn. She gently fishes in the space and fishes out a book. But what she wants to see isn't this book, but the painting inside it. The man in the painting has an incomparably handsome face, his expression is cold, but his brows are full of affection. His clothes are half open, and he's lazily lying on the couch. His whole body exudes a powerful charm and sexiness. It makes people want to pounce on him and strip off the remaining clothes on him. In fact, after the two of them got together, Mu Yan once had the mood to make Di Mingju pose again to draw. Unfortunately, every time before she could finish drawing, she would be pounced on by some beast burning with lust, and wiped clean. So much so that up until now, Mu Yan only has this one portrait of Di Mingju. "Miss, the night is bleak and you're alone, do you need this Gongzi's company?" As she's engrossed, a voice suddenly comes over. Mu Yan abruptly comes back to herself and puts away the painting in a very bad mood. She looks at the visitor. No matter who it is, they deserve to die 10,000 times for disturbing her appreciation of her man. Qian Hongxiao looks at her from afar and feels that this girl's appearance is truly one in a million, incomparably beautiful. Now that he's looking at her up close, that skin of ice and bones of jade, those white teeth and starry eyes, it's like the most beautiful and alluring painting, unfolding before his eyes. Qian Hongxiao had never seen such a beauty in his life. He couldn't help but feel aroused, and he couldn't help but take a few steps forward. Mu Yan looks at him coldly. "Didn't your parents teach you that it's rude to disturb others without permission?" Qian Hongxiao didn't feel the slightest bit annoyed when he was asked about his parents. Instead, when he saw the frosty expression on her face, his heart itched even more. He coughed lightly and waved his fan in a cool manner. "I am the personal disciple of the Li Fire sect's elder Qian Hongxiao." After saying this, Qian Hongxiao waited for Mu Yan to reveal an expression of surprise and adoration, and then he excitedly stuck to her. Who knew that Mu Yan would only look at him like he was an idiot? "What do you think you are? What does it have to do with me?" She waved her hand like she was shooing away a fly. "Go back to where you came from. Don't disturb my rest." Qian Hongxiao was surprised, and anger flashed in his eyes. However, very quickly, he chuckled and took a few steps closer. "Miss, do you want to rest? It's so lonely to be alone. How about I accompany you?" As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, wanting to hug Mu Yan's waist. Mu Yan mercilessly raised her foot and kicked him. Qian Hongxiao's body quivered as he quickly dodged. Following that, he looked at his lower body and felt a chill down his spine. This time, Qian Hongxiao was really annoyed. "Smelly whore, don't be so shameless. Back in the Heavenly Fragrance building, you have already slept with thousands of people. For this young master to take a fancy to you is a blessing accumulated over several lifetimes. Do you really think that a trash from the Minlu domain like you can pass the selection and enter a large sect? Let me tell you, if you obediently follow this young master might even let you enter the Li Fire sect as my concubine. Without saying a word, Mu Yan flicked her finger in the air. There was no Tian Mo Qin, but there was zither music in the air. Following that, countless swords flew towards Qian Hongxiao. Pa! 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 These swords did not take Qian Hongxiao's life, but they slapped his mouth and tongue. In just a moment, Qian Hongxiao's mouth swelled like a sausage mouth. Even his tongue was swollen and numb, making him unable to say a word. He stared at Mu Yan in shock and anger, opening his mouth and making a vague sound. Mu Yan sneered, "Your mouth is too dirty, so I'll clean it for you. If you think it's not clean enough, this lady doesn't mind working hard again." With that, her hands hung in the air, as if she was about to play again. Qian Hongxiao was scared out of his wits. With a scream, he scrambled away. Wei Zi came back carrying the tent's materials and ingredients. Seeing Qian Hongxiao's disheveled back, she could not help but ask, "Miss, who was that?" Mu Yan curled her lips, "A lunatic." Wei Zi did not mind, and immediately busied herself like a hard-working bee. She was very useless. She could not help the young miss with anything, but at least she had to serve the young miss comfortably. Mu Yan looked in the direction of Qian Hongxiao's departure. People from the Li Fire sect. It seemed that it would be troublesome for her to enter the Li Fire sect in this sect selection. But so what if it was troublesome? Mu Yan sneered. She had always been best at cleaning up trouble. In order to achieve her goal, she had to compromise and feign civility. She would rather use her sword to sweep away all the obstacles in front of her. The next day, the sect disciple selection officially began. The first round was very simple. It was to test the spiritual root's attribute and level. The windless square, which had already become lively in the past few days, was now even more crowded, densely packed with people. Of course, not all of them were here to participate in the sect selection. This was because the sect selection criteria were usually very harsh. Even if it was the foundation of the outer sect, even if it was the first round of the qualifiers, they would need to have at least a third-grade spirit root. Many people were actually here to watch the show. Of course, there were also young men and women who hoped to find young geniuses with extraordinary talent to be their dual cultivation partners. There were even some people with impure spiritual roots and ordinary talents who were willing to become the concubines of these young geniuses. When young women saw handsome young men, they would throw fruits and flowers at them, hoping to attract their attention. Mu Yan stands in the crowd, watching this lively and interesting scene, and can't help but feel happy. She knew that the people of the cultivation continent were open-minded and the girls were passionate and unrestrained. First, there was Monarch, "I'm pregnant with your child," and then there was Jiang Sinyu's bold request to marry him. Now, these young ladies looked as if they couldn't wait to snatch these young talents home. While he was watching with great interest, the crowd suddenly burst into enthusiastic screams. Mu Yan looked in the direction of the voice and saw the attendant outside the Moon Dream Hall call out a name. Immediately, a handsome youth walked into the hall. It was this youth that had caused the crowd to scream. "Who is that? It would be great if I could become his Dao companion." "That's Xianxia, right? I advise you to stop dreaming if you want to become his Dao companion. He has a second-grade fire elemental spirit root, and his cultivation has already reached the third stage of Anidia. He was rumored to be the #1 genius of the Minlu domain a few years ago. No matter how much of a genius he is, he still came from a junkyard. He's just a dwarf that's higher. If he was that powerful, he wouldn't have entered a small sect without any resources or fame 4 years ago. He would be participating again this year." "Don't say that. Xianxia is considered powerful. I heard that his goal this year is the Li Fire sect's inner sect." "Pooey, this kind of trash can't even compare to a finger of our young master Qin." The people of the Azure Heaven domain had always looked down on the trash of the Minlu domain. Even someone as talented as Xianxia was often looked down upon. The people of the Minlu domain were obviously indignant, but they were lacking in strength, so they could only be angry without saying a word. Although the spirit root test was held in the Moon Dream Hall, the hall's doors were wide open. The scene inside could be seen clearly, and the voices could also be heard clearly. There was a circle of people sitting in the hall. These people were the elders or elite disciples sent by the various sects to participate in the sect selection. There were at least a dozen people surrounding him. Sitting at the top were the Li Fire sect's elder Qianfeng and his nephew, Xianxia. The atmosphere in the hall became extremely solemn and dignified because of the presence of these dozens of people. Some of the cultivators who had never seen such a grand scene were already trembling in fear when they saw the scene. During the spirit root test, they could not even circulate their spiritual energy smoothly, resulting in them being eliminated. But such a mistake would clearly not happen to Xianxia. With his back straight, he calmly stood in front of the stone pillar used for the spirit root test. He bowed to the surrounding elders in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, and then placed his hand on the stone pillar, circulating his spiritual energy. Moments later, the stone pillar lit up with a translucent white light. The white light stopped rising and illuminated most of the stone pillars. Second grade upper grade fire spiritual root. Jiang Dehai shouted excitedly. Not bad at all. Xianxia, your results this time are much better than 4 years ago. The level of one spirit root could also be raised, but it was extremely difficult. Only the most precious heaven and earth treasures refined into pills, coupled with cultivation techniques, could remove the impurities in the spirit root bit by bit. 4 years ago, Xianxia's test result was only a second-class mid-grade fire spirit root, but today's test result was already second-class high-grade. This was beyond many people's expectations. The crowd outside was in an uproar, all of them looking at Xianxia with envy as he walked out of the hall. Right at this moment, the attendant outside the Yinmeng Hall shouted again, Blue Heaven Realm, Qini Zhou. At this moment, the commotion in the crowd turned into an uproar. Young Master Qin. It's young Master Qin. He is the #1 genius of this generation in the Qin clan. His spirit root must be of a higher grade than Xianxia's. A young man in his 20s walked out of the crowd. He walked into the Yin Dream Hall with his head held high, and proudly placed his hand on the testing stone pillar. In a split second, the stone pillar lit up with a resplendent light. The entire stone pillar was completely filled with light, leaving only a small part at the top unlit. This time even Qianfeng could not sit still. He suddenly stood up from his seat and approached the stone pillar to take a closer look. Grade 1 medial grade wind spiritual root. It really is a grade 1 medial grade wind spiritual root. Good, you are very good. Qianfeng patted Qini Zhou on the shoulder, his face filled with love. Perform well, the Li Fire sect's doors will be open to you. Qini Zhou's face was still arrogant, but a look of joy flashed in his eyes. He bowed towards Qianfeng and left. In the grand hall, the other sect's elders all looked at Qianfeng with envy. It seems like the Li Fire sect has obtained another good sapling. That was a grade 1 medial grade wind spiritual root. Even in the entire cultivation continent, it was extremely rare. When Qini Zhou left the Yin Dream Hall, he was naturally pursued and envied by many. For a time, the entire plaza was filled with the name Qini Zhou. Mu Yan also stared at Qini Zhou a few times. This youth's cultivation level was not as high as Ning Yuqing's, probably only at the 9th rank of abstaining from grain. But Mu Yan could feel that in terms of strength, he might be higher than Ning Yuqing. Qi Huang. Mu Yan suddenly asked in her heart, will this testing stone pillar be able to detect my true spiritual root attribute? In the Yanwu continent, Qi Huang had told her not to expose her moon spiritual root, or it might attract danger. If this stone pillar could detect her moon spiritual root attribute, then she could only give up on the sect selection. What a joke! Qi Huang's disdainful voice came from beside her ear, how can this crappy stone detect moon spiritual root? Don't worry about it. In the cultivation continent, as long as you do not activate your moon spiritual root, no one or any magical item can detect your moon spiritual root attribute. In fact, before the moon spiritual root was completely fused, even in the cultivation continent, not many people could detect it. Mu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. This fellow Qi Huang is unreliable in many matters, but regarding the Shin musicians and the moon spiritual root, as well as some ancient secrets, this fellow knows them like the back of his hand. He didn't know that this guy was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years, yet he still looked like a jade-like youth. You actually said that Ben Zun is an old monster. Shi Huang stomps his feet in anger in the space. Your man Di Mingju is the old monster. Old. Demon. Strange. Humph. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitches. She doesn't want to bother with this guy. Because of Enchantress and Qin Yizhou, these two monstrous geniuses, the Xianxia that went in to take the Ling root test did not cause any more waves. There were thousands of people who participated in the sect selection. There were very few who could pass the first round of the spiritual root aptitude test. Especially those who came from the Minlu domain. It was already very good if 1 out of 10 of them had a third-grade spirit root. These people did not have much hope in their hearts, but they still wanted to take a gamble. In the end, they could only return in disappointment. But even if they passed the test, most of them only had third-grade spiritual roots. Like Yin Tian's second-grade high grade, and Qin Yizhou's first-grade middle grade, no one else appeared. Minlu domain, Qin Xiuxiu, come and take the Ling root test. Minlu Jia, Qin Xiuxiu, third-grade water spirit root, test passed, next round of examination. Minlu Jia, Wu Fengyi, third-grade wood spirit root, test passed, next round of examination. Minlu Jia, Peng Yinfei, third-grade fire spirit root, test passed, next round of examination. 3 people passed in a row, and all of them were from Minlu Jia. The surrounding practitioners finally became restless again. Ah, these people are not only from Minlu Jia, they're all from the same sect, Bright Moon Sect. I didn't expect Bright Moon Sect to have gathered so many talented practitioners. The people of Bright Moon Sect held their heads high and puffed out their chests, extremely proud. Only Qin Xiuxiu found it hard to calm down. She knew her spirit root was third grade, but a third-grade spirit root could not enter the inner sect of a large sect. So in this period of time, she had used her father's authority to collect worldly treasures, hoping to increase the attribute of her spirit root. She hadn't expected that after so many, it was still third grade. At this time, someone shouted from Moon Dream Hall, Min Lu Jia, Lu Ruoxuan, come and have your spirit root tested. Lu Ruoxuan timidly walked out, her slender figure slowly walking into Moon Dream Hall like a small white flower that could be blown away by the wind at any moment. When she walked into the hall, she did not see where she was stepping and stumbled, almost falling. Her small face immediately showed a tearful expression, so sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Jiang Dehai had seen Lu Ruoxuan before. Seeing her delicate appearance, he hurriedly comforted her, don't be afraid, you just need to put your hand on the stone pillar and inject spirit energy. Lu Ruoxuan obediently nodded, walked in front of the stone pillar, and carefully put her hand on the stone pillar. The elders of the other sects couldn't help but smile when they saw her act like this. This little girl was like a little rabbit, really lovable. Only an old man in ragged clothes was sleeping soundly in the corner. The youth standing next to him couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw Lu Ruoxuan's appearance. She's actually the small white flower type that 4th Shiji hates the most. If 4th Shiji was here, she probably wouldn't be able to restrain herself. Lu Ruoxuan put her hand on the stone pillar and channeled her spirit energy. In the next moment, the originally dark gray stone pillar suddenly lit up. The light shot straight up and stopped after passing more than half of the stone pillar. After a moment of silence in the hall, someone exclaimed in surprise, it's actually a second-class medium-grade wood attribute spiritual root. I didn't expect that a mere Minlu domain would produce another genius besides Xianxia. Little girl, come over here and let us have a look at your cultivation. What spells have you learned? Lu Ruoxuan seemed to be startled. Her body shivered for a moment before she timidly walked in front of the elders. It's really a piece of unpolished jade, completely unpolished. My mountain-breaking sect wants this young lady. Your wind and thunder pavilion better not fight with me. Are you kidding me? This little girl has a single wood spiritual root. She's obviously more suitable for our 5 spirits sect. The commotion in the main hall was naturally seen and heard by the people outside. Everyone in the Bright Moon sect was boiling with excitement. Peng Yinfei said proudly and dotingly, Junior has really done our Bright Moon sect proud. I remember that Junior's sister Lu's spirit root was only 3rd grade last year. I didn't expect it to become 2nd grade mid-grade now. No matter what, this time, my Minlu Jia's Minhua sect has really gained a lot of face. The people of the Minhua sect are all proud, except for Qin Xiuxiu. She fiercely stares at Lu Ruoxuan's figure as she comes out of the hall, her eyes full of jealousy and resentment. That spirit grass, she remembers that spirit grass. Back then, she was clearly the one who saw that spiritual herb first. However, because it grew on the edge of the cliff, she couldn't pick it, so she asked senior brother Peng Yunfei for help. Who knew that after Peng Yunfei picked the spirit grass, he directly gave it to Lu Ruoxuan because she wanted it. Now, because of this spirit grass, Lu Ruoxuan became a second-class spiritual root, but what about her? After taking so many elixirs and accumulating pill toxins, she still only has a third-class spiritual root. Why? That spirit grass should be Xianxia's, right? Second-class spiritual root and the attention of everyone, should also be Xianxia's. Lu Ruoxuan trots back to Peng Yunfei and the others. Listening to the envious and amazed praises of the people around her, her face shows a happy smile. Just then Minlujia's Jun Mayan, come here for the spiritual root test. The crowd that was originally noisy because of Lu Ruoxuan's second class would spiritual root test quiets down in a flash. All eyes fall on the woman who slowly walks into the hall. Someone gasps, there's such a stunning woman in this world? Jun Mayan, which sect is she from? How come I've never heard of her before? Fortunately, this is a competition of strength. If it was a beauty contest, I'm afraid that Miss June would undoubtedly be the first. In just a moment, all the attention on Lu Ruoxuan and the Minhua sect disappears without a trace. The faces of the Minhua sect's people are incomparably unsightly. Especially Qin Xiuxiu and Lu Ruoxuan. Qin Xiuxiu grits her teeth as she stares at Mayan's back. Slut, she still has the face to come out. Lu Ruoxuan grits her teeth, her little face is pale, and she's on the verge of collapse. Jiner, are you all right? Peng Yunfei quickly supports her. Lu Ruoxuan raises her head, her hazy teary eyes filled with fear and grievance. Senior brother, I did let Miss June down, but I've already apologized. Why is she still not willing to forgive me? Woo-woo. Jiner, don't be afraid. We will soon enter a large sect. This Jun Mayan won't be able to hurt you anymore. Lu Ruoxuan was still trembling, but she can kill the Ning family patriarch. We are no match for her. Peng Yunfei scoffed, Jiner, don't be fooled by that woman's bravado. With her age and cultivation, she might be able to kill Ning Yuqing, but how could she kill the Ning clan's patriarch? That Ning family's family head is a half-step golden core. If she had such a cultivation base, would she still need to participate in the sect selection? Lu Ruoxuan's eyes shone with hope. Senior brother, what do you mean? It must be because this woman's luck is too good. She was just captured by the Ning family, and the Ning family was destroyed because they offended a powerful force. But don't worry, Jiner. Senior brother won't let her off for hurting and humiliating you like this. Senior brother said that I will protect you forever. Lu Ruoxuan blushed when she saw Peng Yunfei's affectionate gaze. Qin Xiuxiu's face became even more twisted. As soon as Mu Yan enters the Yi Meng Hall, she feels a dozen or so gazes uniformly cast on her. Mu Yan's expression doesn't even change. She looks back calmly. She finds that there are many familiar faces in the hall. For example, Qian Hongxiao, whose mouth was beaten by her last night. His mouth is no longer swollen, but his speech is still slurred because the wound on his tongue is not easy to heal. Seeing Mu Yan come in, he immediately stares at her. His eyes are full of greed and brutality. He wants to skin her alive and pull out her tendons. Mu Yan's eyes sweep over the unfriendly Jiang Dehai and the enigmatic Qian Feng. Finally, her eyes fall on the corner of the hall and she raises her eyebrows. The young man standing in the corner meets her eyes. He jumps up excitedly and keeps waving. Big sister, do you still remember me? We met in that bookstore. His shout startles the old man who was sleeping soundly on the chair and he tumbles to the ground. After getting up, the old man slaps the young man's head. What are you shouting for? Can't you see that your master is sleeping soundly? The young man covers his head and says, Master, you are here to select disciples for our Xiaoyao school. How can you keep sleeping? Moreover, the big sister I met last time is also here. She is very good at controlling her spiritual power. Master, let's recruit that big sister into our school, okay? Hearing this, the elders of the other sects in the hall shake their heads and show a mocking expression. Everyone here knows that the Xiaoyao school is the most shabby school in the Blue Heaven realm. There are less than 10 people in the school, including the masters and the disciples. The school's encampment is as shabby as a beggar's nest. It is said that they can only wear ragged clothes all year round and have to go hungry from time to time. It is 100 times more miserable than those rogue cultivators. How can such a Xiaoyao school have the nerve to participate in the sect selection? One should know that the so-called selection is not only for the sects to select disciples, but also for the talented disciples to choose the sections. Which cultivator would be willing to go to a shabby place like the Xiaoyao school? However, the old man seemed to be completely unaware of everyone's ridicule. His gaze turned and landed on Mu Yan, and his pupils slightly constricted. Then, all the wrinkles on his face were piled up, and a flower-like smile appeared on his face. "Aya, not bad, not bad, not bad, young lady. You're so pretty, you deserve the name of our Xiaoyao sect. Do you want to consider joining us? Is everyone in the Xiaoyao sect this passionate?" Mu Yan touched her nose, not knowing how to answer for a moment. "Ahem, that's enough." Qianfeng said coldly, "Let's test the spirit root first." Mayan takes a step forward and places her hand on the stone pillar, slowly activating her spiritual power. A blinding light suddenly lit up, but in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The stone pillar returns to its dim and lightless appearance. No matter how much Mu Yan urges her spiritual power, it's useless. What is going on? Even the weakest 5th grade spiritual root would emit a faint light. Also, I think I saw a ray of light just now, even though it was just a flash. Did you see that? I didn't. Mu Yan is also a little confused. "Qi Huang, what is going on?" Qi Huang's gloating voice comes into her ears. "What else can it be? The quality of the stone pillar is too low." Mu Yan. Many of the sect's elders nod. No matter what, the first round of the assessment will be based on the results of the testing pillar. "I declare, Min Lujia's Jun Mayan, 5th grade spiritual root, failed the assessment. No, impossible." Without waiting for the people inside to finish announcing the results, Wei Zi stumbles in. Miss is clearly very powerful. How could she have a 5th grade spiritual root? Can you guys test it again? Maybe this testing pillar is broken? Yes, it must be this testing pillar that's broken." As soon as Wei Zi's voice falls, she finds that there's silence all around. Inside and outside the hall, there's a burst of laughter. She actually said that the testing pillar is broken? Ha ha ha, how is that possible? The testing pillar has a lifespan of at least 5 years. This testing pillar was specially built for the sect selection. How could it be broken? It must be that the attribute of her spiritual root is too poor, that's why the testing pillar can't light up at all. Qin Xiuxiu's eyes flash with excitement and resentment. She suddenly steps forward and says loudly, "I know why the testing pillar isn't responding." Seeing that everyone's eyes are focused on her, Qin Xiuxiu shows a sinister smile to Mayan, and continues, "Because this woman was a prostitute in Tianxianglu, and was even used as a human furnace to harvesting to nourish Yang. Her spiritual root has already been swallowed up, that's why there's no response from the testing pillar." As soon as these words come out, the audience goes quiet for a moment, then suddenly bursts into a heated discussion. Those people who were originally stunned by Mayan's appearance, upon hearing that she was a prostitute and a human furnace, immediately show a look of disgust. Even the elders in the main hall shook their heads, expressing their dislike for Mu Yan. Wei Zi was so anxious that tears fell from her eyes. "No, it's not like that. Don't slander me, it must be this testing pillar that's broken, it must be." She rushes over and injects her spiritual power into the testing pillar, wanting to prove that it's really broken. However, the testing pillar lights up, and the light rises halfway. 3rd grade water spiritual root. This means that Wei Zi is qualified to participate in the next round of assessment, but it also means that the testing pillar isn't broken. Wei Zi's body is on the verge of collapse, and her small face is deathly pale. She's not the slightest bit happy that she passed the assessment. Instead, she looks at Mayan with despair and unwillingness. "How could this be? How could it not be broken? If it's not broken, how can it be? How can the miss pass the assessment?" Qianfeng coldly snorts, "In Menghall's sacred land. Both of you are eliminated. Leave this place immediately." "Wait. Another voice interrupts Qianfeng. The old man in ragged clothes in the corner, the sect leader of the Xiaoyao school, stands up and shakily walks to Mu Yan. He looks her up and down. Then, he cracked a smile and said, "Young lady, you're really interesting. You were just eliminated, but you're not panicking at all? Mu's sect is, Mu's Mu, sect's Mu's, Mu is Muon. The old, the Mu sect Tian, Mu, sect Mu Chen S on. This old man did not have the slightest trace of spiritual power fluctuations, nor did he have any oppressive aura. It was as if he was really just a harmless old beggar. But when he made his move just now, Mu Yan didn't even have the slightest chance to react or resist. This old man's strength was frighteningly strong. As expected, the old man lets go of Mayan's wrist. He doesn't care that his greasy and dirty fingers have left a few black palm prints on Mayan's wrist. He strokes his beard and exclaims, "Sure enough. How many years has it been since this old man has seen such aptitude? TSK, coming here today is really worth it. Old man sure, why are you stirring up trouble for no reason?" Jiang Dehai said impatiently, "Hurry up and get this dirty piece of trash out of Yin Dream Hall, lest he dirties this sacred hall." Qianfeng also said indifferently, "Throw these two people out and let the next person come in to take the test." Weizi's face was full of tears. She grabbed Mayan's hand and said angrily, "Miss, these people are too much. It's obvious that the stone pillar is broken and they can't detect it, but they still want to slander you. Let's go. At worst, we won't participate in the selection." Weizi now had a blind admiration for Mu Yan. After all, she had personally witnessed Mu Yan kill Ning Yuqing and Ning Zongxiang. A girl who could kill a half-step gold core realm cultivator, and you said she was trash with a 5th grade spirit root, wasn't that a joke? Mu Yan patted the little girl's head and said slowly, "The test is not over yet, why should I leave?" As soon as she said this, the faces of everyone in the hall darkened. Qianfeng said coldly, "You want to cause trouble after failing the test? What kind of place do you think this is? Uncle. 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 Arrest. 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 Arrest, this Ning. Bastard Ning. Arrest." Xianxia shouted excitedly with his tongue hanging out. As long as he captured this slut and brought her back to the Li Fire sect, he would be able to freely abuse her in the future. Qianfeng was truly infuriated at this moment. He was about to wave his hand to get the Li Fire sect disciples in Yiming Hall to capture him. However, the old man suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Ayaya, a group of elders from the major sects have gathered together to select talents, but they are actually blind to not recognize such a fine jade in front of them." This old man is really going to die of laughter. "Shirqing, what nonsense are you spouting? He's just a piece of trash with a 5th grade spiritual root that can't even react to the stone pillars. How dare you say that he's a good talent and a beautiful jade? You're the one who's blind." The old man's smile suddenly disappeared, and he faintly said, "This testing stone pillar can't measure the attribute of the young lady's spirit root, because this is the lowest grade testing stone. The quality is too poor, and it's only suitable for selecting mediocre people. If you encounter a real heaven spiritual root, it would be a wonder if you can detect it." The hall was silent for a moment. "Nonsense. Nonsense. This testing stone pillar has been used in the blue heaven realm for 100 years, and this has never happened before. I've also heard of the heaven grade spirit root that you speak of. It's a true monster. Even in the azure blue domain and the purple cloud domain, it's a rare genius that only appears once every 100 years. How could it appear in the Minlu domain?" "That's right, old man sure. You don't know anything, so don't spout nonsense." The old man stroked his beard and laughed. "How about this? This little girl doesn't need to take the test. I'll just take her back to the Xiaoyao sect." Suddenly, the head of the 5 spirits sect stood up. With a flick of his wrist, a dark green stone pillar appeared in front of everyone. "Little girl, come here and take the test again." Because of the special cultivation method of the 5 spirits sect, it had extremely strict requirements for spirit roots. Therefore, there was indeed a better stone pillar in the sect. It just so happened that the head of the 5 spirits sect brought it with him today. Mayan smiled and stepped forward. She pressed her hand on the stone pillar and poured her spiritual power into it. The next moment, the dark green stone pillar suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. The originally dark green pillar actually became crystal clear in an instant, like a bright moon. Inside and outside the Moon Dream Hall, there was a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at this miraculous scene. The light was so dazzling, but they couldn't bear to look away. Super grade 1 water spirit root. When the head of the 5 spirits sect reported the result, his voice was trembling. Wow! This result caused an uproar both inside and outside the hall. The head of the 5 spirits sect reacted the fastest. The moment he reported the result, he grabbed Mayan's hand and said excitedly, "Come to our 5 spirits sect, I promise to give you the best resources." Water spirit root, naturally you can only get the best development in our Cold Moon Observatory. Even Xianfeng couldn't sit still. He revealed a kind and arrogant smile. The Li Fire sect is the biggest sect in the Azure Heaven realm. Little girl, you should know how to choose. Inside the Moon Dream Hall, all the elders were fighting openly and secretly, while the outside was in an uproar. Heavens, super grade 1 water spirit root, it's really super grade 1. I didn't expect that our Azure Heaven realm would produce such a monster. Bah, this Mayan is clearly from our Min Lu Jia, what Azure Heaven realm? Haha, our Min Lu Jia actually produced such a monster. From now on, we will have a change of fortune. Very soon, she won't be. Once she enters a sect in the Azure Heaven realm, she will be one of us. You are too shameless. June Mayan is from our Min Lu Jia. She's obviously from our Azure Heaven realm, hee, you even said that June Mayan is from your Min Lu Jia. Someone suddenly mocked in a sarcastic tone. Just now, people from the Min Lu sector slandered her as a whore and said that she had been defiled as a cultivation stove. Which sect wouldn't treat a monstrous genius with a first-class water attribute spirit root as a treasure? How could she become a prostitute in the heavenly fragrance brothel? Furthermore, people with superior grade 1 spiritual roots usually had a cultivation speed that was 10 times that of ordinary people. Their cultivation and strength were usually extremely powerful. Could those wastes from Min Lu Jia force Mayan to become a furnace? What a joke! Everyone turned to look at the people from the Bright Moon sect. Their gazes of admiration and envy towards the Bright Moon sect had now turned into disgust and contempt. In particular, the people from Min Lu Jia were glaring at them. It wasn't easy for Min Lu Jia to produce a monstrous genius that could shake the world. If they were to dislike Min Lu Jia because of this, how could they cozy up to him in the future? How could his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven? More people began to doubt the character of these people from the Bright Moon sect. Look at them, all of them are gentlemanly and adorable. I didn't expect their hearts to be so vicious. They actually spread such disgusting rumors and slandered the innocence of this little girl. They clearly know how important reputation is to a female cultivator, but they actually dare to wantonly slander her. These girls from the Bright Moon sect may seem pure and kind, but their hearts are truly vicious. Qin Xiuxiu and the others could hear the sounds of discussion from time to time. The feeling of being condemned by thousands of people caused their faces to turn green and white. The one who was scolded the most was Qin Xiuxiu, who had clamored the loudest, but the one who could not bear the disparity was Lu Ruoxuan. Just a moment ago, she was still the center of attention, an existence that everyone revolved around. But in the blink of an eye, he became an existence that everyone despised. Lu Ruoxuan couldn't hold it in any longer and started to cry. Peng Yunfei looked at her tear-stained face and felt extremely distressed. He quickly ran over to comfort her. Lu Ruoxuan leaned in his arms and sobbed, "I clearly did not scold Miss June, I clearly did not say anything, why did they scold me? Boo-hoo. Senior brother, I'm not that kind of person. I'm not that vicious." Peng Yunfei hugged her tightly and comforted her gently. "Little Jean, don't cry. We all know that you're the kindest. You're not the one who's scolding them. They don't know, so they're venting their anger on you." "Who asked us to be from the same sect?" As he spoke, he glanced at Qin Xiuxiu with a reproachful gaze. Peng Yunfei's words seemed to have opened a floodgate, causing the other people of the Bright Moon sect to cast angry and disgusted gazes towards Qin Xiuxiu. It was all because of this woman's willful and reckless behavior that they were now being condemned by everyone. Wu Fangyi directly sneers and says, back then in Minlu Jia, it was because of you that we were caught and sent to Tianxiang Lu, and little junior sister offended Jun Mayan in order to save you. Now, because of you, we are hated by other practitioners. Qin Shoushou, when will you stop making trouble? In order not to implicate us? Qin Shoushou trembled with anger as she received the looks of disdain and disgust from her fellow disciples. Pointing at Lu Ruoxuan and Pang Yunfei, her lips trembled and she could not say a word for a long time. When he met Mu Yan yesterday, it was clearly Lu Ruoxuan who first brought up the matter of Mu Yan being taken away by young Master Ning. She was just going along with it, but why was everyone pushing the blame onto her now? You bitch. Not only did you steal my spiritual herb, but you also want to frame me, Qin Shoushou screamed and rushed towards Lu Ruoxuan, but Pang Yunfei ruthlessly slapped her in the face. Qin Shoushou, have you had enough? Just because Xianxia is kind and innocent, you keep bullying her? Don't you forget that if it wasn't for her, you would have long been defiled in the heavenly fragrance house as a cultivation vessel. Pang Yunfei glared at her with murderous intent, then hugged Lu Ruomin and said, Ruomin, you are too kind. Even if it's senior sister, you can't let her do whatever she wants to you. Alright, don't worry about her, let's go. But she's still senior sister, little fool, she doesn't deserve to be your senior sister. The people of the Bright Moon sect left together. None of them looked at Qin Shoushou, who was on the ground. Qin Shoushou glared in the direction they left, her eyes filled with a strong murderous aura. At the same time, there seemed to be something boiling and tearing in her blood, hitting her nerves and pushing her rationality to the brink of collapse. Wei Zi pokes her head over, only to discover that there's a small red bug resting on Mu Yan's palm. She was startled, but also a little curious. Miss, what is this? Mu Yan put away the little bug and chuckled, nothing? It's just an interesting toy. Wei Zi was about to ask again when she suddenly heard a bell ring from the direction of the Dream Palace. This meant that the first round of the sect selection had ended. There were more than 800 people who participated in the spirit root test. In the end, only 87 people with third-grade spirit roots and above were allowed to participate in the second round. Wei Zi listened to the Dream Palace attendants reporting the name list. When she heard that the first one was her miss, she jumped 3 feet high in joy. Great, miss, you really passed, and your name is even before young Master Qin's. Ha, super first-class spirit root. There are only a few in the entire Shoujian continent. Miss, you're really amazing. This time, our Minlu domain has defeated the entire Azure Heaven domain. Mu Yan touched the little girl's head and couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl was so happy for her that she probably didn't even notice that she passed the first round of assessment. The second round of assessment would begin tomorrow. Thinking of the content of the second round of assessment, Mu Yan's eyes darkened. She believed that the little toy she put on Qin Shoushou would become more interesting in tomorrow's assessment. On the second morning, Mu Yan yawned and returned to the center of the windless square under Wei Zi's urging. However, what was different from the previous days was that there was no dazzling palace in the center of the windless square. Instead, there was a huge and strange gray-black circular building. Mu Yan tried to explore the bottom of the building with her divine sense, but felt as if her divine sense had fallen into a boundless abyss. She suddenly withdrew her divine sense, her heart jumping slightly. At this moment, the bell rang twice, indicating the beginning of the second round of the sect selection. The method of the second round of selection was very simple. The strange circular building in the center of the windless square was actually another Sumeru mustard spirit tool, trial field. But compared to the Dream Palace, this trial field was of a much higher level. It was already a small world. The content of the second round of assessment was that the 87 people who had passed through the first round would each receive a jade plate and enter the training field. A spirit beast called the one-horned rhinoceros appeared in the training field. The rank of the spirit beast wasn't high, but its battle prowess was comparable to a cultivator at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. It could be said that the practitioners who passed the first round, even the ones with the lowest cultivation, could kill a single-horned rhinoceros with their own strength. Their goal was to kill enough one-horned rhinoceroses. Every time a one-horned rhinoceros was killed, 1 point would be added to the participant's jade card. But if you think that you can win by killing enough one-horned rhinoceroses, then you are gravely mistaken. This was because there was another rule in the second round of assessment, which was that they were allowed to snatch other people's jade tokens. Once the jade token was snatched by someone else, the participant would be directly eliminated and sent out of the trial field. The person who snatched the jade token would be able to obtain half of the other party's points. The higher the final score, the higher the chance of being selected by the big sections. The duration of the second round was 3 days. The person handing out the jade card is a disciple of the distant fire sect. When Mu Yan took the jade card, she felt a burning gaze cast at her from the side. Turning her head, she met Xianxia's greedy and lustful gaze. Mu Yan didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, her lips curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. Xianxia suddenly shivered, his body recalling the pain from being taught a lesson by Mu Yan. His face suddenly twisted as he flew into a rage out of humiliation and looked away with a trace of fear. In his heart, he was thinking, Jun Mu Yan, this slut, can only be arrogant now. Sooner or later, she will fall into my hands. At that time, I will strip her naked and make her do this and that. Mu Yan couldn't be bothered with that idiot Xianxia. Taking the jade card, she walked towards the trial field. Mayan opens her eyes, only feeling a little weak from exhaustion all over her body. Circulating her spiritual power and clearing her mind, it took a while for her to recover. She turned her head to look around and found herself in a deep valley. The scenery of the valley wasn't beautiful, but the air was fresh. Looking around, there was nothing but emptiness, not a single figure. If she hadn't personally walked in from the trial field's entrance, Mu Yan couldn't imagine that the trial field, which looked like a circular building, was actually such a different world. Mu Yan used to live in the Yanwu continent. Although she already knew that there was a heaven beyond the heavens, and that the world after her ascension was filled with bizarre and dreamy. But seeing it with her own eyes, she still found it novel. TCH, a shabby little world can also make you excited. Ignorant woman. Qi Huang's mocking voice came. Mu Yan didn't immediately respond to Qi Huang, but found a secluded place to lie down, and her divine sense entered the space. Qi Huang was bullying Little Phoenix while mocking Mu Yan. Suddenly, he felt a shadow cast in front of him. Looking up, he met Mu Yan's smiling eyes. Qi Xiaohuang, you've been mocking me recently, mocking me very happily. As he spoke, his hand was already on the zither, seemingly plucking. Qi Huang's face suddenly changed. Why did you come in? Aren't you going to participate in the assessment? Mu Yan laughed lightly, a malicious smile that made Qi Huang's hair stand on end. How can participating in the assessment be more important than teaching Qi Xiaohuang a lesson? What 7 little brilliants? Woman, I'm warning you, don't go overboard. I'm an ancient artifact spirit. Ha 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 ha. Stop. Stop. Ha 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 ha. I was wrong. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. I was wrong. Ha 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 ha. This deity will teach you. Ha ha ha. Teach you how to use your domain. Ha ha ha. Fight. Mu Yan stopped plucking the strings, using the domain to fight? Didn't I already learn it? Qi Huang panted heavily. Her rosy cheeks and limpid eyes were indescribably charming. But his expression looks like he wants to eat someone, fiercely glaring at Mu Yan. The little phoenix, who was originally being bullied miserably, now arrogantly flew to Mayan's shoulder, letting out a giggle. He looked like a serf who had turned over and started to sing. Mayan expressed that she would magnanimously not haggle over Qi Xiaohuang's comparison of her to a dog crawling. Tell me, how should I use my domain to fight? Windless Square. A huge illusory projection appears above the training field. The projection shows the battles in the training field, as well as the current changes in the points. As first-grade spiritual roots, Jun Mayan and first-grade spiritual root, Qi Nizhou, have undoubtedly received the most attention. Especially Jun Mayan. Many people wanted to see what kind of monstrous person the legendary superior grade 1 spiritual root was. As if knowing everyone's thoughts, the image in the virtual projection switches to Mayan's position. In the quiet and secluded valley, a beautiful girl is sleeping with her eyes closed. Her long eyelashes cast a silhouette on her fair and delicate skin, and a cool breeze slowly blows her hair. That scene is as beautiful as a painting, intoxicating and reluctant to disturb. But no matter how intoxicated they are, they can't conceal everyone's shock. This isn't right, isn't the assessment going on right now? Everyone else is busy killing the one-horned rhinoceroses. Why is June Mayan sleeping? Look, there are 3 one-horned rhinoceroses coming. Someone shouts. A rumbling echo immediately resounds in the valley. The one-horned rhinoceroses are still very large, and they naturally make loud noises when they move. Even a person who is sleeping like a dead pig would be woken up. Sure enough, the sleeping girl slightly opens her eyes, her line of sight falling on the 3 one-horned rhinoceroses. Look, June Mayan is going up against those 3 one-horned rhinoceroses. She's going to make her move soon. After all, that's 3 points. I really want to see what an evildoer with a first-class spiritual root looks like in battle. After all, it's 3 one-horned rhinoceroses, even June Mayan should be careful to kill them. In the valley, the one-horned rhinoceroses are getting closer and closer to Mayan. In Windless Square, everyone's hearts are in their throats. It's about to start, the battle is about to start. Then, what's going on? Why isn't June Mayan fighting yet? June Mayan is petite and hidden in the stone. It's normal for the one-horned rhinoceroses not to see her, but it's impossible for June Mayan not to notice those 3 one-horned rhinoceroses. Ah, the one-horned rhinoceroses are over. June Mayan actually didn't kill them. The people in the entire Windless Square were in a mess. What the hell was going on? June Mayan actually stares blankly and doesn't take the 3 points, directly letting them go? What first-class spirit roots? Don't tell me that it doesn't actually have any battle strength? What was the use of just having an outstanding spirit root? If you can't dig out a mountain of treasures, you're just a piece of trash. A disciple of the Bright Moon sect who had been eliminated in the first round sneered. These words immediately caused a huge uproar in the square. Many people agreed with this person's words. It seems that this woman, June Mayan, only has talent, but doesn't have the slightest bit of fighting power. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why she didn't dare to take the 3 points when they were right in front of her. Ha, what genius, it turns out to be nothing more than a flashy but useless straw bag. He can't even deal with a 5th-level body refinement one-horned rhinoceros. Wouldn't this kind of trash be a disgrace to a large sect? In fact, it's not like the Shozhen continent didn't have such an embroidered pillow for so many years. They have the highest talent and spiritual root, but their fighting awareness and courage are almost equal to 0. Such a person, even if they really use elixirs and resources to push their cultivation up, in the end, they'll just be a disgraceful waste. Such a person is definitely not a disciple that the big sects want to recruit. Otherwise, the sect only needs to hold the first round of selection, and it'll be fine if the selection is completely based on spiritual root talent. Why do they need to hold the second round? Spiritual root talent is the foundation, but it's not everything. Actual combat strength is the most important existence. In the square, almost everyone is completely disappointed with Mayan, even the virtual projection has been switched to someone else. Only the old man of the Xiaoyao sect chuckles, a bunch of idiots. The cute boy next to him immediately says, Master, I've seen that sister use water spiritual power. She's very powerful, she's definitely not as useless as they say. The old man yawns, that's why I said they're all idiots. I'm bored, I'm going to sleep first, wake me up if there's something interesting. The cute boy helplessly looks at his master, who just pulls down his hat and directly falls asleep in the middle of the crowd, snoring loudly. Ah. Look, young Master Qin killed 10 one-horned rhinoceroses in one breath, too powerful. Young Master Qin's points are so much higher than Xianxia's. This is a real expert. Excited shouts rang out from the square. The virtual projection has been switching between Qin Yizhou and Xianxia, because their battle is also the most intense and attractive. But the ranking list can roughly see everyone's performance. And at the end of the ranking list, behind the 3 words June Mayan, there's still a big 0. A whole day has passed, but there's no change. What the hell is this June Mayan doing? She doesn't even dare to kill a one-horned rhinoceros? Letting this kind of person enter the second round is simply a humiliation to those who were eliminated in the first round. Look at those people from the Bright Moon sect from Minlu Jia, they're all ranked within the top 50. Oh, look, that Lu Ruoxuan's ranking has risen to the 15th. I saw that the people of the Bright Moon sect said that Jun Mayan was seducing men in the Heavenly Fragrance building. Maybe it's true. With this kind of strength, no matter how talented he is still not suitable to be a human furnace. In the training field. In the forest, the people of the Bright Moon sect were fighting fiercely against 3 single-horned rhinoceroses. An hour later, the 3 one-horned rhinoceroses were exhausted and could no longer hold on. However, Peng Yunfei, who was fighting with the one-horned rhinoceros, did not kill it. Instead, he called out to Lu Ruoxuan, who was standing behind him, "Jin, come quickly. Come over and kill these 3 one-horned rhinoceros." Qin Xiaoxiao immediately objected, "Senior brother, that's enough. All the one-horned rhinoceroses that we killed along the way were killed by Lu Ruoxuan. She's already in the 15th place. Isn't that enough? Don't we need points?" Qin Xiaoxiao was about to explode. This was because there were 6 people from the Bright Moon sect who had entered the second round, and they quickly gathered together. Thus, all the single-horned rhinoceroses they encountered along the way were easily killed. But Peng Yunfei requested for everyone to leave a message for the dying rhinoceros and let Lu Ruoxuan deal the final blow. As a result, Lu Ruoxuan's ranking naturally rose. But, why? Lu Ruoxuan was clearly the most useless. She couldn't even deal with a single rhinoceros. Why did she get so many points? Could she enter a big sect? Peng Yunfei glanced at her coldly. "We are all disciples of the same sect. Jin has the highest chance of entering the inner sect of a big sect. At this time, what we should do is to help each other." "Xiaoxiao, don't be too selfish." "I'm selfish?" Qin Xiaoxiao screamed, her eyes red. "Those should be my points, my chance to enter a big sect. Why should I give them to a useless Lu Ruoxuan?" Lu Ruoxuan rushed forward and grabbed the furious Peng Yunfei, crying, "Senior brother, don't say any more. It's my fault, I'm too useless. Just give these 3 rhinoceros to senior sister, don't be angry." Qin Xiaoxiao trembled with anger. She was the one who killed the rhinoceros, why should she give it to her? Peng Yunfei looked at Lu Ruoxuan with a face full of tenderness. "Jin, why are you so kind?" Lu Ruoxuan showed a timid smile. "I just drew a few talismans." "Senior brother Luo, senior brother Zhang, I saw that you were injured just now. Quickly heal them. Senior brother, you should replenish your spiritual energy too," Lu Ruoxuan said and handed over the talismans in her hand. Peng Yunfei and the others took it and used their spiritual energy to burn the talismans. Their injuries immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Jin, you still say you're useless?" Peng Yunfei's face was full of love. "In the Minlu and Blue Sky world, how many people can draw talismans? Not to mention these healing talismans. But you did it? And the battle just now only lasted for 2 hours. You already drew 3 talismans. With such talent, even in the Blue Sky world, you are not inferior." Senior brother Luo and senior brother Zhang, who received the talismans, praised, "Junior sister's ability to draw talismans to heal injuries is not something that everyone can do. It's a great help to us, how can it be useless?" Lu Ruoxuan showed a happy smile. "Really? That would be great. I just hope that I can help my senior brothers." Peng Yunfei sneered and looked at Qin Xiaoxiao. "There are some people who don't have much fighting power, but they have a bad temper. Alright, stop pretending. These 3 one-horned rhinoceroses are all yours. Are you satisfied now?" As he spoke, he held Lu Ruoxuan in his arms and left. The others followed behind him. No one looked at Qin Xiaoxiao again. Qin Xiaoxiao stared in the direction they left, her eyes slowly glowing with a blood-red light. His mouth opened slightly, and a beast-like roar came out from his mouth. It also sounded like a shriek. If someone were to turn around and look at Qin Xiaoxiao at this moment, they would discover that her face was twisted and hideous, like a crazed demon or malicious spirit. Tian Emochin space. The strings of the zither in Mayan's hands slowly vibrate, and the stirring music slowly dissipates. A formless and terrifying power was slowly absorbed into her body. Feeling that she could freely expand and shrink her domain, Mu Yan showed a satisfied expression. Truly worthy of being little brother's mother, Qi Huang waves his hand like he's shooing away a fly. Alright, since you've already grasped it, quickly go out and kill everyone. This sage doesn't want to stay in this broken place forever. Mayan uses her mental tentacles to stroke the little phoenix's head, not the least bit dissatisfied with Qi Huang's attitude. This time, it's all thanks to Qi Huang that she can truly grasp domain. Although it's only the most basic level of domain, its profoundness and power have already made Mayan's heart palpitate. Before she grasped domain, she still felt that she had no chance of winning against Qi Nizhou. But now, she can't wait to meet this #1 genius of Blue Heaven Realm. Mayan leaves the space and takes out her jade card. It's already the second day of the assessment, but she's actually studying domain in the space for an entire day and night. At this time, on the ranking list displayed on the jade card, Qi Nizhou, who's in first place, has already accumulated more than 200 points. And the only person with 0 points is herself. Even that little girl, Wei Zi, had scored 16 points. Of course, there are also a few names on the ranking list that have turned gray. That means that this person's jade card has been snatched away, and they've been directly eliminated. However, even those who have been eliminated still have half of their points, so their rankings are higher than hers. Mayan doesn't care at all. Instead, she shows a malicious smile. She moves her divine sense, and the jade card that originally displayed the ranking list changes into a map of the trial field. There are red dots on the map, representing the positions of all the contestants. Starting from the halfway point of the competition, the number of single-horned rhinoceroses in the trial field will gradually decrease. Conversely, if you want points, you can only obtain them from others. The real hunt has just begun. Look, what kind of surprise have I encountered? A vulgar male voice rings out. Mayan turns her head and sees a shifty-eyed man flying towards her with large strides. Jun Mayan. The man cackles, his lecherous eyes constantly flitting over her face and body. Although you're currently at the bottom in terms of points and can't let Laozi move up a rank, Laozi has seen your face, and has long wanted to play with a stunner like you. Mu Yan didn't have the slightest bit of panic on her face. She casually found a rock and sat down. Her posture was indescribably wanton and lazy. I remember that wantonly killing and torturing are not allowed in the training field. You can only snatch jade tokens, right? Ha ha ha, you can't kill or torture, but if you do it willingly, then no one can stop you. The man licked his lips and looked like he was about to pounce on her. If you're willing to sleep with me, I'll give you 30 points. What do you think? If I remember correctly, you only have 0 points right now, right? How about it? This deal should be very profitable for you. The man's gaze unblinkingly falls on Mayan's face, and he unconsciously swallows his saliva. He felt that it was definitely worth it to spend 30 points to play with such a stunner. Mu Yan brushes aside her hair that has been messed up by the wind and chuckles. So, you have a lot of points? Heh. I'm the 9th-ranked Hu Kuan. What do you think? Little beauty, you won't lose out if you follow me. This time, it's Mu Yan's turn to chuckle. Hu Kuan was captivated by her smile as he muttered, "Beauty, what are you smiling at?" "I'm smiling at my good luck." Mayan said slowly, "There's no need to deliberately look for it, for the points to come to me." Hu Kuan was stunned and did not have the time to react to her words. Following that, he suddenly widened his eyes as he saw a dazzling sword beam blossom in front of him. And this was the last scene he saw in the trial grounds. Windless Square. The virtual projection was showing the Bright Moon sex battle and the scene of them giving the points to Lu Ruoxuan. The square was immediately divided into 2 factions as both sides quarreled noisily. Some people thought that Lu Ruoxuan was shameless. Even if she entered the top 10, she would not live up to her name. Others thought that Lu Ruoxuan had talent in drawing talismans and was such a pure and kind girl. She deserved to be in the top 10. What's more, the points were given to her willingly by her fellow disciples. It was not because she cheated them. The elders of the various sects saw Lu Ruoxuan's performance in drawing talismans and had a different opinion. Qianfeng said to the disciple beside him, "Let me see Lu Ruoxuan's registration information." The disciple immediately agreed and took out a jade scroll. When Qianfeng saw that Lu Ruoxuan's most desired sect was the Li Fire sect, he immediately revealed a proud and satisfied smile. He had to bring this girl back to the Li Fire sect. Although her cultivation level was not high and her combat power was weak, how many people in the Azure Heaven realm could draw talismans and healing talismans? If he brought her back and nurtured her well, she might be able to bring great glory to the Li Fire sect in the future. Instead, it was Jun Mayan. Qianfeng had already seen that the sect she wanted was also registered as the Li Fire sect. Qianfeng was overjoyed when he learned that she had a superior grade 1 spirit root. But now, it seemed that she was just an embroidered pillow. His Li Fire sect did not want such trash. Uncle. Xianxia suddenly said, my cultivation level has been stuck at the 5th rank of Anidia. I have taken quite a number of pills but to no avail. I was thinking that although this Jun Mayan's strength is too weak, she still has a superior grade 1 spirit root. Why don't I recruit her and let her be my cauldron? If I can absorb a superior grade 1 spirit root's essence, I believe I can quickly break through the bottleneck. Hearing this, Qianfeng's eyes lit up. Indeed, Qianhongxiao's cultivation had been stuck at the 5th level of abstinence for a long time. However, because of his relationship with Qianfeng, he still occupied the best resources in the sect, causing the other elders to have objections. If Jun Mayan really becomes Qianhongxiao's cultivation furnace, she might really be able to help her nephew break through. Alright, since you, Hongxiao, have requested it, Uncle will recruit her into the Li Fire sect. At that time, she will be yours. Qianhongxiao was overjoyed. Thank you, Uncle. You're too good to Hongxiao. Jun Mayan, from now on, you're my slave furnace. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Ha ha ha, ah. Look, the leaderboard. The leaderboard has changed. Just as Qianhongxiao was feeling pleased with himself, a scream suddenly burst out from the crowd. Jun Mayan's points, why did it suddenly jump to 23? With a whoosh, everyone's attention was focused on the scoreboard. Ah. Hu Kuan, who was originally in 9th place, has fallen, and has already been eliminated. What the hell is going on? Qianfeng and Qianhongxiao look at each other in dismay, both revealing a shocked expression. The adorable youth of the carefree sect immediately nudges the sleeping old man awake, and says excitedly, Master, look, the wonderful thing is about to begin. The crowd in the windless square is stirred up, one after another discussing what happened. Why did Jun Mayan's points suddenly rise? Could it be that this Jun Mayan seduced Hu Kuan, and then took advantage of him being unprepared to snatch his jade card? Yes, it's very possible. How could a waste who can't even deal with 3 one-horned rhinoceroses jump so high all of a sudden? Quickly switch the screen to Jun Mayan. Wait a minute. An even more shrill cry pierces the sky, look. Jun Mayan's ranking rose again. Already 18. 16. Heavens, it's still rising. This Jun Mayan, what did she do? Within the training field. Mayan takes away the other's jade card, watching the other's figure slowly disappearing. She then casually tosses the jade card into the space. Her line of sight shifts, looking at the several people watching the fight not far away. As soon as those people meet her gaze, they immediately stiffen, their faces filled with horror. Mayan takes a few steps forward, asking as she walks, have you seen a round-faced little? She hasn't yet said the last word, girl. Those people scream and scatter in all directions. Jun Mayan is going to kill someone. The evildoer Jun Mayan is coming to snatch the jade card, everyone run. Mayan stares dumbfoundedly at the empty plane in a split second, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. No, was she that scary? Didn't she just snatch a few jade cards, and it was clearly these people who provoked her first? What's more, the second round of the trial was originally to encourage everyone to snatch other people's jade cards, so that they could show their strength. How could she be an evildoer, a murderous demon if others could snatch it? What's more, if she wanted to kill people and snatch their jade cards, she would have to snatch them from experts. What was the use of robbing these small fries? The points given by a jade token were not even enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. Oh, but where did that little girl Wei Zi go? With a leap, Mu Yan's figure is like a meteor as she catches up to the last man running. She grabs him by the collar. Ah, don't kill me. Mu Yan frowns as she listens to this pig like hell. What are you shouting for? Who wants to kill you? The man looked at her sobbing. Then don't snatch my jade tablet. Mu Yan casually tosses him aside, unhurriedly saying, "If you obediently answer my questions, I can consider not snatching your jade card." What problem? Have you ever seen a little girl with a round face, combed? Mu Yan described Wei Zi's appearance. The crying man blinked his eyes, wiped away his snot and tears, and asked carefully, "Boss, this little girl, I really think I've seen her before. If I tell you, can you let me go?" Mu Yan grabs his collar and casually shakes it. "You can give it a try. Didn't you say that I can let you go?" Mu Yan rolled her eyes. "Who's your boss? Why do you make me look like a homicidal maniac?" However, when the man finished speaking, Mu Yan's expression suddenly became cold, and the murderous aura emitted from her body made the timid man burst into tears. In the dense jungle of the trial field. "Wei Zi, what are you doing? Hurry up and lure those one-horned rhinoceroses over." Wei Zi was pushed hard, and her steps staggered. With tears in her eyes, she glared angrily, "Senior sister, don't go too far. You clearly said that as long as I help you collect 30 points, you'll let me leave to find Mississippi." Standing in front of her was Wei Zi's senior sister from the Cruel Sun sect, Xianxia. This time, besides Wei Zi and Xianxia, there were 2 other people from the Cruel Sun sect who entered the final audition. If Mu Yan and the Bright Moon sect hadn't stolen all the limelight, many people would have found that the Cruel Sun sect's performance was not bad. But because the people from the Cruel Sun sect went to test their spiritual roots after Mu Yan passed the first round of assessment, Mu Yan hated being watched, so she left the center of the square early. Therefore, they didn't know that Xianxia and her 2 senior brothers also passed the first round of selection with 3rd-grade spiritual roots. After entering the trial field, Wei Zi wanted to find Mu Yan as soon as possible. Who knew that Xianxia and the other 2 would find her? Xianxia loudly reprimanded her for not helping in the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant that day, and said that she was ungrateful, forgetting the kindness of her sect and her father. Wei Zi was not good with words, and Xianxia twisted the truth like that. She really couldn't defend herself. But the 2 senior brothers completely stood on Xianxia's side. Censor Wei Zi was forcibly detained by them, and used as bait to lure the one-horned rhinoceroses. Even when someone wanted to rob their jade card, they directly pushed Wei Zi out to be a shield. If it wasn't for Wei Zi's good luck, and the self-protection skills she learned from Mu Yan, she would have been eliminated long ago. She had been clenching her teeth and persevering. Even when Xianxia and the others were trampling on her, she had endured it patiently. It was all because Xianxia had said that if she helped her earn 30 points, she would let her go. She would treat it as her repaying the kindness of her master. But now, the 30 points had already been obtained, and Xianxia still wanted her to be bait. Hearing Wei Zi's complaint, Xianxia immediately sneered and said, "Go find your young miss? Don't you know that your young miss's points have always been at the bottom? I guess she must be hiding in some corner and shivering. That kind of trash, you still want to find her?" Checking the points and the arrangement of the red dots on the jade plate required divine sense. Therefore, most of the participants wouldn't take out their jade cards to check the rankings at all times. So much so that Xianxia doesn't even know that Mayan's points have already changed. Impossible. Wei Zi's face flushed red as she retorted loudly, "Miss is so smart, it's impossible for her to have 0 points. Something must have happened to Mississippi. No, I have to go look for her." Xianxia and the rest did not check the points on the jade token, and Wei Zi did not even check it. Because she did not dare to take out the jade pendant. As long as he took out the jade token, Xianxia and the others would probably snatch it away. Wei Zi's complexion turns deathly pale. How can this be? Without the jade card, I'll be directly eliminated. How can I find the miss? Don't go too far. Humph, today, you have to hand it over, even if you don't want to. Xianxia's expression is sinister as she suddenly leans forward and grabs Wei Zi's clothes, tearing it apart. A dignified disciple of the Canyang sect is actually a servant to a shameless whore. Since you're so cheap and shameless, I'll help you. 2 senior brothers, take off all her clothes for me. I don't believe that I can't find her jade card. Don't. Let me go, woo, let me go. Wei Zi's clothes are torn apart piece by piece, even revealing her fair skin. One of the senior brothers shows a sinister expression, pinching her waist a couple of times. If it weren't for the rules of the assessment, where they can't bully or kill as they please, he would really like to have a taste of this little sister. Weizi is so ashamed that she wants to die, her face is full of tears, but she doesn't have the strength to struggle. Found it, haha. It's this little slut's jade card. Xianxia suddenly pulls out a jade card from Weizi's waist. As long as they erase Weizi's divine sense from the jade card, staining it with their own, Weizi will be eliminated, and half of her points will be directly transferred to Xianxia. Xianxia laughs heartily, about to cover it with her divine sense. Suddenly, there's a sharp pain in her brain. The melodious sound of the zither lingers in the air. In the ears of bystanders, it's euphemistic and touching, sentimental. But in the ears of Xianxia and her two senior brothers, it's like thousands of needles stabbing into their brains. They can only fall to the ground, rolling and wailing incessantly. Weizi blankly raises her head, looking towards the direction of the zither sound. In the hazy fog, the sound of fluttering snow-white clothes, a zither in hand, slowly walking over while playing. As soon as Weizi sees this figure, tears well up in her eyes. Miss. Weizi rushes over, rushing into Mayan's embrace, tears pouring down like rain. Sob, miss, I finally see you again, sob, they are bad, they are too bad, I will never forgive them, sob. Mu Yan helplessly watched as the little girl cried until her clothes were a complete mess and wrinkled, but she didn't push her away. He gently patted her head and said softly, all right, don't cry. Miss knows that they are bad. Miss will take revenge for you now, okay? Weizi nods with tears in her eyes. When she gets up, she sees the marks on Mayan's body and her own half-naked body. She immediately blushes, wishing that she could find a hole to burrow into. Mu Yan finds a piece of clothing from the space and drapes it over her. Only then does she look at Xianxia and her two senior brothers who are still lying on the ground, unable to get up. Although the sound of the zither had stopped, Xianxia's mind was still in pain. Her body was shaking like a sieve, and there was vomit at the corner of her mouth. When he looks at Mayan, his eyes are full of fear and anger. June, Mayan, what do you want to do? This is the training field, you can't do anything to us. Mu Yan looks down at her from above, the corner of her mouth raises into a mocking arc, is that so? Since I can't do anything to you, what are you worried about? As she speaks, her fingers have already rearranged themselves on the zither. Ah. Mournful screams come from the mouths of the trio. The trio screams as they roll around, constantly banging their heads against the rocks. I can't take it anymore. I'm willing to give you the jade card, I beg you to spare me. Ah. Help, ah. The man who accompanied Mu Yan to find Weizi sees the scene and almost pees in his pants. The melodious sound of the zither is like a demonic sound from the depths of hell. And the beautiful girl playing the zither is more like a devil waving the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Woo. June Mu Yan is really too scary. When the zither finally stops, Xianxia and the other two are already covered in blood, their eyes staring blankly, their faces revealing silly smiles from time to time. That look, they've clearly become stupid. Weizi carefully hides behind Mu Yan. Looking at the miserable appearance of Xianxia and the other two, she doesn't have the slightest sympathy in her heart, only carefree. But she still asks worriedly, Miss, they won't die, right? Will you be punished for injuring them? Mu Yan lightly reaches out her hand and 3 jade cards fly out from the trio, falling into her hand. Don't worry, they won't die. It's just that in the future, they'll be no different from being dead, just 3 stupid wastes. As for whether I will be punished or not, you can see that I'm still standing here in good condition. The rules of the trial field state that one cannot deliberately abuse other contestants, and cannot kill them. But this rule only applies to physical injuries. And how could the people of the major sects think that a few insignificant practitioners of fasting and body forging could actually launch an attack on the primordial spirit? Therefore, the rules of the trial field can't do anything to Mu Yan. And Xianxia and the other two reap the consequences of their own actions, becoming idiots. Mu Yan looks at the 3 jade cards, then throws them away. One falls into the hands of the man leading the way, and the other 2 are given to Weizi. Miss? Imprint your divine sense on them? But, Mu Yan waves her hand, and Wei Zi immediately stops talking, obediently imprinting her divine sense on them. The man is pleasantly surprised. I have a share? Mu Yan looks at him with a smile that isn't a smile. What? You don't want it? No, no, no. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, boss. The man was pleasantly surprised as he imprinted his divine sense on the jade plate. Looking at his points rising, he smiled so widely that only his teeth could be seen. Boss, who else are you going to kill next? This little one will lead the way for you. The corners of Mu Yan's mouth twitched. What do you mean she still wants to kill someone? Did he really think that she was a murderous demon? On the windless plaza, there was silence. Everyone watched the scenes on the virtual projection with their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word for a long time. At this time, Mu Yan's ranking had already soared to the 9th place. None of her points came from killing single-horned rhinoceroses. So, she didn't kill those 3 single-horned rhinoceroses in the beginning because she thought that killing monsters was too tiring and too few points. How confident must she be in her own strength? Strong. Too strong. This is the true superior grade 1 spiritual root, this is the true monstrous genius. Say, if Jun Mayan and young Master Qin were to fight, who do you think would win? I bet Jun Mayan that even young Master Qin would not have the courage to not kill a single-horned rhinoceros. The audience in the square were divided into 2 factions. They were arguing over who was stronger between Qin Yizhou and Jun Mayan. Qianfeng stared intently at the scene in the virtual projection and slowly exhaled. Hongxiao, it's best you dispel that thought from before. Qian Hongxiao suddenly stared with widened eyes. Uncle, you are saying, I'm saying, immediately remove the thought of making Jun Mayan your cultivation cauldron from your mind. Qianfeng stroked his beard and slowly said, this is a true genius, a genius that can make my Li Fire sect prosper. I, Qianfeng, will definitely take her under my wing. But uncle, if I absorb her talent, I can also, don't say any more. I will definitely not agree to this. You are not allowed to think about it. Qianfeng did not hesitate to interrupt Qian Hongxiao's words. He then stared at the screen and ignored her. Qian Hongxiao's face alternated between green and white as he clenched his fists tightly. Could it be that he had to give up this woman? Could it be that all the humiliation he had suffered the day before was for nothing? No, he, Qian Hongxiao, had never been unable to obtain anything he wanted. This cultivation cauldron, Jun Mayan, was his. Time passed bit by bit, and in a blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. There was only 1 day left for the second round of assessment. And there were only 39 people left in the trial grounds. Boss, your points are already at 4th place. Thanks to old Earth, little Z, and I have already entered the top 20. The man that Mu Yan had grabbed was called Yi Huan. Ever since he helped Mu Yan find Wei Zi, he had been following behind Mu Yan. In these few hours, he had really freeloaded quite a bit of points. Now, he had climbed from the original 30-something to the 19th place. And Wei Zi's ranking was slightly higher than Yi Huan's, at the 18th place. Boss, you might not know, but the people who are still alive in the trial grounds are spreading rumors that you are a demoness in chaos. They would rather be slashed by young Master Qin than to meet you, or else they will suffer a fate worse than death. Haha, once this trial ends, boss, your name will spread throughout the Azure Heaven Realm and Minlu Realm. Yi Huan was still chattering on, but he received a lukewarm glare from Mu Yan. Isn't it all thanks to your efforts in promoting me? Hearing the cold and sarcastic words spoken in the girl's clear and pleasant voice, Yi Huan shivered, shrank his neck and moved back. Isn't what I said the truth? Boss, since you're so powerful, you should let everyone know about it. Otherwise, wouldn't there always be people who don't have eyes looking for trouble? Mu Yan rolled her eyes and did not want to talk nonsense with Yi Huan, the idiot. She didn't know how Yi Huan managed to spread her reputation in the trial field. As a result, the people who were born in the training grounds were terrified of her. The moment he heard that she was coming, he immediately fled. Not to mention those who took the initiative to look for trouble, there was not a single one now. Although Mu Yan was overbearing and unbridled, he was too embarrassed to casually abuse others and steal their jade tablets. As a result, her points stopped at 6th place, unable to advance any further. This guy actually had the nerve to boast? Mu Yan shakes her head and is about to speak when her eyes suddenly darken. Her line of sight turns to the nearby main road. She sees a tall figure slowly walking over from the hazy dust. It's a young man, carrying a long sword on his back. There's only a proud expression on his not-so-handsome face. But those eyes are burning with a blazing flame, as if they can burn everything between heaven and earth. Mu Yan slowly stands up, slightly narrowing her eyes as she looks at the man approaching her. Wei Zi and Yi Huan follow Mu Yan's line of sight and suddenly widen their eyes. The two of them almost shout in unison, "Qi Ni Zhou." That's right, this unprepossessing, aloof, and pure youth in front of them is the number one genius of the Azure Sky world participating in the sect selection, Qi Ni Zhou. Qi Ni Zhou doesn't even look at Wei Zi and Yi Huan, his line of sight falling on Mu Yan. There's no trace of lust or surprise, only full of fighting spirit. Jun Mu Yan. Mu Yan faintly smiles, "Young Master Qin, I've long heard of your great name." Qi Ni Zhou grabs the long sword on his back, "Are you willing to fight me?" Wei Zi and Yi Huan gasp, looking at Mu Yan in amazement and worry, then looking at Qi Ni Zhou. Only Mu Yan's expression hasn't changed in the slightest. She's still holding the unfinished earth spirit fruit in her hand, unhurriedly saying, "There's still one more day until the end of the trial. If you and I fight now, you're not afraid that someone will take advantage of you in the end?" Qi Ni Zhou shakes his head, resolute and decisive, "Impossible. In this trial field, besides you, no one can surpass my points." Mu Yan stares blankly, taking out the jade tablet to look. Then her face shows an astonished expression. She sees that Qi Ni Zhou, who was originally number 1, is still number 1. But his points have gone from more than 400 to more than 800. There's a gap of more than 400 points between him and the second place. And Xianxia, who was originally number 2, has already fallen down, staying at the 9th position, already in a state of elimination. This kind of point change, it's very clear without much explanation. Qi Ni Zhou defeated Xianxia, taking away half of Xianxia's points. Mu Yan's gaze once again falls on Qi Ni Zhou. She sees the young man's proud face, like a raging battle. This Qi Ni Zhou was different from her. She had snatched his jade tablet purely because she was too lazy to kill the single-horned rhinoceros. As for Qi Ni Zhou, after he had killed enough rhinoceroses, he began to look for experts to challenge. He really wanted to fight. The corner of Mayan's mouth hooks up into a faint smile. With a flip of her wrist, the Tian Mo Qin floats in midair. Then, it suddenly rotates, and multicolored rays of light blossom, finally merging into a sparkling and translucent longsword. Alright, let's use this battle to determine who is the number 1 person in this trial. On the windless square, everyone was seething with excitement. They're facing each other, they're facing each other. Jun Mayan is really facing young Master Qin. Who will win? Is it the demoness Jun Mayan who kills without batting an eyelid, or the number 1 genius of the Azure Sky realm, young Master Qin? Mu Yan, Motherf * King Devil. You're the she-devils, your whole family are she-devils. The cute boy from the carefree school grabbed his master's sleeve nervously. Master, who do you think will win? Can big sister win? Qian Hongxiao clenched his fists and looked at Qian Feng, uncle, who do you think will win? Although Jun Mayan's talent and strength are very powerful, she is still too young. She also came from the Minlu world. Qian Feng said with certainty, so the winner of this battle will definitely be Qi Ni Zhou. In fact, Qi Ni Zhou was also the person the Li Fire sect thought the most of in this selection. Although Jun Mayan had appeared out of nowhere and attracted everyone's attention. But the person the Li Fire sect and Qian Feng wanted the most was definitely Qi Ni Zhou. Qian Hongxiao's eyes darted around as he whispered, Uncle, if Jun Mayan loses to Qi Ni Zhou, how about you give Jun Mayan to me? After this sect tournament, you can only take in 1 disciple. That Qi Ni Zhou will definitely be the best candidate. If Jun Mayan is taken back as a disciple, wouldn't it weaken Uncle's prestige in the sect if she were to be snatched away by the other peaks? How about? He licked his lips. How about giving her to your nephew? As long as your nephew takes her body and tames her, even if she doesn't become a cultivation vessel, she'll definitely be loyal to Uncle and won't dare to be disloyal. Hearing this, Xianfeng's face revealed a look of hesitation. Let's first see how long Jun Mayan can last under Qini Zhou's hands. Qian Hongxiao knew that his uncle's words meant that he had already given in, so he was immediately overjoyed. Seeing Mayan's enchanting smile on the virtual projection, he swallowed his saliva as his eyes filled with greed and brutality. Ha ha ha, Jun Mayan, you are destined to fall into my hands. While the people in the square were engaged in a flurry of discussion, in the training ground, Mayan and Qini Zhou were already locked in battle. Wei Zi and Yi Huan watched from afar as their hearts leaped to their throats. However, even though their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets, they could not tell who had gained the upper hand in this battle. A loud boom resounded. A huge ravine appeared on the vast grassland. The entire training ground seemed to shake as the sky changed color. Wei Zi and Yi Huan's faces were pale as they looked worried. This was because they saw that the sword strike that could change the color of the sky was slashed out by Qini Zhou with the sword in his hand. For Wei Zi and Yi Huan, such a powerful and terrifying strength was simply unimaginable. In the sky, a moon-white figure suddenly retreated, barely dodging Qini Zhou's sword. But just as she stands still, a trace of blood still overflows from the corner of Mayan's mouth. Her body was covered with sword wounds of various sizes. Qini Zhou leaps in front of Mayan, the long sword in his hand pointing at the ground. His face is still proud, but there's a trace of admiration in his eyes as he looks at Mayan. It's been a long time since I've fought to my heart's content. If I'm not wrong, you should have just reached the realm of Anidia, but you can actually last so long under my hands. If I give you another 2 years, I'm afraid I won't be a match for you. The corner of the girl's mouth slowly curled up into a faint smile. A bright smile bloomed on her face. However, it wasn't the usual mockery and carelessness. Instead, it was a proud smile formed from the carefreeness of a person who had unleashed all of his might and a crazily burning fighting spirit. Yes, the expression on Mayan's face right now is even more untamed than Qini Zhou's, even more disdainful of the world. Immediately after, an invisible energy is slowly released from the tip of her sword, forming a circle that envelopes Mayan and Qini Zhou. I also feel that fighting with you makes me very happy. It's been a long time since I've had such a carefree fight. Mayan slowly says in a voice that only the two of them can hear, so, in order to show my respect to you as an opponent, I will go all out in the following fight. This is. Feeling the energy abruptly spreading from the tip of Muyan's sword, as well as the sudden clumsiness and powerlessness of his body, Qini Zhou's eyes suddenly widen. His proud and calm face finally shows an aghast expression. How is this possible? How could you? Master Domain. Windless Square. I said that young Master Qin is the strongest. No matter how powerful this Jun Mayan is, she's still being suppressed by young Master Qin. Is there a need to say it? Young Master Qin is the #1 genius of Azure Heaven Realm, and also the son of the Qin family's first wife. How could a nobody from Min Lujia compare to him? I just bet on young Master Qin to win. It seems that he's going to win. You also said that Jun Mayan would win. Now quickly take out the crystals. Wait a minute. Suddenly, someone screams in shock, look. The battle has changed. What's going on? Why is young Master Qin suddenly being suppressed by Jun Mayan, and doesn't even have the strength to fight back? This is impossible. This Jun Mayan must have used some kind of demonic technique. In the corner of the square, Shi Qing suddenly stands up from his chair. He doesn't even know that a large piece of his tattered clothes has been taken away by the chair. He widens his eyes, staring at the battle in the virtual projection, and mutters, impossible, this is impossible? How could a little girl who's not even 20 grasp domain? Master, what are you saying? The cute youth asks. Jia seems to be winning. Master, you lost the bet just now. Give me the crystals, you can't go back on your word. Shi Qing was still in a state of shock as he watched for a while. Then, he retracted his gaze and glared at his disciple. Acting shamelessly, he said, I don't have any crystal stones right now. I owe you crystal stones. When your junior martial uncle comes back, you can ask him yourself. The cute youth was dumbfounded and shouted, Master, you can't act shamelessly. If he had the guts to ask junior martial uncle for crystal stones, he would be able to fly to the sky. after Mu Yan used the star domain, the battle only lasted for a quarter of an hour before Qin Yizhou was defeated. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yizhou throws his jade card to Mu Yan and leaves the training field. Before he left, he looked deeply at Mu Yan, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Today, I have lost wholeheartedly, but one day, I will become stronger and defeat you. Mu Yan smiles faintly and erases Qin Yizhou's divine sense from the jade tablet, replacing it with her own. Seeing Qin Yizhou's figure disappear, she said unhurriedly, "Anytime." In the next moment, the leaderboard changed. First place, Jun Mayan, 832 points. After a moment of silence in the windless square, it was thoroughly boiling. Who would have thought that Jun Mayan, who was at the bottom with 0 points just a day ago, would actually climb all the way to first place without killing a single-horned rhinoceros, and only relying on killing to snatch the jade card? Especially Qin Yizhou's last sentence, "I'm sincerely convinced of my loss," made everyone's last bit of doubt towards Mu Yan disappear without a trace. In the entire square, including the elders of the major sects, only Shi Qin could see that Mu Yan had used domain. But they also knew that Mu Yan must not have used any dishonorable means to make Qin Yizhou sincerely convinced. On the plaza, a Xianxia from Min Lu Jia shouted, "Min Lu Jia, Jun Mu Yan, first." Then, the practitioners of Min Lu Jia echoed one after another. "Min Lu Jia, Jun Mu Yan, first is well deserved. First is well deserved." Xianxia's expression was so unsightly that it almost dripped water. He originally thought that Qin Yizhou would definitely defeat Mu Yan in this battle. At that time, he could ask his uncle for this woman to be his cultivation furnace. But he never thought that Mu Yan would actually win. This slut, she must have used some dishonorable means. And that trash Qin Yizhou, he couldn't even beat a woman. Xianxia's face twisted, but his desire grew because he couldn't obtain it. No, he absolutely wanted Mu Yan to become his, Xianxiao's, plaything. After Qin Yizhou's figure disappeared, the exhausted Mu Yan couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground on her butt. "Miss, are you okay?" Wei Zi and Yi Huan rushed over nervously. Mu Yan waved her hand, "I just consumed too much spiritual power." Wei Zi heard this and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she couldn't help but become excited. "Miss, you're really too amazing. You actually defeated young Master Qin, and you're already first in points." "First place. Boss is the boss." Yi Huan flattered, he didn't kill a single-horned rhinoceros the whole time. He only used a sword to snatch the jade plate, and he actually got first place. Mu Yan waved her hand in disgust, "Go somewhere cool and stay. I'm going to rest for 2 hours, don't disturb me." Wei Zi nodded repeatedly, "Miss, rest well. I'll keep a lookout for you." Yi Huan excitedly got up and left. He wanted to go and properly publicize the boss's glorious deeds for the rest of the people, so that he could be in the limelight. Maybe there would even be people who would curry favor with him and give him points. Because of Yi Huan, the informant, the news that Jun Mayan defeated Qin Yizhou and climbed to the top of the scoreboard not only spread throughout Windless Square, but even the remaining people in the trial field also spread it by word of mouth and knew it clearly. There was less than half a day left until the end of the second round of the assessment. There were only a few one-horned rhinoceroses left in the training field. There were only about 20 lucky survivors, and most of them only hoped to survive until the end of the test. Almost everyone had tacitly acknowledged the fearsomeness and power of the death god, Jun Mayan. They had tacitly agreed that the first place was hers. No one wanted to snatch it from her, and no one dared to. But that was only almost. In a corner of the vast prairie, several people are hiding behind rocks. From time to time, they would poke their heads out to look at Jun Mayan, who's in the middle of the prairie adjusting her breathing, and Wei Zi, who's guarding her. These people were the lucky survivors of the Bright Moon sect. Qin Xiuxiu's eyes are firmly fixed on Mu Yan's figure in the distance, her eyes revealing deep hatred, jealousy, and fear. Do you think that Qin Yizhou is so eager to win? She defeated Qin Yizhou, so she must have been seriously injured. If we go and snatch her jade card now, she won't be able to fight back, and we can jump to the top of the scoreboard. Lu Ruoxuan shakes her head in alarm. No, how can we do that? We can't take advantage of someone's difficulties. Peng Yunfei also frowns. Everyone in the training field knows about Jun Mayan's strength. What if her injuries aren't very serious? If we snatch her jade card, wouldn't that be sending a sheep into a tiger's den? That's too risky. Qin Xiuxiu sneers, not that serious? Don't you see that she's covered in blood, and she's been sitting cross-legged for an hour without moving? That slut Wei Zi is guarding her, not daring to move a single step. If this isn't serious injury, then what is? Qin Xiuxiu's burning gaze sweeps over everyone, her words carrying a deep temptation. Jun Mayan has more than 800 points now. If we snatch it, even if we divide it evenly, we can still rise to the top 10. Don't you know what it means to rise to the top 10? That means that they might be able to directly enter the inner sect of a large sect. But now, apart from Lu Ruoxuan, the rest of them are only in the 30s, and there are even some in the 40s. This ranking can let them be accepted by some small sect, but they can only enter the outer sect. That's a difference of heaven and earth. Lu Ruoxuan shakes her head again and again with a pale face. No, how can we do that? Senior sister, we can't take advantage of someone's difficulties and be so vicious. Forget it. Qin Xiuxiu looks at her fiercely, sneering, you're in the top 10, of course you can pretend to be a white lotus. But that slut Jun Mayan harmed me like this, I must take revenge this time. You bunch of cowards, since you don't dare to come over, then Jun Mayan's points are all mine. Lu Ruoxuan, in a moment, my points will be higher than yours, and I'll enter a sect better than yours. Don't be jealous. Ha ha ha. Saying that, Qin Xiuxiu steals her heart and goes straight to Mayan's direction. Lu Ruoxuan could not help but bite her lips as Qin Xiuxiu's words, later on, my score will be higher than yours, so I'll enter a sect better than yours. The expressions of the other members of the Bright Moon sect also changed. Wariness flashed in their eyes for a moment, and then greed flashed in the next. Peng Yunfei suddenly gritted his teeth and said, let's go and take a look. What if he could really get Mayan's points and enter a large sect? Wei Zi is carefully guarding Mayan's side, wiping the bloodstains on her face. Suddenly, a sharp, mocking voice is heard. Jun Mayan's injuries from her fight with Qini Zhou aren't light, she's already dying. Nonsense. Wei Zi reflexively turned around and shouted, Miss only needs to rest for 2 hours and she will be fine. Ha 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 ha. Qin Xiuxiu laughs heartily, looking at Wei Zi like she's looking at an idiot. In other words, Jun Mayan is really injured, and now she doesn't have the strength to fight back. Saying that, she glances at the people following behind her. Did you hear that? Now is the best opportunity to grab Jun Mayan's points. If you guys don't want it, I can monopolize these 400 points. The eyes of Peng Yunfei and the others fall on Mayan, and they all shine with a brilliant light that is determined to win. Wei Zi's complexion turns deathly pale in a split second. Recommendation: Wei Zi's complexion turns deathly pale in an instant. At this moment, she really wants to ruthlessly slap herself in the face. How could she be so stupid? So stupid, she couldn't help the miss at all, yet she still leaked information to the miss's enemy. You, what do you want to do? Wei Zi's eyes redden as she stands in front of Mayan, her body trembling uncontrollably. What do I want to do? Qin Xiuxiu sneers, Jun Mayan, that slut, embarrassed me in front of so many people, and even caused my skin to be burned and my face to be disfigured. I've long wanted to dismember her body into 10,000 pieces. Today, I spared her dog life because of the rules of the training field. If you're sensible, you'd better obediently hand over that slut and your own jade card to me, otherwise, I don't know how to hold back. Wei Zi meets Qin Xiuxiu's sinister and tyrannical gaze, and her body unconsciously trembles. But very quickly, she straightens up her small body and bites her lip. I can give you my jade card and my points, but you can't touch the Mississippi. Who do you think you are, daring to talk terms with me? Qin Xiuxiu swings her hand in the air. In a split second, a slap is thrown on Wei Zi's face. Wei Zi only feels a burning pain on her face, but she only shakes a little before she stands up straight again and stands in front of Mayan, not even blinking her eyes. You can take my jade card, but if you want to touch the miss, you'll have to step over my dead body. Qin Xiuxiu's eyes flash with irritation and killing intent. Little slut, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? With that, she swings the long sword in her hand and attacks Wei Zi. Wei Zi scrambles to condense her water spiritual power to resist. She has very little fighting experience. Although she has the same third-class water spiritual root as Xianxia, her cultivation is 2 levels lower than Xianxia's. At the beginning, she was struggling left and right, simply in a very difficult situation. But slowly, a melodious music seems to ring in Weizi's mind. Every time she practiced, Mu Yan would play this piece for her. Weizi doesn't know what's special about this song, but whenever the mist plays it, she feels that her sword is particularly smooth. The condensation and control of water spiritual power also becomes handy. Now that the young miss was recuperating from her injuries, there was clearly no sound of the zither, but her ears seemed to be ringing with the melodious sound of the zither. Then, naturally, Weizi's sword aura became smooth and smooth. Moreover, there was a faint, piercingly cold aura within the edge of her sword, making it impossible for anyone to hide. At this moment, Xianxia was the one who was in dire straits. After 10 moves, Xianxia staggered and fell to the ground. Weizi's sword was pressed against Xianxia's neck as she panted heavily. Her face was filled with disbelief. She won? She actually defeated Xianxia, whose cultivation was 2 levels higher than hers. Full of excitement, Weizi looks at Mayan, who is still adjusting her breathing. All of this was given to her by Mississippi. Xianxia couldn't believe it. I actually lost to you, you little bitch. Tell me, did you use some kind of demonic technique? She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wanting to pounce on him. Weizi closed her eyes and steeled her heart. She thrust the tip of her sword forward and pierced Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia screamed. You, don't move. Otherwise, I won't be polite. The more Weizi speaks, the smoother her voice becomes, and the straighter her back becomes. She pulls out the sword from Xianxia's shoulder and points it at her neck again. The seriousness and determination on her small face make people believe that she can do what she says. As long as you don't hurt the miss, I'll let you go. Xianxia feels the coldness on her neck and the pain on her shoulder. Where is the arrogance from just now? She cries, Senior brother, senior sister, save me. Quickly save me. Peng Yinfei's gaze sweeps from Xianxia's face to Mayan, his eyes blazing and complicated. Xiao, don't worry, this is the training field, the elders of the big sects won't allow you to die. But as you said, there's only one chance for us to get Mayan's points and enter the big sects. Xiao widens her eyes in disbelief. Senior brother, what are you saying? Don't you care about my life or death? Before Peng Yinfei can speak, senior brother Luo and senior brother Zhang are already anxiously saying, it seems that Mayan has really been seriously injured, this is a rare opportunity. Don't talk nonsense with her, let's go grab her jade tablet first, it'll be bad if she wakes up. Saying that, the few of them quickly spread out, outflanking Mu Yan from all sides. Weizi's eyes widen, she can't believe that they don't care about the life and death of their fellow disciples. She pushes her sword forward. Stop, if you come any closer to the miss, I'll really do it. Ah! Xianxia screams in horror. Feeling the pain and stickiness on her neck, she suddenly roars hysterically, Lu Ruoxuan, junior sister, aren't you the kindest? How could you just watch me die like that? Quickly tell them to stop, save me. Lu Ruoxuan's face shows a struggling expression, shaking her head as if in extreme pain. She sobs, I don't know. I don't think I can take advantage of people's difficulties, but senior brother said that the training field is a competition where the weak are prey to the strong. Moreover, I really hope to enter a big sect with senior brother and sister. Xianxia shouts in disbelief, you want to enter a big sect, so you want to abandon me? You want to sacrifice me? Peng Yinfei's face darkened. Jeaner, don't waste your breath on her. Haven't we been implicated enough by her along the way? With her willful and selfish personality, even if she dies, she deserves it. Lu Ruoxuan cried, I'm sorry, senior sister, I also want to save you, but I can't, woo-woo. At this time, Peng Yinfei and the others are already very close to Mayan. Weizi can no longer pay attention to Xianxia. She flies over and stands in front of Mayan, tangling with the 3 people. However, Weizi's victory over Xianxia was already a fluke. Peng Yinfei and the other two's cultivation were much higher than hers. How could Weizi be a match for them? In just a short moment, Weizi had already been beaten to the ground, her whole body in pain. Peng Yinfei mercilessly kicked Weizi's body, sending her flying. His gaze shifts to Mayan's waist, staring at it with a burning gaze. There was an inconspicuous jade tablet hanging there. Quite a few people in the training field know that June Mayan has always liked to hang the jade tablet on her waist. It was as if it was telling others to come and snatch it. And the accumulated points in the jade card are increasing. Up to now, it has more than 800 points, ranking first. Peng Yunfei swallows his saliva. As long as he takes away the jade card and attaches his divine sense to it, then, he can get more than 400 points. More than 400 points, if he can jump to first place, he can even enter the inner sect of the Li Fire sect as he pleases. At that time, he would be able to marry his little junior sister grandly. Just as Peng Yunfei takes a step towards Mu Yan, his feet are suddenly hugged. Wei Zi's face is covered in blood, but she is tightly hugging his legs, not letting him go forward. I won't allow you to touch Miss Hindrance. Peng Yunfei sneers and viciously kicks Wei Zi in the face. Wei Zi only feels a roar in her head as blood drips from her eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Her hand instinctively loosens, but when she thinks of Mu Yan's points being taken away by them, she suddenly hugs him tightly again. Peng Yunfei looks at Zhang and Luo who are approaching Mu Yan faster than him. Who knows if the jade card will still be given to him after they take it away. Peng Yunfei is burning with anxiety as he viciously steps on Wei Zi's face and back several times. Then he kicks away the almost unconscious Wei Zi and suddenly pounces towards Mu Yan. The points are mine, none of you are allowed to snatch them from me. He roars and dares to snatch the jade card from Mu Yan's waist before Zhang and Luo can. Senior brother. Luo anxiously says, eldest senior brother, we agreed to split it equally. Peng Yunfei coldly smiles. Holding the jade card, he directly imprints his divine sense on it. Zhang and Luo stare at his actions, their faces are abnormally ugly. But the next moment, they hear Peng Yunfei scream as he throws the jade card in his hand away. Almost at the same time, the girl sitting cross-legged on the ground slowly opens her eyes. She raised her hand slightly and caught the jade token that was flying out of her hand. After Mu Yan receives the jade card, she mockingly glances at Peng Yunfei who is rolling on the ground holding his head. With just this bit of divine sense, he wants to erase the mental power that she imprinted on the jade card? What kind of joke is this? Her divine sense was so powerful that even that ghost fairy from the Xianxia continent could not deal with it. Mu Yan didn't look at the people of the Bright Moon sect anymore. Instead, she walked straight to Wei Zi. Wei Zi struggled to open her eyes. Her body was riddled with wounds, and the pain was unbearable. But seeing Mu Yan wake up unscathed, she immediately smiles. Miss, that's great, they didn't take away your jade card. Mu Yan sighs, taking out a pill from her space and feeding it to her. Silly girl, why didn't you wake me up directly? Once the elixir enters her abdomen, coupled with Mayan's spiritual power, Wei Zi immediately feels much better. But miss, you said to heal for an hour, idiot. Mu Yan knocks her on the head, it's a breath adjustment. Don't ever try to be brave again, understand? Wei Zi showed an embarrassed expression and nodded. After dealing with Wei Zi's injuries, Mayan raises her head. But by this time, most of the people from the Bright Moon sect had already fled. Only Peng Yunfei and Xianxia, who were injured, were able to stay in her line of sight because they couldn't run fast. Mu Yan flips her wrist, and the Tian Emochin appears. Her fingertips lightly move, and two strings fly out. In the blink of an eye, they roll up the two people and throw them in front of Mu Yan. His little face was filled with righteous indignation. Miss, these despicable people actually want to take advantage of your precarious situation to steal your jade tablet. And the Bright Moon sect claims to be a righteous sect of Minlu domain. They are truly shameless. Qin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and said, snatch more jade plates. The strong prey on the weak. This is the rule of the competition. June Mayan, didn't you snatch your points from others? Why can't I snatch yours? Mu Yan chuckled, not bad, you've got some backbone. The weak are prey to the strong. I like this saying. As she speaks, she hooks her finger, and the two jade plates on Qin Xiaoxiao and Peng Yunfei's bodies fly out as if they are hooked by something, and directly fall into Mu Yan's hands. When Qin Xiaoxiao and Peng Yunfei see that their jade cards have been taken away, they immediately become anxious. June Mayan, give me back my jade card. Peng Yunfei swallows his anger and says, Jun Mayan, your current score is already far ahead of us. It's useless even if you snatch our jade cards. Why don't you return it to us? It was our fault for snatching your jade token this time. We are willing to apologize to you. Mu Yan unhurriedly says, what you say also makes sense. Your points aren't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Qin Xiuxiu and Peng Yunfei were delighted to hear this. However, he heard Mu Yan say, but you guys beat up my people and want to steal my things. I'm not happy in my heart, but how can I vent it? How about this? She looked at the two of them and revealed a meaningful smile. You two can fight each other until I'm satisfied. How about that? In order to ensure fairness, the two of you will take turns to hit each other. One punch each, no one can hit more until I'm satisfied. Peng Yunfei and Qin Xiuxiu's faces turned ugly. This Jun Mayan is simply toying with them like monkeys. I'm just playing with you like monkeys. Mu Yan smiled and tossed the 2 jade tablets in his hands. You can choose not to accept it. By the way, do you know what happened to the people from the Setting Sun sect who bullied Wei Zi? Peng Yunfei and Qin Xiuxiu's faces instantly turned pale. They have indeed heard that the people of the Setting Sun sect were miserably bullied by Mayan. It was said that even though his body wasn't heavily injured, his intelligence was crippled. From then on, he was equivalent to an idiot. What was the difference between this and death? No, perhaps it was even worse than death. When Peng Yunfei and the others first heard about it, they thought that it was an exaggeration. But now, hearing Mayan mention it again, he only felt his heart tremble. Peng Yunfei gritted his teeth and gave Qin Xiuxiu a tight slap. Qin Xiuxiu felt dizzy from the beating, and her qi and blood surged. She screamed, "Senior brother, you hit me." Mu Yan leisurely smiles, "Now, it's your turn, Qin Xiuxiu." The red light in Qin Xiuxiu's eyes flickered. She suddenly lifted her leg and kicked Peng Yunfei's abdomen. Very quickly, the two of them began to fight back and forth. Not long after, they were covered in cuts and bruises and could not even get up. Because it was a fight, even the trial grounds wouldn't judge it as abuse, so it didn't violate the rules. Jun Mayan, you've seen enough of a joke. Return our jade cards, to us. Mu Yan faintly smiles and throws the jade tablet away. The 2 jade tokens fell into Wei Zi's hands. Eliminate them. Mu Yan slowly walks up to her and sneers, I remember that when we first met, I said that I wouldn't offend people if they don't offend me. But you've challenged my bottom line again and again. Do you think that I'm good and easy to bully? Since you still don't want to leave the trial field, why don't you let me cripple your mind like Xianxia? Qin Xiuxiu's face is instantly full of horror. No, I don't want to become an idiot. I'd rather be eliminated. I'm willing to be eliminated. After Wei Zi attaches her divine sense to the jade card, Qin Xiuxiu and Peng Yunfei's figures suddenly disappear. On the scoreboard, the two, who were originally ranked around the 30s, suddenly drop to the 40s and 50s. With such a result, they basically don't need to think about entering a big sect. Mu Yan's fingers move slightly, and the Tian Mo Qing turns around and turns into a crystal clear sword. Miss, what are you going to do? Wei Zi can't help but ask when she sees the biting cold killing intent coming from her. Mu Yan smiles slightly, her smile bright and tempting. Silly girl, of course I'm going to avenge you. These people can't possibly think that they can escape unscathed after bullying my people, right? These people from the Bright Moon sect, none of them can escape. The last 4 hours of the trial field should have passed uneventfully. Because most people are afraid to grab other people's points, only to kick an iron plate and finally cause them to lose half of their points. They would rather keep their current score and enter the sect they like. But the fact is, this tranquility is completely broken. Heroine, spare me. My points are just enough for me to enter the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Please don't take my jade card, boo-hoo. Yi Huan looks at the man kneeling on the ground without any backbone and spits disdainfully, but she doesn't feel that this is very similar to her in the past. What are you shouting for? Who said that our boss wants to take your jade card? I just want to ask you, have you seen these people from the Bright Moon sect? With that, she takes out a few paintings and shows them to the man. Hearing that he won't take his jade card, the man is immediately overjoyed. He stares at them for a while and suddenly says loudly, "Yes, yes, I've seen this man. Very good." Yi Huan smiled and threw him a jade token. "This is your reward." The man took the jade tablet in a daze and didn't react for a moment. Yi Huan said again, "Remember, go and tell all the survivors in the trial field that these people from the Bright Moon sect defended our boss. They were so audacious that they wanted to take advantage of the fact that our boss hadn't recovered his spiritual power after the battle with young Master Qin. They even injured little Z. Boss is furious. He's going to make those trash from the Bright Moon sect pay the price. Pass down my orders. If any of the survivors dare to protect the people of the Bright Moon sect, you all know the consequences." "Understood, understood." The man nodded repeatedly. Then, he said in disgust, "Those country bumpkins of the Bright Moon sect are from the Minlu domain. I've always found them an eyesore." No, boss, I'm not talking about you. You're the light of Min Green Realm. Cough, boss, just you wait, I'll get everyone to help you find them." Yi Huan patted him on the shoulder with a gratified expression. "You'll definitely benefit from working for our boss. Boss said that the jade tokens of these people from the Bright Moon sect will belong to whoever provides the clues when boss captures them." Mu Yan rolls her eyes. "Who's your boss?" With the help of the remaining survivors in the trial field, Mu Yan quickly takes away Wu Fengyi's and Zhang Luo's jade cards in the next hour. This time, the contestants watching Mu Yan brutally teach the three people a lesson. Not only do they not feel fear, they even surround her and excitedly cheer. "Boss, you can do it. Boss is mighty. Boss is invincible. You bunch of rats dare to offend boss, you simply deserve to die 10,000 times." Mu Yan puts her hand to her forehead. These people have no end, making her lose interest in abusing and retaliating against the enemy. Wu Fengyi's trio's jade cards are thrown to the practitioners who provided the information, and the scoreboard changes again. The people who obtained the jade cards are overjoyed. With these dozens of additional points, they are even more sure of entering the sect they like. There's only half an hour left until the end of the second assessment. The only person they haven't found is Lu Ruoxuan. Lu Ruoxuan's current points are still high in the top 15. Mu Yan slightly narrows her eyes, her expression indescribable. Sure enough, it's not her illusion, Lu Ruoxuan's luck is really frighteningly good. It would be great if her baby was here. Xiaobao's luck is truly invincible. This can be seen from how Xiaobao could find the Tian Mo Qin at a glance. Boss, I found that woman." Just as she's thinking about it, a practitioner's shout comes from not far away. Mu Yan touches her nose. It can't be, just thinking about her baby, and her luck has gone up. Next to a damp puddle, Lu Ruoxuan cuts a sorry and haggard figure. When Mu Yan arrives, she is surrounded by the cultivators who are helping her to search for them. But no one has the nerve to make a move. After all, Lu Ruoxuan looks too weak, too delicate, too small. Most of the remaining practitioners are grown men, and they more or less have pity for this kind of woman. As for Mu Yan, well, her appearance is far superior to Lu Ruoxuan's, her temperament is graceful, and her figure is slender and graceful. But the problem is, it's so scary. You can't treat her like a weak girl at all. "Boss, you're here. Boss, take a look and see if this woman is the surviving member of the Bright Moon sect that you're looking for." Boss, I was the one who discovered this woman. Shouldn't her points belong to me?" Mu Yan ignores this group of chattering practitioners who are as noisy as aunties in the market. Her gaze falls on Lu Ruoxuan. Lu Ruoxuan's tears fall all of a sudden. "Jun Mayan, you've gone too far. You actually snatched away my senior brother and sister's jade plates. They could have entered the outer sect of a large sect, but now, all their years of hard work have gone to waste." Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. "Oh, you're starting to play a weak, kind, and bitter drama again." Before she could speak, Yi Huan sneered and said, "Bah. You said our boss went too far. When you wanted to snatch our boss's jade token, why didn't you think about whether you went too far or not? Do you think that by crying and pretending to be pitiful, you will really be pitiful? When our Xiaozi was beaten black and blue all over, why didn't you feel sorry for her?" Lu Ruoxuan's face stiffened. Although she looked pitiful, she was good at standing on the moral high ground. Yi Huan was a smooth talker, but he couldn't be compared with Yi Huan. Lu Ruoxuan looks at Mayan and Wei Zi next to her. I can apologize on behalf of my senior sister and brother for robbing your jade card and injuring Miss Wei Zi. But they have also been punished. What's more, I didn't do anything to you at all. I still wanted to persuade my senior brother and sister. You're talking nonsense. Wei Zi's face is flushed with anger. When I restrained Xianxia, I clearly told you to stand up, but you said that the trial field is a competition where the weak are prey to the strong. Not only did you not stop them, but you also urged them to fight. I didn't. Lu Ruoxuan cries and shakes her head desperately. I really just want to enter a big sect with my senior brother and sister. Yi Huan spat. How King shameless. Taking advantage of others' difficulties to rob others' things, and you still want to say it in a dignified manner. And it's clearly your own fault, but you're crying and crying, making it seem like we bullied you. Those who originally sympathized with Lu Ruoxuan, when they hear Wei Zi and Yi Huan's words, also show a look of contempt. It should be known that most of the people who are still in the trial field are strong. Most of the people who would rob someone's jade card would fight directly. They would never do something like taking advantage of others' difficulties. Not to mention, after the battle between Mu Yan and Qin Yizhou, that kind of super expert had ended. Mayan's victory would only make people admire her, but they would never do such a shameless thing like looting a burning house. Since Lu Ruoxuan and her group could do such a shameless thing, if they want to cry now and pretend to be pitiful, they would look down on other people's IQ too much. Lu Ruoxuan has always been pitied, pampered, and tolerated by others. She has never received so many looks of disgust. Her small face is deathly pale, and her body is on the verge of collapse. Mayan clicks her tongue. This weak appearance makes her feel embarrassed to make a move. She sneers, since you want to advance and retreat together with your senior brother and sister, now that they have been eliminated, why don't you just go out and accompany them? Saying that, she hooks her finger, and the jade card in Lu Ruoxuan's bosom suddenly flies out, towards the arms of the messenger. No, don't. My jade plate. Lu Ruoxuan screamed and rushed over. Before that person could grab her jade token, Lu Ruoxuan suddenly grabbed the jade token in her hand again. Her pitiful face turned sinister for a moment, but it quickly dissipated, leaving behind only more miserable sobs. I'm begging you, please don't snatch my jade token, okay? I know I was wrong. Jun Mayan, I apologize to you. Please let me go, okay? I worked hard to get these points. I want to leave Minlu realm and join a large sect. Please, don't shatter my only dream, okay? Woo. Saying that, she directly kneels down and kowtows to Mu Yan again and again. Her small face was covered with tears. This time, it really caught everyone off guard. Even Mu Yan inwardly cursed, King Dog, she really did not expect Lu Ruoxuan to be so flexible, or rather, shameless to this extent. Yi Huan spat, but it was not appropriate for him to do anything to a little girl who was crying so miserably. Lu Ruoxuan raised her tearful eyes. Seeing everyone's expression, she heaved a sigh of relief and clenched the jade token in her hand. But right at this moment, Wei Zi suddenly walked over and grabbed her jade tablet. Ah! Lu Ruoxuan screamed and was about to pounce on her. Wei Zi quickly took a step back and looked at her coldly. I can't watch you bully Miss again and again. If no one is willing to be the villain, then I'd rather do it myself. Lu Ruoxuan looked at her with an accusatory gaze, her tears flowing more fiercely. How can you be so cruel? I've already knelt down and begged you, why won't you let me go? When my senior brother and senior sister beat you, I also wanted to stop them, and I've never hurt you. I beg you, don't be so cruel, return the jade token to me, this is my only hope. Because Lu Ruoxuan was crying too miserably and kneeling on the ground weakly, there were already some people looking at Wei Zi strangely. After all, even the female devil had the intention to let Lu Ruoxuan go, who would have thought that this little girl was so cruel? And everyone knew that the people in the windless square could see the performance of the contestants inside. If they left an impression of being cruel and merciless to the elders and fellow disciples, although it wouldn't affect them entering the sect, after entering the sect, wouldn't they be disliked by others? Wei Zi took a deep breath and said slowly, you said that you've never hurt me and Miss? Then let me ask you, that time in Heaven Fragrance Restaurant, was it you who said that Miss has water spirit root, causing Miss and I to be pushed out as human cauldrons? If Miss wasn't strong enough, we might have been ruined. Like this, you still dare to say that you've never hurt Miss? Lu Ruoxuan's face paled. I've already apologized. You think that an apology is enough for hurting others? Wei Zi shouted sternly, then I'll take away your jade token and points, then apologize to you. Why can't I? Lu Ruoxuan stammered, no, I'm not. I was protecting senior sister, Pei. If that time was to protect your senior sister, then what about in Green City? Wei Zi's face was as cold as ice. She loudly said, do you dare to say that you were the ones who informed the Ning family and had them take me away as a hostage to threaten the Miss? Do you know that Miss and I almost died in the Ning family? If Miss hadn't killed the Ning family's patriarch, do you think your apology would be of any use? Whoosh. Wei Zi's words were like a huge rock stirring up 1,000 waves. Did boss really kill Ning Zongxiang from the Ning family? I remember that Ning Zongxiang is a half-step golden core. Even young Master Qin wouldn't be able to kill them easily. So boss defeated young Master Qin with his own strength. Whether it was on the square or in the training field, everyone was stunned by this matter. Especially the people from Minlu Jia, all of them were dumbstruck and indescribably excited. At that time, when the rumor said that a woman had destroyed the Ning family, they thought it was just a rumor. Now, the truth was that it was not only a woman, but a young girl who was only 20 years old. An unknown young girl had actually destroyed the #1 family of Minlu Jia. If others are shocked, then Lu Ruoxuan is even more aghast. Her eyes widen as she looks at Mayan, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. You really killed the Ning family's master. No, impossible. My family's Miss didn't die in the Ning family, and wasn't defiled in the Ning family. Are you very unreconciled? Wei Zi grits her teeth. Woman, you pretend to be delicate and pitiful, but your heart is more vicious than anyone else's. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you really think that you can do whatever you want just by crying and pretending. Saying that, she directly gives the jade card in her hand to the cultivator who reported. Don't. Lu Ruoxuan screams, Jun Mayan, didn't you promise to let me go? You're so kind, willing to save Wei Zi at that time. Now, can you also pity me? Those things that hurt you, they were all done by my senior sister, it really has nothing to do with me. I beg you, let her return the jade card to me. Mayan crosses her arms over her chest and sneers, sorry, when did I say I would let you go? But, I've already begged you like that. Mayan takes a step closer, looking down at Lu Ruoxuan who is kneeling on the ground. She slowly says, have you forgotten what my nickname in this trial field is? The female devil who kills without blinking an eye. This word flashes through the minds of everyone present. Lu Ruoxuan meets her gaze and shivers all over. Mayan glances at the cultivator who is holding the jade card. What, you don't want these points? No, I want. Saying that, she wants to erase Lu Ruoxuan's divine sense. I beg you, don't take away my points, don't take away my hope. Lu Ruoxuan kowtows to the male cultivator with all her might. Her forehead is bruised from all the kowtows, truly unspeakably pitiful. Seeing her miserable appearance, the male cultivator shows a hesitant expression. At this moment, the sound of a bell rang. This means that the second round of the assessment is over. Lu Ruoxuan reveals a look of ecstasy. She's been waiting for this moment. Fortunately, she's finally been waiting. Her points and ranking are finally preserved. However, the moment she raised her head, she suddenly saw a strange expression on the face of the male cultivator who was holding her jade tablet. He looked at her mockingly. Do you really think that everyone will fall for your pitiful act? I don't want the points that I deserve, and I don't want to enter the big sex, but I give the opportunity to a pretentious woman like you? Do you really think I'm a fool? The lingering sound of the bell still lingered. Lu Ruoxuan felt her figure fading away bit by bit, and the ranking on the scoreboard also changed rapidly at the last moment. Lu Ruoxuan, who was originally in the top 10, fell to the 30th place. Among the top 10, the name of the male cultivator was added. No. My points. Lu Ruoxuan's shrill scream was mixed with the laughter of everyone in the training field and the flattery of Boss Mighty before it disappeared without a trace. The second round of the sect selection had officially come to an end. First place, Min Lujia, Jun Mayan. From this moment onwards, this name would sweep across the entire cultivation world, leaving a mark that could never be erased. This year's sect assessment is officially over. Along with the announcement, the training field in the center of the windless square slowly disappeared. Everyone's faces were filled with indescribable fatigue. But despite their fatigue, some people were beaming with joy, while others were upset and regretful. The square was filled with enthusiastic applause. Then, everyone's eyes turned to one person. Jun Mayan. It was as if she had descended from the sky, but everyone's jaws had dropped to the ground. She was like a natural light source, making it impossible for people not to look at her. This sect assessment has officially ended. Now, I will announce the points needed to enter each sect. Xianfeng waved his hand, and immediately a Li Fire sect disciple came forward, holding a piece of paper and reading it. Li Fire sect inner sect, 350 points, outer sect, 260 points. 5 spirits sect inner sect, 290 points, outer sect, 180 points. Xiaoyao sect inner sect, 700 points, outer sect, 700 points. Finally, the Xiaoyao sect's admission points were announced, causing an uproar, followed by a burst of laughter. 700 points, what kind of joke is this? In the entire assessment, only Jun Mayan obtained more than 700 points. Don't tell me they want to recruit Jun Mayan? Heh, who doesn't know that the Xiaoyao sect is a place that can't be any more broken down? Even if the score is less than 100 points, no one will go there. He actually wrote 700 points. He clearly knows that no one will go there, so he intentionally wrote an impossible score to gain face for himself. Xianfeng and company also glanced at Qing, revealing a look of contempt. This old man either had a hole in his head, or he knew that no one would apply, so he just gave it up. But that's right, who didn't know how crappy the Xiaoyao sect was, who would want to go to such a poor place that they couldn't even afford food? Xianfeng lightly coughed, indicating for everyone to quiet down. Everyone, you have one night to consider which sect you want to choose. Tomorrow morning, those who have reached the required points can directly follow the sect elders back to the sect. Regardless of whether you successfully enter the sect, I hope that everyone will continue to work hard and raise their cultivation level. Xianfeng's announcement ended, and at least half of the people who participated in the second assessment showed an extremely disappointed and regretful expression. Because of the newly announced admission points for the various sections. Even the outer sanctum of the mysterious void sect, which had the lowest score, required 85 points. Out of the 87 participants, only the top 40 would barely be able to reach this score. The people with the most unsightly expressions were those from the Bright Moon sect. They were originally ranked within the top 40, so it was still possible for them to enter the outer sect of a small sect. But because Mu Yan took away half of his points, he was directly eliminated. Even Lu Ruoxuan, who had the best results, could only enter the worst sect, the mystical sky sect, after losing half of her points. Everyone from the Bright Moon sect looked at Mayan one by one, their eyes filled with resentment and hatred. But when Mayan's line of sight falls on them, they are so frightened that they want to flee in a sorry state. Mayan sneers, too lazy to pay attention to this group of cowards. Jun Mayan. Qinizhou suddenly steps forward, his voice still carrying arrogance as he asks, which sect will you enter? In that instant, everyone's attention, including the elders, was focused on him. Mu Yan slowly answered, Li Fire sect inner sect. Mu Yan looked at the youth's departing back and rubbed her nose. This Qinizhou was really a battle maniac. Less than a day after losing to her, he was already thinking of the next battle. Hearing Mu Yan and Qinizhou's conversation, Xianfeng stroked his beard in satisfaction and nodded gently. The elders from the other sects heard that 2 peerless geniuses were going to the Li Fire sect. Although they were indignant, they knew that the Li Fire sect was not something small sects like them could compare with. Congratulations, Elder Qian. Congratulations to the Li Fire sect for obtaining another 2 peerless geniuses. Elder Qian nodded with a smile. Although he spoke modestly, his eyes shimmered with a strange light. Jun Mu Yan. He took a step forward and said in a pleasant manner, "Come to the Moon Dream Hall at 5 p.m. I have something to tell you." Mu Yan was stunned when she heard this. However, she immediately realized that the elders from the other sects were also walking towards their favorite disciples, inviting them to the Moon Dream Hall for dinner. After the training grounds disappeared, the Moon Dream Hall reappeared. It was mainly used for the elders of the various sects to rest and entertain their favorite disciples. Well, this was probably because the first 2 rounds of the assessment were for the sects to select disciples. Now, in the 3rd round, it was the time for the outstanding disciples to choose their sects, hence, Mu Yan did not have any doubts and nodded in agreement. Many people saw Qian Feng invite Mu Yan, and they were extremely envious of her. Even young Master Qin did not receive Elder Qian's hospitality. This Jun Mu Yan sure is lucky. Nonsense, don't you see how powerful our boss is? So what if it's young Master Qin? Young Master Qin was defeated by our boss. This was a participant from the training grounds. Elder Qian might have invited Jun Mu Yan because he wants to take her in as a personal disciple. I heard that Elder Qian still has an empty personal disciple spot under his name. Elder Qian was an expert at the Golden Core Realm 9, he had an important position in the Li Fire sect's inner sect. If she was really taken in as a personal disciple by Elder Qian, her future would be immeasurable. Many people present drew a cold gasp as they became even more envious. Sigh, the heavens are really unfair. That Jun Mu Yan is pretty, talented and strong. Tell me, how are we to live? We have to cling to the boss's thigh. Yi Huan threw his jade token complacently. His points this time could let him enter the inner core of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, which made him overjoyed. Only those who are blind and offend the boss will end up miserably. The other people who came out of the training field nodded repeatedly. Because of Mu Yan's light, they could also enter the sect that they had expected. Then, intentionally or unintentionally, he turned to look at Peng Yunfei and the others, rejoicing in their misfortune. Peng Yunfei clenched his teeth and waved his sleeves. Let's go. The group from the Bright Moon sect quickly left the center of the plaza and returned to their own tents. Although the arduous test had ended, not a single person had a trace of relief on their faces. There was only resentment and unwillingness. Peng Yunfei fiercely slammed his palm on the table. Our Bright Moon sect actually failed at the last moment. It wasn't easy for so many people to pass the first round of assessment. Although their cultivation levels were not high and they were not strong, they had the advantage of numbers. Coupled with their cautiousness, they could have survived until the end and at least entered a small sect. But now, everything was ruined. It's that Jun Mayan who ruined all their dreams. Peng Yunfei suddenly turned around, raised his hand, and ruthlessly slapped Qin Xiuxiu's face. Bitch, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could we have gone to snatch Jun Mayan's jade tablet, and how could we have fallen to the point where we couldn't even enter a single sect? Qin Xiuxiu did not expect Peng Yunfei to hit her. Caught off guard, she was slapped to the ground. You hit me. Qin Xiuxiu screamed. What right do you have to hit me? Didn't you all agree to snatch Jun Mayan's jade card? Lu Ruoxuan sobbed. I've always advised senior sister not to take advantage of others, but senior sister refused to listen. Sob sob sob. It's all my fault. I should have stopped senior sister with all my might and not let her make a mistake. I clearly know that Jun Mayan is such a vicious and merciless person, but why didn't I think that senior sister's actions would implicate senior brother and senior sister? Sorry. Lu Ruoxuan blamed herself sincerely. But in the ears of Peng Yunfei and the others, it confirmed the fact that Qin Xiuxiu had destroyed their dreams. Qin Xiuxiu pointed at Lu Ruoxuan and trembled all over. She could only shout, slut, whore. But she couldn't say a single word. Peng Yunfei, Wu Fengyi, and Zhang Luo had already rushed forward. He mercilessly punched Qin Xiuxiu in the face. Qin Xiuxiu felt pain all over her body. The punches and kicks of Peng Yunfei and the others landed on her body without the slightest bit of mercy, only full of hatred inventing to tear her apart. At first, Qin Xiuxiu screamed and begged for mercy, but gradually, her eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Obviously, these people are also coveting Mayan's points. They didn't even care about their own lives to obtain the jade pendants. Now that they had failed, they were actually pushing all the blame onto him. Why? They wanted to kill him, we might as well die together. Xianxia's eyes glowed red. Streaks of black and red lines began to appear on her exposed skin. Those lines were extremely strange and terrifying, as if there were countless little insects crawling in her body. Ah! Die die die. All of you can go to hell. Xianxia didn't know where she got the strength from, but she jumped up, grabbed Luo Wenchuan's hair, and bit his neck. Senior brother Luo was caught off guard. He screamed and tried to break free from Xianxia, but he felt something penetrating his neck, making him shiver. However, Xianxia had already thrown her aside, grabbed senior brother Zhang, and bit him again. This time, even though it was his arm that was bitten, senior brother Zhang still felt a chill run through his body, and he was unable to move. Xianxia's mouth was full of blood, and even her eyes were bloodshot. She looked like a ferocious ghost. Pang Yunfei and the rest were shocked and quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already leapt up and was charging towards the other members of the Bright Moon sect. Ah! Don't bite me. Sister Chen, what are you doing? Quick, capture her. Xianxia, you're crazy. Chaos ensued in the Bright Moon sect's tent. Not to mention senior brother Zhang and senior brother Luo, even a few of the Bright Moon sect disciples who had failed the first round of assessment were bitten by Xianxia. After much difficulty, Pang Yunfei and the others finally managed to tie Xianxia up. Lu Ruoxuan couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with senior sister? Who knows what madness she's going through? Wu Fangyi grits her teeth, when did she not go crazy and implicate us? If she wasn't Elder Chen's daughter, I would really want to kill her. Lock her up, don't let her go crazy again. The people of the Mingyue sect who were bitten deal with their wounds, not paying much attention. No one knew that the disaster and destruction that belonged to them had just begun. The first one to act up is senior brother Luo. He had been drinking water, but he suddenly fell down stiffly. Lu Ruoxuan gives him a healing talisman, but it's completely useless. Then it's senior brother Zhang, senior sister Lu, everyone's symptoms are exactly the same. Their whole body is stiff and unable to move, the spiritual power in their bodies disappears little by little, and their dantians shrink. Even the appearance of several people is aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, their widened eyes, which were filled with fear and despair, indicated that their minds were clear. They can only watch helplessly as they walk towards their doom. Mu Yan spreads out her hand, looking at the little red bug jumping happily in her palm. She reveals a leisurely smile. It seems that the fire thunder that she buried at that time has finally exploded in the Mingyue sect today. The one in her hand is the larva of the golden silkworm goo that she obtained from Gong Qianxua that day. Ever since Mu Yan mastered the summer bug's language of ice skill, she has a deep understanding of all kinds of insects. The golden silkworm goo that she originally regarded as a scourge and fierce beast, actually isn't that terrible after she controls it. Instead, it's a bit cute. That day, when Xianxia was courting death, Mu Yan fed her an elixir refined from the larva of the golden silkworm goo. Because this golden silkworm goo has been specially tamed by Mu Yan using the Shin musician skill. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it won't harm people. But it's different if there's too much dark murderous energy in a person's body. When the larva of the golden silkworm goo is in Xianxia's body, if Xianxia is gentle and humble, good and doesn't have evil thoughts, the golden silkworm goo naturally won't act up. But isn't it nonsense to make Xianxia not have evil thoughts, not have killing intent, and not accumulate resentment? Thus, the larva of the golden silkworm goo in Xianxia's body is nourished little by little, until it breaks out of the cocoon and becomes a real child goo. At this time, Xianxia's mind would be completely dominated by the golden silkworm goo. All that was left was the desire to bite and kill. As for those who were bitten by Xianxia, their bodies would become stiff and unable to move in less than 2 hours. If this person did not have a dark and resentful aura, it would not take long for the child goo to crawl out obediently because it could not get nourishment. However, if he was a sinister person to begin with, then he would have to apologize. The golden silkworm goo's child goo would greedily absorb all the vitality and spiritual energy in his body, until he became worthless flesh and blood. Unfortunately, if the Bright Moon sect had a truly kind and peaceful person, they wouldn't have raised such a group of hypocritical, selfish, and vicious disciples. Miss, what are you looking at? Weizi looked over and asked curiously. It's this little worm again? What the hell is this? Mu Yan is about to answer when suddenly an old voice comes from behind them. Excuse me, is this Miss Weizi? The two of them turned around at the same time. A tall and thin old man was looking at the two of them with a benevolent expression, or rather, he was looking at Weizi. I am the Misty Cloud sect leader, Sage Zhang. I wonder if Miss Weizi is interested in entering my Misty Cloud sect's inner sect. The Misty Cloud sect's ranking after the second round of assessment was just in the middle. The number of points needed to enter the inner sect was 180 points. And Weizi's score was exactly 160 points. It was barely enough to enter the Misty Cloud sect's inner sect. No, but you should have seen that my points were all obtained by Miss for me. My own strength is very, very weak. Weizi's face flushed red as she shook her head. However, Daoist Zhang seemed to be even more satisfied with her. No, I saw your match against the Bright Moon sect. Your performance was unexpectedly outstanding. Your spirit of not abandoning your companions also moved this old man. And your spiritual root talent is really suitable for our Misty Cloud sect. I hope that you will consider coming to our Misty Cloud sect. We will not bury you. Saying that, Sage Zhang bowed to Mu Yan and turned to leave. Mu Yan's performance was naturally the most amazing. But Sage Zhang also knew that such a peerless genius would definitely not be their Misty Cloud sect's turn. They also did not have the qualifications to compete with the Li Fire sect. Looking at Sage Zhang's departing back, Weizi did not recover for a long time. Under the fear and uneasiness in her heart, there was a surge of warmth and joy from being recognized. Previously in the Setting Sun sect, she was also an inconspicuous existence. Just like a pitiful little forgotten in a corner. But now, the Misty Cloud sect's sect leader actually praised her performance. Weizi's lips curled up into a shallow arc that even she herself did not realize. Go to the Misty Cloud sect. Mu Yan's sudden voice was like a ladle of cold water that was poured over Weizi's head. All the joy turned into fear. Miss, you don't want Weizi anymore? Weizi has long said that wherever you go, I will go. I will always follow you and serve you. I will do anything to repay your kindness. Mu Yan laughed and flicked her forehead. What the hell is a girl as? Pretty as a flower working like a horse all day? Then, the smile on her face slowly disappeared. She stared at Weizi's eyes and said in a deep voice, in this world, no one can always rely on another person to live. I can help you for a while, but I can't help you forever. Remember, if you don't want to be bullied, if you want to achieve your dream, you can't rely on anyone. You can only test yourself. Weizi stood rooted to the ground, her face pale. The young lady didn't want her anymore. Young Miss really didn't want her anymore, she would be alone again. Following that, she recalled everything that had happened in the trial field and Verdant City. She had clearly said that she would take care of the young miss, serve the young miss, and repay her kindness. But every time, other than causing trouble for the young miss, other than dragging the young miss down, there was nothing she could do. Weizi knew that she was too weak and useless. She had always wanted to stay by Miss's side. Was it really to repay her kindness, or was it purely a selfish desire to rely on Miss? Weizi took a deep breath. All right, Weizi will listen to Mississippi. I will go to the Misty Cloud sect. I will work hard to become stronger there. Mu Yan watches as the fear on the little girl's face slowly fades away, replaced by persistence and determination. The corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile. Looking at Weizi reminded him of himself before he lost Xiaobao in his previous life. Unfortunately, this is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. Such a person can't survive in this world. Tears have already gathered in Weizi's eyes, her face full of reluctance. Miss, if Weizi becomes stronger one day, can I come find you? Silly girl. Mayan touches her head. Of course you can. When you advance to the great perfection of Anidia, remember to come find me. Mayan remembers that for cultivators with third-grade spiritual roots, if they don't have a fortuitous encounter, half-step golden core is already the limit of their cultivation. If Weizi can really reach this realm one day, but can't advance even an inch, she doesn't mind helping this little girl. Saying so, she turns her hand over and hands a small red bug to Wei Zi. Haven't you been asking what this is? This is a kind of goo bug. Take it with you from now on. When you reach the great perfection of Anidia, pour your spiritual power into it, and it will bring you to me. Wei Zi carefully takes out a jade box and puts the red bug inside. A happy smile finally appears on her tear-stained little face. She knows that cultivation is very difficult, and to reach half-step golden core is like ascending to heaven. But in order to return to the Mrs. side, she will certainly work very hard. In the evening, Mayan arrives at the Een Dream Hall on time. Although the Een Dream Hall is made from a mustard seed, the decorations inside are magnificent, without the slightest bit of falsehood. As the owner of the Een Dream Hall, Elder Qian naturally entertains Mayan in the best room. In the large room, there is a large round table filled with all kinds of delicacies. Several of the dishes are cooked with rare spirit plants. If they were put on the market, perhaps even 10 low-grade crystals wouldn't be enough to buy a meal. But Elder Qian has arranged quite a few, so that even the room is filled with rich spiritual energy and the fragrance of the food. It's enough to show how much he spends to entertain Mayan. But as soon as Mayan enters the room and meets Qian Hongxiao's burning greedy gaze, she can't help but sneer. It seems that the dishes are good, but the banquet isn't a good one. But since she's here, she smiles and casually sits down. Qian Feng politely greets her with a bit of a superior's arrogance, then directly cuts to the chase. May I know where Miss Jun's master is? I don't think I've heard of any family with the surname Jun in the Minlu boundary. Mu Yan smiled faintly and said, I don't belong to any sect, just a rogue cultivator. A bright light flashes in Qian Feng's eyes, and he says in a low voice, could it be that Miss Jun ascended from that lower realm Xianwu continent? Mayan stares blankly. She didn't expect that Qian Feng would actually guess her origin. However, this was nothing to be surprised about. Her appearance was too sudden. If someone went to Minlu Jia to investigate, they would find that she had no experience growing up. Naturally, he would guess that she might not have originally belonged to the cultivation continent. Where would a low-level cultivator who didn't belong to the cultivation world come from, apart from ascending from the Yanwu continent? He doesn't think of anyone else. Qian Feng only needed to look at her expression to know that he had guessed correctly, and he felt even more satisfied. She was a rogue cultivator who had ascended from the lower realm, which meant that she did not have anyone backing her up. As for those mortals from the Yanwu continent, how many good things have they seen in the Shozhen continent? As long as he casually gave them some benefits, it would be enough for them to be moved to tears. Qian Feng glanced at Qian Hongxiao and met his anxious and excited gaze. He could not help but nod, indicating for her to calm down. Miss Jun's results in the sect selection this time really made all of us look at her in a new light. I never expected that such a peerless genius would come from a desolate land like the Yanwu continent. I, Qian Feng, represent the Li Fire sect to welcome Miss Jun to join us once again. This is a greeting gift that I prepared for you. Saying that, Qian Feng took out a small bronze cauldron and stroked his beard smugly. This is a 4th-grade spirit weapon that I, Qian Feng, obtained a few years ago, sun-perished cauldron. It can withstand a full blow from a golden core realm cultivator. Qian Hongxiao immediately said, Miss Mu Yan, this treasure of my uncle's is something that many people in the sect want. Even I did not manage to get it from him. It shows how much uncle thinks of you. Mu Yan looked at the sun-perished cauldron, but she did not extend her hand to receive it. Instead, she sneered, there's no need for a greeting gift. After all, even if you enter the Li Fire sect, it is still unknown which peak you will go to, or which peak lord or elder you will learn from. Qian Feng's expression changed slightly. Miss Jun, what do you mean by that? Mu Yan did not show any signs of fear as she carried on slowly. Besides, spirit weapons, magical treasures and elixirs are not things that I want in the Li Fire sect. Then what does Miss Jun want? Qian Feng's expression had already turned ugly. He felt that Mu Yan did not know what was good for her. Mu Yan hesitated for a moment before saying, I heard that the Li Fire sect is the biggest sect in the Azure Heaven world. It is a cultivation sacred land that everyone yearns for. The Li Fire sect's inner disciples can enter the cultivation tower every month, or even enter a mystic realm for training. Is there such a thing? Upon hearing this, Qian Feng immediately laughed out loud. His face regained his arrogance and complacency. That's right, my Li Fire sect does have a cultivation tower. And every half a year, we can open the River of Forgetfulness Mystic Realm, with the Azure Blue World's Silver Feather Palace. The River of Forgetfulness Secret Realm was a rare and good place in the cultivation continent. Not only could one increase their cultivation rapidly, one could also find many rare spirit herbs and spirit fruits. Even the treasure of the Silver Feather Palace was hidden in the River of Forgetfulness Secret Realm. It's just that there are very few people who can enter the Forgotten River secret territory. Even inner sect disciples can't enter as they please. Mu Yan's heart tightens. Would Xiaobao be in the River of Forgetfulness Mystic Realm? However, her expression did not change as she said, if I were to enter the Li Fire sect, I wonder when I would have the chance to enter the River of Forgetfulness Mystic Realm? Qianfeng smiled slightly, but did not answer Mu Yan's question. Instead, he pointed at Qian Hongxiao and said, after talking for so long, this old man still hasn't introduced you. This is this old man's nephew, Qian Hongxiao. He is just past the age of 30, but is already a rank 5 abstinence cultivator. Qian Hongxiao immediately puts on a smile that he thinks is charming. Seeing this, Mu Yan almost vomits out last night's dinner in disgust. Mu Yan, this old man sees that you are young. You are probably not married, right? Qianfeng carried on using a genial voice, this old man has the intention of taking you in as a personal disciple. From the moment I saw you, I felt that you were like my daughter. Why don't we settle your marriage today? As long as you marry Hongxiao, you will be my, Qianfeng's, niece-in-law, and also my daughter. If you want to enter the River of Forgetfulness Mystic Realm, I just need to do something and it will definitely be as you wish. Qian Hongxiao promptly stood up, holding a wine cup in his hand. His eyes stared directly at Mayan's face. Miss Mayan, ever since I first saw you, I fell in love with you at first sight. If I can get Miss Mayan to be my wife. Mayan did not wait for him to finish and sneered, does young Master Qian think that I'm forgetful? Back then, you said that you would take me as a concubine, and even threatened to make me a cultivation furnace, to bully and humiliate me. Isn't that you? Even if young Master Qian has forgotten what he said, he shouldn't forget that mouth that was beaten into sausages by me, right? Qian Hongxiao thought that Mayan would not mention the conflict between the two on account of Qianfeng and the Li Fire sect. Who knew that not only did she say it, she did not give him any leeway. This was something that even Qianfeng did not know. She could not help but look coldly at Qian Hongxiao. What's going on? Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Qian Hongxiao's expression turned ugly for a moment, and he immediately lowered his head, repeatedly apologizing, Miss Mayan, what happened that day was all my fault. I was rude to a beauty. But it's all because that bunch of sluts from the Bright Moon sect misled me, causing me to misunderstand Miss Mayan. Now that I know that Miss Mayan is as pure as jade, the love in my heart cannot be extinguished, so I let Uncle be the matchmaker. Saying that, he handed over the wine cup in his hand, and said with a face of deep affection, I punish myself with a cup, and I hope that Miss Mayan can forgive me. Qian Hongxiao drained the wine in his hand, and stared at Mayan with a sincere and longing face. Qianfeng pretended to reprimand Qian Hongxiao, and then smiled at Mayan, since it's a misunderstanding, it's good that it's resolved. Miss June, look, Hongxiao has already apologized to you very sincerely. Moreover, he really likes you. Why don't you give him another chance for my sake? As he spoke, Qianfeng poured a cup of wine and placed it in front of Mu Yan. As long as Miss June drinks this cup of wine, it means that you've forgiven this stinky brat, and the marriage between the two of you can be considered to be set. When we return to the Li Fire sect, I will immediately announce that you, June Mayan, are my last personal disciple. The wine cup in Qianfeng's hand was pushed in front of Mu Yan, but it was stopped by a slender, jade-like finger. Mu Yan still had a lazy smile on her face, but it didn't reach her eyes in the slightest. I'm sorry, I don't accept it. There was a moment of silence. Qianfeng and Qian Hongxiao couldn't believe their ears. They thought that Mayan might be unwilling, that she might be unwilling. However, to enter the Li Fire sect, she definitely did not dare to offend Qianfeng. Hence, Qianfeng believed that even if she was unwilling, she would reluctantly agree. She would wait until she entered the Li Fire sect before rejecting the marriage. Qianfeng took advantage of this mentality. As long as Mayan relented in this room, he would have the means to make her wholeheartedly become his nephew's woman. However, they never expected that Mayan would reject it without any hesitation. Xianxia's expression turned extremely ugly. Why? Does Miss June think that I'm not worthy of you? She slowly poured herself a cup of wine and took a sip. Then she smiled and said, because I already have a husband. Xianxia and Qianfeng widened their eyes. Mu Yan doesn't give them the slightest buffer time, continuing, I not only have a husband, I also have a 5-year-old son. I don't plan to change my husband for the time being. Impossible. Xianxia abruptly comes back to his senses, his complexion unsightly as he says, June Mayan, I know that because of what happened before, you have a prejudice against me. But you don't have to say such things just to take revenge on me and ruin your reputation. No matter how he looked at it, the young lady before him couldn't possibly be more than 20 years old. In the cultivation continent, cultivators generally have a long lifespan. Those under the age of 25 were equivalent to immature boys and girls. June Mayan actually said that she was already married, and even her child was 5 years old. How could Xianxia believe her? Mayan sneers. See, she knew that no one would believe her if she told the truth. She shrugged and stood up casually. It's fine if you don't believe me. Whether you believe me or not has nothing to do with me. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. You are not allowed to leave. Xianxia blocks in front of Mayan with an ashen face, his eyes revealing a tyrannical and ominous glint. If you don't make things clear today, don't even think about leaving. Don't tell me you think that I'll let you off just because you're already married and have a child? Mu Yan looks at Xianxia, then at Qianfeng. She saw that Qianfeng was already standing on the path that she had to pass if she wanted to leave. A terrifying pressure was emanating from his body, and it was obvious that he would not let her leave. As expected, there was no such thing as a good feast. Mayan's gaze slightly congeals. She sits back down on her seat and sneers, then what do you want? Xianxia looked down at her, his tone indescribably arrogant and rude. I'll be frank with you. This young master has taken a fancy to you and wants you to become my Dao companion. This young master has taken a liking to you, and not to make you a concubine, but to make you my Dao companion. That is your good fortune. You'll have to agree whether you agree or disagree. Don't try to fool this young master with some nonsense about having a husband and a son. Do you really think this young master is a fool to believe you? Mu Yan sighs softly, do you really want to hear the truth? Xianxia chuckled, feeling even more pleased with himself. Now you know fear? Tell me, what is the truth? The truth is, even if I didn't have a husband, I wouldn't agree. You want this young lady to marry someone like you? I think it's better for you to daydream. What did you say? Mayan chuckles, what, did I say something wrong? In terms of appearance, talent, and strength, which part of you is worthy of my attention? Or are you saying that you can defeat me with your strength? Ah, a level 5 Anidia can't even beat me, a level 1 Anidia, if he isn't an idiot then what is he? You want me to marry you? A toad lusting after a swan's flesh? Mu Yan doesn't feel the slightest bit of psychological burden comparing herself to swan meat and Xianxia to a toad. On account of the Li Fire sect, she wanted to leave some face for the uncle and nephew. But since the uncle and nephew didn't want to save face, she didn't dare to be polite. Xianxia was so angry that he nearly vomited blood. But he couldn't refute a single word that Mayan said. However, it was precisely because of this difference that he crazily desired this woman. He wanted to ravage her and make her beg for mercy and cry under his body. Qianfeng suddenly took a step forward and said coldly, Miss June, aren't you going too far by saying that? Mayan chuckles, which word did I say? Which sentence isn't the truth? How is it too much? Qianfeng took a deep breath. Why was this woman's words so harsh? Did she not know the severity of the situation? Shouldn't ordinary people fear and worship him when they see him and try to curry favor with him? This woman didn't seem to put Qianfeng in her eyes at all. June Mayan, take the medicine and think carefully. You're just a rogue cultivator with no one to rely on. Even if your talent is very good, if you don't have enough cultivation resources, you won't be able to go far. The Forgotten River Secret Realm, that you want to go to, is a place that you will never be able to reach in your entire life. However, if you become Hong Zhao's Dao partner and my personal disciple, everything will be different. I guarantee that in the future, the best resources of the Li Fire sect will be given to you. That, River of Forgetfulness secret realm, in at most 3 months, I will definitely let you in. Moreover, Hong Xiao is likely to be the future head of the Qian family, and you will be the future mistress of the Qian family. Are you really not tempted? The Qian family was also considered a large family clan in the Azure Heaven world. Although it was not as powerful as the Li Fire sect, it had the advantage in terms of concentrated resources. If she could become the Qian clan's clan master and mistress, the benefits she could obtain would naturally be innumerable. Mu Yan listened to Qian Feng's words and felt that these arguments sounded somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, she suddenly remembered. Isn't this what I heard Jiang Xinyu say when she was tempting a peerlessly handsome man to marry her when I was in the Mirror Moon Mountain Range? TSK, do the people of the Cultivation continent like to use this method? She shook her head without hesitation. Sorry, I'm not interested in being the mistress of a bunch of toads. You bitch. Qian Feng was instantly enraged, and piercingly cold killing intent emanated from his body. Mu Yan said with a smile that was not a smile, what? Since he couldn't marry her by force, he decided to kill her? Everyone in the entire Windless Square knows that I came to attend the banquet today. Looks like Elder Qian really wants others to know his face. Qian Feng's chest heaved up and down, his face alternating between green and white. All right. Good. Let's see how long you can be so stubborn. If you have the ability, don't enter the Li Fire sect, or I'll definitely make you. Tisk TSK, Elder Qian's words mean that you can do whatever you want in the Li Fire sect. You are even more arrogant than the sect leader. Mu Yan interrupted him with a meaningful tone, when I reach the Li Fire sect, I will definitely help Elder Qian spread these words. It will also let the other elders in the Li Fire sect know of Elder Qian's prestige. Qian Feng's face froze. He did have a lot of authority in the Li Fire sect, but he had quite a number of old enemies. There were also the sect leader and grand elder who could suppress him. If Jun Mayan really spread these words, those enemies would definitely seize this matter and use it as leverage. Moreover, Jun Mayan's talent is so outstanding. If he really refused to submit to him, he would definitely join his rival, Elder Li, once he entered the Li Fire sect. At that time, it would be a great calamity for him. That's because my nephew's admiration for Miss June is too deep. However, if Miss June is really unwilling, then let's forget about it. If Miss June has something to do, she can leave first. Qian Hongxiao said anxiously, Uncle, how can you let her go? Qian Feng coldly stared, and Qian Hongxiao immediately did not dare to speak. Only after Mayan left Meng Hall did Qian Hongxiao anxiously say, Uncle, how can you let her go? You clearly said that you would definitely let me marry this woman. Qian Feng coldly glanced at her and slowly said, I have seen the strength of Min Lu Jie's Ning family head, Ning Zongxiang. He is a true half-step golden core, and his true strength is in no way inferior to your eldest senior brother. But such an expert was actually killed by that little girl. In the trial grounds, in her battle with Qin Yizhou, although I couldn't tell what method she used to win, just from Qin Yizhou's reverence for her, it's obvious how powerful she is. Such a peerless genius, if given time, will definitely grow into an extraordinary figure. Qian Hongxiao listened to Qian Feng's nonsensical words, and could not help but say anxiously, Uncle, why do you keep praising her? No matter how powerful she is, she's still a woman. As a woman, shouldn't her most important duty be to stay at home and serve her husband? As long as your nephew gets this woman, your nephew can guarantee that she will be obedient, and will not dare to defy nephew and uncle. Qian Feng faintly glanced at him, and his eyes had a trace of disdain for iron not becoming steel. If not for the fact that his nephew was not good enough, Mayan might have agreed to marry him. But no matter what, now that they were like fire and water, he had no choice but to do it. For a person like Mayan, we can either make her one of us, or completely destroy her. For such a disaster, I have to nip it in the cradle no matter what. I can't let her join my enemies after entering the Li Fire sect, and become a thorn in my side. When Qian Hongxiao heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Did this mean that Uncle was willing to help him destroy Mayan? Since such a peerless genius was ruined, then he could do whatever he wanted with him and trample on him. Xianxia was so excited that his voice was trembling. Uncle, I know you treat me the best. Uncle, what do you think we should do? Xianfeng flipped his wrist, and a thin ancient book with a dark yellow edge appeared in his palm. Xianhongxiao took it curiously. He found 4 words written on the cover: Great Spirit Absorbing Technique. Uncle, this is... Xianfeng's gaze was terrifyingly cold, and his voice was heavy, as if he was imprisoning a giant beast. This is a cultivation method that I obtained when I killed a devil cult disciple in my early years. According to the method recorded on it, as long as a man and a woman use this technique during intercourse, they would be able to take away the spirit root from the other party. This technique is extremely simple to cultivate, but it's too sinister and goes against karma, so I never thought of taking it out. But now that June Mayan doesn't know what's good for her, for you, Uncle has no choice but to. Xianhongxiao had only heard the first few sentences, but he was already so excited that his whole body was trembling, and his face was red. As for Qianfeng's later words, too sinister and goes against karma, he did not hear a single word. His mind was only filled with thoughts of using the great spirit-absorbing technique to take away the other party's spirit root. If he could seize it, then he would have a meteoric rise and his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. It would no longer be a dream. June Mayan, on the other hand, has no spirit root, no cultivation. From then on, she was just a plaything for him to bully and humiliate as he pleased. After being excited for a while, Xianhongxiao suddenly thought of something. But uncle, you also know that June Mayan is extremely strong. If your nephew wants to use force on her, I'm afraid, useless thing. Qianfeng looked at him with disdain. With me here, what are you worried about? No matter what, I'm still a core formation cultivator. No matter how powerful that June Mayan is, could it be that she can escape from my grasp? Qianhongxiao was overjoyed and repeatedly asked, Uncle, do you have any brilliant plan? Qianfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. His left hand stroked his beard while his right hand picked up the wine cup that Mu Yan had just drunk from. He sneered that June Mu Yan is quite courageous, but she's still a little girl after all. Furthermore, she's in my dream hall. Even if she drank the wine that I've mixed with medicine, she wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Xianhongxiao's eyes widened in shock. Uncle, did you drug the wine? If I wasn't fully prepared, would I have a showdown with her? Xianfeng sneered, this wine contains the 1,000-mile intoxication, which can make a cultivator's limbs weak for a short period of time and make it impossible to circulate spiritual power. It will take effect after 2 hours, and after that, you can do whatever you want for at least 24 hours. Xianhongxiao immediately smiled wretchedly, the older the ginger, the spicier. Uncle, you're really amazing. When I get what I want, I will definitely not forget Uncle's kindness. However, Qianfeng didn't get carried away. Instead, he calmly said, this June Mayan's background is mysterious, and her methods are strange and varied. Even with the 1,000 miles drunk, it's not safe. In a while, I will use the void art to lock down her tent and ensure that the people inside cannot use Ling power. Good, good. Uncle is really thoughtful. Xianhongxiao wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Tonight, I can do whatever I want with that bitch. When I wake up tomorrow, let's see how that slut can still be so arrogant towards me, ha ha ha. Under the night sky of Wufeng Square. Lu Ruoxuan stood in a corner not far from the Yinming Palace, quietly weeping. The mountain-breaking sex Jiang Dahai walked out of the Yin Dream Palace. Hearing the muffled cries of a girl, he couldn't help but frown and yell, who is it? Lu Ruoxuan turned around, revealing a small, pale face full of tears. Seeing that it was Jiang Dahai who came out, she immediately trembled as if she was frightened. She timidly said with a sobbing voice, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. As soon as Jiang Dahai saw her little white flower-like face, a feeling of pity immediately welled up in his heart. At the same time, he recalled her name. You are Lu Ruoxuan of the Bright Moon sect? It's me. Wiping away her tears, Lu Ruoxuan forced a smile and saluted Jiang Dahai, greetings, Senior Jiang. Jiang Dahai saw that she was like a willow branch in the wind, looking delicate and timid, and his voice couldn't help but soften a little, it's so late, why are you crying here alone? Lu Ruoxuan's tears fell again. I didn't do well on the test, I failed mother's expectations. Woo-woo. Jiang Dehai naturally knew about Lu Ruoxuan's results. At that time, he felt that Jun Mayan was too overbearing. Why couldn't he show mercy to such a weak and helpless little girl? Now that he saw Lu Ruoxuan crying so wholeheartedly, he felt even more pity for her. In fact, I have seen your talent, and it is extremely good. In the end, it was because someone was cruel and merciless and didn't let you have an easy time. Lu Ruoxuan wiped her tears and said, I don't blame Miss June, she is not that bad. It's my own bad luck. Even though I worked so hard, I didn't have a good ending in the end. Woo. Jiang Dehai saw that her eyes were red from crying and her pitiful appearance. His blood surged in his heart and he blurted out, if you're willing, why don't you worship me directly? Really? Senior Jiang, are you really willing to accept me as your disciple? Lu Ruoxuan suddenly raised her head and looked at Jiang Dehai with sparkling eyes. After saying that, Jiang Dehai regretted it a little. First of all, every sect selection had its own rules and regulations. Luck was also a form of strength. Therefore, regardless of the reason for their poor performance in the selection, the major sects had a convention that they could not make an exception and enroll them. Otherwise, if one sect broke the rules, wouldn't every sect be able to break the rules in the future? Once this opening was opened, there would be cultivators from wealthy families who bribed the elders with Ling weapons and medicinal pills. Wouldn't that directly squeeze out the spots of others? At that time, what would happen to the prestige of the major sects? What's more, Jiang Dehai just said that he wanted Lu Ruoxuan to become his disciple. At the very least, he would be an in-name disciple. But every sect elder had a limited number of direct disciples and in-name disciples under their name. Jiang Dehai wanted to promote his trusted aides and give preferential treatment to the Jiang family. He should not have been able to spare a spot for Lu Ruoxuan. However, just as he was about to go back on his word, Lu Ruoxuan immediately hugged his arm, her small face revealing a bright smile. Master, is Ruoxuan really so lucky to be able to take you as my disciple? Xianxia isn't dreaming, right? Jiang Dehai looked at her flower-like smile and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. With a gentle smile, he nodded and said, of course it's true. From now on, you are my disciple. Don't cry anymore. Go back and rest. As he spoke, he stroked Lu Ruoxuan's head and turned around to return to the Dream Palace. Looking at Jiang Dehai's departing figure, the innocent smile on Lu Ruoxuan's face slowly disappeared. After a moment of indifference, she slowly hung it again. She was right to wait here. Although the mountain-breaking sect was not the best sect, it was still much better than the mysterious space sect, which was ranked last. Finally, she could break free from Min Lu Jia and Bright Moon sect, and enter a large sect. Furthermore, he had directly become Jiang Dehai's disciple. The fortune that the heavens had given her had never been taken back. Lu Ruoxuan chuckled and was about to return to her tent. Suddenly, a commotion came from the entrance of Yimeng Hall. They were the elite disciples brought by the sect elders, and they were talking to a young girl who walked out of the hall. Ah, that's Jun Mayan. She's truly a peerless beauty. Not only does she have good looks, she also has great strength. If not, why would a Li Fire sect elder personally invite her? Ha, stop dreaming. Although your strength is not bad, you are still far from that Jun Mayan. You might not even be comparable to Qin Yizhou. How can the Li Fire sect bear to marry such a treasure to your Five Spirits sect? Sigh, who do you think will be lucky enough to marry such a stunning beauty? You should be asking who has the ability to subdue this absolute beauty. Have you forgotten Jun Mayan's performance in the training field? How can an ordinary man marry such a monster? Lu Ruoxuan listens to the discussions of the elite disciples in front of Yimeng Hall as she watches Mayan's receding figure. The original joyful smile on his face gradually disappeared. She lowered her head in desolation and clenched her fists tightly. She turned around and walked towards the tent where the Bright Moon sect was. Just as he walked into the area where the Bright Moon sect had set up their tents, he heard a commotion in the western corner. Lu Ruoxuan couldn't help but walk over and ask, "What's wrong?" The boy, who was caught by Lu Ruoxuan, shook his head and said, "What else could it be? Wasn't it all because of Senior Sister Chen?" Even though he was tied up, he was like a mad dog that wanted to bite people. She kept shouting that she wanted to tear Mayan to shreds. Alas, I think this senior sister Chen has suffered too much stimulation. Also, it's so scary that I don't even dare to send food in. Lu Ruoxuan's eyes flickered. She took the lunchbox from the child's hand and said softly, I'll send it in for you. After all, she's my senior sister. I'm worried about her, so I want to go and see her. Really? Xiao Tong said gratefully, Senior Martial Sister Lu, you are really too kind. No wonder my fellow apprentices like you so much. Lu Ruoxuan smiled shyly and carried the food box into the tent. When Qin Xiuxiu saw Lu Ruoxuan, she immediately stared at her with red eyes. Bitch, what are you doing here? I'm going to bite you to death, bite you to death. Lu Ruoxuan was so scared that she took a step back. A layer of mist appeared in her eyes. Senior sister, don't be like this. I'm scared. I'm here to bring you food. Qin Xiuxiu, on the other hand, kept yelling and cursing. She wanted to rush over like a madman. Her mouth curses Lu Ruoxuan for a while, and Mayan for a while. Lu Ruoxuan was so scared that she didn't dare to take a step forward. He hurriedly took out a few talismans and burned them, using the white light of healing to envelop Qin Xiuxiu. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ruoxuan's talismans were all used up. She felt extremely distressed. She had spent more than half a month to draw these talismans, and there were only a dozen of them in total. Now, it was all wasted on Qin Xiuxiu. However, he didn't know if the dozens of talismans had any effect. The red light in Qin Xiuxiu's eyes faded a little, and her consciousness seemed to have returned. She shook her head and struggled to get up, only to find that she was tied up. What's going on? Why did you tie me up? Lu Ruoxuan cautiously took a few steps forward and said, Senior sister, have you forgotten? After you left the training grounds, you suddenly became hysterical and went around biting people. Those senior and junior brothers who were bitten by you are now lying on the bed. They have lost all their spiritual energy and are unable to move. They are like cripples, Wu. Hearing Lu Ruoxuan's words, Qin Xiuxiu's eyes flashed with joy. However, she quickly concealed her gloating hatred and pretended to be distressed and frightened. How could this be? I can't remember anything? Why did this happen? Qin Xiuxiu is horrified. Her eyes widen as she says in alarm, could it be that the medicine wasn't just to scare me, but was it really poison? If it wasn't poison, how could Luo and the others become like that after being bitten by you? Lu Ruoxuan cries, Senior brothers and the others are so pitiful, but senior sister is even more pitiful. You've been harmed by that Jun Mayan again and again. If the effects of the medicine continue to flare up, senior sister, will you completely lose your mind, just like those people from the Setting Sun sect? Recalling that after the second round of assessment, Yun Xiang and the others were still leading her to the point of no longer being human, Qin Xiuxiu shudders. No, I don't want to become a fool, I absolutely don't want to. She looks at Lu Ruoxuan in horror, little junior sister, you're the kindest, please let me go, okay? I don't want to wait for death here. Lu Ruoxuan repeatedly shakes her head, no. Senior brothers said that they can't let you go. I know I was wrong, I will never bite anyone again. In fact, I'm also being controlled by the medicine, I don't want to hurt my fellow disciples. Qin Xiuxiu cries, snot and tears overflowing, little junior sister, I just want to ask that Jun Mayan for the antidote. If she won't give it to me, I will perish together with that slut. Little junior sister, do a good deed and let me go. Lu Ruoxuan's small face is full of entanglement and hesitation. Under Qin Xiuxiu's pitiful pleading, she finally couldn't bear it and reaches out to untie the rope on her body. What are you doing? Suddenly, a stern shout comes from outside the tent. Lu Ruoxuan turns around in alarm and sees Wu Fangyi standing outside the tent, looking at them with a frosty expression. At this time, the rope on Qin Xiuxiu has already been untied. When she sees Wu Fangyi looking at her with an unkind expression, she immediately screams and rushes out. Wu Fangyi staggers when she bumps into her, but it's already too late to stop her. Lu Ruoxuan, what are you doing? Why did you let Qin Xiuxiu go? Wu Fangyi glared at Lu Ruoxuan with an ugly expression. Lu Ruomin was on the verge of tears as she said, I'm sorry senior sister, I didn't do it on purpose, but senior sister Qin cried so miserably, and she said that she knew she was wrong. She was obviously framed by June Mayan's medicine, that's why she bit people and harmed the other senior brothers. I felt that senior sister Chen was very pitiful, and she kept begging me, so I let her go. Wu Fangyi's chest heaved with anger. For the first time, she felt resentment towards this so-called pure and kind junior sister that she couldn't vent out. You pity Qin Xiuxiu, but who will pity those infected by her? It's not like we're going to die. If Qin Xiuxiu wants to die, we'll tie her up for her own good. If she runs out and bites someone, causing others to end up like senior brother Luo and the others, do you think she can still live? You're not trying to save her. You're trying to kill her, aren't you? No, it's not like that, I don't think so. Lu Ruoxuan says as she shakes her head, her frail body on the verge of collapse. Tears fall from her eyes. I'm sorry, senior sister, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it, boo-hoo. Wu Fangyi used to think that Lu Ruoxuan was pitiful when she heard her cry, but right now, she only feels extremely annoyed. Besides crying and pretending to be pitiful, what else can this woman do? She raises her hand, wanting to give Lu Ruoxuan a slap, but halfway, Peng Yunfei stops her. Are you crazy? You actually dare to hit Ruo'er? Wu Fangyi angrily says, why don't you ask your good Jewer what she did? She actually let Qin Xiuxiu go. Didn't she think about the consequences if Qin Xiuxiu ran out and bit someone else? Lu Ruoxuan is out of breath from crying in Peng Yunfei's arms. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it, but senior sister Qin cried so hard, I really couldn't bear it. It's all right, Jewer, I know you're too kind. Peng Yunfei repeatedly comforts her. We'll mobilize everyone in the Mingyue sect to find Qin Xiuxiu. Wu Fangyi, I'm warning you, don't bully Jewer as you please just because you're the senior sister. If I see you do anything to Jewer again, don't blame me for being impolite. Wu Fangyi only feels a sweetness in her throat, almost fainting from anger. It's already past Su hour at night, and the entire windless square should be quiet by now. But everyone in the Mingyue sect has been mobilized to look for the escaped Qin Xiuxiu. It's not that they're concerned about Qin Xiuxiu's safety, but if Qin Xiuxiu really bites someone else, she'll end up like senior brother Luo. Perhaps the entire Mingyue sect will be implicated. Lu Ruoxuan's mind is filled with countless thoughts, her expression changing several times. Finally, she avoids Peng Yunfei and quietly goes to Mayan's tent. She doesn't want to admit that she let Qin Xiuxiu go, hoping that Qin Xiuxiu will take revenge on Mayan. It's best if she bites Mayan, and turn her into a waste like senior brother Luo. Lu Ruoxuan feels that she's kind and pure. But these days, her jealousy and hatred towards Mayan has grown little by little, like a prairie fire, burning fiercely. Why does Mayan have to exist in this world? She steals all her glory, steals other people's attention, and reduces her to a clown-like laughingstock. Moreover, in the training field, she begged like that, but she still took away her points. She can only rely on scheming and begging to become Jiang Dehai's disciple. Mayan is too cruel and merciless, too dazzling. If senior sister Chen can teach her a lesson, let her taste despair, that would be great. Lu Ruoxuan thinks like this, and unknowingly arrives not far from Mayan's tent. Although there are only 2 people, Wei Zi still sets up 2 tents for Mayan to live comfortably. Wei Zi's tent was downwind, about 10 meters away from Mayan's tent. This kind of distance would not affect Mu Yan, and it would also allow Mu Yan to come and go whenever she was summoned. Lu Ruoxuan is about to get closer to listen, to see if her world has gone to find trouble with Mayan. Suddenly, 2 extremely light footsteps came from the foot of the mountain. Lu Ruoxuan had a guilty conscience and was startled. She quickly found a place to hide and did not even dare to breathe. Before long, she sees Qian Feng and Qian Hongxiao walking towards Jun Mayan's tent. Lu Ruoxuan is suspicious in her heart. It's so late, why are Elder Qian and the others looking for Mayan? What's more, didn't he just invite Mayan to dinner? Uncle, there's no movement in Jun Mayan's tent. I'm afraid that your 1,000 miles intoxication has taken effect. Qian Hongxiao said excitedly. He couldn't wait to rush in. Qian Feng looked at him unhappily and told him to knock out Wei Zi, who was in a tent not far away. He himself began to display the void manual. When Qian Feng withdraws his hand, his forehead is slightly sweaty, clearly somewhat tired. But there's a satisfied smile on his face. Uncle, have you already used the void art? Xianxia comes out of Wei Zi's tent. Seeing his uncle's satisfied smile, he knows that it's a success. Qianfeng glances at him. The little girl by Mayan's side has been taken care of. Don't worry, uncle. Xianxia proudly says, if this nephew can't even deal with that kind of useless little girl, would I still be worthy to be your disciple? That girl won't wake up before the sun rises tomorrow. Saying that, his blazing and greedy gaze turns to the silent Mayan's tent. Uncle, can this nephew go in? Rest assured, go. Qianfeng waves his hand, speaking in a low voice. Remember, you must use the great spiritual absorption method to absorb her spiritual root completely. Remember not to disturb anyone when you're done. Don't worry, uncle, this nephew understands. Saying that, Xianxia couldn't hold back any longer and impatiently rushes into the tent. A woman's cry of alarm quickly comes from the tent, but it's only a very short cry. It's soon replaced by a man's lewd laughter, the sound of clothes rubbing against each other, and the sound of bodies colliding. The moonlight shines on the tent, and the shadows of two figures can be faintly seen entangled together. Occasionally, it's also mixed with Qianxia's angry shout, "Slut, you dare to bite me." It's followed by a few slaps, and the sound once again turns into Qianxia's satisfied laughter and heavy breathing. Qianfeng looks at this scene, nods in satisfaction, and turns to leave. Hiding in the bushes, Lu Ruoxuan tightly covers her mouth. Her little face is deathly pale, and she doesn't dare to move for a long time. Until the man and woman in the tent become more and more engrossed, making love to each other, and that shameful sound constantly comes out. Only then did Lu Ruoxuan stand up and stumble her way back. Jin, what's wrong? Peng Yunfei looks for Qin Xiuxiu outside for a long time, but he can't find her. Just as he's feeling vexed, when he comes back, he sees Lu Ruoxuan's pale little face crashing into his arms. Jin, are you alright? Did someone bully you? Or did you find Qin Xiuxiu? I'm fine. Lu Ruoxuan stammered while shaking her head. I just went to the east to look for senior sister Chen, and then, I saw Qian. Young Master Qian enter Miss Jun's tent, and then they, as she spoke, her pale little face was flushed red. She was both embarrassed and annoyed. I even heard that kind of sound coming from the tent. Senior brother, what do you think is going on? Why is young Master Qian going to Miss Jun's tent in the middle of the night? Although Lu Ruoxuan's words were vague, Peng Yunfei understood it at once. Hearing Lu Ruoxuan's seemingly ignorant question, he couldn't help but snort coldly and said with disdain, what else can it be? Naturally, it's because Jun Mayan is good at seducing people. She seduced young Master Ning at the Heavenly Fragrance Building, and now she's seducing young Master Qian here. This woman is vicious and merciless, and her methods are despicable. No wonder we've fallen into her hands time and time again. Xian, you are too naive. You don't know how sinister people can be. Peng Yunfei touched her face and said in a gentle tone, that kind of woman has no sense of shame. In order to climb up, she can do any dirty thing. Lu Ruoxuan still shook her head in disbelief. No, it can't be. Senior brother, what should we do? Should I pretend not to see it? Pretending not to see it would be letting that slut off too easily. Peng Yunfei sneered, since she can even do such a shameless thing, how can I not let everyone in Windless Square know her true colors? Senior brother, what do you mean? Isn't the sect selection results to be announced tomorrow? I want to see how Jun Mayan will have the face to enter the Li Fire sect after losing so much face in front of everyone. Peng Yunfei thought of the points that Jun Mayan had snatched away in the trial grounds and gritted his teeth. She humiliated us in the trial grounds. Today, senior brother will make her pay 1,000 times over. Lu Ruoxuan's eyes flashed, as if she wanted to say something. Finally, she obediently lowered her head and timidly said, Xian will listen to senior brother. Windless Square. Early morning. Just after dawn. The eastern sky was dimly lit, but the entire Windless Square was still immersed in silence. Suddenly, a clamor woke up the Xiuxia who were still sleeping. Qin Xiuxiu, are you here? Senior sister Chen, come out quickly. You are still sick, we need to treat you. Everyone was woken up from their sleep and walked out of their tents with ill intent. Only then did they realize that the noise was from the Bright Moon sect. Why are you all so noisy so early in the morning? Even if you want to find someone, you can't disturb their sleep. The people from the Bright Moon sect apologized profusely. We had no choice. Our Bright Moon sect's senior sister Chen suddenly became hysterical yesterday. She bit anyone she saw, so we had to lock her up. But we did not expect her to escape last night. We were afraid that she would have a hysterical episode outside and randomly bite people, so we had to come out overnight to look for her. When the crowd heard that Xianxia had a hysterical episode that caused her to bite people, they all frowned. There were some people who were interested in watching the commotion and started to look around. They were mainly there to watch the commotion. They wanted to see what it looked like when a hysterical patient bit someone. Just like that, the number of people searching for Xianxia grew larger and larger. Almost everyone in the Windless Plaza was awakened. Even the elders of the Dark Dream Hall heard the commotion and came out. Someone in the crowd shouted, "When I woke up in the early morning, I thought I saw a woman heading towards the mountain in the east." Lu Ruoxuan exclaimed, "I remember that only Miss June. My senior sister has always hated Miss June. It can't be that she went to find trouble with Miss June Peng." Yunfei waved his hand, "Come, let's go take a look. If junior sister Chen really offended Miss June, we still have to apologize to her." Thus, the group of people went to the east slope in a mighty manner. This place was originally remote and quiet. Coupled with Mu Yan's strength, without her permission, no one would dare to set up a tent here. As a result, there were only Mayans and Weizi's tents in this spacious area. He hasn't finished speaking, but he seems to have seen something unbelievable. His mouth is wide open, unable to speak for a long time. What's going on? The shock in Peng Yunfei's voice arouses everyone's curiosity. A meddlesome cultivator quickly steps forward, and opens the gap in the tent's curtain a little wider. In a split second, a strong smell of lust mixed with blood hits them in the face. That person looks into the tent, and sees a naked man and woman lying on a simple bed. The man is facing the sky, his eyes closed. There are many bloody scratches and bite marks on his face and neck. But anyone can see at a glance that this person is Elder Qian's nephew, Qian Hongxiao. And the woman lying next to Qian Hongxiao is half lying on Qian Hongxiao's body. Her face is facing down, and her appearance can't be seen clearly. But they can see indescribable marks under her body. Coupled with the pungent smell in the tent, anyone can imagine what this man and woman did last night. Oh, this. I really didn't expect that young Master Qian and June Mayan would have this kind of relationship. TSK, I thought June Mayan was so outstanding, so virtuous, so pure and clean. I didn't expect that she's also a trash that sells her own body to climb up. What did I say at the beginning? Didn't the people of the Bright Moon sect already say that she came out of Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant? What kind of place is Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant? It's a place where prostitutes sell their bodies. How can a woman who comes out of that place be good? In this time sect selection, Mayan won first place. Some people admire her, some are envious, and some are so jealous that they almost vomit blood. It's just that because Mayan was in the limelight before, no one dared to say anything. Now that they see this scene, they immediately hit her when she's down, and those who take pleasure in her misfortune come out one by one. When the people of the Bright Moon sect see this scene, and hear the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, they only feel unspeakably carefree. If it wasn't for this June Mayan, their Bright Moon sect would have been the most outstanding Min Lu Jia cultivators in this sect selection. But because of this June Mayan's existence, not only did she steal all of their glory, but she also made them unable to enter a large sect in the end. How can they not hate her in their hearts? I've said it before, this June Mayan is shameless, despicable, and shameless, but everyone has been deceived by her appearance. Our junior sister Lu Ruoxuan is clearly the most outstanding female cultivator in the Min Lu boundary. Even if her cultivation is not high enough, our junior sister has always been pure and clean. She is much better than this shameless and dirty person. That's right, what right does such a person have to enter the Li Fire sect? Perhaps her performance in the training field was also obtained by selling her body. We should let our junior sister enter the Li Fire sect. Lu Ruoxuan shook her head and said humbly, No, I'm not as good as you say. Moreover, Miss June, she might have been forced to seduce young Master Qian. You guys shouldn't be too harsh on her. Her words made the people around her treat her even better. They felt that she was really a kind and pure little girl. Jiang Dehai, who had just rushed over after hearing the commotion, immediately revealed a satisfied smile when he heard these words. It seemed like he had taken in quite a good disciple. Such a shameless woman, no matter how talented she is, she's nothing more than a plaything and a joke. What's going on? Why is there such a ruckus early in the morning, gathering here? Qianfeng's dignified and angry voice is heard, scaring everyone who's watching the bustle. Lu Ruoxuan shudders, and she can't help but recall the scene she heard and saw last night. In fact, she's the only one who knows that all of this was Qian Feng and Qian Hongxia's scheme against Mayan. But, Mayan treated her like that. Lu Ruoxuan clenches her teeth and erases the scene from her mind. That's right, it was Mayan herself who seduced Qian Gongzi. She's shameless, doing such a thing, and being seen by others, her reputation is ruined. She only has herself to blame. Early in the morning, when Qian Feng hears the clamor of people heading east, his heart thumps. But it's already too late to stop them. At this time, he can only pretend to know nothing and walk forward. Seeing the scene in the tent, smelling the scent in the tent, an imperceptible smile flashes through his eyes. Although he still complains in his heart that his nephew is useless, he clearly told him to be careful and keep a low profile, but it still alarmed everyone. But thinking that this scene was seen by everyone, June Mayan's reputation can be considered to be completely ruined. Even if she turns around and says that she was schemed against by him, he's afraid that few people would believe her. In this way, he can be considered to have completely strangled and destroyed this scourge. Qian Feng is calculating in his heart, but his face shows shock and fury. He loudly berates, "What's going on here? Nonsense, simply too much nonsense. Hong Xiao, what are you doing? Quickly get up for me." The two people in the tent softly snort twice, but neither of them opens their eyes. Someone can't help but be speechless. Last night's battle was so intense that they weren't even woken up. Qian Feng raises his voice again, saying with anger, "Hong Xiao, what are you doing?" Saying that, he's about to step forward. Jiang Dehai promptly steps forward and says with a smile, "Calm your anger, Elder Qian. There's no need to get angry over such a small matter. Hong Xiao is at the age where he likes to play around. With a woman seducing him, he would naturally be unable to resist the temptation. What's more, Hong Xiao is a man, so he wouldn't be at a disadvantage in this kind of matter. Although this June Mayan is somewhat unpresentable, it's fine for Hong Xiao to take her back as a concubine." Qian Feng sighed and said, "Sigh, that child, Hong Xiao. Yesterday, he said that June Mayan liked him and wanted to become Dao companions with him. I didn't say that I didn't agree, I only said that I would consider it. I didn't expect that he couldn't wait to do it with this woman, and let everyone see it. Shameful, really shameful." Qian Feng's words are tantamount to confirming that Mayan has seduced Qian Hongxiao. This time, the surrounding people's ridicule towards Mu Yan became even louder. Yi Huan and the others had just arrived. When they heard the crowd's discussion, the first thing they said was that they didn't believe it. How could our boss seduce men? That's right. If our boss wants a man, she would have to queue from the blue sky realm to the azure blue realm. Someone must have framed our boss. Even Qinijo said with a dark expression, she wouldn't do such a thing. As a result, the crowd of onlookers is divided into two factions. For a moment, there's no end to the clamor. Peng Yunfei didn't expect that there would actually be people speaking up for June Mayan. He sneered, if it wasn't June Mayan who seduced Bai Er, could it be young Master Qian who seduced June Mayan? Young Master Qian is Elder Qian's nephew, a personal disciple. He can have any woman he wants, so is there a need to seduce June Mayan? Stop pasting gold on this slut's face. I think all of you who hang out with her aren't any good either. Don't tell me this woman has already sold her body to sleep with you, so you are speaking up for her? The crowd immediately turned furious. What nonsense are you talking about? If you dare say another word, do you believe I won't blow your dog head off? Some of the hot-tempered ones were about to rush forward to beat up the people from the Bright Moon sect. But at the next moment, a powerful and terrifying pressure emitted from Qian Feng's body, suppressing the surroundings into silence. Qian Feng coldly said, "All of you shut up." Saying that, he looked at the Li Fire sect disciples. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and wake Hong Xiao up, then throw this shameless woman out of Windless Square, so that we won't be dirtying our eyes. After a night of sexual intercourse, Xianxia's spiritual absorption technique must have sucked away all of June Mayan's spiritual roots. The current June Mayan was just trash, so what was the use of keeping her? Just as the Li Fire sect disciples were about to step forward, a figure suddenly appeared from a tent not far away. Weizi rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked curiously, "Why are you squeezing in front of Mrs. Tent?" Saying that, she was about to head towards Mayan's tent. Lu Ruoxuan hurriedly pulled her back, and with a sincere and guilty look, she said, "Miss Weizi, I think it's best you don't go in." "Why?" Lu Ruoxuan's face was flushed red, and her voice was like a mosquito. "That Miss June, she's now with..." Weizi blinked and became even more curious. "What's wrong with Miss?" Peng Yunfei said, "Hee, that miss of yours is inside. Go see for yourself her current ugly state." Weizi seemed even more baffled. She took a step forward and glanced into the tent. Following that, she exclaimed and covered her mouth, retreating with a flushed face, What's going on? How can there be naked men and women in Mrs. Tent?" Peng Yunfei sneered, "It's all because your shameless young miss seduced young Master Qian and was caught by us." "You're talking nonsense." Weizi was so angry that her face turned red. She raised her voice and said, "The one inside is not Mississippi. Stop slandering me." "Because..." Before she could finish her words, Lu Ruoxuan had already interrupted her. Her face was full of sympathy and pity, and her voice was soft as if it was the most sincere consolation. "Miss Weizi, don't be like this. I know you can't accept it. However, this scene was witnessed by all of us. I'm sorry, if you feel sad, just cry it out. I think Miss June, she just wants to climb up, she didn't mean to seduce young Master Qian." Weizi listened to Lu Ruoxuan's kind words of consolation, but not only was she not moved, she was so angry that her whole body trembled. "Don't spout nonsense and wrongly accuse our Mississippi. That woman isn't our miss at all. And that wild man, I don't know how he got into our Miss Tent. Because..." The woman's chest barely rises and falls, like a dead person. When she's turned over, her hair is scattered, revealing a deathly gray but still pretty face. But there's a large burn scar on her chin, completely destroying her appearance. But this woman, this appearance, is clearly, this isn't June Mayan? Who's this woman? Wait, isn't this Xianxia of the Bright Moon sect? That particularly arrogant woman, I remember this scar on her face. What's going on? Didn't they say that June Mayan seduced Xianxia to do illicit things here? How did it become Xianxia? The people present are discussing spiritedly, inexplicably shocked. Peng Yunfei and Lu Ruoxuan are dumbfounded. How could it be Xianxia and not June Mayan? Qian Feng is even more shocked and incredulous. He almost loses control and rushes forward, grabs Xianxia's neck and shakes it, shouting angrily, "How could it be you? Where's June Mayan?" Elder Qian is shouting so loudly, "I don't know why you're looking for me." A light and sweet voice, with a trace of laziness, like the sounds of nature. Everyone looks back and sees a girl in a plain dress, opening the tent's flap and slowly walking out. This tent is the one that Weizi just came out from. The morning sun falls on her delicate face, pink cheeks slightly red, peach blossom eyes with a trace of drowsiness, delicate eyebrows, crimson lips reflecting the sun, a threatening beauty. There's a moment of silence in the surrounding crowd, followed by the sound of several men slightly sucking in cold air. Although they already knew that June Mayan's appearance could captivate even the birds and overshadow the moon and shame the flowers, but now that they see it up close under the morning sun, they know how beautiful this girl's appearance is. However, Qian Feng isn't in the mood to appreciate this stunning girl. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Why are you in that tent?" Mayan smiles faintly, her peach blossom eyes rippling like water. "Elder Qian must be joking. Both tents are mine. Do I have to report to Elder Qian which one I stay in?" Elder Qian's complexion alternated between green and white. For a moment, because he had suffered such a huge blow, he could not speak for a long time. Weizi looked at the shocked Peng Yunfei and Lu Ruoxuan, then looked at Elder Qian, and said in a crisp voice that everyone could hear, "I've been wanting to say that it wasn't Mrs., because Miss was with me the whole night. Who knew that these people from the Bright Moon sect were siblings, but they wouldn't let me continue. You even used such foul language to insult the young miss in front of me. I don't know what your intentions are. As soon as Yi Huan and the others saw this, they felt refreshed. One by one, they came forward and sneered, "Who was the one who said that we're not good people just because we hang out with boss?" If I remember correctly, this loose woman who seduced young Master Qian is from your Bright Moon sect, right? Does that mean that the people of your Bright Moon sect who hang out with Chen Xiaoxiao aren't good people either? You were just bragging about how pure junior sister is. Bah, I wonder if she's as shameless as Chen Xiaoxiao. Lu Ruoxuan had never been humiliated like this. Tears gushed out at once, and her body trembled. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. Pang Yunfei raged, "If you talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being impolite." Yi Huan snorted, "Don't you have any shame? Weren't you very happy when you slandered our boss just now? Now we're just returning what you've just said to you, and it's slandering us? It's not like we haven't seen the faces of the Mingyue sect in the trial field. It's fine to take advantage of others to rob others, but when it's others' turn to retaliate, they're crying and looking like they've been wronged. It's disgusting to see." Lu Ruoxuan cried so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. She shook her head repeatedly, I didn't, don't wrongly accuse me." Wei Zi sneered, "Miss Lu, you let a large group of people into our Mrs. tent early in the morning. I don't know what your intentions are. Don't you know how vicious it is to ruin a woman's reputation? What's more, every word you said was to lead others to believe that it was our miss who seduced first young Master Qian, but you always showed a kind and pure appearance. Don't tell me that you don't know what kind of situation our miss will be in with such words. Now that you've found out that you've made a mistake, not only do you not apologize to our miss, but you're still crying and pretending to be pitiful. Bah, if I were you, I'd find a hole to hide in." Listening to Wei Zi's rapid-fire curses, Mu Yan couldn't help but touch her nose. TSK, when this little girl was just rescued by her, she was still shy and couldn't even speak properly. But now, she could curse without panting, and Lu Ruoxuan almost fainted. She's really promising, and Wei Zi's words indeed made those who originally sympathized with Lu Ruoxuan cast a contemptuous look at her. Especially after thinking carefully about the meaning of her words, they shook their heads one by one. This woman was probably far from being as innocent and harmless as she appeared to be. On the contrary, she was a scheming bitch. Jiang Dehai still thought that Lu Ruoxuan was pitiful, but he still shook his head. Lu Ruoxuan's reputation had become so bad. He originally planned to take her in as a personal disciple and train her well. Now it seemed that it was better to just give her a spot as a registered disciple and let her perish on her own. Just as everyone was denouncing the Bright Moon sect, the Li Fire sect disciple that went to wake Qian Hongxiao suddenly exclaimed, "Master, seeing your brother doesn't seem right." Qian Feng abruptly came back to his senses and hurriedly walked up to check. Qian Hongxiao had already woken up, his eyes wide open. But the strange thing was that he was completely unable to move, and he was even unable to speak. He could only stare fixedly at Qian Feng with a pair of terrified eyes. Hongxiao, Hongxiao. Qian Feng extended his hand to inspect Qian Hongxiao's body. However, when the spiritual power entered his nephew's body, it instantly overflowed from the surface of his body. Qian Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Hongxiao, your dantian, your cultivation, why are they all gone? What's going on?" Qian Hongxiao's eyes were filled with fear, despair, and pleading. Tears flowed down from his eyes. The elder of the Five Spirits sect was the most proficient in medical skills. He squatted down and examined Qian Hongxiao for a while, then shook his head regretfully. "It's too late, the poison in his body has already spread throughout his entire body, completely destroying his dantian." Strange, what kind of poison is this? Why have I never seen it before? The words of the elders of the Five Spirits sect were equivalent to sentencing Qian Hongxiao to death. From then on, he could only lie on the bed, living a life worse than death. Qian Feng abruptly stands up and fiercely glares at Mayan. It's you slut who tried to kill my nephew, isn't it?" He was so angry that his whole body was trembling, and his head was buzzing with dizziness. Although this nephew was not his biological son, he had been raised by his side since he was young. Coupled with his high cultivation, it was almost impossible for him to have another child. Therefore, he had always treated this nephew as his own son. Now that Jun Mayan had crippled Qian Hongxiao, how could he not be mad and resentful? However, Mu Yan was not afraid at all, her voice was still neither fast nor slow. Elder Qian's words are really getting more and more inexplicable. I have no enmity with your nephew, why would I want to kill him? If you want to ask, shouldn't you ask Miss Xianxia who has a physical relationship with young Master Qian? I'm the one who finds it strange. Why did young Master Qian come to my tent for no reason? Elder Qian is so certain that I harmed young Master Qian. Could it be that Elder Qian knows what he's here for? Qian Feng was instantly choked. His face was a mixture of green and white, and he was unable to speak for a long time. He can't say that it was him who ordered his nephew to rape Mayan and conveniently use the great spiritual absorption spell to suck away her spirit root. However, he didn't expect that he would go for wool and come home shorn. He actually dragged his nephew into this mess. However, how could he be willing to swallow his anger just like that? Yi Huan said with a smile. Didn't the Elder of Five Spirits sect say that young Master Qian was poisoned? Last night, young Master Qian had been with Qin Xiuxiu of the Bright Moon sect. Naturally, Qin Xiuxiu was the reason he was poisoned. If Elder Qian wants the antidote, why don't you ask the Bright Moon sect's people for it? As soon as he said this, everyone's gazes turned to the people of the Bright Moon sect. Lu Ruoxuan was so scared that her face turned pale. No, we didn't poison him. We don't have the antidote. Peng Yunfei's face was also filled with fear. Because everyone in the Bright Moon sect knew that Qian Hongxiao had fallen to such a state because he had definitely been bitten by Qin Xiuxiu. It was because his symptoms were exactly the same as senior brother Luo and senior brother Zhang. If Qian Feng were to find out about this, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Peng Yunfei forced himself to remain calm and said, Elder Qian, don't listen to that scoundrel's provocation. Our Bright Moon sect is only a small sect in Minlu domain, so how could we have the ability to make such a shocking poison? Furthermore, you've also seen junior sister Chen's appearance. How could such an unrefined woman enter young Master Qian's eyes? I dare to confirm that Jun Mayan, that witch, framed my Mingyue sect in this matter. He knelt down on the ground with a thud. Elder Qian, you must be clear about this. You can't let the real murderer off. Xianfeng's expression kept changing, and his whole body exuded a frightening murderous aura. In fact, even if Qian Hongxiao was with Qin Xiuxiu, he, like the people of the Bright Moon sect, also believed that this matter was done by Jun Mayan. Thousandly intoxication and void art, this should be foolproof. But why? Why did it turn out like this? Slut, I want you to pay for my nephew's life. Qian Feng suddenly soars into the sky, raising his palm to ruthlessly slap Mu Yan. Mu Yan only feels a powerful pressure envelop her. A terrifying and powerful spiritual power forms a whirlpool, blocking her soul. The Tian Mo Qin suddenly appears in her hand, activating the divine hand weaving the heavens. But even so, when that strong gold core stage cultivator's attack falls, she still feels a fishy taste in her throat, and suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood. Qian Feng didn't expect that his attack wouldn't be able to kill a little girl at the first level of Anidia. He can't help but roar, condensing his full power once again, and attacks her. But before Qian Feng's attack can reach Mu Yan, a shadow suddenly flashes out. With a few muffled sounds, a few slaps fall on the back of Qian Feng's hand. Qian Feng only feels that his condensed spiritual power is blown away in a flash, as if it's being swept by a gale. He retreats several steps, standing awkwardly. He can't help but fly into a rage. Shi Qing, what are you doing? Only to see a ragged old man standing in front of Mu Yan, casually grabbing his messy hair. Who else could it be but the head of the Xiaoyao school, Shi Qing? Mu Yan originally planned to fight Qian Feng to the end, but she didn't expect that someone would come to her rescue. Little sister, are you okay? The cute youth of the Xiaoyao school supports Mu Yan, and worriedly takes out a talisman. This is a healing talisman. Little sister, you only need to activate it with spiritual power, and you'll feel a little better. Mu Yan takes the talisman, a little curious. She didn't expect that the way of healing in the cultivation world would be so magical. She is about to thank the youth, but he has already rushed to Shi Qing's side, and angrily says, Old man Qian, what did my master want to ask you? This Mu Yan is the champion of this time's sect selection. She hasn't chosen a sect yet, so she could be a disciple of any sect. How can you casually kill people? Xianfeng gritted his teeth and said, she crippled my nephew, so I killed her to pay for it with my life. Isn't that right and proper? The youth sneered, what evidence do you have to prove that little missy crippled your nephew? She was clearly not in that tent last night. Also, didn't you notice that your nephew has a bite wound on his neck? That wound has already turned blue and purple? Maybe the poison came from there. As soon as the youth said this, everyone's gaze subconsciously turned to Xianxia's neck. Sure enough, there were 2 rows of teeth marks on it. It was obvious that he had been bitten. Moreover, there was a little bit of dark red mixed in the bruise. It looked abnormally ghastly. Yi Huan immediately yelled, this is obviously the poison in Xianxia's mouth that killed young Master Qian. The Bright Moon sect really harbors ulterior motives. They clearly killed someone, yet they actually want our boss to be the scapegoat. In my opinion, if Elder Qian wants to take revenge, he should capture everyone from the Bright Moon sect and interrogate them properly. Why is he so fixated on our boss? That's right. The poison was given by the Bright Moon sect. As long as we torture them, we can definitely find the antidote. The onlookers didn't mind the matter getting bigger. They clamored to arrest the people from the Bright Moon sect. This time, Peng Yunfei and the others panicked. Peng Yunfei anxiously says, this matter has nothing to do with our Mingyue sect. If it was Chen's sister who poisoned him, why did Chen's sister die? Moreover, when have you ever heard of a poison that could turn someone into young Master Qian with just a bite? Peng Yunfei only thinks that he must not let others suspect him and interrogate him. He doesn't care that the people who were bitten by Chen Xiuxiu in the Mingyue sect's tent will be discovered. He even thinks that after a while, he will be killed by Zhang Luo and the others and cremated so that no one can find any evidence. Now Chen Xiuxiu is also dead. If he says that it wasn't Chen Xiuxiu who bit him, then it wasn't Chen Xiuxiu who bit him. Jun Mayan, all of this was done by you, right? Peng Yunfei crouches beside Chen Xiuxiu's body and shouts angrily, just because my junior sister offended you, you cruelly killed her, and even framed her for killing young Master Qian. How can your heart be so cruel? Lu Ruoxuan also cries as she crouches beside Chen Xiuxiu. Looking at Chen Xiuxiu's cold body, she is heartbroken. Miss June, even if senior sister really offended you, she has already been taught a lesson. In the training field, you played us miserably enough. Why did you even take her life? Now, you even framed her for killing young Master Qian, but senior sister's cultivation is not even 1/10 of yours. How could she have killed young Master Qian? She looks up at Mayan, her face full of grief and pleading, Miss June, I beg you, tell the truth, okay? I really don't want my senior sister to be wronged in death. Lu Ruoxuan speaks with sincerity and grief, and many of the male cultivators present begin to believe her words. But at this time, Chen Xiuxiu, who was lying on the ground, naked and long dead, suddenly opens her eyes. Awoo! Her throat emits a beast-like scream, and she suddenly pounces towards Lu Ruoxuan. Ah! Lu Ruoxuan suddenly turns around, only to see a greenish-gray face and a pair of crimson pupils right in front of her eyes. At the same time, that pair of purple lips opens, revealing eerie white teeth, and ruthlessly pounces towards her neck. Don't ah! Lu Ruoxuan screamed in horror and hurriedly hid behind Peng Yunfei. Peng Yunfei was also caught off guard and instinctively wanted to protect Lu Ruoxuan. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiuxiu grabbed him by the collar and then opened her mouth like a sacrificial bull and suddenly bit his neck. Ah! Peng Yunfei screamed and pushed Chen Xiuxiu away. But in the end, it was still too late. A deep bite mark appeared on his neck. These teeth marks were turning green and purple at a speed visible to the naked eye, and there was even a hint of dark red. It was exactly the same as the one on Xianxia's neck. Peng Yunfei felt as if a gust of cold air had entered his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The image of senior brother Luo and the others being bitten by Chen Xiuxiu and losing all of their spiritual power appeared in his mind. The blood drained from his face bit by bit as panic and despair crept onto his already distorted handsome face. No, I don't want to lose all my spiritual power, I don't want to become trash. Peng Yunfei waved his hand and pounced towards Lu Ruoxuan. Jin, save me, save me. I don't want to become a waste. Peng Yunfei's whole person seems to have gone mad, desperately grabbing his bitten neck with his hands. Even if it's bloody, he doesn't stop. This horrifying scene scares everyone present. Even when Xianxia pounces on one of the practitioners with bared fangs and brandished claws, that person can't react at all. The deathly pale face and ghastly white teeth are close at hand. That person is so horrified that he can't even scream. There's only one sentence echoing in his mind: my life is over. But the next moment, Xianxia is wrapped up by something and dragged back, directly thrown to the ground. Mu Yan takes a step forward, unobtrusively retrieving the golden silkworm goo, child goo from Xianxia's body. Xianxia's body twitches a few times. This time, she really completely loses her vitality and becomes a corpse. Mu Yan crouches down to examine Xianxia's body, the corners of her mouth slowly hooking up into a cold smile. She was wondering how Xianxia could become a ferocious corpse soldier after her death. It stands to reason that the golden silkworm goo that she has improved will only be activated by the resentment of the eviline spirit, and finally take away the vitality of the host's body, but it will not harm the host's life. If one day, the person's state of mind is peaceful and without resentment, the golden silkworm goo will naturally crawl out. Even if the host can't restore their cultivation, they can still become a normal mortal who can live a normal life. But Xianxia actually died, and she died because she was tortured, eventually becoming a living dead like the corpse soldier controlled by Gong Qianxue. Mu Yan originally wondered why, but after checking, she finally knows. Xianxia's spiritual root talent has completely disappeared. This is the result of being used as a furnace to collect yin to nourish yang. Even because this method of collecting yin to nourish yang was too vicious, Xianxia not only lost her spiritual root talent, but also died from being collected. Such a miserable way of dying. How can she not be filled with resentment, and how can she not become a corpse soldier? Taking advantage of the fact that no one is paying attention, Mu Yan gets closer to the scattered clothes in the tent. She originally didn't hold much hope, but who knew that she would actually find a thin book in a man's clothes? Looking at the 4 words "Great Spirit Absorbing Art" on it, Mu Yan's eyes darkened. He quickly grabbed the book and sent it into his space. Her movements were extremely fast, and coupled with the chaos at the scene, no one noticed her. Because of this sudden turn of events, the surrounding people became a mess. Many people were also confused. They didn't understand why Pang Yunfei was so shocked and scared out of his wits after just being bitten. Then, after Pang Yunfei screamed and scratched for a while, he suddenly fell straight down. The elders of the 5 spirits sect hurriedly went forward to check. With a glance, his expression changed slightly. The symptoms are exactly the same as young Master Qian. He has completely become a cripple. This time, all the onlookers were shocked. I really became like Mr. Qian after being bitten? Just now, that person from the Bright Moon sect said that. It wasn't because of Xianxia's bite, but looking at Pang Yunfei, he clearly knows the inside story. It's too scary. Just one bite and you'll become a cripple. If we were bitten just now. The people of the Bright Moon sect are too sinister. They clearly knew that being bitten by Xianxia would result in such a state, yet they still tried to weasel their way out of it. We almost died because of it. Unfriendly gazes swept over Lu Ruoxuan and the people of the Bright Moon sect. Lu Ruoxuan felt the murderous intent of the crowd, and her body trembled like a sieve. As she cries, she shakes her head with all her might. No, it's not like that. We also don't know why senior sister Chen became like this. That's right, it's June Mayan. She suddenly seems to have thought of something, pointing at Mayan, she excitedly says, that day, it was you who fed senior sister poison, that's why she became like this. All of this is your fault. That's right, you killed my senior sister and harmed young Master Qian. Boo-hoo-hoo, June Mayan, just admit it, okay? In fact, Lu Ruoxuan didn't believe that it was Mayan's elixir that caused Xianxia to become like this. After all, so many days have passed since Mu Yan fed Xianxia the medicine. Later, Xianxia also went to a famous doctor to check her body, but there was nothing unusual. If it was really poison, he had never heard of it taking effect after so many days, and in such a strange way. Lu Ruoxuan actually felt that Xianxia might have contracted some sort of infectious hysteria. But at this very moment, she can only shift the blame to June Mayan in order to protect herself. As she spoke, even she began to believe her own words. It's just that when she says this, Mu Yan doesn't have the time to refute. The onlookers were already laughing mockingly. You were the one who said that young Master Qian wasn't bitten by Qin Xiuxiu earlier, and now you're admitting that you were bitten by Qin Xiuxiu and trying to frame someone else? You people from the Bright Moon sect, why do you like to go back on your words so much? You said that our boss fed poison to Qin Xiuxiu. May I ask when he fed it to her? Lu Ruoxuan was at a loss for words. Yes, it was 3 days ago. Ha 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 ha. To think that a poison from 3 days ago would still remain. I've lived for so many years, but I've never heard of such a poison in the continent of cultivation. Can't you change the way you choose to frame someone with a brain? No, I'm telling the truth. Lu Ruoxuan shakes her head in panic. Jun Mayan really fed senior sister Chen poison. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. At that time, she still wanted to feed it to me, but was stopped by Elder Jiang. Jun Mayan, you say, did you feed poison to my senior sister? Mu Yan smiles and is about to speak. Suddenly, Wu Fangyi rushed over, grabbed Lu Ruoxuan's hair, and slapped her crazily. Shut up. Don't you think our Bright Moon sect has lost enough face? Wu Fangyi glared at her with reddened eyes. Gnashing her teeth, she said, if you hadn't let Qin Xiuxiu go, young Master Qian wouldn't have suffered, Senior Yunfei wouldn't have ended up like this, and Xiuxiu wouldn't have died. All of this is your fault. As she cursed, she frantically pulled Lu Ruoxuan's hair and clothes. The force was so strong that it directly pulled out a bunch of Lu Ruoxuan's hair, causing her to cry out in pain. Wu Fangyi had scolded and beaten her enough before throwing Lu Ruoxuan in front of Qian Feng. She gritted her teeth and said, Elder Qian, the one who truly harmed your nephew is this woman. Today, my Bright Moon sect will hand over the culprit to you to deal with. Lu Ruoxuan's body trembled as she cried until she was out of breath. When she heard Wu Fangyi hand her over to Qian Feng to deal with, she was scared out of her wits. She scrambled to Jiang Dahai's side, hugged his thigh, and cried, Master, save me, I really didn't harm young Master Qian. It's really because of Jun Mayan's schemes and tricks that senior sister Chen became like that. Master, please believe me, save me, okay? Wen'er is willing to do anything to repay you. Jiang Dahai furrowed his brows. Especially when everyone looked at him strangely, it made him feel abnormally embarrassed. However, Lu Ruoxuan's heart-wrenching appearance made him inexplicably unable to harden his heart and inexplicably wanted to protect her. Jiang Dahai coughed lightly and took a step forward. Brother Qian, there are indeed many doubtful points in this matter. For example, why is there a poison in Qin Xiuxiu's body that even the elders of the Five Spirits sect could not detect? Not to mention, in the middle of the night, even if your nephew wanted to meet a girl from the Bright Moon sect, why would he do it in Jun Mayan's tent? And why isn't Jun Mayan in her own tent? Saying that, he glanced coldly at Mayan and slowly said, this little girl, Lu Ruoxuan, this old man knows her. She is pure and kind. Apart from being a little silly and naive, she doesn't have any bad intentions. This old man likes her and has already accepted her as a disciple. This old man dares to guarantee that young Master Qian was not harmed by her. On the other hand, there are some people who are vicious and merciless. I'm afraid it's not strange for them to do such heartless things. Qian Feng's face had been gloomy since the incident with Qin Xiuxiu, and his whole body was filled with a terrifying killing intent. He was different from the other onlookers. Qian Feng did not take this group of small fries from the Bright Moon sect seriously at all, nor did he think that these trash could harm his nephew. He firmly believed that the one who caused his nephew to be in such a miserable state was definitely Jun Mayan, who had inexplicably escaped from his 1,000 miles drunk, and Boyd Art. This woman had too many unexpected tricks up her sleeve. His talent and cultivation were terrifyingly high. If such a calamity wasn't eliminated, then he, Qian Feng, would never be able to eat and sleep in peace. Jun Mayan, did you hear Elder Zhang's question earlier? Mu Yan smiled and said, so what if I heard it? How do you explain it? Mayan sneered, what's there to explain? This is my tent, yes, but I don't feel comfortable lying in this tent, so I changed it. Is there a problem? As for why your nephew and Qin Xiuxiu are in my tent, this is even more strange. Shouldn't you be asking your nephew? He actually brought a woman to someone else's tent in the middle of the night to do this kind of thing. What a weirdo. Xianfeng's face twisted. You're very good. Mu Yan is pleased with herself, thank you for the compliment. The cute young man from the Xiaoyao sect couldn't help but laugh out loud. The others could not help but laugh, but even more people could not help but worry for Mu Yan. Qianfeng originally wanted to say something, but when he thought of something, he forcefully swallowed his words and left with a flick of his sleeves. But his eyes were filled with haze and cold killing intent. Jun Mayan, I'll let you be complacent for a while. When we reach the Li Fire sect, I'll definitely make you suffer the consequences. The early morning farce came to an end amidst the discussions of the crowd. Qian Hongxiao was taken away by Qianfeng's men and treated by a famous doctor. But what could the other famous doctors do for a person that even the Five Spirits sect's elder could not save? As for the Bright Moon sect people, other than Lu Ruoxuan who was protected by Jiang Dehai, the rest were taken into custody by the Li Fire sect disciples. Even though Qianfeng did not believe that they harmed his nephew. But since these people were related to his nephew's injuries, Qianfeng naturally would not let them off easily. When Wu Fangyi and company were taken away, they all turned back to glare angrily at Lu Ruoxuan who was standing beside Jiang Dehai. That gaze seemed to want to tear her into pieces. If one were to say how much they loved and pampered this little junior sister in the past. Now, they hated her so much that they wanted to eat her flesh and gnaw her bones. It was clearly this woman who had foolishly let Qin Shoushou go, causing them to suffer collectively. Now that she had soared and hugged a powerful thigh, they had to bear the consequences of her mistakes, and were about to be consigned to eternal damnation. How could Wu Fangyi and company not go crazy with hatred? Mayan looked at this scene from afar and could not help but narrow her eyes. She sighed once again. Lu Ruoxuan's luck was so good that it made her unhappy. She had schemed against her time and time again, but every time Mayan wanted to retaliate, there would always be someone who came to help her. She had clearly sent her into the dust, but she would still be saved. TSK. Mayan sighed once again. If only her baby was here. With Xiaobao's heaven-defying luck, she wanted to see if Lu Ruoxuan's invincible luck could help her. The morning's farce did not affect the last step of the sect selection. Just after midnight, the cultivators who participated in the second round of assessment from the various large sects gathered outside the Yinmeng Hall. There was a sea of people in the windless square, waiting to witness the final results of the sect selection. First place in the second round of sect selection, Jun Mayan, please choose the sect you wish to join. Jun Mayan takes a step forward, walks out from the crowd, and slowly walks forward. Qianfeng stared unblinkingly at the young girl who was approaching him, and the hatred in his heart was like boiling water. However, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he revealed a warm smile. Jun Mayan, from today onwards, you are a disciple of my Li Fire sect. Although there was some unhappiness between us before, it has been cleared up now. In the future, you must cultivate well and strive to bring glory to the sect one day. Saying that, he stretched out his hand, preparing to take Mu Yan's jade tablet. The jade token that was brought into the training field was always in the hands of the participants. Even if the jade token was taken away, it would return to its original owner after the trial ended. This jade card represented the only identity of the Xiaoxia participating in the sect selection. Once this jade card was given to a sect, it meant that this cultivator wanted to join that sect. Qianfeng holds out his hand, fully expecting that Mayan will eagerly and pleasantly hand over the jade tablet. He knew how much Jun Mayan wished to enter the Li Fire sect. Little did she know that when she joyfully entered the Li Fire sect, it was only the beginning of her nightmare. However, Qianfeng maintained his warm smile. After waiting for a long time with his hand outstretched, Mu Yan did not hand over the jade token. He frowned slightly, but with a face full of tolerance, he said, "Is Miss Jun worried that I'm still angry over Hong Zhao's matter? You are overthinking it. This matter has been investigated and it has nothing to do with Miss Jun. I will also not pursue the matter of why Hong Zhao suffered such irreparable injuries in Miss Jun's tent." Heh. Mu Yan chuckles in a low voice. She doesn't take out the jade tablet, but fumbles around in her bosom and takes out a thin booklet. Elder Qian doesn't intend to investigate why Qian Hongxiao is in my tent, but I want to investigate. Saying that, she threw the book in her hand to the ground. Her gaze landed on Qianfeng's face. I found this in Qian Hongxiao's clothes. I wonder if Elder Qian can explain to me why Qian Hongxiao came to my tent in the middle of the night, and he even brought this evil ancient book with him. I wonder what he wants. The elders sitting on both sides, as well as the people watching the show, could not help but look at the book that Mu Yan had thrown out. When they saw the words Spiritual Absorption Grand Technique written on it, everyone's expression changed. The Five Spirits sect elder was the first to stand up and pick up the book. After flipping through a few pages, he immediately shook his head. His face was filled with disgust. Where did this dirty thing come from? Isn't this a cultivation technique that only evil demons cultivate? How can it appear in the sect's selection grounds? It's nonsense. Nonsense. Xianfeng's face went from red to white, then from green to purple. His eyes were filled with panic and shock. In the morning, he was distracted by Qian Hongxiao's maiming, so he did not realize that the Spiritual Absorption Grand Technique book was missing. He did not expect that the book had been taken away by Mu Yan. What Qianfeng didn't expect even more was that Jun Mayan would be so audacious to this extent. She had taken out the ancient book in front of everyone. Was she not afraid of offending him and the Li Fire sect? Qianfeng opened his mouth to speak, but he heard Mu Yan sneer. I was wondering why Elder Qian insisted that I was the one who harmed Qian Hongxiao this morning. So it was because I went for wool and came home shorn. You. Don't you dare. Qianfeng opened his mouth and widened his eyes. He stammered for a long time, but he couldn't say a word. However, Mu Yan once again interrupted her, and shouted with an even more stern expression, last night at the banquet, Elder Qian insisted on matchmaking Qianfeng and I as Dao companions, but I didn't agree. I didn't expect that you would actually think of such a despicable method. Why, so the Li Fire sect is not that righteous sect, but such a dirty and dark place? You see that someone is talented, but you can't make him your own, so you want to take away his spirit root? You're worse than beasts, trying in vain to sever the future of others. No wonder Qian Hongxiao suffered a backlash and ended up like this. PFFF. Qianfeng couldn't take it anymore. His qi and blood surged, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to explain something, but everyone was already looking at him suspiciously. Especially those who had seen the scene in the morning. He recalled the unbearable scene between Qian Hongxiao and Chen Xiuxiu. There was also Chen Xiuxiu's cold corpse, which was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Everything could be explained. Not only did he destroy her innocence, he even wanted to suck away her spiritual root talent. That was a super grade 1 spiritual root. Such a stunning young lady was almost ruined. She was almost crippled. What was this? Was this how the Li Fire sect treated geniuses and disciples? Qianfeng suddenly raised his head and stared at Mayan with his red eyes. He angrily roared, Jun Mayan, you are bewitching others with your lies and slandering the Li Fire sect. Don't you want to enter the inner sect? Mu Yan sneered and said unhurriedly, I'm sorry, I'm really not interested in joining this kind of sect that hides filth. Besides, do you think I'm stupid? If I were to enter the Li Fire sect now, wouldn't I be waiting to be killed by you? However, since I can't enter the Li Fire sect, I naturally can't let the Li Fire sect and Qianfeng have it easy. Qianfeng straightened his body and his face was twisted. A terrifying pressure was emitted from his body. I want to see if my Li Fire sect doesn't want you. Which sect dares to want you? Jun Mayan, I, Qianfeng, swear that I will make it impossible for you to gain a foothold in the Azure Heaven realm. With Qianfeng's ruthless words, the surrounding sect elders looked at each other and avoided eye contact. Although they despised Qianfeng for using an evil technique like the spiritual absorbing technique to bully a young lady, but in the Azure Heaven realm, the Li Fire sect was too powerful. No matter how much they appreciated or sympathized with Mayan, they did not dare to offend the Li Fire sect for her. Seeing the expressions of the various sect's elders, Qianfeng laughed maniacally, Jun Mayan, you have no power or influence. There is no sect you can return to. When you leave this windless square, I want to see how you will cry and beg me for mercy. Bullshit. A loud roar suddenly interrupted Qianfeng's laughter. This old man's 700 points was set up for this girl. Even if you don't want her, my Xiaoya sect wants her. As he spoke, Shi Qing, who was unkempt and had hair like a chicken's nest, staggered forward. With a fawning and excited smile, he said to Mayan, girl, do you want to come to my Xiaoya sect? My carefree gate has beautiful mountains and clear waters. The scenery is pleasant, and the disciples are simple and kind. I guarantee that it is different from that bullshit Defying sect. You will definitely not regret coming here. Before Mayan could say anything, the adorable youth also followed up, pulling Mayan's hand and shaking it repeatedly. Little sister, our sect is really good. The men are handsome, the women are beautiful, and there's also the most handsome and outstanding junior martial uncle in the world. Why don't you come to the Xiaoyao school? It's been a long time since the Xiaoyao school. Ahem. He almost blurted out that the Xiaoyao sect hadn't had any newcomers for a long time. The corners of Mu Yan's mouth twitched. Is this how you promote your own sect? But then she smiled and handed over her jade medallion. Alright, I'll join the carefree school. The entire square was silent for a moment. Many people sighed regretfully. Xiaoyao sect? What kind of place is that? Even birds don't shit there. It's such a waste for someone as talented as Mayan to enter the Xiaoyao sect. What a waste, sigh, if not for June Mayan completely offending Qian Feng and the Defying sect, which large sect wouldn't want such a good sapling. 6th senior sister, my name is Lan Luoyu. Everyone calls me Little Seven. The old man hurriedly took the jade token and smiled until his eyes were squinted. Good disciple. At least I did not make this trip for nothing. Sure Qing. Qian Feng roared angrily. He was like an enraged beast, about to pounce forward. A mere Xiaoyao sect dares to oppose me, Qian Feng? The old man stroked his beard and made a grimace. So what if I go against you? If you have the ability, come hit me. Retard, you can't beat me. Qian Feng's body twitched as his face turned red. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Just you wait. I will definitely not let the Defying sect off. The Defying sect disciples nervously rushed forward to support Qian Feng. And at this moment, Qini Zhou, who was carrying a sword on his back, walked out of the crowd. He was second in the second round of the assessment, so it was his turn to choose a sect after Mayan. Qini Zhou's face was still filled with arrogance. He strode in front of the Five Spirits sect elder and handed over his jade token. The Five Spirits sect elder was dumbfounded by this pie that fell from the sky. This was Qini Zhou, a genius with a high-grade spirit root. His strength was on par with June Mayan, and he was the most famous young talent in recent years. With his points, it was more than enough to enter the Defying sect. And before the first round of assessment, Qini Zhou had expressed his wish to enter the Defying sect. But now, he had handed the jade token in front of him. You really want to enter my Five Spirits sect? No, not the Defying sect? Qini Zhou raised his chin and said with a cold and arrogant voice, I have no interest in a place that hides evil and envies the talented. Will the Five Spirits sect accept me? If he did not, he would change to another one. When his cultivation level increased, he still wanted to compete with June Mayan. As for the Xiaoyao sect, Mayan could choose, but he could not. The Xiaoyao sect's resources were too poor. It did not benefit his cultivation at all. But he completely despised the Defying sect's treacherous actions of destroying something they could not obtain. Yes, of course. The Five Spirits sect elder excitedly stood up and snatched Qini Zhou's jade tablet. He grabbed Qini Zhou's jade tablet and stuffed it into his own group of disciples. Zhou, don't worry. Once you enter my Five Spirits sect, you will definitely not regret it. The third was Xianxia. He glanced at Qini Zhou and Mu Yan, then walked towards the Wind Thunder Pavilion. This meant that the top 3 geniuses in the sect's selection had all given up on the Defying sect and joined other sections. Unfortunately, the Defying sect's requirement for points was extremely high. Without June Mayan, Qini Zhou, and Xianxia, there was no one who could enter the Defying sect's inner sect. The elders and heads of the Five Spirits sect and the Wind and Thunder Pavilion were laughing so hard that only their teeth could be seen. Qian Feng, who had just recovered, spat out a mouthful of blood for the 3rd time. Finally, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The grand selection had finally come to an end. The elders of the various sects took out their own flying magical weapons and took their respective disciples back to the sections. One magical weapon after another flew into the air, going from the size of a palm to the size of a carriage. They floated in the air in a beautiful and colorful manner, causing the people below to exclaim in amazement. Even Mu Yan looks up, unable to take her eyes off it. In Mu Yan's eyes, this kind of magic treasure that can change size and fly is like a miracle. Miss, are you really not coming with me to Misty Cloud Sect? Weizi is worried and reluctant to let go of Mu Yan's hand, her eyes red. Isn't it better if we go to Misty Cloud Sect together? Alright, didn't I say I wouldn't cry? Why are you crying again? Mu Yan wipes her tears and smiles. Your master is already waiting for you, go quickly. Weizi wipes her tears and reluctantly sits on the Misty Cloud Sect master's small flying boat. Misty Cloud Sect is a small sect, so the flying magic treasure they take out is certainly not very imposing. But Mu Yan is still excited when she sees Weizi sitting on it and disappearing into the sky. In a while, she will also sit on a flying magic treasure. She doesn't know what it feels like to fly in the sky like this. Yan, let's go too. Shirqing's lazy voice comes into her ears. Mu Yan immediately comes back to herself and looks at Shirqing expectantly. Master, what is our flying magic treasure? Flying sword? Godly traveling 1,000 miles boat? Or spiritual light carpet? Flying magic treasure? Shirqing looks at her inexplicably. Are you dreaming? Our sect is so poor, how can we afford to buy a flying magic treasure? If you really want a mount, here, this donkey, master will let you ride for a while. Mu Yan's face stiffens, and she slowly turns to look at the bald donkey that Shirqing is pointing at. Under Shirqing's beckoning, it lazily and slowly walks forward, its thin body slanting every 2 steps, as if it will fall at any time. Mu Yan swallows. Let's take this back to the sect. Yes. The cute youth Lan Luoyu jumps out from nowhere, grabs Mu Yan's sleeve, and says excitedly, Senior sister, don't worry. Don't think that green hair looks sick, it's actually very powerful. Even if it carries a person, it can go very fast, and this place is very close to the Xiaoyao sect. When Master and I came here, it only took us half a month. Mu Yan only feels her vision go dark. Only half a month, and it's very close. She doesn't give up and asks again, is there no flying magic treasure in the sect? Even if it's just a small boat. How is that possible? Luo Yu shook her head like a rattledrum without hesitation. That flying magic treasure is too expensive, and it costs a lot of crystals to maintain. The crystal stones used to nurture flying magic treasures are enough for our sect to chew for several years. Aya, senior sister, don't say any more. Let's go, or else we won't be able to reach the cheapest inn before nightfall. Mu Yan, is it too late for her to leave this sect now? Ha 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 ha, Jun Mu riding a donkey back, to think that you would have such a day, ha 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 ha. Qi Huang's gloating laughter resounded in his mind. You don't even have a flying magic treasure, riding a donkey, ha 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 ha, Qi Huang. Mu Yan grits her teeth. Do you really want to try the itchy zither set again? Seven Brilliance's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He then said indignantly, Bastard, you only know how to use this to threaten me. Isn't it because you're useless? Up until now, you still haven't repaired the Tian Mo Qin. Otherwise, the Tian Mo Qin itself would be the best flight-type magical weapon. Mayan sneers and says, if you have the ability then tell me where the materials to repair the Tian Mo Qin are. If you don't have the ability then shut up. Following that, she saw a red-dressed youth rolling on the grass. As he rolled, he laughed loudly, Jun Mu riding a donkey, green hair's bald donkey, ha 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 ha, Mu Yan gritted her teeth. She would remember this and settle it all at once. Without a flying treasure, Mu Yan could only follow Shirqing and Luo Yu back to the sect. Originally, Mu Yan would rather die than sit on green hair's bald donkey. However, she could not resist Shirqing and Luo Yu's enthusiasm, so she could only grit her teeth and sit on it. This made Qi Huang in the space laugh to the point of tears. As Mu Yan was thinking of how to teach this annoying item spirit a lesson, she suddenly felt a strange gaze from the sky. She looked up and saw the mountain-breaking sect's flying treasure take off. The mountain-breaking sect's flying treasure was very special. It was a luxurious boat pulled by a flying spiritual beast, the Golden Rock. And Lu Ruoxuan, who was standing at the bow of the boat, was looking down at her. Her eyes were filled with pity and slight disdain. Her eyes seemed to say, so what if you performed well in the sect selection? In the end, he still entered such a broken sect that did not even have a flying magic treasure. It was really pitiful and sad. Mu Yan was inexplicably unhappy. After Qian Feng vomited blood and fainted, the Li Fire sect hurriedly took him away. They did not even recruit a single disciple. But because of Qian Feng's departure, the Bright Moon sect was released. When these Bright Moon sect disciples learned that Lu Ruoxuan had become Jiang Dehai's disciple, a few secretly went to find Lu Ruoxuan, hoping to enter the mountain-breaking sect's inner sect. Who knew that Lu Ruoxuan would pretend not to know them and let the mountain-breaking sect disciples chase them away? When Wu Fengyi learned of this, she was furious and brought the Bright Moon sect disciples to argue with Lu Ruoxuan. It was unknown what Lu Ruoxuan said, but the mountain-breaking sect disciples felt that Lu Ruoxuan had been bullied, so they taught Wu Fengyi a lesson. Before Wu Fengyi left, she went to see Mu Yan and kowtowed to apologize, saying that the Bright Moon sect had wronged Mu Yan in the past. Mu Yan could not be bothered with them, so she got Weizi to chase them away. Before Wu Fengyi left, she said, one day, she will make Lu Ruoxuan pay the price. Mu Yan was not interested in the Bright Moon sect's grudges, but Lu Ruoxuan wanted to show off in front of her. What the hell is this woman? She's giving off a horrible stench. Suddenly, she heard Qi Huang's disgusted voice, Little Phoenix, what are you doing? Go and command that ugly rock. You must make that group of ugly things and that disgusting woman live a life worse than death. When Qiu heard this, he immediately shook his wings and said excitedly, hee, beautiful sister, just you wait, Qiu will go and vent your anger for you immediately. Qiu has long disliked this stinky woman. With that, Qiu rushed out of the space and shot up into the sky like a meteor. The speed of the phoenix was simply too fast. There was only a streak of red light streaking across the sky. No one would notice the existence of Qiu. The ball flew to the body of the golden-winged rock. It was unknown what it did, but it quickly flew back. Just as she entered the space, Mu Yan heard screams coming from the distant sky. Tsk, judging from the direction and distance of the sound, it should be in the boundless swamp of the Mirror Moon mountain range. Sixth sister, look, I dug out 2 steamed buns from Master's place, for you to eat. Looking at the youngster presenting the 2 black steamed buns to her like a treasure, the corner of Mayan's mouth twitches. The problem is, these are really just ordinary steamed buns, not some kind of spiritual food. She feels that she has to have a new understanding of the poverty of the sect. Although she's lamenting in her heart, Mayan still takes the steamed bun and naturally takes a bite. The steamed bun is dry and rough, it doesn't taste good at all, but Mayan doesn't dislike it. Seeing her like this, Luo Yu immediately grins, revealing 2 sharp little canine teeth. It's really indescribably cute. Mayan touches his head and hands him the remaining steamed bun. Luo Yu happily holds the steamed bun, gnawing on it like a little rabbit. Little senior, I'm telling you, I haven't eaten delicious food for a long time. If little Marshall uncle doesn't come back soon, we'll all starve to death. Little senior, have you ever eaten fragrant roe deer meat? Have you ever eaten crisp wolf leg? Slurp. I really want to eat it. Mayan's mind suddenly recalls the table after table of delicacies that Di Mingju personally cooked in the Yanwu continent. Her saliva unconsciously overflows. Di Mingju's craftsmanship is really getting better and better, even her own appetite has been spoiled by him. She clearly isn't the type of person to satisfy everyone's cravings, but now, besides Di Mingju's dishes, she feels that she can't eat anything else. Only, Mayan can't help but raise her head and look at the distant sky. When will she see Di Mingju again? There's also that fairy who claims to be Di Mingju's fiancé. She doesn't know where this man provoked such a romantic debt. When they meet, she must ask him properly. Shoshan continent. Achoo. Di Mingju, who has just opened his eyes from his cultivation, suddenly sneezes. His 2 sword-like eyebrows are wrinkled enough to kill a fly. He abruptly stands up and strides towards the door of the Soul Cultivation House. Junshang. Oh, what are you doing now? Elder Chang throws himself at Di Mingju while crying his heart out. He hugs Di Mingju's thigh and says in a tearful voice, didn't you already promise that you'll stay in the Soul Recovery House to recuperate properly, and only leave when you're completely healed? Di Mingju says coldly, get out, Ben Jun wants to see Mayan. June, you can't wait any longer. Elder Chang was on the verge of tears. I've already divined for Miss June. Miss June has already passed her tribulation and is now very safe. This subordinate dares to guarantee with his life that nothing will happen to Miss June. Mingju looks with June with a cold gaze of his eyes. Of June will June 1. June said. June he. Ming to walk. And starts. Elder Chang promptly pounces over, and hugs Mingju's leg once again. Since you know that Miss June is fine, why do you still insist on looking for her right now? June, Of June, June of hearing that Mayan will be sad, Mingju's footsteps stop. But his brows are still tightly knitted, and he says coldly, Ben June can feel that Yan is thinking of Ben June. Mingju lowers his head and coldly looks at him. Ben June doesn't care. No matter what, I must see Yan. Or do you think that this insignificant soul cultivation house can hold Ben June? As soon as Mingju's last words come out, Elder Chang immediately quivers and shivers. In order to prevent Mingju from leaving the soul cultivation house, Elder Chang, Han Yi, Xing Lang, and the others have indeed set up layer after layer of barriers outside the soul cultivation house. They're afraid that Jun Shang will disregard his own safety and insist on going to the Xianxia continent to find Mayan. But Elder Chang didn't expect that Mingju acts as if he doesn't know anything, but in fact, he knows everything very clearly. His face is pale, his body trembles slightly, and he can't help but sneak a glance at the corner. Han Yi and the others hiding in the corner can only come out, trembling with fear, and kneel in front of Mingju. Jun Shang, I beg you to protect your body. Miss June cares about you so much, she likes you so much. If she finds out that you went to look for her without recuperating, she would certainly blame herself. Han Yi earnestly says. The corner of Mingju's mouth hooks up into a gentle smile. The coldness in his eyes seems to have disappeared without a trace when he said Miss June cares about you so much, she likes you so much. But very quickly, he sneers, do you think that Ben June can spare you by bringing up Mayan? Han Yi quivers and shudders, his face collapsing. He thought that he could successfully deceive them. 1 month. Mingju slowly says, if Ben June doesn't see Mayan within 1 month, then you'll have to wait for 10 years to not leave the purgatory pool. Don't. Han Yi is the first to scream, this subordinate has just come out of the purgatory pool. Elder Chang, Ying Mei, and the others are also distressed, at their wits' end. Mingju is too lazy to care about them. He returns to the only stone bed in the room and sits down. His fingers gently stroke the lines on his palm, and he softly murmurs, Yan, wait for me, I'll come find you soon. Suddenly, Mingju remembers something. He raises his head and says coldly, Lung Qingwan's matter, how's it going? Elder Chang regained his senses and quickly put away his bitter expression. He replied respectfully, don't worry, Your Majesty. The entire Xianxia continent already knows that you don't have a fiancé. That Ling Qingwan and the Tianyi men even offended the polar domain. Now, they're like street rats that everyone wants to beat up. But strangely, after Ling Yuexia came out of seclusion, she unexpectedly didn't remove Ling Qingwan's position as Tianyi men's young master. Instead, she wholeheartedly supported her. As Elder Chang spoke, a gossipy look appeared on his face. This subordinate once heard that Ling Qingwan was sect Master Ling's illegitimate daughter. I'm afraid that this matter isn't far from the truth. TSK, Tianyi men is as dirty and chaotic as ever. Mingju isn't interested in the Tianyi men's privacy. He's only concerned about whether or not he would let his Mayans suffer the slightest bit of grievance. In the future, if there's another Tom, Dick, or Harry woman who says she's Ben Jun's fiancé, do you know what to do? Mingju coldly sweeps over with a knife-like gaze. The people below him immediately shivered and promised, don't worry, Jun Shang, we promise to clear away all obstacles for you, so that you can peacefully marry Miss June. Xianxia Continent, Auction House. Lung Qingwan and her maidservant have just bid for the spirit grass and are about to leave. Suddenly, someone bumps into them, and the veil on her face falls down. Yo, come and take a look at who this is? Isn't this the young master of Tianyi men, one of the 4 great beauties of Xianxia Continent, Qingwan Xianzi? You're wrong, don't you know that Qingwan Xianzi has already been expelled from the 4 great beauties? Hee, what qualifications does a woman disliked by Dijun of Polar Domain have to be called one of the four great beauties? What's more, look at her face, it doesn't look very moving, does it? Compared to the other three great beauties, she doesn't even deserve to carry their shoes. Leng Qingwan's complexion turns green and white. She points at the people who are humiliating her, gnashing her teeth. You, don't go too far. How did we go too far? Someone sneers. At that time, your Tianyi man relied on the support of Polar Domain to strut around. Why didn't you think you went too far? Now that the tables have turned, you say we went too far? With her appearance and aptitude, she dares to take a portrait of Dijun. Bah, truly shameless. Tianyi man's vitality was greatly damaged in the war 1,000 years ago, and it was already a third-rate sect. Thanks to the care of Polar Domain, it was able to gain a firm foothold in Xianxia continent. Who would have thought that this woman not only doesn't know gratitude, but also spread rumors that she is the future mistress of Polar Domain, tarnishing Dijun's innocence, and even provoking internal strife in Polar Domain. Now that she has ended up in this state, she really deserves it. Each sentence of ridicule is more unpleasant than the last, reaching Leng Qingwan's ears. What makes her even more furious is that these people are belittling her appearance. Clearly, a few months ago, she was still the Qingwan Xianxia that everyone admires, the future mistress of Polar Domain. Clearly, she was one of the four great beauties, the most beautiful and outstanding woman in Xianxia continent. Why? Why did everything change in just a few months? It's all because she lost Di Mingju's love. Leng Qingwan madly pushes through the crowd, flying into the sky. Like a stray dog, she flees back to Tianyi men. At the entrance of the trade fair, everyone points at her as she leaves, full of disdain and disgust. There were also people who fantasized that if the Supreme Emperor didn't like Leng Qingwan, what kind of fairy-like woman would he like? Could it be the other three of the Xianxia continent four great beauties? When Leng Qingwan returned to Tianyi men, she rushed into her room and smashed everything in the room. No, I can't go on like this, I have to go find Di Mingju. I want to win back his favor. Leng Qingwan muttered nervously, pretending to be crazy. Back when the emperor doted on me, how glorious was I? How envied was I by others? It's all because of that slut, Jun Mayan. She seduced the emperor and caused me to lose his favor. But now that that bitch is dead, as long as I can attract the monarch's attention again and win back her favor, all the glory she once had will be mine. Yes, I'm going to find Dijun and tell him that that slut Jun Mayan is already dead. From now on, he can only dote on me. The more Leng Qingwan spoke, the crazier she became. Soon after, her eyes reddened and she was about to rush out. However, just as she rushed to the door, she was stopped by someone. The man raised his hand and gave her a slap. Leng Qingwan was sent flying several meters away. She fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Ling Yuexia sneers, if I didn't hit you, how could you wake up? But master, Dijun should have been mine, but he didn't want me anymore. Ling Yuexia's expression is extremely cold. She steps forward and ruthlessly kicks Leng Qingwan in the chest. You idiot, if you weren't me, I would have already killed you with my sword. Leng Qingwan suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood from this kick, her deathly pale face immediately revealing fear. Master, spare me, this disciple knows she was wrong. Ling Yuexia grits her teeth and says, I clearly told you that if you found the whereabouts of the Shen musician's successor, you must inform me in advance. But you, not only did you not inform me, you also acted on your own. In the end, not only did you not obtain the Shen musician's inheritance, you even offended the Polar Domain, offended Dijun Leng Qingwan. If someone else had done such a thing, believe it or not, I would have immediately dismembered their body into 10,000 pieces. Leng Qingwan shivers, but she doesn't dare to say a word of rebuttal. Of course, she doesn't dare to say that she was blinded by jealousy, and she doesn't dare to say that she wants to monopolize the Shen musician's inheritance. Ling Yuexia takes a deep breath. Now that things have come to this, it's useless to say more. Now, the only way for you to turn things around is to climb into Dijun's bed and gain his favor. Hearing that, Leng Qingwan suddenly raises her head, her face full of hope. Master, do you have a way for me to regain Dijun's favor? Do you have a way for me and Dijun? Ling Yuexia slowly reaches out and touches Leng Qingwan's face, her gaze deep and terrifying. Master will definitely let you get what you want. The wish that Master couldn't fulfill back then, now I will definitely let you achieve it. Master, Qingwan knows that you love Qingwan the most. Lung Qingwan's excited body slightly trembles. Master, quickly tell me, what method do you have? Ling Yuexia sneers. Since ancient times, men have always valued lust the most. Why can Jun Mayan get Dijun's favor? Isn't it because she has a foxy face that could cause the downfall of a state? Just like that shameless Shen musician who seduced men back then. When Ling Yuexia said the last sentence, she gnashed her teeth, as if she couldn't wait to eat the flesh of a Shen musician. But very quickly, she calms down. Meeting Lin Qingwan's expectant gaze, she faintly smiles and says, Master has a secret recipe in my hands. As long as you collect enough rare elixirs and immortal herbs, you can change your appearance and become a peerless beauty. You can even become 70 to 80% similar to the deceased Jun Mayan. When the time comes, you'll have such a stunning appearance. Do you think Di Mingju wouldn't be tempted? Lung Qingwan stared blankly for a moment when she heard that. Then, her eyes suddenly widened as wild joy surged within her. Master, is what you said true? You can really make this disciple become as stunning as Jun Mayan? Ling Yuexia glanced at her and smiled coldly. When have I ever lied to you? However, this secret recipe requires a lot of elixirs, which can only be found in the Cultivation continent. Immediately order the sects under you to find him at all costs. Yes. Don't worry, Master. Disciple will send someone to pass down the order. These sects have been under the protection of my Tianyi men all year round, and are also under our control with goo worms. They absolutely wouldn't dare to have the slightest bit of disloyalty. As long as disciple gives the order, they will definitely do their utmost to find him. Mu Yan's group of 3, as well as the bald donkey, traveled for more than half a month before they finally arrived at the Tianxian Mountains, where the Xiaoyao school was located. Along the way, listening to Luo Yu's incessant chatter, Mu Yan already knew that the Xiaoyao sect was a very, very poor sect. However, when she truly saw her own sect's encampment, Mayan was still thoroughly shocked. Little senior sister, we're finally here. Luo Yu rushed to Mayan's side excitedly, hugging her and shaking her hands. The young man's canine teeth and 2 deep dimples appeared, making him look even cuter. But Mayan looks in the direction that Luo Yu is pointing at, but she doesn't see any buildings that look like the encampment of a sect. Where is there a sect? There are only a few thatched cottages over there. She looked again and again. There really wasn't any sect encampment, only a few dilapidated thatched cottages that would sway in the wind and rain. Well, although this thatched hut was built in a ring shape with a 2-story wooden house in the middle, it looked more imposing than an ordinary farmhouse. But no matter how imposing it was still a thatched hut. Mu Yan turns to look at Luo Yu. Luo Yu blinked her eyes and said innocently, those thatched cottages are the base of our Xiaoyao school. Once again, Mu Yan feels her vision going black. She steadied herself and asked, unwilling to give up, is this the branch of the Xiaoyao sect? No, the Carefree sect doesn't have a branch, so this is the only place we have. Mu Yan gritted her teeth. But the Xiaoyao sect is a sect. How many people can live in those thatched cottages? She paused and asked suspiciously, don't tell me that there are only the 3 of us in the entire sect? How is that possible? Luo Yu immediately retorted. The sect has youngest martial uncle, eldest martial brother, second martial brother, third martial brother. Stop. Mu Yan interrupted him, just tell me, how many people are there in the sect? Luo Yu grinned, revealing his signature cute smile, including senior sister, there are already 9 of us. Ah, 6th senior martial sister, you don't know, but before you came, the Xiaoyao school hadn't had a new disciple for a long time. Mu Yan simply wants to raise her head and ask the heavens, speechless. 9 people? So many? Heavens, is this really a sect? He was also the king of the mountain who had gathered together to become a bandit. Wait a minute, even if they were bandits, it was impossible for there to be only 9 people. However, Luo Yu was still calling out to her excitedly. 6th senior sister, hurry up. I've already used the communication amulet to inform senior brother and senior sister that I brought back beautiful senior sister. Big senior brother and the rest will definitely prepare good food. We can't let master take them all. Mayan looks up to the sky and sighs, all right. This was the sect that she had chosen herself, so even if she had to kneel down, she had to stay. Seeing Luo Yu excitedly running into a pile of thatched huts, Mayan could only lead the little donkey and leisurely follow. The closer she got to the thatched hut, the more she saw the crumbling plaque with the words Xiaoyao sect written on it. Mu Yan sighed again. Didn't they say that appearance was very important? No wonder no one has entered the Xiaoyao sect for so many years. Before Mayan even enters the door, she hears her master's panting voice. Then comes Luo Yu's heart-wrenching complaint, "Master, a communication talisman is worth 3 low-grade crystals. It wasn't easy for your disciple to draw 3, and I've already used one. I really have to use another one. I don't know if I can draw it as well next time." Qing angrily says, "Then you go and cook for your master." Luo Yu spreads her hands. "I saw, there's no rice, there's not even a vegetable leaf in the kitchen. What's more, master, you've already abstained from eating, there's no difference whether you eat or not." Qing raises his hand to hit her. "You unfilial disciple, even if your master abstains from eating, I'll still miss good food." Mayan looks at the empty sect, her heart full of nothing to live for. There's not even a vegetable leaf, this is just too poor. Just then, there's a sudden clamor outside the house. Then, the door of the thatched hut vibrates, pitifully swaying, as if it could fall at any time. A few figures rushed in one after another, making a ruckus as they rushed in. "Second brother, it's all your fault, you can't even catch a blue and white deer. It's not easy for us to get a pretty junior sister, what if she starves?" That fourth brother also flattened the wind. Wind spirit spore. There's not even residue left. Alright, stop quarreling. In a while, when the new junior sister comes, it'll be a joke. Ah. The doors open, master and the others have already returned. A strong wind blows into the house, and the dust inside rustles down. Mayan quickly sees the people rushing in. The leader is a square-faced youth with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looks to be around 30 years old, and his appearance can only be considered ordinary, but his whole body exudes an awe-inspiring and calm aura. This should be the most reliable senior brother, Yun Ruhan, that Luo Yu often mentions. Following behind Yun Ruhan is a tall and sturdy man, and a handsome and beautiful youth. As soon as these 3 people appear, Mayan's heart slightly shudders. She has always known that this cheap master of hers, Qing, has a very high cultivation. But perhaps it's because the difference in cultivation level between her and Qing is too great. Therefore, other than when Qing revealed his strength, she could not feel how powerful this master of hers was. He had even forgotten that he was an expert that struck fear into Qian Feng the moment he made a move, because he had seen his sloppy appearance all the time, and had even forgotten that he was an expert that struck fear into Qian Feng's heart. But today, when these 3 people appeared, Mu Yan immediately felt the vigorous and smooth spiritual power flowing around them. None of these 3 people's cultivation was lower than his. Especially that tall and sturdy man. Mu Yan had a feeling that even if she went all out, she might not necessarily be able to defeat him. There were only 9 people in the Xiaoyao sect. All 3 of them were at least at the stage of fasting, and they were all young people with outstanding talent. Was the Xiaoyao sect really just an ordinary sect? Mu Yan is sizing up the 3 people coming in. Qing stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Yan, you're a little older than Luo Yu and you're the 6th child. Come and meet your senior brothers." Luo Yu had already pounced over and hugged eldest senior brother's arm, saying excitedly, "Eldest senior brother, 2nd senior brother, 4th senior sister, look. Look. This is the beautiful senior sister that master and I recruited with great difficulty." Mu Yan has only met them for the first time, so it's natural for her to be probed and alienated. She doesn't take it to heart at all. But she didn't hear clearly that Luo Yu said 4th sister. She just inexplicably feels that the handsome youth's gaze on her is particularly sharp, as if he wants to peel her apart and carefully observe her. Mu Yan is thinking, it seems that this senior brother doesn't have any good intentions towards her. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly shows a bright smile and pounces over like a hungry tiger. "Oh, great, it really isn't the little white flower that I hate the most. Master, you really know me too well, you actually sent me such a beautiful and delicious junior sister." Mu Yan didn't expect that this person's face changes faster than flipping a book. Caught off guard, she was actually hugged by him. Then, her face is wet and hot, she was actually kissed by someone. Mu Yan is about to flare up, but suddenly, a refreshing fragrance burrows into Mu Yan's nose. Because the handsome youth is too close, her hand can feel the youth's soft chest. Soft chest. Mu Yan blinks and looks at the beautiful youth who is hugging her neck. You're a woman? Cough, cough, cough. Shirqing coughs again and again, looking very embarrassed. This is your fourth sister, Ling Yuma. She likes to fool around the most, ignore her. Fourth sister Ling Yuma immediately says with dissatisfaction, Master, don't slander me in front of the beautiful junior sister. Junior sister, from now on, senior sister will take care of you. Let's sleep on the same bed at night, we can also bathe together, and senior sister can help you scrub your back, hee hee hee. Mu Yan looks at the cross-dressing fourth sister revealing such a wretched smile, and silently takes a step back. She takes back what she just said about the Xiaoyao school not being simple. This is your eldest senior brother Yun Ruhan, and your second senior brother Qin Jiu. Ling Yuma immediately moves closer, hooks her arms around Mu Yan's neck, and says with a smile, don't call him second senior brother, just call him barbarian bull. He's just a stupid bull with empty martial strength. Not at all. Qin Jiu blushes and tries to refute, I'm smarter than a bull, I can even kill a mad bull. After Qin Jiu finished speaking, he seemed to realize how stupid his words were. His face could not help but turn red and he lowered his head in shame. Because of his stuttering, his tone of speech, and his silly personality, he was always mocked by others. Today, when a new junior sister entered the sect, he wanted to perform well. Who knew that the more he performed, the uglier he became? However, Mu Yan smiled slightly, without the slightest bit of disdain on his face. He respectfully called out, second senior brother. When Qin Jiu heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Then, a silly smile blossomed on her face. Hey, little junior sister, wait, I will go and prepare dinner for you. After saying that, he blew away like a gust of wind. During this time, a cheerful and deep laughter could be heard in the air. Little junior sister called me second senior brother, hee hee. Second senior brother, Mu Yan rubbed her nose. Didn't she just call him second senior brother? Was he that excited? When she turned around, she saw eldest senior brother and fourth senior sister looking at her with deep eyes. Ling Yuma bluntly asked, don't you think that barbarian bull is stupid and unsophisticated? Mu Yan smiled and slowly said, fourth senior sister, would you think that someone stronger than you is stupid and unsophisticated? Master, you've finally done something good this time. You brought back such a cute junior sister. Shirqing glared at them, get lost. Take it easy. If you scare her away, I'll beat you to death. Yun Ruhan stepped forward and looked at Mayan warmly, junior sister, welcome to the Xiaoyao sect. I'll take you to your residence first. Xiaoqi, Umo, go and help second brother. In the Xiaoyao sect, Yun Ruhan's prestige seemed to be very high. Although Luo Yu and Ling Umo didn't want to let Mayan go, they obediently went to the kitchen when they heard Yun Ruhan's order. Eldest senior brother, is there anyone else in the sect? Mayan asked as they walked. If she remembered correctly, Luo Yu said that there were 9 people in the Xiaoyao sect. But now, including herself, Mayan only saw 6. Yun Ruhan smiled, junior master went out to train and hasn't returned yet. There's also your third senior brother, Chu Moli. He likes peace and he's not in good health, so he couldn't come out to welcome you. Yun Ruhan didn't continue after talking about the third senior brother. Mayan couldn't help but ask, what about fifth senior brother? Fifth brother, he. Yun Ruhan revealed an awkward and troubled expression. She glanced at Mayan, fifth brother is a little special. Before Yun Ruhan could finish her sentence, a wooden door opened with a creak not too far away. A soft, androgynous voice came from inside. Eldest senior brother, how am I special? Mayan was thinking that this fifth senior brother's voice was even more feminine and pleasant than Lan Luoyu's. Could it be that he's also an immature youth? From the wooden door, a beautiful girl walked out. She wore a cloth dress with golden hairpins and jingling ornaments. The girl was tall and slender, and her appearance was beautiful beyond compare. When she slowly walked out of the house into the sunlight, her skin was as white as snow and her eyebrows were like a painting. that peerless appearance was actually not inferior to Mu Yan's by much. Mayan was dumbfounded as she looked at the beautiful girl walking in front of her. He looked down at him and then laughed coldly. What does Master and 7 mean? How could you find such a beautiful woman? Do you think that I am not beautiful enough and can't hold up the face of the Xiaoyao sect? Tomorrow I will go to the foot of the mountain to buy some rouge and face powder. I want to see who is the most beautiful person in the Xiaoyao sect. Cough, cough, cough. Yun Ruhan coughed repeatedly. 5th junior brother, you're already beautiful enough. You don't need to dress up anymore. You really don't have to dress up anymore. When the beautiful girl heard this, she fiercely glared at Mu Yan. Let me tell you, don't be complacent. I won't lose to you in terms of beauty, Ling Yuxing, enough. Yun Ruhan berated him loudly. We don't even have crystals to eat in the sect, so how can we let you buy makeup? This is the newly arrived 6th junior sister Jun Mayan, still not coming over to greet her properly. Ling Yuxing is unwilling, but due to the majesty of the eldest senior brother, he still nods towards Mayan with a taut face. Then he snorts, turns around and slams the door. Mayan's soul has left her body. After a long while, she came back to her senses and asked with difficulty, that is 5th senior brother? Wait a minute. That's obviously a beautiful girl. Okay, how could it be 5th senior brother? But this 5th brother, no matter how she looked at 5th senior brother, from left to right, no matter how she looked at him, he was a beautiful and charming woman. Wait, just now, she seems to have seen an Adam's apple sliding up and down the throat of the beautiful girl. Although it's not obvious, but, so, is 5th brother really a man, and a man who likes to dress up as a woman, and completely thinks of himself as a beauty? Mayan feels like she's in a mess. What kind of strange sect did she enter? Yun Ruhan coughs a few times in embarrassment. Well, 5th brother has always thought of himself as a woman since he was a child. You, don't lower yourself to his level. Well, little sister, you rest for a while. I'll call you again when it's time for dinner. After saying that, he pushes Mayan into one of the small rooms and flees. After the shock, Mayan calms down. She doesn't think that it's surprising that 5th brother has such a hobby. She remembers seeing it in Bailey Liuing's notes. In her era, it was normal for boys to look like women, or girls to look like men. Some men think of themselves as women from a young age, and that seems to be a gender barrier. Even in Bailey Liuing's original world, men falling in love with men, and women falling in love with women, are all recognized. Mayan shakes her head, throwing the shock and amazement to the back of her mind. She begins to look around her room. Her room isn't big, and the furnishings are very simple. However, she can see that it's been well cleaned and arranged. Although this Xiaoyao sect is poor and very strange, Mayan doesn't feel repulsed here. Instead, she feels an inexplicable warmth. She has never felt this kind of warmth and harmony since she came to the Shozhen continent. She thinks for a moment, takes out a piece of paper and ink from her space, and slowly writes on it frowny face Xiaoyao sect, Master, Shi Qing, unfathomable cultivation. Eldest brother, Yun Ruhan, dignified and calm, like the head of the family. Second brother, Qingjiu, simple and honest, with extraordinary strength. Third brother, Chu Moli, has a stubborn disease, and lives alone. Fourth sister, Ling Yuma, bold and cheerful, likes to dress up as a man. Fifth brother, Ling Yuxing, a man's body, but a woman's heart. Seventh brother, Lan Luoyu, cute Xiaoqi. Mayan pauses, then writes the 3 words, junior uncle. The one that Luoyu often mentioned, the one that was outstanding and had an appearance that was comparable to that of a deity. What kind of person was he? At this time, Mu Yan still doesn't know that in the near future, the Xiaoyao sect would create a huge wave in the cultivation world, and even the cultivation world. One day, the name of Unfettered 7 would become the most dreadful existence in the hearts of cultivators, along with the name of the Netherfire Legion. At dinner time, Mayan was dragged to the kitchen by Luoyu. She had thought that the poor Xiaoyao school would be happy to have rice and vegetables. But the delicacies on the table were beyond her expectations. There were a few plates of fragrant roasted meat on the table, as well as a rich and fragrant soup that exuded the aura of spirit energy. There were even 2 bowls of rice steamed from spiritual grains on the table. When Mu Yan and Luoyu entered, the eldest senior brother Yun Ruhan, the second senior brother Qingjiu, and the fourth senior sister Ling Yuma were already in the kitchen, staring at the table full of dishes and swallowing their saliva. There was another person in the room. It was a pale-faced youth. But he's sitting on a strange chair with wooden wheels. As he walks, he doesn't stand up. Instead, he moves the wooden wheels and slowly walks to the dining table. Mu Yan guesses it right away. This should be the only third brother that she hasn't seen yet, Chumoli. Sure enough, as Big Brother Yun Ruhan said, third brother has a stubborn illness that makes it difficult for him to walk. Little sister, come, eat, eat. Qingjiu sees Mu Yan and immediately greets her enthusiastically. Ling Yuma hugs Mu Yan and presses her to her seat. Little sister, this is the welcome banquet that we specially prepared for you. Quickly come and have a taste. How does it taste? As soon as Mu Yan sits down, a bowl of fragrant white rice is stuffed into her hands. Big brother Yun Ruhan, second brother Qingjiu, and fourth sister Ling Yuma are all eagerly looking at her, waiting for her to taste it. Mu Yan can't accept this kind of hospitality. She can only taste the barbecue and drink the soup, but her eyes can't help but brighten. She doesn't know what kind of spirit beast this barbecue is from. The meat is delicious, and the cooking is just right. When she bites, the fragrance lingers in her lips and teeth, and a rich spiritual power flows into her body. This cooking skill is comparable to Di Mingju's. Moreover, this soup looks ordinary, but there are all kinds of spirit mushrooms and spirit vegetables in it. It's not obvious from the outside because the chef's cooking skills are very experienced, wrapping the fragrance of these spirit mushrooms and spirit vegetables in the soup. Only when it enters the mouth can you feel the sweetness that almost swallows your tongue. The taste is so good. Mu Yan can't help but exclaim, it's too much to say that it's a worldly delicacy. Second brother, did you make this? No, how could I make it? Qingjiu repeatedly waves his hands. Just then, a feminine and mellow voice comes from the stove, at least you're sensible enough to taste the delicacies made by this concubine. As they speak, they see the graceful figure of a young girl coming out from behind the stove. It's the beautiful fifth brother Ling Yuxing with a head full of beaded hairpins. Wearing a pink apron, she leisurely walks out with the appearance of a noble lady. Pft, cough. Mu Yan chokes on the soup in her mouth. After a long while, she finds her voice, fifth brother, this is the food you made? Ling Yuxing raises her eyebrows, her pink cheeks angry, what? You dislike it? And no. Mu Yan swallowed the food in her mouth and praised sincerely, fifth senior brother, no, fifth senior sister, your culinary skills are really good. You're really good in the hall and in the kitchen. Junior sister admires you. She hears Mayan calling her fifth senior sister, and even praising her for going to the main hall and going to the kitchen. Ling Yuxing's face suddenly blossomed into a smile. He glanced sideways at Mu Yan, but his attitude became much more intimate. Humph, little girl, you only know how to speak flowery words. Let me tell you, the number one beauty of the Xiaoyao sect is junior martial uncle, and the number two beauty is me, Ling Yuxing. Don't even think about fighting me for her. Cough. Mu Yan coughed again, and said repeatedly, not snatching, absolutely not snatching. What second beauty? She didn't want this title at all. Okay, wait, why is fifth senior brother the second most beautiful woman? With fifth senior brother's looks and narcissism, he actually admitted that youngest martial uncle was better looking than him. What does this junior martial uncle look like? Ling Yuxing turned around and went back to clean up the stove. Mu Yan rubbed her nose. She really liked this fifth senior brother more and more. She likes people who can cook delicious food the most. Mayan turns around and meets a pair of deep and serene eyes. Those eyes carry hidden curiosity and interest, as well as indifference as if it's none of his business. When Mayan's eyes meet, the other party immediately reveals a gentle and harmless smile. It's third brother Chumoli. Mayan frowns. She always feels that this third brother looks gentle on the outside, weak and harmless. Even his cultivation isn't high, but he inexplicably makes her feel a chill down her spine. Little sister, third, hurry up and eat, it's cold. Qingjiu's urging voice is heard, bringing Mayan back to her senses. Soon after, Mayan realizes that in the entire kitchen, only she and Chumoli are eating. Big brother, second brother, fourth sister, won't you all eat together? Ling Yuma swallows, we're not hungry. We already ate outside. Junior sister, this is your welcoming banquet. You, and third senior brother should eat. Yes, little sister, you and third brother eat. Qinjiu also swallows, pulling his line of sight away from the fragrant food. You're new, third brother's body is weak, we're fine, we're not hungry. Don't you need to call master to eat? Master, let us put the medicine and fall asleep, no one will snatch it from you. Sixth sister, hurry up and eat. Luo Yu shows a lovely smile, but her eyes don't dare to look at the fragrant and beautiful food. Mayan suddenly thinks of the impoverished Xiaoyao school. According to Luo Yu, they're so poor that they can't even eat for several months. And because they've basically abstained from eating, they don't need to eat, so they only have enough to prepare food for the weak third brother Chumoli. Now, there's her. Mayan wants Luo Yu to eat with her. But this youth, he's obviously drooling, yet he leaves all the delicious food for her. Even Ling Yuxing, who has been busy at the stove for more than an hour, hasn't sat down to eat a delicious meal. Mayan sighs softly, shares the priceless food with Chumoli, then gets up and returns to her room. It was as if the fragrance of the food still lingered in her mouth, making her body feel a strange warmth. The Xiaoyao sect was old and shabby, and there were only 9 people. But she wanted to stay here. Of course, she didn't want to starve and freeze with her fellow disciples. It seemed that he had to think of a way to make a living. Alchemy? Mu Yan writes alchemy on the grass in the space, then crosses it out. Although she had the cloud-born sea-forming technique, and although she knew alchemy, however, he could only refine elixirs below the 3rd grade. Not to mention the fact that a lot of rare and precious spirit herbs were needed to refine pills of the 3rd grade and above. More importantly, it required a cauldron that had the support of a talisman array. The problem is that she's penniless right now, and the cauldron was even brought over from the Yanwu continent. The last time he tried to concoct pills in the Mirror Moon Mountain range, one of them exploded. Moreover, the pill recipes that she has on hand are only those that she has collected in the Yanwu continent. In the Yanwu continent, it can fetch a high price, but in the Xiaozhen continent, there aren't many cultivators who would take a fancy to it. Cure? The Xiaoyao sect was located in the Tianxian mountain range, which was half a day's journey away from the nearest market. Even if he wanted to treat someone, he wouldn't be able to find a patient. Ben Zun is too embarrassed to say that you're my master. TSK, try and find someone to say that I'm your master. Mayan has already seen how timid Qi Huang is. Except for Xiao Bao, the fat rabbit, and Qiu Qiu, he simply doesn't dare to appear in front of anyone. Qi Huang's cheeks bulge out in anger. He grits his teeth and says, Ben Zun won't lower himself to the level of an ignorant little girl like you. But after a while, looking at Mayan's troubled appearance, he can't help but say, what's there to worry about? Just find a rich and overflowing family and rob them. Robbing the rich to help the poor, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mayan's mouth twitches, this tool spirit is really becoming more and more human-like. He even knows how to rob the rich to help the poor, Mayan thinks for a whole night, but she still can't figure out how to increase the income of the Xiaoyao school. In the end, she falls asleep in the space. In a trance, she hears Xiao Bao's soft call. Niangqin, I miss you so much. Mayan's tears suddenly rush up, Xiao Bao, Niangqin also misses you. Tell Niangqin, where are you? Niangqin will come to find you. No. Xiao Bao shakes his head heavily, his handsome little face full of longing and determination. Xiao Bao wants to become stronger. When Xiao Bao becomes stronger, he will go find Niangqin. Xiao Bao wants to protect Niangqin. Before his voice falls, Xiao Bao's image becomes fainter and fainter. Mayan stretches out her hand, wanting to hold Xiao Bao, but she only holds air. Xiao Bao. The sound of crying is suddenly drowned in a wide and blazing embrace. Mayan looks up and is stunned to see the man's handsome and perfect face, Di Mingju. Yan. The man gently strokes her face, wiping away the tears on her face. Yan, wait for me, I'll find you soon. Yan, wait for me. Mayan suddenly opens her eyes and sits up on the grass. She touches her face, it's wet. Looking around, she finds that it's empty. There's no Di Mingju or Xiao Bao. She hooks up the corners of her lips, revealing a bitter smile. It turned out to be just a dream, that's right, she is now separated from Xiao Bao and Di Mingju. She can only see them in her dreams. Hey, you, why are you crying? Qi Huang carefully moved closer and looked at her face. A look of disgust and worry appeared on her beautiful face. I don't think I said anything to anger you last night, did I? Mayan gives him a sidelong glance, you still know that you anger me every day. Qi Huang stammered as he squatted beside her for a while. Finally, as if he had made up his mind about something, he handed out his sleeve. Alright, don't cry. At most, I'll lend you my noble clothes to wipe your tears. After Mu Yan got up, she decided to visit the Xiaoyao school first. Although the entire Xiaoyao sect is only this big, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a complete view. Along the way, she passed by the training field at the back of the mountain. He saw second senior brother Qingjiu facing a cliff that towered into the clouds. He was bombarding the cliff with his fists. With every strike, a huge rock would fall from above. Seeing Mayan, Qingjiu immediately reveals a silly smile, little junior sister, good morning. I'm warming up, do you want to join me? She went around the back of the mountain and saw her fourth senior sister who was chasing a huge cloud python. Even the miserable Mu Yan felt like shedding tears of sympathy for her. Only when the cloud python was completely smashed into minced meat did the fourth senior sister suddenly come to her senses. Oh no, I finally found lunch for junior sister, but I smashed it into minced meat again. Alas, it's already stained with mud, how can I eat it? The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitched. She finally understood that the people of the Xiaoyao school were all so strong, so how could they be so poor? If they weren't all weirdos, then they were all violent maniacs. They didn't even put the scraps of food in their hands. Entering the Xiaoyao school through the back door, Mu Yan saw her third senior brother Chumoli sitting in a wheelchair. Chumoli was dressed in blue clothes. He had a handsome appearance and a delicate figure. In front of him was a lake, a mountain, and a blue morning sun. Under the morning light, he was holding a paintbrush and drawing on an easel. He really looked like a dignified gentleman, an elegant scholar, which was incompatible with the violent and poor Xiaoyao school. As a result, Mu Yan quietly approached and saw Chumoli's drawing. She was dumbfounded. She saw that there was no longer any white space on the drawing paper, only a glaring scarlet color. In the scarlet color, there were ferocious roars of ghost heads drilling out of the lava of hell. There were also the eerie white bones being gnawed by the ghost heads. As if he felt her approaching, Chumoli turned around and revealed a gentle smile. Junior sister, what do you think of my drawing? The veins on Mu Yan's forehead bulged. I don't know how your drawing is, but I feel that you're a pervert. Facing such a beautiful lake and spring scenery, you can actually draw such a dark, treacherous, and bloody picture. She forced a smile. It's very good. Chumoli's smile became more gentle and gentle. Thank you for your praise, junior sister. Mu Yan shook her head and quickly retreated. Having seen Chumoli's perverseness, Mu Yan didn't feel surprised when she saw her fifth senior brother with light makeup. Instead, she felt even more cordial. Fifth senior sister, good morning. Ling Yuxing raised her head from her embroidery, revealing a beautiful face. She rebuked, can't you see that I'm embroidering? If you suddenly make a sound, what if I ruin the Mandarin duck embroidery? Mu Yan asked with interest, what is fifth sister embroidering? Ling Yuxing glanced at her, but still answered, a Mandarin duck embroidered pouch. The embroidery is really beautiful. Mu Yan enviously looks at Ling Yuxing's slender and good-looking fingers, holding thin needles as they weave through the cloth. I don't have the skill at all. Fifth senior sister, you're so awesome. Her family's Xiaobao's clothes were all torn in the beginning, so she directly bought new ones. Later on, when Xiaobao grew a little bigger, Xiaobao was the one who nourished him. She, as a mother, was really too incompetent. When Ling Yuxing heard her praising her skills, she immediately revealed a flowery smile. Your mouth is so sweet. How about I give this pouch to you after I finish embroidering it? Really? Humph, of course it's true. When have I ever lied? Satisfied, Mu Yan leaves. Ling Yuxing, however, stared at her back, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. He muttered, could it be that she really doesn't think that I'm an anomaly, a disgusting monster? It only took Mu Yan 2 hours to stroll around the Xiaoyao school, as well as the front and back mountains. She wanted to find Luo Yu and ask her how she could make a living, so that the Xiaoyao school could get out of its destitute state. Mu Yan glanced around and saw that the room was littered with crumpled yellow paper. And the brush in Luo Yu's hand is also very strange. The ink on the brush isn't black, but red. Xiaoqi, what are you doing? Mu Yan suddenly says, making Luo Yu's hand shake. A drop of red ink falls on the yellow paper. Luo Yu immediately cries out, oh, it's ruined again, boo-hoo. The young boy's face is full of worry, pulling his hair as if he wants to pull his scalp off. Seeing Mu Yan come in, he immediately pounces over and hugs her, begging for comfort. Boo-hoo, sixth senior sister, I've been drawing for the whole morning, and I've only finished one. I originally wanted to draw a few more talismans so that I could exchange them for something delicious and have fifth senior brother make it for you. Mu Yan strokes the boy's head and comforts him for a while, then asks, you're drawing talismans? Luo Yu takes a finished talisman and hands it to Mu Yan like a treasure. Little senior sister, look, this is the talisman I drew. It's a replenishing talisman that can instantly replenish a cultivator's spiritual aura. If it were to be sold on the market, it would be worth 3 low-grade crystals. Mu Yan takes the talisman and instantly remembers that day in the windless square. Luo Yu also gave her a talisman, saying that it could help her heal. Afterwards, Mu Yan also activated her spiritual power to test it, and found that after the talisman was ignited, it could indeed heal her external injuries. Although the effect was far inferior to the elixirs she refined, or even drafts. That's a first-grade healing talisman that I drew. Luo Yu proudly puffs out her chest. That healing talisman is worth 5 low-grade crystals, but unfortunately, drawing it was too difficult. I can't draw any of them now. Mu Yan looks at the talisman in her hand and checks it with her divine sense. She can't help but ask, is drawing talismans very difficult? Of course it's difficult. Luo Yu repeatedly shakes her head. Young martial uncle passed on the skill of drawing talismans to all of us, but only I barely managed to learn it. But even so, to draw a talisman requires all the spiritual power in my body. Sometimes, I can't draw it even if I exhaust all my spiritual power, and I can't draw it for the whole day. Mu Yan thoughtfully looks at the talisman in her hand. Luo Yu suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, sixth senior sister, do you want to learn how to draw talismans? How about I teach you? You're so smart and talented, maybe you can learn it? Mu Yan smiles and strokes his head, then I'll have to trouble Xiaoqi. Luo Yu immediately smiled, revealing her 2 canine teeth and deep dimples. She grabbed Mu Yan and brought her to the table. Sixth senior sister, look, the technique of drawing talismans is actually very simple. You just need to use cinnabar to draw the talisman patterns according to the different effects of the talisman. While drawing, you can attach your spiritual power to it. However, the difficulty in drawing talismans lay in the fact that the concentration of spiritual power needed to be attached to each different type of talisman, and each talisman pattern was different. If too much spiritual energy is attached to it, the talisman will burn. If too little spiritual energy is attached to it, or if it breaks, then even if the talisman is completed, it will only be a useless piece of paper. As Luo Yu spoke, she drew the talisman carefully. But along the way, there was a talisman that he used a little too much spiritual power on. The talisman paper immediately burned and disappeared without a trace. Therefore, many cultivators will try to draw talismans. However, those who can draw talismans of 3rd grade and above are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It's because it's easy to learn how to draw talismans, but it's too difficult to specialize. I heard that in those big sects, there are some powerful talisman masters who can draw 3 talismans in 2 hours. Moreover, it's a grade 3 talisman. I really don't know how those monsters accomplished it. Luo Yu rambles on and on, then passes the brush to Mayan, 6th senior sister, try drawing. Just draw according to the talisman that junior uncle left for us. It's normal for you to not be able to control your spiritual power since it's your first time drawing talismans. Don't be discouraged if you fail. Back then, I wasted more than 50 pieces of talisman paper before I succeeded the first time. As for the other brothers, Luo Yu didn't dare to say anything. They directly burned hundreds of talismans until they angered youngest uncle. Only then did they give up bitterly. First, Mu Yan picks up the talisman drawn by the mysterious young martial uncle and examines it with her divine sense. She found that youngest uncle's talisman was much rounder than the spirit-replenishing talisman that Luoyu had successfully drawn. The spiritual qi contained in it was also several times richer and purer. Mu Yan's divine sense roams through every rune of the talisman. She closes her eyes and memorizes the amount of spiritual power attached to these runes in her mind. Only when she was sure that she had memorized everything did she open her eyes and write on the yellow paper. Little 7, I'm done. Luoyu was pulling her hair, intending to draw the next one, when she suddenly heard Mu Yan's voice. He subconsciously comforted her, 6th senior sister, it's okay. It's okay if we fail. Let's paint a few more times. Luoyu's voice comes to a screeching halt as Mayan hands him the talisman she has drawn. He held the talisman, which was clean but obviously contained spiritual power, and couldn't say a word for a long time. 6666, 6th senior sister? You succeeded? Mu Yan nods, yeah. How did you succeed? How do I succeed? Mu Yan thought for a moment, just do it in one go, it's pretty simple. Pretty simple? Luoyu's eyeballs were about to pop out. He subconsciously wanted to check the authenticity of the talisman in his hand, so he directly circulated his spiritual energy and activated it. The talisman paper burned, and in an instant, a rich spiritual power rushed into his body, instantly replenishing the spiritual power he had consumed to draw the talisman. Good heavens, this talisman was real. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained in this spirit-replenishing talisman far surpassed the talismans he drew. That was at least a second-rank spirit-replenishing talisman. Luoyu stared dumbfounded at her empty hand. Then, she suddenly came to her senses and let out a scream. I actually used the talisman. That's a second-grade replenishing spirit talisman. It's worth at least 10 low-grade crystal stones. It's enough for us to have a feast. Is there something wrong with my brain? Mu Yan patted the youth's head and chuckled, if you use it, then use it. It's no big deal. Senior sister will draw it for you again. After saying that, under Luoyu's incredulous gaze, Mu Yan picks up the cinnabar brush and takes a piece of talisman paper. The brush landed on the paper in one smooth motion. The second talisman was a success. Luoyu's jaw almost dropped. Another success? Mu Yan's brush didn't stop, and she continued to draw a dozen or so talismans. Luoyu swallowed, then swallowed again. The key is, every one. Zhang. All. Yes. 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 Mu Yan slaps the talisman paper on Luoyu's chest and says dotingly, here, burn it for fun. I'll draw as many as you burn. Luoyu pressed down on the stack of talisman papers on her chest, her voice trembling. Sixth senior sister, drawing talismans consumes a lot of spiritual power. You drew so many, don't you need to rest? Does it consume a lot of spiritual power? Mu Yan uses her spiritual power to feel it, then says suspiciously, I don't think so, it seems like not even 1% of my spiritual power has been consumed. This is not even as much as the spiritual power she used to refine the most common first-grade elixirs. Luoyu stands still for a while, then suddenly rushes out of the room like a gust of wind. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother. Come quickly. We're rich. Ha 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 ha, from now on, we don't have to eat anymore. In the only meeting hall of the Xiaoyao school, all the people of the Xiaoyao school, except for the wandering little master, are all gathered together. Everyone's eyes move from the stack of talisman paper in Luoyu's hand to Mu Yan, then from Mu Yan back to the stack of talisman paper. Ahem. Shurqing clears his throat. Yan, my good disciple, tell me, have you learned how to draw talismans before? Mu Yan shakes her head. No, Xiaoqi just taught me. Today is my first time drawing talismans. Everyone in the meeting hall looks at each other and swallows their saliva. She can draw so well on her first time drawing talismans, she drew a dozen of them and didn't fail even once. Mu Yan can't help but say, are you sure that drawing talismans is difficult? Are you sure that my talismans can be exchanged for a lot of crystals? Isn't that obvious? Fourth sister Ling Yuma is the first to slap the table. If drawing talismans is not difficult, how could I have drawn 300 of them and not one succeeded? Xinjiao touches his head. I touch the talisman paper and it burns. Yun Ruhan said embarrassedly, every time I draw a talisman, I can't apply spiritual energy evenly to it. I've drawn more than 200 talismans, but I haven't succeeded in one. Ling Yuxing grunted coldly. I'm not interested in doing something as crude as drawing talismans. Mayan nods, I understand. In short, talismans are very valuable. If I draw a little more, we can improve our meals. As she spoke, she took out the talisman paper and cinnabar from her space and started drawing in front of everyone. While drawing, he said without raising his head, don't mind me, continue talking. The room was completely silent. Everyone stared at her dumbfoundedly. She didn't even hesitate for a moment and finished drawing a talisman in one go. Then, he casually tossed it aside and began to draw the second one. I picked up a treasure, I've really picked up a treasure this time. Ha 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 ha. Shi Qing stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Didn't I say that I had a discerning eye? I actually managed to recruit such a capable and treasured disciple. Luo Yu held the talisman paper that Mayan gave her and happily patted it on her chest. How much spirit beast meat, spirit grains, and spirit vegetables can this be exchanged for? Just thinking about it makes me drool. Sell. Immediately sell these talismans. Ling Yuma said excitedly, eldest brother, let's go down the mountain and sell the talismans now. Just then, Chumoli opens his mouth. There are no flying artifacts in the sect, and it would take at least half a day to go to the market at the foot of the mountain to sell. Moreover, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be easy to find a shop that can buy so many talismans in that small market at the foot of the mountain. As soon as he said this, everyone present withered. The small market at the foot of the mountain indeed couldn't buy so many talismans, and the price might even be lowered because they didn't know the goods. But if they went to a big city, it would take at least 10 days to go back and forth. Wouldn't that mean that they would have to starve for more than 10 days? They were clearly guarding a mountain of crystals and treasures, yet they couldn't exchange it for meat. This feeling was really too painful. Chumoli slowly said, did you forget that there is a place that can buy as many talismans as there are? Everyone's gaze turns to Chumoli. Even Mayan raises her head after drawing a talisman. Chumoli faintly smiles, his deep gaze sweeping over Mayan, finally falling on Yun Ruhan. Eldest senior brother should still have the Heavenly Light Ruins jade key that little senior brother left for you, right? Heavenly Light Ruins, how could I forget about this place? Right, we can take the talismans to Heavenly Light Ruins to sell. What do you mean by sell? Did you forget that little Marshall uncle left us a shop? We can directly go to that shop to sell it. Oh, that shop still hasn't closed down? Cough. Mayan coughs lightly, interrupting their excited words. May I ask, what kind of place is Heavenly Light Ruins? As soon as these words come out, everyone's gazes simultaneously turn to Mayan, their faces full of astonishment. Little junior sister, you don't even know about Heavenly Light Ruins. Which deep mountain or wild forest did you come from? That can't be. Even if it's a deep mountain or wild forest, it's impossible not to have heard of Heavenly Light Ruins. In the Xianxia continent, there's no one who doesn't know about Heavenly Light Ruins. Under the dim light, Chumoli's eyes seem brighter than the others. So when he smiles now, it's a bit less warm, with a bit of morbid enthusiasm and excitement. I also really want to know, where did little junior sister come from? You can casually draw a dozen talismans, but you haven't even heard of Tianguang Ruins. Mu Yan unhurriedly took out a piece of talisman paper, and said indifferently as she drew, I've never heard of Tianguang Ruins because I'm not from the Xianxia continent. The talisman inscription was completed in one go, and the talisman paper seemed to be flickering with white light. Mayan casually tosses it to the side, then raises her head and smiles. Let me reintroduce myself to everyone. My name is Jun Mayan, I am an ascended cultivator from Yanwu continent. Tianguang Ruins was indeed a place that everyone in the cultivation continent knew about. It was a place even more magical than the small world of a tribulation stage cultivator. In a virtual trading world, no one knew where Tianguang Ruins came from or how long it would exist. However, it had become an indispensable existence in the entire cultivation continent. Anyone with a spirit root could enter the Skylight ruins with their spirit consciousness as long as they had the jade key. Yun Ruhan hands an exquisite key-shaped jade tablet into Mayan's hand. Mu Yan curiously took the jade key from the Tianguang ruins and looked at it. She found that the jade key was only half the size of a palm, but the runes carved on it were so complicated that she felt dizzy just by looking at it for a while. Yun Ruhan explained, "Don't be fooled by this jade key. It's indispensable for entering the Tianguang ruins and doing business there. There's a storage space in the jade key. Whether it's crystals, talismans, or other items, as long as you put them in the storage space of the jade key, it's the same as bringing them into the Tianguang ruins. You can directly trade with people there." Mu Yan used her divine sense to explore and found that there was indeed a storage space in the jade key. It was just that the space was not like other storage rings or Qianquan bags, which had a definite size. When she probed it with her divine sense, it was like entering a boundless black hole. So the things placed inside could be directly brought into the place called Tianguang ruins. Was it really that magical? Yun Ruhan saw Mu Yan's curious look and couldn't help laughing. The storage space of the jade key is only 2 or 3 square meters, and not many things can be brought in. Whether the storage space can be expanded and how many things can be brought in is related to your popularity in the Tianguang ruins. Mu Yan asked curiously, "Popularity? What a new term." Yun Ruhan smiled, "In the Tianguang ruins, as long as you complete a transaction or do something sensational, your reputation will be spread, and your popularity will increase accordingly. The Tianguang ruins is divided into the upper 3 zones, the middle 3 zones, and the lower 3 zones. Once ordinary people enter, they will definitely be in the lower 3 zones. Only when their popularity has increased to a certain level can they qualify to enter the middle 3 zones and the upper 3 zones. The things sold in the lower 3 zones are usually the most ordinary, and the people there are all low-level cultivators. The higher the 3 zones, the rarer the things sold in the Tianguang ruins, and the higher the level of the cultivators. Even in the central zone of the upper 3 zones, you can meet tribulation cultivators." Mu Yan pondered. The Tianguang ruins mentioned by the eldest senior brother seemed to open a whole new world to her. She couldn't wait to go in and have a look. Mu Yan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Eldest senior brother, what's your popularity in the Tianguang ruins?" She had heard that the Xiaoyao sect had a shop in the lower 3 districts of the Tianguang ruins. To be able to open a shop, his popularity must be quite high, right? Hearing this, Yun Ruhan's resolute and handsome face instantly revealed an awkward expression. His wheat-colored skin couldn't hide his slightly red cheeks. "Well, our fellow disciples in the sect aren't good at managing. Although Junior Marshal Uncle left a shop for us, but I only have 5 popularity points. 4th junior sister and 5th junior brother, because they offended a client, their popularity is still in the negatives. They're practically blacklisted in Tianguang ruins." Cough cough. 5 points, a negative number. Mayan holds her forehead. This was no longer something that could be explained by poor management, right? No wonder the Xiaoyao sect was so poor. Yun Ruhan rummaged through the ground and took out 2 pieces of low-grade crystals, stuffing them into Mayan's hands. "Take these 2 crystals with you. Don't be too frugal if you need to spend them in the Tianguang ruins. Come back and tell the senior brothers, and they will definitely avenge you." For the first time, Mayan finds that when her big senior brother starts nagging, he can talk endlessly like an old woman. But this kind of nagging doesn't make her feel the slightest bit disgusted. Instead, there's a kind of strange nostalgia and warmth. It reminds her of her brother, Lin, who always treats her like a child. Mayan takes the jade key back to the house, locks the door, and directly enters the space. The space is quiet. Qi Huang and Little Phoenix are both sleeping. Mayan looks at the beautiful youth who is lying on his back, sleeping soundly, and there's a suspicious silver thread flowing down from the corners of his mouth. Little Phoenix, who is curled up into a ball, can't help but smile and shake his head. Her divine sense enters the jade key, and Mayan feels a powerful energy suddenly pouring into her body from the jade key. Soon after, her soul seems to be sucked into a boundless black hole. After a while, the dizziness of her soul being swallowed up disappears. Mayan opens her eyes, and a powerful energy that seems both familiar and strange hits her in the face. Immediately after, she hears a wooden and stiff voice that is neither male nor female. Welcome to the Xiaoxian continent's Tianguang ruins. You are number 9. XXXXX, visitor. Mu Yan looked around and found that she was floating in the void. Front, back, left, and right are like boundless black holes. And that stiff voice seems to come directly from her mind. Please choose your gender in Tianguang ruins. The wooden and stiff voice speaks again. Soon after, 3 balls of light appear in front of Mayan. The balls of light respectively right, male, female, neither male nor female. The corners of Mayan's mouth twitches. Are there really people who are neither male nor female in this world? She raises her hand and clicks on female. The moment she touches the ball of light, it disperses into starlight and disappears. Soon after, the wooden and mechanical voice speaks again. Please choose your age in Tianguang ruins. There's no ball of light this time, so Mayan directly asks, 20. There's a ding-dong sound, and the mechanical voice asks a third question. Please state the name you use in Tianguang ruins. The name I use in Tianguang ruins? Can I not use my real name in Tianguang ruins? Mayan mutters to herself. The mechanical voice seemed to have heard her question and immediately shot out a ball of light. The ball of light was densely packed with black words. Mu Yan reached out and gently touched it. Immediately, she felt countless information pouring into her mind. That was the rule of Tianguang ruins. First, Tianguang ruins was only a virtual trading and entertainment venue. Forced buying and selling were not allowed, and killing and fighting were not allowed. Anyone who violated this rule would have their divine sense erased and be expelled forever. Secondly, any visitor of Tianguang ruins was allowed to wear a mask and change their name, age, appearance, identity, and even gender. But once the information was selected, it would cost 1,000 low-grade crystals to change it. Thirdly, Tianguang ruins can also be used to authenticate your real name and help fellow Daoists become famous. However, all real name authentication was strictly prohibited. Otherwise, one would be blacklisted in the Tianguang ruins. Mu Yan looked through them one by one, only feeling that this Tianguang ruins was indescribably strange. Whether it was the wording of the rules and regulations or the words spoken by the mechanical voice, they were all incompatible with this world. Instead, it seemed more like the words in Bailey Liuing's notebook. However, looking at it this way, she felt that this Tianguang ruins was rather interesting. Not only was he allowed to change his age and name, he could even change his appearance. Because she didn't answer for a long time, the robotic voice asked again, please state the name you use in Tianguang ruins. If you don't answer within the time limit, your name will be randomly selected as Chuihua family's pickled cabbage 1213. The veins on Mu Yan's forehead suddenly throbbed. Chuihua family's pickled cabbage 1213, what kind of damned name is this? Isn't it too unpleasant to hear? But she couldn't think of what name to give it at the moment. Watching the time slowly pass, the countdown of 10, 9, 8, 7 resounds in her mind. Mu Yan suddenly remembered that in Bailey Liuing's notes, he mentioned a person called Yi Liangchen, as if he was telling a joke. Especially that sentence, if you think you have the ability to play with me, Liangchen doesn't mind accompanying you to the end. It left a very deep impression on her. When Xiaobao read it out, she laughed for a long time as a joke. Just then, the countdown reached 1, and the robotic voice made a final confirmation. Please confirm whether your name is Chuihua family's pickled cabbage 1213. Mu Yan broke out in a cold sweat and promptly said, Yi Liangchen, my name in Tianguang ruins is Yi Liangchen. There was a moment of silence in her mind, then she faintly heard a hurried robotic voice, matching words detected, beginning identity verification. After a long beep sound, Mu Yan saw that the black hole around her seemed to be pulled by something and violently rotated. When Mu Yan was a little nervous, the voice rang out again. She didn't know why, but Mu Yan felt that there was a trace of excitement in the originally robotic and dull voice. Verification successful. Hello, first host. Please confirm again whether you want to use the name, Yi Liangchen? First host, Mu Yan was baffled. Wasn't she called a guest in the beginning? How did it suddenly become the first host? But she didn't think about it and directly said, confirm. Although the name Yi Liangchen is very strange, it's still much better than Chuihua family's pickled cabbage 1213. Host, please choose your appearance in Tianguang ruins. Do you want to increase, or decrease? The minimum increase is 0%, and the maximum is. Sorry, host, your appearance cannot be increased. The minimum decrease is 1%, and the maximum decrease is 200%. As soon as the mechanical voice falls, a huge mirror appears in front of Mu Yan. The mirror reflects Mayan's devastatingly beautiful face. Mayan doesn't even think about it and directly says, lower it by 100%. As soon as he finished speaking, the beautiful face in the mirror changed rapidly. The eyebrows were still the same eyebrows, the nose was still the same nose, and the mouth was still the same mouth. But with just a slight change in the distance of her laughter, she gradually changed from a beautiful and enchanting woman to a delicate and ordinary woman. Mu Yan looks at this face that is both like her and not like her. It's extremely rare. He walked around the mirror for a long time before he confirmed it with a smile. In the next moment, Mu Yan felt the world spin, and his entire body felt the weightlessness of falling from a high place. It was as if she could faintly hear that mechanical voice, carrying a trace of emotion, ringing in her ears. First host. Wake up soon. I await your return, Xiaoxian continent, polar domain. My lord. This old man has a way to let you see Miss June. Di Mingju abruptly opens his eyes, his figure already appearing in front of Elder Chang in a flash. Speak. His expression is still grave and stern, and the voice that comes out is also calm. But just by looking at his clenched fists and the bulging veins on the back of his hands, one can see how agitated he is at the moment. Elder Chang takes a deep breath, then looks up and says, Tianguang Ruins, it's the Tianguang Ruins of the Xiaoxian continent. Tianguang Ruins? Di Mingju is slightly startled. But before he can speak, a person suddenly rushes in from outside the Soul Cultivation House. Jun Shang, Tianguang Ruins is the territory of the Nether Realm. How can you risk your life for a woman alone? Elder Chang, have you gone senile? The person who comes in is Xing Lang. At this time, he can no longer hide his disgust for Mayan. His whole person is like a wild beast that has passively invaded its territory, revealing a malevolent and fierce expression. However, the next moment, he meets Di Mingju's cold and gloomy eyes. Xing Lang quivers from head to toe, falling to his knees with a thud, his body trembling uncontrollably. Jun Shang, this subordinate has spoken rudely, I beg for your forgiveness. But this subordinate is only worried about your safety. You really can't go to Tianguang Ruins. As soon as you enter, the people of the Nether Realm will certainly be able to sense the fluctuations of your divine soul. If they strangle you in the Tianguang Ruins. Thinking of such consequences, Xing Lang's eyes turn red. Once again, he wishes that he could dismember the woman who has disturbed Jun Shang's mind time and time again, even injuring Jun Shang, causing Jun Shang to put himself in danger. Elder Chang coughs lightly. This subordinate naturally knows that Tianguang Ruins is the territory of the Nether Realm, so I didn't dare to raise such an idea at first. But now, the situation is different. Elder Chang raises his head, his face full of excitement and disbelief. Jun Shang, you also know that Tianguang Ruins originally didn't belong to the Nether Realm. Before it belonged to the Nether Realm, it was far more powerful than it is now, and it is connected to even more karmic spacetime. If it was before, as long as Jun Shang's divine soul comes into contact with the Tianguang Ruins, it would certainly be discovered by the people of the Nether Realm. However, I just discovered that there were some changes in the skylight ruins of the Cultivation continent. 2 karmic spacetime zones were opened. My lord, although you can't enter with your main body and primordial spirit, as long as I find a way to disguise you, and then pass through the 2 karmic spacetimes that the Netherworld realm can't control, you will definitely be able to return safely. Everyone knew that people from the Cultivation continent would enter the Tianguang Ruins. If Jun Shang enters Tianguang Ruins, will you still be afraid of not being able to see Miss June? Oh, entering the Heaven Light Ruins, which was the territory of the Nether Realm, would naturally be dangerous. But isn't it better than Jun Shang not caring about anything else and not waiting for his injuries to recover? Isn't it better than leaving the Soul Nurturing House? Not to mention that the Polar Domain and the Nether Domain had been at peace for several hundred years. Elder Chang didn't believe that even if they found Jun Shang, they wouldn't have the guts to hurt him and start a war between the 2 regions. Star Wolf wanted to say something. But Di Mingju has already made his decision. Immediately prepare the Jade Key for Ben Jun. He would be able to see Yan Yan soon. Di Mingju's hand slightly tightens, his ice blue eyes brightening with a bright light. The star wolf gritted his teeth and could only retreat hatefully in the end. Di Mingju snorts, Ben Jun being able to charm Yan Yan, isn't that a matter of course? By the way, Jun Shang, this subordinate heard that when entering Tianguang ruins, you can also adjust your appearance. Would you like this subordinate to make you more handsome and more beautiful? Di Mingju sends a cold knife glare over, Ben Jun's appearance needs to be adjusted? No need, no need. Elder Chang shivers in fright and shakes his head again and again. Jun Shang, your handsome appearance is unparalleled in the world, your graceful bearing is unparalleled. How could a mere Tianguang ruins make you more handsome? You're clearly the most handsome in the world. Otherwise, how could Miss Jun be so infatuated with you? Di Mingju coldly lifts his foot and directly kicks him out. After kicking the man out, his cold and stern face finally revealed a trace of a happy smile. Yan Yan, Ben Jun can finally see you. Bang, Mayan doesn't know how long she has been falling, before she heavily falls to the ground. She clearly fell from such a high place, but she doesn't feel the slightest bit of pain. It's just that her head is still a little dizzy. After a long while, chattering sounds come to her ears from all directions. Is this little girl's first time coming to Tianguang ruins? A gentle voice comes to her ears, don't be afraid, haha, whoever comes here for the first time wouldn't be thrown in this rebirth square. Look at this little girl, she's already 20 years old, but it's her first time entering Tianguang ruins. How pitiful. Sigh, look at her appearance. Even after 100% adjustment, it's still this lackluster appearance. How unsightly is her appearance? TSK, she must be an ugly monster in reality. Let's stay away, stay away. The chattering sounds come to Mayan's ears. She looks up and is stunned by the bustling scene in front of her. Rows upon rows of luxurious houses come into view, as well as streets and squares that are so clean and tidy that they're almost spotless. 8 or 9 out of 10 people walking on the streets and squares are handsome men and beautiful women. Each and every one of them is in high spirits and full of heroic bearing, forming a beautiful landscape. At a glance, these people's appearances can be seen to have been adjusted. Mayan even sees with her own eyes that a handsome young man, after eating a spirit fruit, throws the peel to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the peels disappeared without a trace. The reincarnation square, where she was, had the most people gathered. Most of the cultivators were focused on one spot. In the center of the reincarnation square was a towering tower that pierced through the clouds. At the top of the pagoda, there were huge screens hanging on all 4 sides, which were currently broadcasting the sparks flying between the cultivators. Ah, Mr. Yun Xiao. Young Master Yun Xiao. He's so cool. I'm going to faint. Young Master Yun Xiao, I really want to see his face up close. Even if I have to work like an ox or a horse for him, I'm willing. Boo-hoo-hoo, thank you, Senior Zhao, empty cry sword. If he hadn't challenged young Master Yun Xiao and asked someone to use the photographic talisman, we wouldn't have been able to see young Master Yun Xiao's celestial appearance so clearly. Mu Yan also looked up, only to see that on the screen, 2 figures, one black and one white, were fighting, sometimes intersecting, sometimes separating. Finally, a resplendent ray of light exploded between the 2 of them. The black figure retreated in a sorry state. Finally, he managed to stand up and spit out a mouthful of blood. A cool breeze blew by, and it fluttered his silky black and smooth long hair to reveal a peerlessly handsome face that seemed capable of stealing one's soul away. Ah. Long live young Master Yun Xiao. Young Master Yun Xiao will win. Mu Yan is slightly startled. Ah, it's actually an old acquaintance. The peerless and charming youth in white before her, the young Master Yun Xiao that everyone is shouting about, is actually the handsome man who was forced by Xianxia to marry that day in the Mirror Moon Mountain Range. She didn't expect him to be so powerful. If it was Mu Yan in this battle projected on the screen, she probably wouldn't even have the chance to take one move from him. TSK, with this kind of skill, Xianxia actually wanted to force him to marry her that day. Isn't this daydreaming? Perhaps this young Master Yun Xiao could destroy the entire mountain-breaking sect with a casual flick of his finger. Suddenly, Mu Yan remembers the titles of those books she read in the bookstore in Qinglu City. Something like 2 or 3 things that must be said between me and young Master Xiao. Something like those years young Master Xiao pursued me. It turns out that young Master Xiao is this young Master Xiao. Looking at his restrained and refined appearance, she didn't expect him to be a dissolute young master, having an affair with so many female cultivators at the same time. Mu Yan smilingly looks at the handsome man on the screen, gossiping inwardly for a while, before turning to leave the reincarnation square. Walking through the entire Tianguang ruins, Mu Yan is increasingly amazed. Because this Tianguang ruins really is like a real small world. There were shops selling goods, restaurants for drinking and eating, and even a brothel, a casino, and a theater. Because only one's divine sense enters Tianguang ruins, the so-called drinking and eating, seeking pleasure, of course it's impossible to really eat things into one's stomach, or really profane those beauties in drunken pleasure square. But Mu Yan tries to buy a bottle of the most common fruit wine with a low-grade crystal stone. As the fruit wine enters her throat, her tongue truly feels the mellow fragrance of the wine. Even if she drinks too much, her body will feel warm. Even if everything here isn't real, the enjoyment that cultivators get inside is real. It's no wonder that Tianguang ruins is so prosperous. Map. She whispers, and a panoramic view of Tianguang ruins quickly appears in front of her eyes. The entire Tianguang ruins was circular. The lower 3 districts where Mu Yan is located are at the outermost layer of the circle and have the largest area. The upper 3 zones and middle 3 zones, which were closer to the center, were now gray, which meant that she couldn't enter these 2 zones. Mu Yan remembered eldest brother's instructions and softly said, "My shop." Very quickly, a red mark appeared on the map, flashing. This was the location of the Xiaoyao school's shop. Tianguang ruins was truly too mystical. Mu Yan followed the markings on the map while studying the other functions of the Tianguang ruins. For example, her popularity points were currently at 0 because she had not completed a single transaction. No one else knew her either. When he opened the inventory, there was only a crystal and a stack of talisman papers. Mu Yan played along the way and soon arrived in front of a shop. The sizes of all the shops in Tianguang ruins were almost the same. Only the degree of brightness of the signboards differed. The signboards of those shops that weren't doing well were dark and dull. Even if they were in the same row of streets, it would be very difficult to find them. Mu Yan raises her head to look at her own sex shop. The first thing she sees is a plaque that is dusty, as if it has accumulated dust for 10,000 years. Following that is the name of the shop that is almost covered in dust. Lousy is number 1 under heaven. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitches, and twitches again. It would be strange if anyone would come to such an infuriating shop name. There's no need to ask, this is definitely the work of 4th sister Ling Yuma. It's no wonder that she had negative popularity points and was blacklisted by Tianguang ruins. Mu Yan turns her wrist and says key. A key that looks almost exactly the same as Tianguang ruins' jade key appears in her palm with a flash. Even though she doesn't have any expectations for this shop. But when she opens the door and sees the scene inside, Mu Yan is still speechless. The whole shop is empty, not even a shelf. The only thing that can be seen is a broom hanging on the wall. The broom is also marked with 1 low-grade crystal. Mu Yan, who the hell would buy this damn broom? Announcement, district announcement. Tianguang Ruins certified user, Xianxia, has issued a district announcement, purchasing healing talismans and replenishing spirit talismans at a high price. Any shop in the upper, middle, and lower districts can participate. This announcement is valid for an hour. Now announcing the talisman purchasing locations in the upper, middle, and lower districts. The lower districts, Mu Yan is thinking about how to open the shop and sell the talismans in her hands. The sudden mechanical sound in her mind startles her. When she hears what the mechanical voice says, Mu Yan can't help but laugh. This is really a pillow when you're dozing off. No matter who this Xianxia is, she doesn't have to worry about whether she can sell the talismans in her hands as soon as possible. Mu Yan quickly rushes to the place to purchase talismans according to the announcement. She has already arrived fast enough, but she didn't expect that there would already be a long queue here. The people in the queue are still discussing excitedly. Xianxia, is it that master refiner Xianxia? I heard that a few years ago, he had just advanced to a rank 9 spiritual tool master. Refiner Xianxia, who is certified by Tianguang Ruins. Besides this master, who else? Don't forget that Tianguang Ruins certification has never been wrong. It's a pity that the healing amulet I have is only a second-grade healing amulet. I'm afraid that even if I offer it up, it won't be able to enter the great master's eyes. Haha, it just so happens that our shop bought quite a lot of talismans recently. I'll give them to you right away. Who knows, I might even have the chance to obtain a spirit artifact forged by Senior Xianxia himself. Stop dreaming. The spirit tool forged by Great Master Xianxia is bound to be 8th grade or above. That's priceless. There are so many people in the upper and middle districts who want to curry favor with him with high-level talismans. How could it be your turn? Why do you think Master Xianxia is in such a hurry to purchase healing talismans? Could it be that Master Xianxia is seriously injured and can't be treated in time? Mu Yan smacked her lips. She didn't expect Xianxia's background to be so great. No wonder he was so rich. He had heard that the Tianguang Ruins announcement required a piece of mid-grade crystal. One piece of mid-grade crystal stone was equivalent to 1,000 pieces of low-grade crystal stones. Master Xianxia actually sent 3 messages in a row. TSK TSK TSK, too rich. Little girl, which shop are you from? I haven't seen you in the lower 3 districts before? She had no intention of hiding and directly activated the jade key. Soon, the shop's information appeared in front of everyone. 1-star shop, I'm number 1 in the world, popularity, 0, because the popularity was too low, the words I'm number 1 in the world were very dim, almost indiscernible. However, the words 1-star shop and the popularity of 0 could be seen clearly. The surroundings were quiet for a moment, then a burst of laughter broke out. 1-star shop, popularity of 0. Damn, this kind of trash shop actually dares to participate in Master Xianxia's talisman purchase, isn't it too shameless? That's right, what kind of person is Master Xianxia? Don't tell me he would use trash talismans from a 1-star shop? Don't go for wool and come home shorn. If something happens to Master Xianxia after using your trash talismans, you won't be able to repay him even if you die. Young lady, I advise you to go back, don't waste the time of the people behind you. As they spoke, someone pushed Mu Yan, wanting to pull her out of the line. Mu Yan casually grabbed the wrist of the person who pushed her and said coldly, "You want to fight?" She was clearly a delicate young lady, and her appearance was just passable. But when he met that pair of deep eyes, that person inexplicably shivered. What are you doing? Let go of me. That person only recovered from Mu Yan's threatening aura after a long while. Don't forget that fighting and killing is prohibited in Tianguang Ruins. Although he knew that fighting was prohibited in Tianguang Ruins, he would not be injured. But under the gaze of the young lady before him, he could not help but shiver uncontrollably. One must know that Mu Yan's murderous aura was tempered from fighting and killing thousands of soldiers and horses. How could an ordinary low-level cultivator withstand it? Next, come up. Just as the man's legs were trembling and he was about to pee, the sudden voice of the Yin residence's steward saved him from the hellish oppression. Mu Yan shook off the person and walked directly to the counter for purchasing talismans. The man looked at the young lady's back for a long time before recovering. Thinking that he was actually humiliated by an ugly girl, he was instantly enraged and shouted loudly, "A mere 1-star shop with trash talismans actually wants to form a relationship with Master Xianxia. Why don't you see if you're qualified?" Mu Yan is about to take out the talisman. When the steward in charge of collecting talismans heard this, he immediately looked at Mu Yan with disgust and disdain. He waved his hand like he was shooing away a fly. Go, go, go. Don't be a hindrance here. Mu Yan frowned. Didn't you say that the Yin family was buying all the talismans in the whole district at a high price? We're not interested in the trashy talismans of a 1-star shop. The manager raised his head, revealing a fat face. Mu Yan's face darkens all of a sudden. The announcement says that all talismans with healing and replenishing functions are accepted, and all talismans in the upper, middle, and lower districts are allowed to participate. Where did it say that 1-star shops can't participate? Or could it be that the Yin family wants to go back on their word and not keep their word? As soon as Mu Yan's last words come out, the fat steward chokes. The announcement did not state that the 1-star shops would not accept talismans. If he went back on his word now, it would harm the reputation of the Yin family and Xianxia. The fat manager took a deep breath and sneered, "Fine, I want to see what kind of talisman you can take out." As he spoke, he threw out 10 pieces of low-grade crystal stones. "These crystal stones, I'll treat them as a beggar, take them and leave quickly." Mayan doesn't even glance at the 10 pieces of low-grade crystal that he throws out. Instead, he leisurely took out a thick stack of talismans from the warehouse and slapped them on the table. In an instant, the surrounding area fell into complete silence. How can there be so many talismans? There must be more than 50 of them, right? My shop has been collecting talismans for a year, but I haven't even collected 20. Could it be that these talismans are fake? It's not working at all? The fat manager suddenly came to his senses. He frowned. "Don't think that you can fool us with a few pieces of talisman paper." As he spoke, he took a piece of talisman paper and placed it on the testing stone. Beep. The testing stone lit up, displaying the light of a first pin. The fat manager sneered, "Is this the only real talisman in this stack of talismans?" Moreover, he was a rank one. Heh. Then, he picked up the second one, the third one. Drip, 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 drip. One talisman after another was placed on the testing stone, and each talisman made a sound of verification. The fat manager's expression changed from one of complacency to one of shock. Even if it's a first-grade talisman, isn't this too much? Moreover, after the 35 first-grade talismans, what the testing stone displayed next was no longer a first-grade talisman, but a second-grade talisman. There was another long beeping sound. The fat manager's forehead was already dripping with sweat. A whole 15 pieces of second-grade tincture. There was one last talisman left. With trembling hands, the fat manager placed the talisman on the testing stone. Beep, the radiance on the testing stone was twice as bright as before. It turned out to be a third-grade talisman. Third-grade talisman. There aren't many third-grade talismans in the entire lower 3 districts. Moreover, she even took out 35 first-grade talismans and 15 second-grade talismans. The last talisman that was tested to be of the 3rd grade made even Mu Yan reveal a surprised expression. This was because she had accidentally drawn the wrong talisman when she was drawing the 2nd-grade healing talisman. At that time, she had already drawn the last few strokes. Mu Yan was a little reluctant to waste a talisman just like that. In her impatience, she instinctively mobilizes the Tian Mo Qing within her body. Using the sound of the zither to control the cinnabar brush, he forcefully corrected the wrong talisman pattern. After the talisman was formed, the talisman patterns on it seemed a little strange. It was different from the template left by the youngest uncle master. Mu Yan originally thought that this talisman should be a little inferior to an ordinary 2nd-grade talisman. He didn't expect that not only was it not bad, it actually directly became a 3rd-grade talisman. The fat manager's facial muscles kept twitching. Thinking of the words he just said to ridicule Mayan, he feels that his face hurts a little. Mu Yan takes a step forward, lifts her foot, and gently hooks it. The 2 crystals that the fat steward threw to her were thrown back in front of him. Mu Yan looks at him with a smile that is not a smile. "Now, can I pay the bill?" "Oh, that's right, for the sake of the steward's hard work in verifying more than 50 of my talismans, these 10 low-grade crystal stones will be considered as a reward for you." Mu Yan didn't say the words "a beggar" out loud. But compared to what the fat steward had just said, everyone immediately understood the meaning of her words. The fat steward's complexion alternates between green and white. He only feels that everyone's mocking eyes are falling on him. As the Yin family steward, purchasing talismans, what kind of glory is that? What kind of fawning upon him? When has he ever suffered such humiliation? The fat steward wants to get angry, but he's pulled by his subordinate, Steward Wang. In a moment, Manager Yin will come over to inspect and collect the talismans. If the manager sees this and makes a fuss, it won't be good. Steward Wang's heart shudders. Even if he's gnashing his teeth in hatred, he can only restrain his resentment and give the crystals to Mu Yan. Because the Yin family is purchasing talismans at a high price, the price is higher than the market price. A 1st-grade talisman costs 5 low-grade crystals, a 2nd-grade talisman costs 20 low-grade crystals, and a 3rd-grade talisman costs 100 low-grade crystals. 575 low-grade crystals. Steward Wang takes out his jade key and touches it with Mu Yan's jade key. With a cold face, he transfers the 570 crystals. Okay, the bill has been settled, get out of here. Mu Yan glances at the information in her jade key, ensuring that more than 500 crystals have been transferred to her account. With a slight smile, she takes out 10 low-grade crystals from the inventory space and throws them in front of Steward Wang. This lady said, "This is a reward for you. Take it, no need to thank me." Saying that, she doesn't wait for Steward Wang to get angry and leaves in front of everyone's eyes. Steward Wang's nose is crooked from anger, especially when he sees the 10 low-grade crystals rolling in front of him. The sparkling light of the crystals is like the girl's mocking smile. "Steward Wang, we still haven't registered that woman's information. The higher-ups have repeatedly instructed that they must register every shop's information. It's mainly so that if there's a need in the future, they can directly contact the shop that supplies good goods, instead of having to make a district announcement like now." "Register my ass." Steward Wang fiercely slaps his subordinate's hand, gritting his teeth and saying, "Could this kind of trash one-star shop's things catch master's eye?" Saying that, he casually throws the dozens of talismans into the inventory and loudly yells, "Next." The subordinate hesitates for a moment, but finally feels relieved. What Steward Wang said was right. No matter how many talismans a one-star shop in the lower 3 districts took out, how could it possibly attract the master's attention? It had to be known that there were countless people in the upper and middle districts who wanted to curry favor with the Lord and gain his appreciation with high-grade talismans. 2 hours was a very short time. Very quickly, the Ying clan's purchase of talismans neared the end. "Alright, today's purchase is over. Everyone can go back." When Steward Wang saw that it was almost time, he immediately waved his hand to chase everyone away. "Ah, how can this be? It's clearly not time yet. I've been queuing for an entire hour. I'm begging you, please take the talismans from our shop." Steward Wang repeatedly waved his hand, as if he was shooing away flies. "I won't accept it, I won't accept it, it's just some trash talismans from the lower 3 districts, no matter how many I accept, it's impossible for master to take a fancy to them. Hurry up and get lost for me." Everyone was indignant, but because of Steward Wang's status, they dared not say anything. At this moment, a beautiful girl in white suddenly ran out of the crowd. "But, I've admired Senior Xianxia since I was young. When I heard that he was injured, I was really worried and worked hard to draw up healing talismans. I came late. I beg you, can you give my talismans to Master Xianxia? I don't mind even if I don't want crystal stones." As she spoke, the crowd saw 2 sparkling tears fall from the girl's eyes, making her look even more pitiful. If Mu Yan was here, she would recognize her immediately. This pitiful beauty was none other than Lu Ruoxuan, who she had a conflict with at the Windless Plaza. Moreover, it was the Lu Ruoxuan who had changed her appearance and became even more lovable. Even the insufferably arrogant Steward Wang softened his voice slightly under her sweet and soft voice. "You can draw talismans yourself? What's your name?" There were many talismans collected in the Tianguang ruins. But those who could draw talismans themselves were extremely rare. Lu Ruoxuan said shyly, "I am Bing Rua Wu, I am here to present the talismans on behalf of the Earth-Shattering shop. I just learned how to draw talismans, so I'm not good at it. I hope Manager Wang won't mind." "The Earth-Shattering shop? Isn't that the shop of the mountain-breaking sect?" Manager Wang was also very surprised. "You are a disciple of the mountain-breaking sect?" Lu Ruoxuan waved her hand modestly. I just became the disciple of the mountain-breaking sect's peak Lord Jiang. I haven't held the formal ceremony yet. I'm not a disciple of the mountain-breaking sect yet." "Heh." Someone inhaled sharply. "You're actually Elder Jiang's disciple. That Elder Jiang is the peak lord of the mountain-breaking sect's heavenly fire peak." Hearing the crowd's exclamations, Lu Ruoxuan's expression became slightly awkward, but she quickly hid it. In reality, the incident at the Windless Plaza had caused Jiang Dehai to dislike her, whose reputation had been ruined. After much difficulty, she managed to curry favor with the senior brothers in the sect, but because of this, she also offended the senior sisters. On the way back to the mountain-breaking sect, for some reason, the spiritual beast golden-winged rock suddenly went crazy and threw them all into the swamp. The senior sisters of the mountain-breaking sect blamed Lu Ruoxuan's fate, and that she would affect the luck of the mountain-breaking sect. The group finally returned to the mountain-breaking sect, but Lu Ruoxuan was exiled. Jiang Dehai did not ask her to go through the ceremony of becoming his disciple, nor did he have the intention to let her enter the inner sect. She was like an outsider who didn't know what to do in the mountain-breaking sect. She was even looked down upon by her senior sisters. Especially Jiang Dehai's daughter, Jiang Xinyu, who wanted to humiliate her all the time. Fortunately, those senior brothers took great care of her and even brought her to Tianguang ruins to relax. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruoxuan happened to hear that Master Yin Xiu wanted to buy talismans. That was Tier 9 spirit weapon Master Yin Xiu, on the entire cultivation continent. How many people wouldn't know and yearn for it? Lu Ruoxuan's thoughts surged. She quickly returned to reality and retrieved all the talismans she had drawn before rushing back. Although he knew it was impossible. But what if her talisman was appreciated by Senior Yin Xiu? At that time, would her situation be completely changed? Thinking of this, Lu Ruoxuan's eyes lit up. She looked at Steward Wang with worship and longing. Steward brother, you look like a dignified and elegant person. I think only a person of virtue and prestige like Master Yin can be served by someone like you. Now that he heard this beautiful young lady praising him, calling him manager, and looking at him with admiration, he felt as if he was walking on air. He smiled as he took the talisman from Lu Ruoxuan's hand and placed it on the testing stone. Out of the 10 talismans, 7 were of the first grade, and only 3 were of the second grade. The light emitted by the testing stone is also far inferior to Mayan's talisman. However, Steward Wang smiled and said, with your age and cultivation, it's already very rare for you to be able to draw such a high-quality talisman. Lu Ruoxuan's eyes lit up. Really? Elder brother Steward, you're not lying to me, right? My biggest wish in this life is to see Master Yin's heavenly face, even though I know this wish is impossible to achieve. However, Xianxia is already very happy to be able to present the talisman that I personally drew to Master Yin. Brother housekeeper, you don't know how grateful I am to you. Steward Wang's bones turned soft after being called Brother Steward. He squeezed out a gentle smile on his plump face and said, I've collected so many talismans in the 3 lower districts, and Miss Mingwu's talisman is of the best quality. Don't worry, Miss Mingwu, I will definitely convey your intentions to Master Yin. When the subordinate at the side heard this, he couldn't help but curl his lips. This Steward Wang is lying through his teeth. The quality of that young lady's talisman is much better than this one. Moreover, it's a 3rd-grade talisman. He actually said that the quality of this dancing icicle's charm was the best. The meeting hall of the Xiaoyao school. Junior sister has been gone for more than 2 hours, and she still hasn't come back. Looks like those talismans can't be sold. Sigh, it's normal that we can't sell them. No matter how good junior sister's talismans are, our shop's popularity is too low. No one will come to buy them. If I go to other shops to sell, I'll have to pay a lot of storage fees. Luo Yu held her cheeks and sighed faintly. With the storage fees, we can buy an entire wind spirit spore. Slurp Ling Yuma slapped the table. Little junior sister, if we can't sell it this time, we'll go to the bazaar to sell it. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Before he could finish his words, the door was pushed open with a bang. Mayan saunters in. Junior sister, you're back? What about Tianguang ruins? Is it fun? How are the talismans selling? Did you sell 5 of them? Mu Yan shook her head. Sigh, it's fine even if I can't sell it. Yun Ruhan patted her shoulder. Tomorrow, senior apprentice brother will go to the market to sell them. These are precious talismans, you can definitely sell them for a good price. Little junior sister, don't blame yourself. You are already very, very powerful. Mu Yan interrupts them with a smile. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, I didn't just sell 5 of them, I sold all of them. As she spoke, she flipped her hand and took out the jade key. Then, she used her divine sense to explore it. The next moment, clatter, clatter, all the low-grade crystals were poured out. In an instant, they piled up into a small hill on the table. The room fell into a strange silence. Spar stones, why are there so many spar stones? Luo Yu exclaimed, little senior sister, these were all obtained by selling talismans? Mu Yan smiled and nodded, I sold all the talismans? Oh, we finally have meat to eat. Luo Yu smiles and pounces on top of the crystal, rolling around happily. Even Yun Ruhan is indescribably happy, how can it be exchanged for so many crystal stones? Mu Yan tells them about Yin Xiao buying healing talismans and supplementing spirit talismans at a high price. Fortunately, the two talismans that Master Yin Xiao wants, Junior Martial Uncle left behind the drawing method. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to earn so many crystal stones in one go. Mu Yan picks up a crystal stone and tosses it, feeling somewhat regretful, it's a pity. That Junior Martial Uncle only left the drawing method for first and second grade crystal stones. If we could draw third grade talismans, we would really make a fortune. A third grade talisman is worth 100 low grade crystal stones. The faces of the Xiaoyao sect people twitch. They drew 200 or 300 talismans, but they couldn't draw a talisman. But in the eyes of their junior martial sister, drawing a third grade talisman was as simple as eating and sleeping. People really can't be compared with each other. Ling Yuma waves her hand, full of pride, ha ha ha, no matter what, we have crystal stones now. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the market to buy a lot of meat. Sixth senior martial sister, I want to buy a velvet doll, as big as a person. I've had my eyes on it for a long time, but I don't have crystal stones to buy it. Luo Yu holds her face and looks at Mu Yan expectantly. This concubine's rouge, face powder, and silk satin have not been replenished for a long time. Ling Yuxing strokes her hair, flirtatiously saying with a bit of pride. Chu Moli says with a matter-of-fact expression, I want to buy paint. Shirqing pounces over and hugs Mu Yan, Yan, my good disciple, don't mind these guys, Master's wine is the most important. Mu Yan presses her forehead, dizzy from their quarrel, buy all of them, is that not enough? She divides the crystal stones on the table into 8 portions. Apart from eldest senior martial brother Yun Ruhan who gets the most, everyone else, including herself, gets the same amount of crystal stones. Tomorrow, everyone will go to the market together and buy what they want. In addition to buying what they want, eldest senior martial brother will also help you buy daily necessities. Are you satisfied? After Mu Yan finished speaking, she raised her head and saw a room full of people looking at her with tears in their eyes. What's wrong? She felt goosebumps all over her body as she was being stared at by his gaze. Little junior sister, you're the best. No one has ever been so nice to us. Woo-woo, in the past, little martial uncle only made sure that we had enough to eat, and didn't even provide us with crystal stones for cultivation. Sixth senior sister, you actually allow us to buy things we like. Little junior sister is the best. Shirqing threw his head back and laughed heartily, his expression indescribably proud. This is all thanks to Master's discerning eyes for finding such a good seedling. Ha ha ha, I have good taste. Now this old man finally has wine to drink. Mayan was about to say something when Luo Yu had already pounced on her and hugged her. He was so moved that he cried and laughed at the same time, wiping his snot and tears on her body. Mu Yan's whole body trembled. Seeing that Qin Jiao and Ling Yuma were about to pounce on her, she made a prompt decision and ran away in a flash. Ling Yuma missed and looked extremely unhappy. Xiaoqi, it's all your fault. You scared my junior sister away. On the side, Yun Ruhan couldn't help but chuckle when she saw them fighting like a rooster. Then, she looked in the direction of Mayan's departure, her expression softening slightly, this junior sister is pretty good. Chumoli smiled lightly, his fingers gently stroking the armrest of the wheelchair, and said in a low voice, it's still too early to say whether she's good or not. Ling Yuxing touched the embroidered pouch on his waist, and lowered his eyes to hide the light in the bottom of his eyes. Tianguang Ruins, Upper 3 Districts. While Mayan and the others were discussing what to buy tomorrow, talismans were being sent to the Yin family's residence in Tianguang Ruins. Tianguang Ruins allowed people to buy residences. Not only was it expensive, but it also required a huge amount of popularity. It wasn't something that anyone could buy if they wanted to. In an antique bedroom, a middle-aged man in his 40s was lying on the bed, coughing softly from time to time. He had a gentle appearance, but his complexion was very pale, and his lips were a greenish purple. This person was the famous master refiner Xianxia in the Xianxia continent. At this time, he was holding a talisman in his hand. He operated his spiritual power, and the talisman immediately burned. A vigorous spiritual power poured into his body. When the talisman burned out, Xianxia slowly exhaled. His originally pale complexion seemed to be a little better. The chief steward, who was serving him at the side, happily said, "Master, these talismans are indeed useful for your injuries. They don't accumulate pill toxins like elixirs." Unfortunately, the number of high-grade spirit-replenishing talismans and healing talismans that can be collected is really too little. In the Xianxia continent, elixirs below the 6th grade would generally accumulate pill poison in the body after taking them. The more they took, the more serious the accumulated pill poison would be. In the end, it would even corrode the cultivator's spiritual root, and from then on, their cultivation would advance instead of retreating. However, there were too few elixirs above the 6th grade, and Xianxia was seriously injured this time. He couldn't wait to find elixirs above the 6th grade, so he issued an urgent purchase notice in Tianguang ruins. Now it seemed that although the healing effect of this talisman was not as good as that of elixirs, it was still effective. In any case, Xianxia's life was saved. However, the talismans above the 4th grade collected this time have all been used up. The remaining ones are all low-grade talismans below the 3rd grade. "Master, why don't I raise the price and go?" "There's no need." Xianxia waved his hand and said weakly, "Bring me the talismans below the 3rd grade first." When the supervisor heard this, he hastily ordered someone to bring over the box containing the low-level talismans. The effects of 1st and 2nd grade talismans were far inferior to high-grade talismans. Xianxia burned 3 sheets in a row, but his expression did not change in the slightest. He could not help but shake his head regretfully. Sure enough, the effect of a low-grade talisman and a high-grade talisman couldn't be compared. However, the drawing of talismans was different from refining medicine. The most important thing wasn't inheritance and practice, but talent. In addition, the effects of the talismans could not be compared to the pills. Therefore, the number of talisman masters was far less than that of alchemists. It was hard to even find a low-level symbol master, let alone a high-level symbol master. Even in a place like Tianguang ruins, which was full of talents, the Ying clan had only received a few dozen high-level talismans of grade 4 and above. While thinking, Xianxia picked up the next talisman. This was a 1st-grade talisman, and it didn't look any different from other replenishing spirit talismans. But when the talisman burned, Xianxia felt a wave of pure spiritual power flowing into his body. "Master, what's wrong? Is there a problem with these talismans?" Xianxia shook his head doubtfully and picked up the next one. As the talisman burned, a stream of pure spiritual energy flowed into his body. These 2 talismans seemed to have richer spiritual energy than the 1st-grade spirit-replenishing talisman. Could it be that he was imagining things? Xianxia burned a total of 10 1st-grade talismans and his complexion actually improved a lot. The steward said happily, "I didn't expect that even 1st-grade talismans would be useful. Master is too kind." Xianxia held the talismans in his hand and seemed to be deep in thought. These 10 1st-grade talismans should have been drawn by the same person. The talismans drawn by this person seemed to be of much better quality than the others. "Find all the talismans drawn by this person." Xianxia handed the talismans in his hand to the steward. Because the Ying family had to record the origins of all talismans, the talismans submitted by the same shop would all be distinguished by a special mark on the lower right corner. So after the talismans were collected, although they would be separated according to grade, it was very easy to distinguish which shop submitted them. However, when the steward took the talismans, he couldn't help but be stunned when he didn't see any mark on the lower right corner. Xianxia frowned and took all the talismans below 3rd grade and flipped through them. Sure enough, he found another 15 among the 2nd-grade talismans without a mark. He also found one among the 3rd-grade talismans. Just by looking at the color of the cinnabar and the outline of the talisman, he could guess that these 50 or so talismans should have been drawn by the same person. 50 or so talismans, the steward was speechless. Who exactly is this person? He actually drew 50 or so talismans and offered them to master, and there's even a 3rd-grade talisman among them. Xianxia chuckled. he wasn't surprised. With his status, there were many people in the entire cultivation continent who wanted to curry favor with him. Although the quality of these low-grade talismans was extraordinarily good, they didn't attract his attention. After all, no matter how excellent they were only first-grade or second-grade talismans. Compared to high-grade talismans of fourth grade and above, whether it was spirit nourishment or healing effects, they were far inferior. Xianxia thought about it, took the third-grade talisman, and activated it with spiritual energy. He wanted to see if the third-grade healing talisman drawn by this person could compare to a fourth-grade talisman. The spiritual power burned the talisman paper, and the dark yellow talisman paper started to burn. In the next moment, Xianxia felt a cold spiritual power enter his body. Like a stream, it flowed through every inch of his burning meridians and finally gathered in his dantian. It was as if he could hear the sound of the zither flowing like water. Xianxia closed his eyes and sighed softly. The feeling of the stream flowing through his dantian was simply too wonderful. It was so wonderful that he wished he could immerse himself in this comfortable coolness and never wake up. However, the music stopped abruptly. The comfortable feeling disappeared, and a faint burning pain came from his dantian again. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, and his face was filled with a sense of loss. But then, he used his divine sense to explore his body, and his face suddenly changed. "Master, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this talisman?" Xianxia stared blankly at the talisman paper in his hand that had already been burnt to ashes. He was speechless for a long time. Only when the steward was so anxious that he wanted to call for a doctor did he let out a light sigh and said, "I want to know which shop handed over these talismans. Quickly, summon the steward responsible for purchasing these talismans." Under the dumbfounded gaze of the chief steward, Xianxia slowly stood up from the bed, revealing a rare smile. "When I was forging a 9th-ranked spirit weapon, I suffered a backlash. My meridians and dantian were burnt by the earth fire. I originally thought that I would need 3 to 5 years to recover. But that third-grade talisman just now actually healed the injuries within my body by 10%. Originally, Xianxia had only hoped to preserve his life by purchasing talismans in the entire Tianguang ruins. Next, he would slowly recuperate with medicinal pills. However, he did not expect that even with the help of a 7th-grade medicinal pill, it would take 3 to 5 years for the injury to recover. After using a third-grade talisman, there was an obvious improvement. Unfortunately, there was only one third-grade talisman. What if there were 3, 5, or 10 of them? Then wouldn't his injuries be completely healed and he would be able to refine a rank 9 spirit weapon again? Thinking of this, Xianxia was so excited that he couldn't control himself. When the head steward heard his master's words and saw that his bedridden body was actually able to stand up after using that third-grade talisman, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Steward Wang was quickly called over. Chief Steward Yin threw the remaining stack of talismans in front of him and said with an unfriendly expression, "Why aren't these talismans marked? Didn't I tell you that all shops must be registered?" Steward Wang took the talismans and had a look at them. His face immediately turned incomparably ugly. Because he recognized at a glance that this was the talisman that Mu Yan had handed over. This is because, in the lower 3 districts, aside from Mayan, no other shop has been able to hand over 40 to 50 talismans in one go. But the problem was, at that time, he was filled with righteous indignation and did not let Mu Yan register the shop's information at all. Naturally, he did not make any marks on the talisman. It was just a piece of trash handed in by a 1-star shop. Why did the manager have to find it? Chief Stewardine said coldly, "I don't care if you marked it or not, but now that Master wants to know the origin of these talismans, you'd better find out which shop these talismans came from. Otherwise, you'll be kicked out of the Yin family." On Steward Wang's forehead, fine and dense beads of sweat gushed out one after another. At this moment, he really hated Mu Yan to death. It was one thing to humiliate this woman in public. Now, he was about to be kicked out of the Yin family. The Yin family's treatment was so generous, and the position of the Yin family's steward was so high up. If he was expelled by the Yin family, wouldn't he lose everything? Why did Master have to ask about that hateful slut's talisman? How good would it be if he were to ask about the talisman of that beautiful woman called Bing Ruosher Wu? He would be able to push this adorable little girl in front of his master. Thinking of her calling out, "Thank you, Steward Wang," coquettishly, Steward Wang felt as if his bones were going to melt. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Since Old Master asked about these talismans, he must have admired the person who drew them. Not to mention the fact that he didn't even know which shop that hateful slut was from. Even if he knew, how could he recommend him to Old Master? If that slut really won the master's favor, wouldn't she be the one to step on him in the future? No, he would never allow it. Chief Stewardine hurriedly asked, "Which shop?" "It's Mountain Breaking Sex, Mountain Breaking Sex, Mountain Breaking Sex shop." Steward Wang braced himself and said word by word, "There's a girl called Bing Rua Sanwu in the Mountain Breaking Sex shop. She's young, but she can already draw her own talismans. These talismans were drawn by her. She also said that she has admired Master since young, so when she heard that Master was injured, she offered all the talismans she had drawn. Because I admired her friendship with Master, I was so excited that I forgot to register. But I remember this clearly, I can't be wrong." Chief Stewardine was too lazy to listen to the little girl's admiration for his master, and hurriedly said, "Go find her now, and ask her to draw a few more third-grade healing talismans. Tell her that as long as she can draw one more, the Yin family will be heavily injured. If she can draw 3 or more, Master agrees to give her a 6th-grade spiritual weapon for free." Steward Wang's eyes widened, cold sweat rolling down his forehead. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" No, I'll do it now." There were many people going in and out of the Mountain Breaking Sex shop. Lu Ruoxuan sat in the shop, her expression sad and resentful. She still could not enter the inner sect of the Mountain Breaking sect, nor could she formally become Jiang Dehai's disciple. Moreover, because Jiang Dehai's daughter, Jiang Xinyu, hated her, she could not stay in the Mountain Breaking sect any longer. Bing Rua Sanwu. Suddenly, a greasy voice sounded, attracting the attention of many people inside and outside the Mountain Breaking Sex shop. Lu Ruoxuan lifted her head, the worried expression on her face immediately turning into a fawning smile. "Brother Steward, why are you here? Isn't that Steward Wang of the Yin family?" "Yes, I saw him when we were buying talismans this morning." "Why is the steward of the Yin family looking for Bing Rua Sanwo?" As the crowd discussed, Steward Wang strode in front of Lu Ruoxuan and smiled, "Our master is very satisfied with the talismans you drew, and hopes that you can draw a few more." Lu Ruoxuan's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, and she said in disbelief, "Brother Steward, you mean it? Did Master Yin really say that?" Awkwardness flashed across Manager Wang's eyes, then he smiled and said, "Of course it's true. Our master also said that he hopes that you can draw a few more talismans for him. If he's satisfied, he'll give you a 6th-grade spiritual weapon." "Ah. 6th-grade spirit weapon. Grandmaster Yin actually wants to give a 6th-grade spirit artifact to Bing Rua Bing Wu. Could it be that the Mountain Breaking sect is going to make friends with Master Yin? I'm so lucky. Master Yin is a renowned master refiner in the entire cultivation continent. Even large sects in the Azure Blue Realm have to queue up if they want to order a spiritual weapon from him. The Mountain Breaking sect was able to obtain a 6th-grade spirit tool so easily. They are really lucky." The surrounding people discussed among themselves, expressing their envy, jealousy, and hatred towards the Mountain Breaking sect and Lu Ruoxuan. But the people in the earth-shattering and sky-shocking shop looked at each other and cast envious and worshipful eyes to Lu Ruoxuan. There were even people who directly left the Tianguang ruins to report to the elders of the Mountain Breaking sect. Lu Ruoxuan had never imagined that she would be fancied by Master Yin Xiao. After Steward Wang spread the news, he was sure that everyone would know about it, and it would become an established fact. He then stopped smiling and said to Lu Ruoxuan, "Bing Ruoxuan, Lady Wu, I have something to tell you about the talismans in private." "WH. What?" Lu Ruoxuan exclaimed in disbelief, You want me to impersonate someone else?" No, I can't do it." Steward Wang said in a low voice, "Why not? You can draw talismans, and you're the disciple of Mountain Breaking Sect's Peak Master Jiang. How can you be worse than that trash from a 1-star store?" Lu Ruoxuan was panic-stricken, but I can't draw 3rd-grade talismans. "I've thought about this." Steward Wang gritted his teeth and said sinisterly, 3rd-grade talismans are difficult to draw. That woman only handed over one talisman, so it must not be easy to draw. If Master asks you for third-grade talismans, just say that you can't draw them for now. After some time, I'll collect more fourth-grade and fifth-grade talismans. Master will naturally forget about third-grade talismans. Lu Ruoxuan still looked anxious, but what if that person finds out and finds Master Yin herself? Pfft, that trash from that trashy one-star store. Do you think anyone will believe that slut's words? Steward Wang gritted his teeth and said, I definitely won't allow that slut to appear in front of Master Yin. Don't worry. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Ruoxuan in a bewitching manner. If our master takes a liking to you, your future will be limitless. Even the mountain-breaking sect master will look up to you. Moreover, if you can draw a few third-grade talismans, you can even obtain a sixth-grade spiritual weapon. Are you really not tempted and want to give this opportunity to someone else? Lu Ruoxuan's heart thumped wildly. The struggle and hesitation on her face slowly faded, and she lowered her head in shame. But Steward Wang knew that she had agreed. Good child, that's right. Steward Wang caressed Lu Ruoxuan's smooth and tender face. Amidst Lu Ruoxuan's exclamation, he chuckled and said, as long as you insist that you were the one who drew those talismans, you will be able to make a name for yourself in the Tianguang ruins in the future. There will be benefits for you in the future. Lu Ruoxuan bit her lips and frowned as she watched Manager Wang leave. As soon as she walked out of the shop, she saw the senior brothers and sisters who had been indifferent to her warmly greet her. He had a flattering smile on his face, congratulating her for being chosen by Master Yin. Lu Ruoxuan gritted her teeth and threw away the last bit of shame in her heart. She said softly, I just drew a few talismans casually. I didn't expect Master Yin to take a fancy to them. However, it's great to be able to treat Master Yin's injuries. Overnight, Tianguang Ruins was in an uproar because Master Yin had taken a fancy to the talisman refining ability of the sacred dance of ice. Even in reality, many sects in the Azure Heaven realm knew about it. He envied the mountain-breaking sect for taking in such a good disciple. Jiang Dehai and the mountain-breaking sect's attitude towards Lu Ruoxuan took a 180-degree turn. They spread the news that the sacred dance of ice was Jiang Dehai's new disciple, Lu Ruoxuan. They could not wait to let the entire Azure Heaven realm know that the person who was chosen by Senior Yin Xiu was a disciple of their mountain-breaking sect. Lu Ruoxuan's status in the mountain-breaking sect naturally rose, and many senior and junior brothers surrounded her attentively. Of course, this is all in the future, and for the time being, it has nothing to do with Mu Yan, who is currently leading the free and unfettered sect people to go shopping. The small bazaar at the foot of Mount Tianxian is called a bazaar, but it's actually a small town. Although it's not as big as the green city of Minlujia, it can be said to have all the necessary things. As soon as they reach the bazaar, Luo Yu, Ling Yuma and the others are like runaway horses, excitedly running away with the crystals. Even Qingjiu says excitedly, I want to buy a broadsword. They excitedly rush to their destination. Shi Qing directly finds a tavern and burrows into it, refusing to come out again. Mu Yan smiles and shakes her head, no longer paying attention to them. She casually finds a bookstore and goes in. Taking it, she enters the bookstore. In the most conspicuous corner, she sees those books that make her scalp numb. Mu Yan, miss, these stories are all newly released, they're absolutely fresh and good to read. Seeing that Mu Yan has been standing in front of these books for a long time, the manservant can't help but come over to promote enthusiastically, the female cultivators in the surrounding villages like to buy books in my shop the most. If you don't believe me, you can buy it and take a look. In the past, Dijun's stories were the most popular, but these days, the battle between Yunxiao Gongzi and Empty Sword Senior Zhao made his reputation reach the apex, so the sales have already caught up with Dijun's series. Miss, which one do you want? Mu Yan coughs lightly. Originally, she wants to say no need, but unexpectedly, she says, wrap it up for me. The manservant didn't expect her to be a big customer, and is immediately overjoyed. All right, this little one will wrap it up for you. Later, if you think it's good, you can buy it from me at any time. Mu Yan feels her face is burning. But since she has already bought it, she will no longer be bashful. Moreover, she is really interested in the gossip of the Shozhen continent. In particular, the Dijun mentioned in the stories always makes her think about it, and she can't help but want to see him. Taking the book from the manservant, Mu Yan graciously puts it into the space, and asks, "Are there any books related to 3rd grade and above refining pills and refining talismans for sale here?" "How is that possible?" The manservant shook his head repeatedly. "Miss, no matter which shop you go to, you won't be able to find any books related to alchemy and talismans. There are alchemy manuals below the 3rd grade." Even though Mayan had already expected this, she still shows a regretful expression. The manservant smiled and said, "Miss, you are already the 3rd person who has come to ask about books related to talisman formations today. Ever since the news from Tianguang ruins spread that the talisman drawn by Bing Rua's Mao Wu had caught the eye of Master Xianxia and he would give her a 6th grade spirit artifact, everyone in the Blue Heaven domain went crazy. Everyone wants to learn how to draw talismans. However, drawing talismans requires talent. I advise you not to waste your time and energy. Even if I give you the relevant talisman books, you won't be able to learn it." Hearing this, Mu Yan smiled non-committally, turned around and left the study room. Not long after he walked out of the study, a woman's scream came from not far away. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. My husband, please don't hit me anymore. I beg your husband, I know I was wrong. Sob sob sob. My husband, please spare my life." She walks over and takes a look. In the middle of the crowd, a man at the 7th rank of body refining is beating a woman with a ferocious expression. The woman looks much younger than the man, but the spiritual aura on her body is so thin that it's almost non-existent. Her cultivation hasn't even completed body refining soul, so she looks even older than the man. At this moment, she's covering her face with her sleeves and crawling on the ground, enduring the man's beating, crying and begging for mercy. But the man is unscrupulously punching and kicking her, cursing as he beats her, "Smelly whore, broken thing, lousy, works hard to earn money to support you. What's wrong with playing with 2 women outside, you actually dare to control lousy. Who do you think you are, a yellow-faced woman eating lousy's food and using lousy's? It's already your fortune that lousy is willing to support you, but you actually dare to control lousy. Lousy will divorce you. Husband, don't, husband, I know I was wrong, I beg you, don't divorce me." The woman's voice is choked with sobs, and she doesn't care about the pain of being beaten. She hugs the man's leg and keeps begging for mercy, saying that I served Granny well before she died, please don't divorce me, woo-woo. The surrounding people were discussing this scene. Some people think that this man is going too far in beating a woman. But some people think it's natural, especially the male cultivators. Mu Yan even hears the male cultivators whispering beside her, "This kind of ugly woman hasn't even reached body refining soul, if it was me, I would have divorced her long ago. Isn't it natural for men to fool around outside? She's just a useless waste, what qualifications does she have to control them? No wonder she's being beaten, I think it's a good beating." Many people actually agree with such remarks, and there are even some who jeer. As the man hears the jeering from the people around him, his face shows an insolent and complacent expression, and he beats the woman even more vigorously. Mu Yan frowns slightly, a cold light flashing in her eyes. She hates men who bully women the most. However, before she could make a move, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side. Grabbing the man's hand that's about to swing down, it blocks his movements. Everyone's eyes focus on it, and then they all reveal a stunned expression. Mu Yan is also surprised. She sees a tall and beautiful woman standing there, holding the man's wrist. She wore a golden hairpin and a cloth dress, had a slim waist and narrow hips, and every movement she made carried a hint of flirtatious charm. Who else could it be but her 5th senior brother Ling Yuxing? The man immediately flew into a rage. Spittle flew everywhere as he cursed, "What the hell? How dare you control me?" Before he could finish, the man looked up and saw Ling Yuxing's face. The anger on his face suddenly turned into lust and greed. "Oh, so it's a little beauty. Little girl, if you want to meddle in my business, then let me sleep for one night. In the future, you can do whatever you want with me. How about that?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch Ling Yuxing's face. Ling Yuxing's eyes turned cold as he exerted more force. My hand is going to break." The man let out a mournful scream. What do you want to do?" The man glared at Ling Yuxing. Feeling the powerful pressure from his body, he was afraid and shouted in a threatening manner. Ling Yuxing's charming eyes contained a bone-piercing coldness. What I hate the most are men who bully women. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a cracking sound. The hand that was being held by Ling Yuxing was actually broken. But Ling Yuxing still hasn't vented his anger. He kicks the man over, and directly starts beating him. He beats the man until he cries for his father and mother, rolling all over the ground. What's amazing is that Ling Yuxing is clearly doing such a crude thing. But between his gestures, he's like a young lady from a noble family, noble, elegant, and beautiful. Mayan is simply dumbstruck. Just then, the woman who was beaten half to death by the man suddenly climbs up. But she doesn't throw herself at the man who just beat her to take revenge. Instead, she throws herself at Ling Yuxing. What right do you have to hit my husband? Get lost, let go of my husband. I forbid you to touch my husband. This unforeseen event stupefies everyone. Ling Yuxing doesn't even have time to react, and is directly slapped by the woman. He stares blankly at the woman he just defended, only to see that her eyes are filled with tears, and she's fiercely glaring at him. There's no trace of gratitude in her eyes, only resentment. If anything happens to my husband, I absolutely won't forgive you. Soon after, the woman throws herself at the man's side, and cries while stammering, Husband, husband, how are you? You mustn't have anything happen to you, or else how can I live? Woo-woo. The man holds his broken hand, wailing with all his might, unable to say a word for a long time. Seeing this scene, Ling Yuxing laughs at himself, and turns around to leave. However, he's just taken 2 steps when the woman pounces at him again, grabbing his clothes. You can't go. You injured my husband, you can't just leave like this, you must compensate me. Ling Yuxing's pretty face flushes red, and he shouts, Let go. The woman is startled by his imposing manner, and her hand loosens slightly. But then she suddenly thinks of something, and she reaches out to grab his clothes, her face grim. If my husband dies, how can I live? No, you can't go, you must compensate me. Everyone, come and judge, this person injured my husband, and even crippled my husband's hand, yet he refuses to compensate. If my husband can't earn money to support the family, what will I do in the future? Pay me money, you must pay me money. The woman knew that Ling Yuxing had a high cultivation level, so she had been very careful. However, as she tugged at him, she realized that he didn't fight back at all. Immediately, he wanted a foot after getting an inch, and the movements of his hands became bigger and bigger. Ling Yuxing's face was full of anger, and he raised his hand as if he wanted to push the woman away. However, he seemed to have thought of something, and his hand clenched into a fist in the air. In the end, he didn't swing it at the woman. In the next moment, there was a ripping sound, and the woman tore open Ling Yuxing's shirt. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not. Beneath the lapel was a fair, translucent, and flat chest. The woman was stunned at first, and even her hand froze. Then, with a face full of disgust, she screamed, You're a man, oh my God, you're actually a man. A man is actually wearing women's clothes, how disgusting. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Ling Yuxing. Originally, when everyone saw a tall and beautiful woman rush out to defend the woman, they basically stood on her side. Later on, the woman didn't know what was good for her, and some people even pointed fingers at her and scolded her, feeling that this beautiful woman wasn't worth it. Everyone was stupefied. Everyone, quickly come and see. The woman was still pulling Ling Yuxing's clothes and shouting, A man is actually wearing women's clothes, and even putting on makeup. Is there such a disgusting person in this world? Could it be that he wants to pretend to be a woman and seduce men? I've never seen such a shameless person in my life. Ling Yuxing's face was deathly pale. Especially when the onlookers' expressions changed from amazement to shock, and from shock to disgust. Everyone was pointing fingers at him and gossiping. There were even people who came forward, wanting to touch his chest to see if it was a man or a woman. Ling Yuxing only felt dizzy before his eyes. He wanted to run, he wanted to scream, he wanted to escape from everything. The scene in front of him reminded him of the past that he couldn't bear to recall. However, more and more people surrounded him. Because the woman had obtained the support of the onlookers, she also shouted more and more enthusiastically. The hand that was beaten black and blue by her husband and was powerless to resist was now rudely grabbing Ling Yuxing's hair, loosening his hair bun and even leaving a deep scratch on his face. The man whose hand was broken by Ling Yuxing also stood up and spat a mouthful of blood at Ling Yuxing. Bah, I thought it was some whore meddling in this father's business. I didn't expect it to be a monster dressed as a woman. When I think about how this father wanted to sleep with you, I feel disgusted. The woman was even more shrill as she shouted, "You little slut, don't tell me you came here dressed like this just to seduce my husband? You shameless slut, instead of being a good man, you came to seduce my husband like a transvestite. I'll beat you to death, you transvestite." Saying that, she actually grabbed a basket filled with rotten vegetable leaves and bird eggs from a nearby stall and threw it towards Ling Yuxing's head and face. However, the basket didn't fall on Ling Yuxing's head. The woman felt pain in her hand, and the hand that was originally holding the basket couldn't even lift it. Following that, the rotten vegetable leaves and bird eggs in the basket directly fell on her head. In a split second, her already embarrassed appearance became even more like a beggar. Before the woman could react to what had happened, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, and her whole body was sent flying. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Mu Yan withdraws her foot that was aimed at the woman's heart. She turns around and arrives in front of Ling Yuxing. Ling Yuxing was already surrounded by people. There was the man who touched her chest and took advantage of her, and there was also the woman who scratched and insulted her. Ling Yuxing's cultivation was obviously very high, but he was surrounded and bullied by these people. He was bullied to the point where he was covered in cuts and bruises, but he was like a doll that had lost its mind and did not resist at all. A cold light flickered in Mayan's eyes as she took a step forward. He grabbed the man's hand that was touching Ling Yuxing's chest. Kacha, 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 the sound of bones breaking could be heard, accompanied by the man's blood-curdling screams. Mu Yan raises her leg and sends them all flying. As for those men, she was even more decisive. He grabbed the lapel of one of them and gave him a few slaps. Only when the man's vision blurred and his face swelled up like a pig's head did he throw him out. The whole place fell into a strange silence. Mu Yan glares at him, and he shudders in fright. Mu Yan slowly hooks up a bloodthirsty smile. "If you have the ability, why don't you try and touch my senior brother again? She's obviously a beautiful girl, and that face is even more beautiful and moving than when Ling Yuxing is cross-dressing. When it's funny, it makes everyone present shiver. Why is this girl's aura so frightening? He's such a monster, why would you help him?" The beaten woman is unconvinced, glaring at Mu Yan. You can't be the same as him, a transvestite dressed as a woman, right?" Ling Yuxing, who didn't even have the slightest reaction when he was humiliated, hears this. He suddenly lifts his head, his eyes red, and his body exudes a fierce murderous aura. "You dare to slander my junior sister." Mu Yan pats Ling Yuxing, motioning him not to speak. Then she looks at the woman who spoke, sneering, "Whether I'm a man or a woman, what does it have to do with you? Am I hindering you from eating, or am I hindering you from stealing your man? Is it your turn to care?" She turns back to look at the devastated Ling Yuxing, somewhat hating iron for not becoming steel. "A motley crew, you can knock them down in 2 or 3 moves, why don't you fight back?" Ling Yuxing's complexion is deathly pale, and after a long while, he says in a low voice, You should leave, don't get involved with me, it's not good for your reputation." Mu Yan interrupts him with a cold face. "I asked you, why don't you fight back?" Ling Yuxing lowers his eyes, his scarred body looks so lonely, as if it's about to collapse. Mu Yan sighs softly, and pulls his lapel, not willing to hit a woman? Ling Yuxing doesn't need to speak, just looking at his expression, Mu Yan knows that she guessed correctly. She sneers, "Unfortunately, people don't appreciate your kindness at all. These women belittle themselves from the bottom of their bones, thinking that women are naturally inferior to men, and that it's only right for women to obey men. Moreover, some people are so cheap, the more you hit her, the more manly she feels you are. He's also a man." The woman who had been beaten got up and screamed, "He's a monster who likes to dress up as a woman, a disgusting monster. If you're with him, even if you're a woman, you're still shameless." Ling Yuxing's body swayed, subconsciously wanting to stay away from Mayan. Mu Yan doesn't have the slightest intention of avoiding suspicion. He directly grabbed him, ground the pill into powder, and smeared it on his face. He wanted to make sure that even though his pill was of a low grade, it was still effective on such ordinary external injuries. Mayan then looks at the woman who spoke. He's not a man, then the one who beat people like dogs is a man? Heh, if you want to be cheap, that's your business. Just don't come out and disgust people, okay? As a man, you are so useless that you only know how to hit women to vent your anger. One of you is a coward, and the other is a bitch. You really are a match made in heaven. It's best if you stay together forever and don't come out to harm others. Bitch, what did you say? How dare you call me a coward? Being insulted like this, the woman's husband can't take it anymore. He unsheaths the long sword at his waist and rushes towards Mayan. It's just that his cultivation strength isn't enough to scratch an itch for Mayan. Not even one round of fighting, the man has already been knocked to the ground, howling in pain. This time, it's not only his wrist bones that are broken, but several of his ribs are also broken. But he won't die, he's just in so much pain that he hovers between life and death. The man's eyes turn white, he spits out a mouthful of blood, and passes out in a split second. You killed my husband, I'll fight you. Slut, return my husband. Seeing that her husband has fainted, the woman's eyes immediately turn red, and she pounces towards Mayan with bared fangs and brandished claws. Unfortunately, Mayan doesn't have tender and protective feelings for women like Ling Yuxing. She directly swings a big slap. With a flick of her wrist, the 7 Absolutes sword appears in her hand. She points it at the woman's heart, revealing a bright and languid smile. What, you want to fight me? You want me to return your husband? The woman feels the bone-chilling killing intent of the 7 Absolutes sword, and her whole body suddenly trembles like a sieve. There's no trace of the aggressiveness she had when she was settling accounts with Ling Yuxing just a moment ago. She just keeps begging for mercy. Don't kill me, I don't dare anymore, hoo. As she speaks, a stench comes from her lower body. She's actually scared to the point of peeing. Mayan sneers and directly kicks the woman away, no longer paying attention to her. Some people may seem pitiful, but pitiful people must have hateful aspects. Her own spine has already been bent, her self-esteem has already been abandoned, and she doesn't even know where her conscience as a human has gone. You kindly save them, but you'll be dragged into the abyss instead. No one can save such a person, and Mayan has no interest in saving them at all. She turns her head and points at Ling Yuxing's head, raising her small face to lecture. Fifth brother, there's no distinction between men and women in this world. Sometimes, women are more poisonous than snakes and scorpions. Can't you grow a little more in the future? When you meet a good woman, you like to help others, and it's fine if you help them. But when you meet this kind of ungrateful woman who can't even figure out her own mind, and likes to put the blame on others, why do you care about them? Just let them die. Ling Yuxing stares blankly after being lectured, and he can't come back to his senses for a long time. But even though he was being lectured by his junior sister in such a rude manner, he felt warmth and peace of mind that he had never felt before. There's also a slight smile at the corners of his eyes. Little girl, if this young master is your senior brother, you should guide him to the right path. Instead of letting him continue to be a monster that is neither male nor female, isn't that right? In the crowd, a middle-aged man in his 40s spoke in a seemingly fair and kind manner. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people immediately began to discuss spiritedly. That's right. Men chasing after men is the right path. He was a man, but he had to dress up as a woman. If he wasn't a monster, what was he? He might even be sick. We treated him like this because we wanted to lead him to kindness. What did we do wrong? Little girl, you are still young, so there are many things you don't understand. If he continued behaving like this, he would be ridiculed by others in the future. If you get together with him, your reputation will be ruined by him. In the future, which man would dare to want a woman like you who hangs out with a monster that's neither male nor female? Ling Yuxing's face, which had just regained some color, once again turned deathly pale. His eyes were filled with shame and pain. He had deliberately built up his pride in front of Mu Yan and the Xiaoyao sect. At this moment, it was as if everything had finally fallen apart. His junior sister's face is frosty, and he can't tell whether she's happy or angry. But Ling Yuxing knows that he has implicated his junior sister. His junior sister has just come to the Shozhen continent. Maybe she didn't understand before, but she will eventually. When she understands, she will hate him, despise him, and want to stay far away from him. Instead of waiting until then, it's better for him to stay far away. Avoid his junior sister, and also avoid the other people in the Xiaoyao school. Ling Yuxing bites his lower lip, and he doesn't even notice that his lower lip is bleeding. He lowers his head, and wants to leave quietly. Just then, he hears his junior sister speak, "Hee, I don't know if my fifth senior brother is a man or not. I only know that when he saw injustice, he had the guts to stand up and help when he saw injustice. But you? All of you hide in the corner and watch the fun. My senior brother has a principle of not hitting women, but what about you? Each and every one of you is dignified, but you only know how to hide in the corner and talk about other people's maggots. What qualifications do you have to criticize my senior brother? Whether he likes to wear men's clothes or women's clothes is none of your business." The middle-aged man who spoke first has an extremely ugly look on his face. "I'm reminding you out of kindness. Little girl, you don't know what's good for you. Which sect are you from?" Mayan sneers, "What does it have to do with you?" Good, good. Since you're so arrogant, I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of your master." After the middle-aged man says that, a mace suddenly appears in his hand, and he strikes it at Mayan. "Be careful, junior sister." As soon as the man's spiritual power is activated, Ling Yuxing feels the strength of a rank 5 abstinence. His face suddenly changes, and he rushes over to push Mayan away. However, before he can make a move, the 7 absolute swords in Mayan's hand suddenly shine, and she fights with the middle-aged man. A quarter of an hour later, the middle-aged man crawls on the ground, vomiting blood, and can't get up for a long time. His face is full of horror. He can't believe that he lost to a little girl. Who are you? How can a little girl less than 20 years old have such a powerful strength?" The 7 absolute sword in Mayan's hand draws a gorgeous arc, and her cold and mocking eyebrows look at everyone around her. "Is there anyone else who wants to argue with me? If you have any complaints about my senior brother, feel free to tell me. I don't mind having a good chat with you." The crowd was silent for a moment. Suddenly, someone screams in horror, She's June Mayan, the female devil that appeared in Windless Square." June Mayan. Ah. Don't tell me it's that demoness June Mayan who wiped out the Ning family and even went on a killing spree during the sect selection, causing the nephew of a Li Fire sect elder to die tragically under her hands? Ah, are you guys crazy? He actually offended this female devil. Run. Run. If we're late, we'll be dead. In just a short period of time, the surrounding people had all fled, and even the fainted man had been dragged away. The breeze picked up the rotten leaves on the ground and gently rolled them over. It was a very desolate scene. Mu Yan touches her nose, speechlessly muttering, "What massacre, female devil? Am I that scary?" But she didn't know. In the entire Azure Heaven realm, there are already many people who know about the female devil June Mayan. Especially those who are watching in the square, most of them are rogue cultivators. Therefore, this news isn't spread very widely among the sections. But when the rogue cultivators of Azure Heaven realm hear June Mayan's name, they are all scared like mice seeing a cat. Mayan turns around and looks at Ling Yuxing. Seeing that he's staring at her dumbfoundedly, she can't help but touch her nose. "What? You also think I'm very scary?" Ling Yuxing shakes his head like a rattle drum. But then, his eyes carry a trace of apprehension and shame. "Junior sister, you really don't think I'm a different species, a monster?" Mayan takes a step forward. "Do you think you're a different species, a monster?" Ling Yuxing shakes his head, his face revealing a mournful expression. "I just naturally like to be a woman. But the reversal of yin and yang, this is wrong. Such a me is a different species, a monster who brings shame to the clan and the sect." Mayan sneers, "Who stipulated that yin and yang can't be reversed? Who stipulated that men can't like to wear women's clothes? Is it a heavenly rule? Even if it's a heavenly rule, it's still too broad. What's more, heavenly Tao has never stipulated that yin and yang must match. As long as you don't think you're a different species, not a monster, you're not a different species, not a monster. Why do you care about what other people think? Don't tell me that other people can live for you? Ling Yusheng listens blankly, a faint smile slowly appearing on his pale face. He looks at Mayan with faint envy and worship in his eyes. It's not that he envies her for being a woman and having that kind of stunning appearance. It's that he envies her for being able to live so freely, as if the gazes of others and the pressure of public opinion simply can't shake her mind in the slightest. Fifth brother, have you bought anything? Ling Yusheng shakes his head. He was just about to go buy it when he ran into that accident. Mayan tugs at his messy hair and smiles. Come, junior sister will take you to the silk and satin shop to dress up. Otherwise, if you go back like this, you'll scare big brother and Xiaoqi to death. Ling Yusheng stares blankly. Before he could come back to his senses, he has already been dragged forward by Mayan. He subconsciously said, I want to buy that heavenly silkworm snow robe with a phoenix wearing a peony, and that red jadeite eyeshadow. I'm not interested in the other cheap goods. The corners of Mu Yan's mouth twitched. She regretted it. Was it too late to get rid of this fifth senior sister who loved to be pretty and showy? Ling Yusheng grabbed her arm and intimately pulled her forward. Even though his entire body was battered and exhausted, he still revealed a bright smile. After the two of them left, a figure in crimson clothes slowly came out of a shop in a wheelchair. Looking at Mu Yan and Ling Yusheng's departing figures, Chu Moli's gaze didn't shift for a long time. He gently caresses the armrest of the wheelchair, softly murmuring, Jun Mayan, junior sister. Chu Moli's expression slowly became complicated and hard to understand. His slightly drooping eyelashes seemed to be concealing some sort of emotion. Old third, so you're here. I have been looking for you, for a long time. You. What happened to you? Why is it so messy here, what happened? Chu Moli raised his head. His face had already regained its usual indifferent expression. It's nothing, I just watched a good show. The little junior sister that our master brought back this time is very interesting. Little junior sister is very good. Qin Jiao nodded heavily. Everyone likes little junior sister. The sun was setting in the west. The group of people from the Xiaoyao school finally gathered at the entrance of the market. Everyone was carrying big and small bags in their hands, and their faces were beaming with happiness. Even the steady eldest senior brother was smiling from time to time as he looked at the food and speed-increasing spirit tools in his hands, revealing a steady smile from time to time. Sixth senior sister, look, this is the doll that I bought, isn't it cute? Luo Yu excitedly rushed towards Mu Yan, wanting to show the doll in her hands to Mu Yan. Unfortunately, before he could reach it, Mu Yan was pulled to the other side by Ling Yusheng. Ling Yusheng, who was already dressed up beautifully, glared at Luo Yu with a face full of disgust. What kind of doll is this? That's something that only children like. Little junior sister, and I don't like these. With that, he revealed a flirtatious smile towards Mu Yan. Little junior sister, the cosmetic powder that I just bought is exquisite and glossy. When we return to the sect, I'll help you apply it. Luo Yu was dumbfounded. Fifth senior brother, when did your relationship with sixth senior sister become so good? Ling Yusheng rolled his eyes at her. How could you stinky man understand the friendship between us women? Luo Yu. You're clearly a stinky man. Ling Yuma angrily kicked Ling Yusheng away and snatched Mu Yan over. Do you think I'm dead? In the Xiaoyao school, only little junior sister and I are women. Little junior sister, let me tell you, I bought a lot of weapons and techniques. Tonight, I'll sleep with you and discuss it. Mu Yan face-bombed. Can't you guys stop for a while? Yun Ruhan coughed lightly. Alright, stop messing around. It's getting dark, let's quickly go back. Wait, where's master? Mu Yan looked around, but didn't find Shi Qing. Ling Yuma waved her hand and said, as long as master enters the restaurant, he absolutely won't come out until he spends all his crystal stones. Don't worry about him. When the crystal stones run out, he'll naturally come back. Let's go back and ask fifth junior brother to make us a feast. Ling Yusheng snorted coldly. A bunch of stinky men who only know how to eat and drink. Junior sister is still the best. Mu Yan massaged her forehead. Would the Xiaoyao sect ever recover? Could she stay here any longer? Heh. Suddenly, he heard a chuckle. Mayan stares blankly. She lowers her head to look, only to discover that the one laughing is actually her third senior brother, Chu Moli. She stared blankly at Chumoli's face. This was the first time she had seen her third senior brother smile like this. True, clean, with real pleasure. Unlike before, he wasn't sick and neurotic, as if he was always scheming crazily. Third senior brother, why are you laughing? Chumoli withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, little junior sister, welcome to the carefree sect. Mu Yan. I've already joined the Xiaoyao sect for a few days, and now you're telling me that you're welcome? As expected, there were no normal disciples in this sect. The people of the Xiaoyao sect went back to the mountain, laughing and chatting. After everyone left, a few figures appeared at the entrance of the market. Are those people from the Xiaoyao sect? Look at the big and small bags they are carrying. Is the Xiaoyao sect rich? It's impossible. Who doesn't know that the Xiaoyao sect is the poorest sect in the whole Blue Heaven realm? How could it be rich? Oh, no matter whether they are rich or not, there must be crystals in the Xiaoyao sect now. Let's go back and report it to our master and ask him to collect shelter fees from the Xiaoyao sect. That's right. The Xiaoyao sect is just a lousy sect. It's just a subsidiary of our whole unitary sect. Since they have crystals, how can they not pay tribute? Ha ha ha, let's report this news. Maybe we can get some benefits. They looked at each other and saw the excited and greedy expressions on each other's faces. Then they all flew in the direction of the whole unitary sect. That night, the poor people of the Xiaoyao sect experienced a happy paradise with meat, crystals, and happiness. However, after the happy paradise, Yun Ruhan embarrassedly found Mu Yan. This was because the 500 low-grade crystal stones that Mu Yan had earned with great difficulty had actually been completely spent by them in a single day. Yun Ruhan was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Junior sister, take the rest of the crystals for your own use. Don't let others spend them. It's not easy for you to draw talismans. Mu Yan waved her hand indifferently. It's okay. It's easy for me to draw talismans. I'll draw dozens of them tonight and sell them for some crystals. Eldest brother, don't worry. It's easy to earn crystals. Just go, and draw, a few dozen more. Yun Ruhan's mouth twitched. Holding the crystals in her hand, she really didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. Thinking of their hard days in the past, and then thinking of the talismans that junior sister could draw and earn crystals at will. Yun Ruhan felt that as the eldest brother, she should really find a hole to hide in. Mu Yan didn't understand the eldest brother's depression at all. After returning to her room, she directly entered the space and continued to draw talismans. Just 2 hours later, a thick stack of drawn talismans appeared in her hand. However, to Mu Yan's regret, because of a strange combination of factors, she couldn't draw the third-grade talismans successfully again. Mu Yan always felt that she had faintly seen a certain trick, but she couldn't grasp it. After wasting another 3 talisman papers, she had to give up. After all, the Xiaoyao sect was so poor, and they had to feed a bunch of people who were crying piteously for food. Even talisman paper and cinnabar were not things that could be casually wasted. It was better to draw more first and second-grade talismans to earn money first. Qi Huang was lying on the grass at the side, propping up his chin as he watched her draw talismans. From time to time, he would sneer, "It's like drawing talismans. It's not beautiful at all. After drawing so many, you can only draw second-grade talismans. You can't even draw third-grade talismans. Jun Mayan, you're getting dumber. What's so good about drawing this kind of trash talisman? Wait until you master the 4th level Shin musician skills, then you'll naturally be able to draw the most powerful talisman in the world. Jun Mayan, Ben Zun orders you to stop drawing that boring painting, do you hear me?" Mu Yan glances at him coldly. "I see, you miss the itchy zither set meal, right?" Qi Huang's complexion stiffens, and he fiercely glares at Mu Yan, finally no longer nagging. When she looks up, she sees that Qi Huang's hands are already folded together, his head resting on them as he falls into a deep sleep. The youngster's long eyelashes hang down, covering that pair of beautiful phoenix eyes. When he's awake, he's clearly such a tsundere, such an explosive person, but when he's asleep, he's like an innocent child. Occasionally, he smacks his lips, muttering, "Jun Mayan, hateful, won't accompany." Ben Zun, Mayan is slightly startled. Seeing the loneliness between his brows, her heart seems to be tugged by something. Qi Huang and the little phoenix are different from the fat rabbit. He's the spirit of the Tianmo Qin, and he seems to be hiding a huge secret. Therefore, he doesn't dare to easily leave the space, and he doesn't dare to appear in front of people. Mayan doesn't know what he's afraid of, why he doesn't dare to leave the space, and doesn't want to be discovered by anyone. However, she knows how lonely and empty it is for a person to be locked up in this small space. That's why he likes to torment the little phoenix so much. He likes to bicker with her, and attract her attention. It should be because it's really too lonely in this space, right? Mayan sighs softly, and reaches out to push the stray hair on Qi Huang's face to one side. In her mind, she's trying to find something interesting for Qi Huang to do to pass the time. After pondering for a while, he can't resist the drowsiness, and falls into a deep sleep. After Mayan falls asleep, the red-clothed youngster who's sleeping on his stomach slowly opens his eyes. He looks at the girl close at hand, his eyes dark and profound, as if they're precipitating the vicissitudes of life. Muttering, almost soundless whispers overflow from his captivating red lips and teeth, "I can't trust humans. I won't trust humans, even if it's June Mayan, even if it's you." After waking up the next day, Mayan eats breakfast and directly enters Tianguang ruins. She spends a few crystals to have Tianguang ruins clean up and decorate the shop a little. Then, she places the 50 talismans on the shelf. However, even after being on display for 2 hours, not a single person had come to visit them. Mayan isn't too disappointed. She knows how low the popularity of her Laozi is #1 in the world shop is. There are so many densely packed shops in the lower 3 districts of Tianguang ruins. The chances of someone finding this shop and coming to buy it are too low. After all, it wasn't every day that Signorine Xiao would purchase talismans at a high price. After waiting for another half an hour and seeing that no one had come, Mu Yan was about to leave the Tianguang ruins. A voice rang out in his head. Tianguang ruins lower 3 zones announcement. User Dancing Ice has reached 1,000 popularity points and is allowed to authenticate his real name. Now, the identity of Dancing Bing Ruoxuan will be announced in the lower 3 districts. Dancing Bing Ruoxuan is an inner disciple of the mountain-breaking sect, Lu Ruoxuan. Dancing Bing Ruoxuan is a disciple of the mountain-breaking sect. A rare expression of astonishment appears on Mu Yan's face. It was rumored that the talisman refiner that Master Yin Xiao had taken a fancy to was actually Lu Ruoxuan. Should I say that this woman's luck is really too good? Mu Yan frowned and was just about to leave Tianguang ruins when she felt the entire Tianguang ruins suddenly shake. Then, a blinding light shone in the distance. That was the direction of the reincarnation square. What happened? Mayan thinks for a moment, then directly sets up the shop as an automated trading system, and heads towards the reincarnation square. At this moment, the reincarnation square was already packed with people. Some of the women even let out stifled screams, and even wanted to pounce on him. As she neared, she heard the crowd's discussion. "So beautiful, such a beautiful child, I've never seen such a delicate and beautiful child. I really want to take him home and raise him. If I had such a beautiful child, I would definitely give him the best of everything in the world. But this child is so cold and violent, those who wanted to approach him have already been thrown out several times." Child? A beautiful child, Mu Yan's heart thumped, and she promptly squeezed through the crowd. What she saw was a small figure, and a pair of deep blue eyes. Mu Yan only felt a loud buzzing in her head, and everything in front of her seemed to have disappeared without a trace. In her mind, only 2 words reverberated like a drum: Xiao Bao, Xiao Bao, Xiao Bao, her Xiao Bao. How long has it been since she last saw her baby? Xiao Bao. Mu Yan's voice trembled, but she didn't notice it at all. She slowly walked forward, 1 step at a time, as if she was stepping on thorns, but she was walking towards the end of her happiness. "Oh, little girl, don't go near him, you'll be thrown out by that little boy." That's right, although this child is beautiful, he's very violent and savage, and won't let anyone near him. When the crowd saw Mu Yan approaching the boy in the middle of the reincarnation square, they all worriedly admonished her. Just now, when they saw that the little boy was too beautiful, there were too many people who wanted to pounce on him, wanting to touch his face and hug him. But these people didn't even have the time to get within 3 meters of the boy, before they were mercilessly thrown out. Moreover, fighting was clearly prohibited in Tianguang ruins, so they couldn't cause much harm to others. However, the people who were thrown out by the little boy all fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. However, Mu Yan seemed to be possessed, and she walked towards the boy step by step, not listening to the crowd's explanation. Many of the people present couldn't bear to look away, because they knew that very soon, this young girl would be thrown out, fall to the ground, and wail in pain. However, the next moment, a scene that made everyone's jaws drop appeared. The boy, who clearly had a dazzlingly beautiful face, but his whole body emitted an unapproachable aura. It was the boy who had just taught the person who approached him a lesson. When the girl approached and suddenly hugged him, she didn't throw him away. Instead, it only struggled symbolically for a moment before it obediently nestled in her arms. That delicate little face that could take away a person's breath seemed to soften and become obedient in an instant. His icy blue eyes were flowing with a brilliance that could make heaven and earth shine and even the sun and moon lose their splendor. Why? Why can she carry that child? I'm obviously much better looking than that ugly freak. Sob, sob, sob. You're so cute. I want to hug you too. How can there be such a cute and beautiful child in this world? Ugly monster, let go of that child, let me do it. On the reincarnation square, it was a mess of noise. But these voices seemed to be very far away. In front of Mayan's eyes, in her senses, there is only this small figure in her arms. It was a familiar scent that warmed her heart. Mu Yan's voice was hoarse and trembling, but it was filled with joy. But she didn't notice that the handsome little face of the boy in her arms instantly darkened completely when she said those words. He gritted his teeth and secretly ground them for a long time. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said in a cold tone, "Ben. I'm not your child. I am, little treasure." At this moment, Mu Yan's reflex arc slows down by half a beat. The words "not your child" and "not Xiaobao" echoed in his mind over and over again. Then, she suddenly came back to her senses and let go of the boy in her arms. His rationality and thoughts returned to him bit by bit, and the numbness in his body slowly returned as well. A handsome and delicate face of a child appeared in her eyes. This was a little boy who was so beautiful that she didn't know how to describe him. He also had a pair of clear, icy blue eyes. He gave her a sense of familiarity, desire, and intimacy. However, he was definitely not little treasure. The light in Mu Yan's eyes immediately goes dim. The strong impact of regaining what she had lost, and then losing it again made her face turn pale in an instant. In the end, she still could not find her Xiaobao. Even Di Mingju doesn't know where he is. Right now, she was like a lonely duckweed drifting in this cultivation continent, not knowing when she would be able to find her home. Mayan is in a trance, when suddenly, her hand is caught by a small hand. Then, a soft body with a familiar smell approached her. He clumsily wrapped his arms around her neck. The little boy's face was full of depression and resentment, but when he saw Mu Yan's tearful eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not your Xiaobao, but I can accompany you for a while. Don't be sad anymore. This monarch. I guarantee that one day, you will find Xiaobao." Mu Yan is slightly startled. She lowers her head to look at the little boy's grave and stern but delicate little face. At this moment, for some reason, Mu Yan felt that the sense of loss, loneliness, and longing in her heart had been diluted by quite a bit. She couldn't help but chuckle. "Little brother, what's your name? Which sect are they from?" He looked like he was only 5 years old, the same age as Xiaobao. But he actually spoke even more maturely than Xiaobao. How interesting. Moreover, this little boy had an aura that she inexplicably longed to get close to. Even that face and those ice-blue eyes gave her an indescribable sense of familiarity. However, when the little boy heard Mu Yan call him little brother, his entire body trembled, and his face darkened to the point that it could drip water. He grits his teeth and looks at Mayan, seemingly wanting to say something. But in the end, he clenched his fists tightly and endured it. I'm Emoju. You are not allowed to call me little brother," he said with a cold face. However, Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud again. All right, children don't admit that they're young, I understand." As she spoke, she pinched the little boy's face. "Big sister will take you to eat something, okay?" Emoju ground her teeth in anger. Don't you already know whether I'm young or not? But being held in Mayan's arms, smelling the familiar and bone-deep scent of her, he was reluctant to let go. After struggling for a long time, he finally gives up and puts his arms around Mayan's neck again, letting her carry him. It's just that Emoju is too beautiful, too delicate, too adorable. She's even prettier than the immortal children worshipped in the Xianxia temple. It's reasonable to say that the appearances of all the cultivators in Tianguang ruins can be adjusted. But even if so many people have their appearances adjusted, they're still too lacking compared to Emoju's natural beauty. Mayan's adjusted appearance is only delicate and pretty. In Tianguang ruins, where beauties are everywhere, she's no different from an ugly monster. Thus, this combination of beauty and ugliness naturally attracts the attention of countless people as they walk through the streets of Tianguang ruins. Mayan, on the other hand, has long been accustomed to being the center of attention. She's simply too lazy to care about other people's opinions. As for Emoju, isn't it a matter of course for a mere mortal to look up to her? The two of them don't pay attention to the comments and pointers of the crowd, and go straight into a restaurant. Little Mo, what do you want to eat? Mayan thinks, a child running to Tianguang ruins. She must like the bustling pleasures of Tianguang ruins. For example, the delicacies sold outside at sky-high prices. In Tianguang ruins, they only cost a few dozen low-grade crystals. Of course, such delicacies have no effect in reality. But just tasting it is already a rare enjoyment. Emoju doesn't have the slightest intention of being polite. She takes the menu and uses her tender little finger to poke at several of the most expensive dishes. Mayan's mouth twitches. Just one of these dishes would cost her all her crystals. Seeing that the waiter is about to take the menu away, Mayan hurriedly says, "Wait a minute." She looks at Emoju awkwardly. "Little Mo, I don't have that many crystals, I can only treat you to the most ordinary dishes." The waiter, who was originally happily about to place the order, immediately shows a look of contempt. He whispers, "You came to staying immortal restaurant without money. Country bumpkin." Mayan has long been accustomed to the Xiozhen continent looking up to money and power. She doesn't take the waiter's ridicule to heart. Emoju's little face turns gloomy in an instant. Those ice blue eyes suddenly look at the waiter. Her small hand has already fished out a crystal from who knows where, and she slaps it on the table. "What did you just say?" When the waiter met Emoju's icy blue eyes, he shuddered. An inexplicable fear nearly caused him to kneel on the ground. Then, he looked at the crystal on the table, and his eyes almost popped out. "SSS high-grade crystals." His voice suddenly rose, almost breaking through the clouds. That was a top-grade crystal stone. One piece was worth 1,000 mid-grade crystals or a million low-grade crystals. Although it could be exchanged, the value of a middle-grade crystal stone far exceeded that of a low-grade crystal stone, and the value of a high-grade crystal stone far exceeded that of a middle-grade crystal stone. It was not something that could be exchanged with a simple exchange rate of 1 to 1,000. This was only the lower 3 districts of Tianguang ruins. Not to mention high-grade crystals, even mid-grade crystals were hard to come by. The waiter's voice instantly attracted the other people in the Staying Immortal restaurant. Even the shopkeeper hurried over. Seeing that piece of high-grade crystal stone on the table, their eyes were glued to it. Emoju coldly stood up and put away the high-grade crystal. Holding Muyan's hand, she said, "What's so good about this kind of snobbish restaurant? Let's go to another restaurant." Muyan was amused by the way he acted like a little adult, and let him lead her away. At the same time, she was somewhat shocked. A piece of high-grade crystal, how many talismans did she have to sell to earn it back? If the people of the Xiaoyao sect saw a piece of high-grade crystal, wouldn't they go crazy with joy? The shopkeeper of Lucian restaurant only came back to his senses when Emoju pulled Muyan up. Customer. Please don't go, it was our waiter's fault just now. Please don't lower yourself to his level." The shopkeeper had someone stop Muyan as he slapped the waiter's face. "I've told you to be tactful in treating guests." "Tactful, what have you learned? From tomorrow onwards, you don't have to come to Lucian restaurant." "Shopkeeper, don't. I know I was wrong, I apologize to this customer," the waiter said as he knelt down in front of Muyan. In fact, the waiter just called her a country bumpkin, and Muyan was too lazy to care about it. She was about to open her mouth to tell the waiter to get up. Suddenly, she heard a familiar soft voice, "Miss, I don't know what wrong this waiter has done, that you want to punish him like this? But I want to say, even a waiter has his dignity. He can kneel to heaven, to earth, and to his parents, but he can't casually kneel to others. Don't you think it's too much to make him kneel and beg for mercy? Damn, this Lu Ruoxuan is really haunting me." Mu Yan looked up and saw Lu Ruoxuan leisurely walking into Lu Xian restaurant with her appearance changed. Above her head, there were 4 shining silver words, Bing Rua Xian Wu. This was a special treatment that only Tianguang Ruin's certified cultivators could receive. Of course, some people would choose to hide, but most people would show themselves to show their status. "Bing Rua Xian Wu, why have you come to our restaurant?" The shopkeeper immediately greeted her with flattery, "You really bring light to our humble restaurant." Lu Ruoxuan smiled softly and said, "Shopkeeper, no matter what wrong that waiter has done, can you give me face and let him go? It's never good to force someone into a hopeless situation." When the waiter heard this, he immediately kowtowed to Lu Ruoxuan in tears, "Fairy Xuanwu, you are truly as kind as a bodhisattva. I can die without regrets now that I was able to meet you and plead on your behalf." The surrounding guests also praised Lu Ruoxuan for her beauty and kindness. As a comparison, Mu Yan naturally had an ordinary appearance, but she had a heart of stone, which made people despise her. The innkeeper said straightforwardly, "Since it is Fairy Xianwu who is pleading for me, I will naturally accept her request. There are too few people in this world who are as kind and reasonable as you, Fairy Xianwu. Some people think highly of themselves just because they have a few crystals, and they flaunt their prowess. If we encounter them, we can only blame it on our bad luck. Fairy Xuanwu is so kind, and she's so talented. He's already an inner disciple of the heaven-breaking sect at such a young age, and he even caught the eye of Master Xianxia. Compared to them, this little boy is quite pretty, but this girl's appearance is just barely passable. Could it be that she didn't change her appearance? She must have altered her appearance. That's all there is to it. In real life, she must be an ugly monster." Lu Ruoxuan listened to everyone's heartfelt praise and flattery, and then compared it with everyone's belittling of Mu Yan. Her heart seemed to have drunk honey, and it felt light. She swept her gaze over Mu Yan, and then unconsciously lowered it. In fact, she didn't know this girl. Even before Mayan appeared, she had tried in vain to get close to the boy, who didn't seem like a mortal. But the boy's cold and disgusted stare frightened her into retreating. Later, Mayan appeared and carried the boy away. Lu Ruoxuan's heart was filled with a faint jealousy and dislike towards this young girl. It was the same feeling she had when she first met Mayan in Heavenly Fragrance House. She had a faint intuition that this woman would steal her glory, so she disliked her from the bottom of her heart. Thus, when she heard the dispute between Mayan and the waiter, Lu Ruoxuan came in to mediate. And it was just as she expected. These days, she had accumulated a lot of prestige due to Xianxia's favor, coupled with her kind behavior. Everyone praised her and chased after her, but they didn't spare the young girl a glance. Lu Ruoxuan's gaze then fell on Mo. Her eyes flashed with a touch of amazement and fondness. She took a step forward, bowed slightly, and revealed an incomparably kind smile. "Little brother, which family are you from? You came out alone, and you can't casually go with strangers, understand? There are bad people in this world, and they will deceive and use you. You're still young, so you can't see clearly. How about I take you to your parents?" Emoju looked at her coldly. Those deep blue eyes looked like ice shards were about to fall out. Until Lu Ruoxuan finished speaking, he once again revealed a soft and gentle smile. His thin lips parted, coldly spitting out a few words, "Ugly freak, scram." Lu Ruoxuan's body suddenly stiffened, almost unable to believe her ears. Everyone in Staying Immortal restaurant also heard the boy's words, and for a long time, they couldn't come back to their senses. This boy actually called Lu Ruoxuan ugly, and even told her to scram? This was the mountain-breaking sect's disciple that Master Xianxia fancied. Lu Ruoxuan Emoju didn't care about the crowd's reaction. She pulled Mayan, her face full of disgust. "Let's go, stay away from this disgusting woman." If it wasn't for the fact that fighting was prohibited in Tianguang ruins, and that spiritual power couldn't be used at will, he would have long crushed this disgusting woman into dregs. Emoju pulled Mu Yan to the door, but suddenly stopped and turned around. His cold and mocking gaze swept towards the shopkeeper and the waiter. His lips slowly curled up, revealing an evil and cold smile. The weather is getting cold. It's time for the celestial retaining restaurant to change owners. With that, Emoju dragged Muyen away. The rest of the people from the Staying Immortal restaurant looked at each other in confusion. What did that little boy mean by his last sentence? But soon, they threw this matter to the back of their minds. The shopkeeper politely invited Lu Ruoxuan to sit down and eat. Although he also coveted the high-grade crystal stones in the little boy's hands. But he also clearly knew that even if he ordered all the dishes in the Staying Immortal restaurant, it would not be worth 1,000th of a top-grade crystal. Since he couldn't obtain the high-grade crystal stones, he might as well try to curry favor with Lu Ruoxuan, the mountain-breaking sect's disciple. However, Lu Ruoxuan was only halfway through her meal. A few ferocious-looking strong men rushed in. The shopkeeper hurriedly went forward to greet them. "Dear customers, may I know what you want?" "WH. What?" The shopkeeper was dumbfounded. How is this possible? The Staying Immortal restaurant has so many customers every day, why does the boss want to sell it? The burly man sneered. The other party offered 100 times the price, do you think the boss will sell it? And the other party also said that the Staying Immortal restaurant will still be the Staying Immortal restaurant in the future, and the boss will still be running it. The only condition is to chase all of you snobs out. Tell me, you're the boss, do you agree or not? The shopkeeper and the waiters who had just been fawning over Lu Ruoxuan all swayed, their faces pale and they almost fainted. The income of the Staying Immortal restaurant was extremely good. Moreover, it was only in Tianguang ruins, and they could just come to work at night when they were sleeping, and it wouldn't affect their real affairs at all. It could be said that this job was everyone's dream. But now, in the blink of an eye, this job was lost. The cold and evil smile on the face of the little boy before he left suddenly appeared in front of the shopkeeper's eyes. And that clear and crisp voice of a child, but arrogant words, "The weather is cold, this Staying Immortal restaurant should change owners." The shopkeeper only felt a roar in his head, and he couldn't hold on any longer, falling to the ground with a thud. He was so angry that he couldn't speak or move. But he was still clear-headed, looking at Lu Ruoxuan with resentment. It's all this woman's fault. It's all this woman's fault, he clearly didn't intend to offend that little boy and that young girl from the start. But because this woman suddenly came in to plead for him, he only wanted to curry favor with her. Now, everything was over for him now. The waiter who was begged by Lu Ruoxuan just now still had hope. He crawled in front of Lu Ruoxuan and begged, "Miss Mingwu, please help me, I can't lose this job. Please help me." Lu Ruoxuan was also flustered, and didn't care about eating anymore. She looked at the burly man, what exactly is going on? The Staying Immortal restaurant is doing well, why do you want to change the shopkeeper? The brawny man glanced at the words, Bing Rua Xian Wu, above her head and sneered, so you're Bing Rua Xian Wu. Just nice, our new boss has instructed us. In the future, Celestial Retaining Restaurant, other than these snobbish servants, a disgusting woman called Bing Rua Mengwu is also not allowed to take a single step inside. Men, drag all of these people out. Throw them far away, lest they dirty our restaurant. As for the others. The burly man's gaze swept over the other customers. Today, Lucian restaurant is temporarily closed. If you want to taste the delicacies, please come early tomorrow. The customers who were tempted to make a move and wanted to plead for leniency immediately retracted their feet when they saw the intimidating gaze of the strong man. Lu Ruoxuan was dragged out of the Staying Immortal restaurant and fell on her butt, unable to react for a long time. When she came into contact with the curious gazes of the passers-by, her face flushed with shame and indignation. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. But unfortunately, the words, "icy sacred dance," above her head was equivalent to clearly telling others that she was Lu Ruoxuan. Lu Ruoxuan suddenly stood up, wanting to escape back to the earth-shattering, sky-shocking shop. Of course she could leave Tianguang ruins here. But the next time she came up, she would be in the same place again. At that time, she might have to accept the ridicule and onlookers of the surrounding people. However, before Lu Ruoxuan could run more than a few steps, someone suddenly bumps into her and grabs her clothes. "You compensate me for my job." You compensate me for my Staying Immortal restaurant's shopkeeper position. The original shopkeeper of Staying Immortal restaurant glares at Lu Ruoxuan with bloodshot eyes, as if he wants to tear her apart. Even the waiters gather around and start arguing with Lu Ruoxuan, compensate for the crystal stones. If it weren't for you meddling in other people's business, we wouldn't have lost our jobs. You must compensate us with the crystal stones. Lu Ruoxuan's face turns pale with fright, even her clothes are torn by them. In the end, she can only take out all the crystal stones in her warehouse and compensate them before covering her face and fleeing in embarrassment. Xing Lang looks at Lu Ruoxuan and the shopkeeper's mournful backs as they leave, the corners of his mouth hooking into a mocking sneer. These people simply ate a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. They actually dare to look down on Jun Shang. They simply don't know that in the Xiaoxian continent, there was once a clan with monstrous power, bullying men and women, doing all kinds of evil things. But because there was someone backing them from behind, everyone dared to be angry but didn't dare to say anything. In the end, such a clan was disrespectful to Jun Shang at the banquet, and even shouted and ridiculed Xing Lang, who was injured and couldn't stand up. In the end, Jun Shang directly said, "The weather is cold, Wu family should be annihilated." From then on, the Wu family no longer exists in the Xiaoxian continent's northern domain. Tianliang's Wu Miai used to be the Xiaoxian continent's immortals' deepest fear and dread towards the polar domain's emperor. Thinking of this, Xing Lang's eyes are filled with worship and fanaticism. Their Jun Shang is the most perfect, the greatest existence in the world. But, such a perfect Jun Shang actually took a fancy to a mortal woman. Thinking of how Jun Shang was just held in that mortal woman's arms and holding his hand. Xing Lang is so envious and jealous that smoke is about to come out of his head. Why was Jun Shang so cute when he was a child? If he could also hug and hold his hand, then he would really die without regrets. But in the blink of an eye, Xing Lang shivers and hurriedly puts away this unrealistic idea of courting death. Activating the jade slip, he read the message sent by Jun Shang. Looking in the direction that Lu Ruoxuan and the others left, he coldly snorted and turned to leave. Although the woman who had taken over Jun Shang was very hateful, the mortal who had offended Jun Shang deserved to die 10,000 times over. No, he'd better spend the crystal stones and get someone to beat them up again. It was forbidden to molest women in the Tianguang ruins. Therefore, after Lu Ruoxuan's clothes were torn for a while, they returned to normal. However, Tianguang ruins' clothes had a time limit. After it was torn, its usage time would be shortened. If it was not replaced with a new one, it would disappear after a period of time. Of course, he wouldn't become naked after disappearing. Instead, he would change into the default attire of Tianguang ruins. The majority of Xiaoxia were not willing to wear a very normal white outfit. Only a pauper like Mayan, who simply can't afford to spend money on clothes, would wear a default white outfit to swagger through the streets. Lu Ruoxuan returned to the earth-shattering shop and looked at the dim luster of her clothes. Thinking of the humiliating scene that had just happened, tears of grievance rolled down her cheeks. The humiliation just now made her recall everything that had happened in the windless square. In her entire life, she had never been so disliked, never been pointed out. No, she was no longer the same as before. Her ability to draw talismans made her a hero of the mountain-breaking sect. Even the peak lords of the mountain-breaking sect were fighting to take her in as a disciple. Moreover, she was favored by Yin Xiu. As long as she could draw a third-grade talisman, she could even obtain a sixth-grade spiritual weapon. In the future, she could even enter the middle and upper districts and have everyone fawn over her. However, a third-grade talisman, she looked for her senior brother, who usually fawned over her. "Senior brother, have you found the one-star shop that I asked you to look for?" "Junior sister Lu, we've already looked for the one-star store that sold talismans, but we couldn't find the girl you mentioned." Lu Ruoxuan frowned at her senior brother's reply. She reluctantly thanked him and entered the house. She picked up a brush and talisman paper, carefully drawing it. An hour passed. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped from her forehead and her body was on the verge of collapsing. But in the next moment, the talisman paper in her hand automatically burned. Lu Ruoxuan threw the brush in her hand heavily. Her expression was full of anger and frustration. If she didn't succeed, she wouldn't be able to draw a third-grade talisman no matter what. However, Master Yan's urging became more and more urgent. It wasn't that she didn't think of buying a third-grade talisman from another store. However, Steward Wang said that in Tianguang ruins, there were only a few talisman masters who could draw third-grade talismans. If she bought the finished products of those few talisman masters, Master Xianxia would recognize them at a glance. Thus, she only had two choices. Either she could draw a third-grade talisman herself, or find the person who drew them. But Tianguang ruins was a sea of people. Where would she find such a person? Mu Yan naturally didn't know that Lu Ruoxuan, who had just offended her, was looking for her everywhere in Tianguang ruins, wanting to buy talismans from her. She was currently being led by Mo Ju into a secluded yet beautiful manor. She knew that Tianguang ruins was a place for trade and enjoyment. But seeing such a beautiful scene in a virtual world still made Mu Yan exclaim. But after entering, Mu Yan discovered that this wasn't just an ordinary manor. It was more like an entertainment venue called guest residence. There was a lounge for listening to the zither. There are bathhouses for bathing and relaxing. There was a dining hall where one could enjoy delicious food. There were also rooms filled with silks and satins, as well as luxurious clothes and ornaments. Mo Ju and Mu Yan were wearing the most ordinary clothes of Tianguang ruins. However, the manservants and maidservants of the guest inn were completely different from the snobbish people of the celestial retaining restaurant. Instead, he maintained the most polite smile and welcomed them in. A maidservant with a round face said in a friendly and courteous manner, "Those who come to our guest house will usually choose their clothes first before taking a bath. After that, they will enjoy the delicacies in the dining hall while listening to the zither." Mayan spreads out her hands and says, "But I don't have any jingsher." Before the maid could react, Mo Ju tossed the high-grade crystal to her. "Take us there." Mayan pulled Mo Ju back. "Hey, little Mo, you and I met by chance. I didn't say anything about using your crystal." Mo Ju gritted her teeth. "I'm your husband, you bastard. Who the hell wants to meet you by chance?" However, when he thought of his current appearance, he swallowed the words back down. Otherwise, wouldn't he, the emperor of the polar domain, lose all his face? That's right, absolutely not let Mu Yan know even if he dies. However, seeing that he doesn't speak, Mu Yan turns to leave. Mo Ju quickly says, "Ben Jun. I can buy you clothes, they're 100 times better than what you're wearing." However, Mu Yan gave a carefree smile, "There's no need, you can enjoy yourself here. I'll go first." Women like beautiful clothes, but not to the point where they can't not have them. She is an adult who has the ability to earn her own money. How can she let a child spend money on clothes for her? Moreover, it's a child she met by chance. Even if this child gives her a very familiar feeling, as if she has known him for a long time. Seeing that Mu Yan really wants to leave, Mo Ju anxiously steps forward and grabs her hand. "Ben Jun won't let you go." Mu Yan is in a trance for a moment, meeting those familiar deep blue eyes. "What did you just say?" Mo Ju blushes and quickly corrects himself. "I mean, this Gongzi won't let you go." Mu Yan shakes her head, feeling like she's possessed. At first, she thought that Mo Ju was Xiaobao. But now, she thinks that Mo Ju is Di Mingju? Is she crazy? Just because Mo Ju has a pair of blue eyes, her facial features are somewhat similar to Di Mingju, and even her name has the same pronunciation as the word Ju, but Mo Ju is a child. No matter how similar they are, it can't be Di Mingju. Mu Yan takes a deep breath, wanting to pull her hand out. She feels that she can't stay with Mo Ju anymore, otherwise, her longing for Di Mingju will overflow and become uncontrollable. Mo Ju sees her determined look and is really helpless. Finally, she clenches her teeth, lowers her eyes, and slightly bites her lower lip. In a crisp and slightly hoarse voice, she says, "There is no one to accompany me at home. Like you, can't you accompany me more?" Mu Yan stares blankly, looking down at the lonely expression on the little boy's pretty little face. She only feels that her heart has turned into soft mud. His aggrieved and forbearing appearance is simply carved from the same mold as Xiaobao. When his long eyelashes droop, the light on his face is dim, as if he's about to cry. It really made people want to bring all the treasures in the world to her. Mu Yan seems to be bewitched by this angelic face and this request that is hard to refuse. She answers as if possessed by some supernatural being, "Okay. As soon as this word came out, the little boy's cold and handsome face instantly overflowed with a bone-piercing gentleness. Even the corners of his lips, which had been stretched taut, curled up into a faint smile. It was truly the blazing sun, the moon and the stars competing for splendor, but nothing could be more beautiful than this momentary smile. She picked up Emoju and smiled at the maidservant. "Please lead the way." The smile in Emoju's eyes grew brighter the moment Mu Yan picked her up. However, his smile only lasted for a moment before his face fell completely. He, the dignified sovereign emperor of Polar Domain, was actually reduced to playing the pitiful role of a child in order to keep his wife. Even if he died, he would bury this dark history in the Tianguang ruins. Beat him to death, he absolutely couldn't let Mayan find out. In the Linglong pavilion, Emoju bought all the beautiful clothes she could find for Mu Yan. Looking at the price of these clothes, Mu Yan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Unexpectedly, each of them cost over 100 low-grade crystals. It was purely beautiful, without any spiritual power. Moreover, the longest time limit was only 3 years, and the shortest was only a few months. What was the point of buying these things that looked good but had no practical use? Was it to show off like a peacock? Were the cultivators in Tianguang ruins really so stupid? Would they spend money to buy these useless wastes? Mu Yan was really lacking in this regard. Because in Tianguang ruins, whether it was a male or female cultivator, there were many people who bought these kinds of clothes that looked good but had no practical use. Although the clothes and jewelry in Tianguang ruins had no attributes, but they were far more beautiful than the clothes outside. Moreover, when worn on the body, until the time limit was up, they would never be dirty or torn. There were even many clothes that had a sparkling effect, which was really beautiful. And what about the clothes outside? If you wanted to have a sparkling effect, you had to attach spiritual power. But those clothes were equivalent to spiritual weapons, and simply couldn't be bought with a few hundred low-grade crystals. Therefore, many cultivators liked to go to Tianguang ruins to buy some beautiful clothes and wear them out to satisfy their cravings. Mu Yan wanted to decline, but when she saw Emoju's insistent eyes, she finally chose a relatively simple set and clicked to change. Changing clothes in Tianguang ruins was really very simple. With just a thought, the original plain and old-fashioned clothes on her body had already been changed into a light blue long gauze dress. A slender waist with a jade belt dancing in the sky, like a fairy descending to the earth. The round-faced maidservant rubbed her eyes, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. This girl's appearance was clearly delicate, but after changing into this blue smoky dance, she gave people a kind of otherworldly and stunning feeling. Every movement of hers seemed to carry a natural charm. That ordinary and delicate face also seemed to be shining at this moment, captivating people's hearts and souls. The round-faced maidservant touched her pounding heart. She was actually stunned by a woman, and her heart was swayed, unable to control herself. After a long time, she fixed her gaze on Mu Yan's face and determined that she was just ordinary and delicate, and then slowly regained her senses. On the side, Emoju was stunned when she saw this scene, her eyes full of amazement and longing. But then, seeing the performance of the round-faced maidservant, her face suddenly sank. Bastard, he regretted it. Why did he bring Mayan to buy clothes? Wouldn't this let those wild bees and butterflies see his beauty and pounce on him one by one? What was wrong with him to come up with such a rotten idea? But the words had already been said, and it was too late to regret it now. Mayan turns her head and sees that the little boy is staring blankly at her, but his complexion isn't very good. He couldn't help but smile. What do you think of this? Isn't it nice? Nice. Emoju grunted in response. No matter how beautiful she was still his wife. No one else could covet her. Emoju reached out and wrapped her arms around Mu Yan's waist. He couldn't hug his waist, scoundrel, he's too short now. He can't hug Yanyan's waist, he can only hug her thighs. Emoju's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were on fire. When he returned to the cultivation continent, when he returned to the polar domain, he would definitely tear that bastard Elder Chang into 1,000 pieces. Bathing in it can cleanse one's spirit. Even if one stays in the Tianguang ruins for a few days and nights, one will still feel refreshed and won't feel any discomfort. Cultivators entered the Tianguang ruins with their primordial spirits in a state of deep slumber. Although one's body wouldn't be tired, if one stayed in the Tianguang ruins for too long, one's spirit would be exhausted. There were medicines in the Tianguang ruins that could repair and cleanse the spirit, but they were extremely expensive. Furthermore, it could only be purchased from the ruin master, who was the voice that represented the Tianguang ruins that often resounded in his head. Mu Yan smiled and nodded at the round-faced maidservant. She was quite interested in the mind clarity pool. What kind of virtual pool could repair and cleanse one's soul? Perhaps it should be said that everything in the Tianguang ruins made her feel amazed and amazed. Mu Yan slowly walked into the clear mind pool, with her clothes on. But when her body was halfway in, the smoky blue dance she had just changed into disappeared automatically. From head to toe, there's only a bra wrapped around Mayan's chest. Almost at the same time, Mu Yan feels a refreshing aura that she has never felt before, coming into contact with the water in the pool and pouring into her body. Regardless of whether it was the exhaustion accumulated from drawing talismans or the hard work of staying in the Tianguang ruins for a day without being able to sell talismans, everything vanished completely at this moment. Her face broke into a contented smile. The water in the chi pool gently poured over his body, making him feel more and more comfortable. Her crystal clear, slender arms and round shoulders were exposed. The warm water slid over her creamy, delicate, and snow-white skin. From that exquisite collarbone, it slowly slid down along that seductive curve and flowed into the half-covered bra. Gulp. A barely audible gulp of saliva snaps Mayan back to her senses. She turned her head and saw that Mo Ju hadn't entered the spirit cleansing pool. Instead, she was standing at the side, staring at her. His handsome little face was flushed, and his long eyelashes drooped slightly, as if he was trying to hide the surging light in his eyes. "Murphy, don't you want to come in and take a bath? The water is very comfortable," Mayan asked Mo Ju as she leaned against the edge of the pool. She had obviously lowered her appearance by 100%. But that pair of peach blossom eyes looked so seductive under the water vapor. If Mo Ju had an Adam's apple, it would have moved up and down with difficulty. He took a few steps forward, approaching the edge of the pool and then stopped. At this moment, if he was using his own body, he would have already pounced on this woman and directly cast the array formation on the spot. He wanted to use his actions to tell her how much he missed her, from his body to his heart, from his soul to his body. But, damn it, he was just a kid now. Mu Yan sees that his face is getting redder and redder, as if embarrassed and bashful. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he chuckled. "Are you afraid of water?" Mo Ju's body stiffened once more as she gnashed her teeth. "Who's afraid of water?" Mo. Mo of San, he said in Mo and say, he, Mo of. Mo master, king, lord, of, he, and, I am O god, of a, I am Mo master, and if. Mo, he, of, Mo, he, he, of in, Mo, of Mo, I, of. Only a pair of underpants was left on his body, revealing his smooth little chest. "Look at this pool, it's not scary at all, and it's very comfortable, isn't it?" Mayan smiled as she held him against her chest, letting him sink slightly into the pool. "The crystal stones of this guest house are all paid by you. If you don't enjoy it, wouldn't it be a big loss?" Mayan's patience was usually not good. But facing this little baby who resembled both Xiaobao and Di Mingju, Mayan felt all the impatience and hostility in her heart soften as she looked at him. She wished she could give him the best. Mo Ju. Mo Ju was stupefied, his cheeks blushing, unable to say a word. His body was tightly pressed against Mayan's soft body. His smooth little arms were pressed against Mayan's undergarments. That, little Mo, why is your face so red?" Mu Yan was surprised to find that the little boy in her arms was like a cooked shrimp, completely red, and his skin was boiling hot. "Are you okay? Is it because this spirit clarity pool is too effective for children?" The girl's slender fingers gently stroked Mo Ju's forehead. The girl's red lips were close at hand, gently opening and closing, as if exuding a seductive fragrance. Mo Ju only felt that all the blood in his body was rushing to one place, and he couldn't control it. Then, his face completely darkened. Mayan was worried and was about to carry him out of the water when Mo Ju hurriedly said, I have something to do, I'll see you next time." saying that, without waiting for Mayan's response, his figure faded away and disappeared without a trace. Mayan was a little dumbfounded. They left Tianguang ruins just like that. They didn't seem to have added each other as friends, right? She only knew that the little boy was called Mo Ju, and she didn't even know if it was the name used in Tianguang ruins. How would they meet next time? Mayan turned to look at the surroundings of the spirit clarity pool, and all she could see was an empty loneliness. For a moment, she felt an indescribable sense of loss. It was as if she had lost something very important. Even the spirit clarity pool that made her exclaim in amazement and comfort seemed to have lost its attraction. But why did she have to feel disappointed and frustrated? This little boy named Mo Ju, no matter how much he resembles Xiao Bao, or how much he resembles Di Mingju, in the end, he is nothing more than a passerby who has met her by chance. It was like a beautiful dream. After waking up from the dream, one had to return to reality. What's more, one day, she will find Xiao Bao, and also find Di Mingju. Even if she did not rely on this absurd and blurred dream, she could still obtain happiness. Mayan closes her eyes, and when she opens them again, they are already firm and resolute. She was not a person who would grieve for no reason. Instead of bemoaning the current situation, it was better to work hard and move forward in the direction she wanted. She slowly left the clear spirit pool, and Yan Luo Lan Wu's clothes automatically climbed on her body. The round-faced maidservant was waiting outside. Seeing her come out alone, she was startled. His long hair was slightly wet, and his blue robe fluttered in the wind. His ordinary and delicate face carried a kind of calm and reserved air. The round-faced maid was stunned. She even forgot to ask, "Honored guest, would you like to go to the dining hall now?" By the time she reacts and wants to speak, Mayan's figure has already disappeared outside the door of the guest house. Cultivation continent, polar domain. In the soul-nurturing house, Elder Chang knelt on the ground, shivering. Why you, Lord, please spare my life. This subordinate didn't expect that the two newly opened karmic spacetime passageways would have side effects. Lord, you can only enter after recovering your child's appearance. Di Mingju looks down from above, glaring fiercely at him. That gaze seemed to want to tear him into pieces. Thinking back to when they were in the clear mind pool, when he saw Mayan's every frown and smile, when he smelled the familiar fragrance on her body, when he felt her touch, his body actually had a reaction. But of all things, he had the body of a child. If Mayan saw him like that, wouldn't she think of him as a pervert? This isn't just a dark history, it's simply making him, Di Mingju, unable to face Xianxia ever again. Elder Chang can feel his Jun Shang's volcanic eruption of anger, and his entire body trembles even more violently. However, he was also very wronged and helpless, who knew that the karmic spacetime channel that had just been opened would have such a side effect. However, if he had known that Jun Shang would turn into a child, he would have followed Xing Ling to the Tianguang ruins to take a look. 1,000 years, it's been 1,000 years since he's seen Jun Shang's appearance as a child. Thinking of this, his old heart was about to jump out of his chest. Di Mingju takes a deep breath, resisting the urge to tear down the soul cultivation house and go look for Mayan. Gritting his teeth, he says, "I'll give you 3 days, Ben Jun wants to restore his original appearance and see Mayan in Tianguang ruins." Elder Chang cautiously looks at Di Mingju, but Jun Shang, even if you kill me, even if you give me 3 years, I still won't be able to restore you to your original appearance. Unless you're not afraid of the people of the Nether Realm finding out that you've entered the Heaven Light ruins. Chang Rubai. My lord, spare me. Di Mingju lifts his foot and viciously kicks Elder Chang away. The door of the House of Soul Cultivation slammed shut against Elder Chang's nose. Elder Chang rubbed his face in pain. After a long time, he asked tearfully, "Lord, do you still plan to enter Tianguang ruins as Mo Ju?" Enter? Seeing Mu Yan with the appearance of a child, not being able to do anything, and leaving behind a pile of history? He might as well leave the Soul Cultivation house as soon as possible, go to the Xiozhen continent himself, and do this to Yan, and do that to her again. Di Mingju gnashes his teeth as he thinks about what he wants to do to Mayan after he goes to the Xiozhen continent. The raging anger in his heart finally subsides a little. My lord, if you don't want to enter the Tianguang ruins, then this subordinate will destroy the Jade Key? Elder Chang's careful voice sounded from outside. The jade key used by Di Mingju would be stained with his spiritual aura, and would also establish a connection with Tianguang ruins. If one day he is discovered by the Nether Realm and is tracked back, it may expose Di Mingju's whereabouts. Di Mingju wanted to ignore her, but he recalled the scenes of him and Mu Yan in the Tianguang ruins. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Get in here and give me the jade key." The door of the soul-nurturing house is carefully opened. Trembling with fear, Elder Chang hands the jade key to Di Mingju. She sees that Di Mingju carefully takes the jade key, but doesn't have any intention of destroying it. His eyes lit up, and he plucked up his courage to say, "My lord, when will you enter Tianguang ruins again?" "I will." Elder Chang's voice disappears under Di Mingju's murderous gaze. After driving Elder Chang out of the recuperating soul house, Di Mingju looks at the jade key in his hand. The anger in his eyes slowly turns into a bone-chilling gentleness. A face that isn't beautiful, but he's very familiar with it, seems to appear in front of him. No matter what his face turns into, he can recognize it at a glance. No matter whether his face is beautiful or ugly, it can easily affect his heart, his soul, and his desire. "Yan, it's great that you're safe and sound." After coming out of Tianguang ruins, Mayan's mood isn't very good. Her fellow apprentices think that it's because her talismans can't be sold, so they comfort her one after another. "The food we bought last time can still be eaten for several days. We can slowly sell the talismans, we can always sell them." "Yes, little sister, don't blame yourself. It's because our shop's popularity is too low that your talismans can't be sold. Alas, if we can let little Martial Uncle stand on the stage for a day, our shop is guaranteed to have a lot of money, and customers can't be stopped." "Hee, fourth sister, it's not even dark yet, and you're already dreaming." Listening to the comforting words of her fellow apprentices, Mayan's dripping mood gradually turns better. "Xiaoyao sect, all of you come out, the holy sect is here to collect the shelter fee." In an instant, the originally laughing crowd's face suddenly becomes gloomy. Mayan curiously asks, "What kind of sect is the holy sect? What's the shelter fee?" "Little sister, don't worry about this." Yun Ruhan gently presses Mayan's shoulder, and says in a deep voice, "You and third brother stay in this room, don't come out, we'll deal with this matter." After that, without waiting for Mayan's response, she takes the lead and walks out of the door. Second senior brother and fourth senior sister reminded her again, "Little junior sister, you hide inside and don't come out." Soon, there are only Chu Moli sitting in a wheelchair with a calm expression, and Mayan who is scratching her head in confusion. Mayan wants to go out to see the situation, but after thinking about it, she goes to the window and looks out. She sees that more than 20 male cultivators have gathered outside the Xiaoyao sect. These male cultivators have different levels of strength. The weakest of them was only at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. They looked very young and wore the uniform of a disciple. But there were also a few with extremely high cultivation, all of them above the 5th level of Anidia. One of them was over 40 years old and had even reached the 9th level of fasting. As soon as they entered the gate of the carefree sect, they kicked the pillar heavily. With a cracking sound, the already worn-out beam broke, and the plaque that read Xiaoyao School fell down and shattered into pieces. Mu Yan cursed, "What the hell? So arrogant?" "That's Elder Suqing of the whole unitary sect." Chu Moli's gentle and calm voice suddenly entered his ears. "The Merak mountain range belongs to the whole unitary sect. That's why all the sects in the Heavenly Jade Mountain range have to pay a protection fee to the Guei sect, which is similar to paying tribute to the Guei sect. In this way, the whole unitary sect will lend a helping hand when the subsidiary sects encounter reinforcements. They will also provide the disciples of the subsidiary sects with the opportunity to gain experience in the sect's trial tower." "What if I don't pay the asylum fee?" Mu Yan asked. "Won't they provide asylum?" None of the sects that didn't pay the fee had a good ending. They were either trampled by a sudden beast tide or attacked by roaming bandits. In the end, they all died tragically. Mu Yan faintly smiled. "This is really too coincidental." "It is. But if I remember correctly, the Xiaoyao sect doesn't have any crystal stones to pay, right? Did the holy sect let us off because we're too poor?" Meeting Mu Yan's curious gaze, the corners of Chu Moli's mouth slightly curled up. "Elder Feng of the whole unfettered sect has some friendship with our master." Plus, the Xiaoyao school is really too poor, there's not much to be gained. So, this is the first time I've seen them come to collect the fee. They didn't come to collect the fee for a few years. Why did they suddenly come? Of course, they knew that the Xiaoyao sect was rich. Mu Yan suddenly understood. They must have bought a lot of things in the market and were discovered by the holy sect. Outside the room, Yun Ruhan looked at the broken sign and said angrily, Elder Su, the holy sect suddenly came to the Xiaoyao sect. What can I do for you? Didn't I just say it? Su Qing said coldly with a hint of disdain, the Xiaoyao sect owes the holy sect protection fee. You haven't paid it for 7 years. Today, I'm here to collect the fee. Yun Ruhan frowned, Elder Feng of the holy sect has always been in charge of the fee. What do you mean? Su Qing's face darkened, are you saying that I'm not qualified to collect the fee? Elder Feng is in closed-door cultivation. Can't I collect the fee? Or are you saying that the Xiaoyao sect doesn't want to pay the fee? Pay what? Before Yun Ruhan could say anything, the hot-tempered Ling Yuma couldn't take it anymore. Since when did your Guai sect protect my Xiaoyao sect? You still want to collect protection fees? Believe it or not, I'll beat your ass until it blossoms. How dare you? How dare you be rude to my master? The Xiaoyao sect is rebelling. Do you want to leave the holy sect? Fine. Since you're so arrogant, don't blame the holy sect for being impolite. Don't blame us if your sect is flattened by the beasts tonight. Furthermore, the bazaar at the foot of the mountain was run by the whole Guai sect. Since your carefree society has left the whole Guai sect, you can forget about ever entering the bazaar. The attitude of the Guai sect's disciples was abnormally arrogant. Ling Yuma was about to explode from anger. But before he could explode, he was pulled back by Yun Ruhan. They weren't afraid of these people, but the whole unitary sect was a big sect. They outnumbered the Xiaoyao sect by hundreds of times. If the whole unitary sect really took revenge, they could just abandon the sect and flee. But what about third junior brother and little junior sister who were unable to walk? How could he let his junior brother and junior sister get hurt because of his impulsive anger? Yun Ruhan took a deep breath and swallowed her anger. My master isn't here today. Can we discuss the asylum fee tomorrow? Haha, if you really don't have any crystals, then hand over the things you bought yesterday to pay for the protection fee. Ling Yuma suddenly exploded, fuck you, you want my things? Do you believe that I won't cut you into pieces? She pulled out her sword and was about to charge forward. But Yun Ruhan pulled her back. Eldest senior brother, let me go. If you want me to endure this group of bastards, I might as well die. Yun Ruhan's face suddenly darkened and said coldly, you've fought to your heart's content, but have you thought about what will happen to little junior sister and third junior brother if the Guai sect comes looking for revenge? Even if it's little seventh, do you think he can escape from the Guai sect? In the entire Xiaoyao sect, other than Chumoli, Luo Yu had the lowest cultivation level. She had just reached level 1 Anidia a while ago. This kind of cultivation level was already very good in the Azure Heaven realm. But the problem was that there were too few people in the Xiaoyao sect. No matter which sect they faced, they would be crushed by the other sects in terms of numbers. Unless they abandoned the sect and ran away, they would only be destroyed along with the sect. Especially since the people of the Xiaoyao sect had gathered here because they desired a peaceful life, or because they could only live a peaceful life. So even if they were poor and dejected, even if they were depressed, they still endured. Because once the peaceful life was broken, what awaited them was likely to be a hellish abyss. The anger on Ling Yuma's face was slowly replaced by unwillingness, grievance, and pain. She clenched her teeth and finally slowly retreated. Yun Ruhan forced a smile to Su Qing, Elder Su, please wait a moment. We'll go and get the crystals and things. Little seventh, go and take out the crystals and the things we bought yesterday. Eldest senior brother. Go quickly. Luo Yu clenched her teeth and finally turned around to go to Yun Ruhan's room. Yun Ruhan had bought a grade 2 glove and a grade 3 speed increasing accessory. Seeing these 2 items, Su Qing and the others' eyes all lit up. Although they were only grade 2 and grade 3 low-level spiritual weapons. But they were still worth tens of low-grade crystals. Su Qing originally thought that his disciples said that the Xiaoyao sect had made a fortune was to mock him. But now, it seemed that the Xiaoyao sect had acquired a lot of good stuff. The two disciples standing beside Su Qing quickly rushed forward and snatched the crystal and spiritual weapon from Luo Yu's hands. With a flattering smile, he handed it over to Su Qing and said, "Master, the carefree school definitely has more good things than these." Su Qing put them away, coughed, and said, "These things aren't even enough to pay the carefree sect's shelter fee this year. You've been in debt for 7 years." Yun Ruhan's face darkened. "Don't go too far." "Heh, we've gone too far. It is only right and proper for one to repay a debt." Su Qing's face darkened, and he said in disdain, "Looks like you won't be obedient. Even if I asked you to hand it over yourself." "Men, go in and search." "You're not allowed to search." Yun Ruhan suddenly let out a furious roar. This angry roar contained a powerful pressure that shocked everyone present. Ling Yuma laughed sinisterly and raised her sword again. She even licked the blade with her tongue, looking like she couldn't wait to kill someone. Ling Yusheng's movements were still gentle, but he was holding several embroidery needles in his hand. It was just an ordinary needle and thread, but when it was taken out, it gave off a strong smell of blood. Luo Yu waved her hand, and a doll-like object appeared in front of her. She moved her finger lightly, and the doll moved on its own as if it had a life of its own. This time even Su Qing's expression changed. Especially when Qingjiu took a step forward and stared at him with bloodthirsty eyes, then let out a threatening roar. That roar was even more shocking than Yun Ruhan's, and it caused their blood to surge. Su Qing suddenly realized that the cultivation of these poor people from the Xiaoyao sect was very high. In fact, they were not any lower than him. "You, what are you doing? Are you trying to rebel?" he roared. "Don't forget, if you offend the holy sect, your Xiaoyao sect will not have a good ending. Do you want to wait for your sect to be destroyed?" Yun Ruhan pressed down Ling Yuma's sword and looked at Su Qing. "Elder Su, if you really think it's not enough, I can give you all my crystals and my sword. We will also think of a way to repay the debt we owe the holy sect. But my little junior sister and my weak junior brother are in the sect. Please don't disturb them." With that, he threw away the remaining crystals along with the sword at his waist and looked at Su Qing coldly. Su Qing's expression changed a few times. He glanced at Qingjiu and coldly snorted, "You better return the remaining crystal stones quickly. Otherwise, don't blame my whole unitary sect for kicking you out of the list of subsidiary sections. At that time, you bunch of poor people won't even be able to stay in the Tianxian mountain range." With that, Su Qing waved his hand. Immediately, the whole sect disciples went to pick up the crystals and the sword. "Eldest senior brother, that's your sword." Luo Yu shouted anxiously. "Why don't you give my doll?" Yun Ruhan stopped her halfway through her sentence. He looked at the crystals and the sword. His expression was calm, but his heart was bleeding. These crystals were obtained by his little junior sister after she painstakingly drew talismans. Although the sword's rank was not high, it had been with him for many years. But for the sect, for his junior brothers and sisters, he had no choice but to do so. Su Qing weighed the crystals and the longsword in his hands in satisfaction. He smiled and waved his hand. "Let's go." "Who said that all of you can leave?" Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice that was like the sound of nature resounded. Su Qing was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. A woman in a green dress slowly walked out of the house. Behind her was the ruined encampment of the Xiaoyao sect. The girl didn't have any makeup on her face. However, when she walked out of the shadows and into the sunlight, all the disciples of the Guei sect forgot how to breathe. There were even people who were drooling from the corners of their mouths, but they didn't notice it at all. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? Su Qing stared blankly for a while, then suddenly came to his senses. Is this the new disciple of the carefree school? He looked at Mu Yan, who was walking towards him step by step, with infatuation. He murmured, "Little girl, if you're willing to sleep with me for a night, I'll waive all the protection fees of the carefree school. How about it?" As soon as he said this, the people of the carefree school, who were already filled with righteous indignation, almost went crazy with hatred. Su Qing suddenly recovered from his infatuation, but he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed out loud, "Such a beautiful woman, staying in a broken place like the Xiaoyao sect is really too much of a waste. Little beauty, why don't you come back to the holy sect with me? I promise you that you'll have a good life. The corners of Mu Yan's mouth slowly hooked up. The smile on her face was innocent and bright. Her watery peach blossom eyes seemed to be reflecting thousands of stars. Have a good life? I can invite you right now. Su Qing looked at her smile and sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes became even more infatuated. But before he could react to Mu Yan's words, he felt a sudden pain on his face. Then, his whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string. After Mu Yan kicked the extremely daring Su Qing away, her figure slowly landed like a fluttering butterfly. It was too beautiful to behold. The people of the whole Yi sect didn't even react when she hit their elder. Only when Mu Yan completely landed did they suddenly wake up. You, what are you doing? Smelly girl, you've eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. You actually dared to hit our elder Su. Mu Yan sneered and walked over. She stepped on elder Su, who was in so much pain that he couldn't get up, and dug out all the crystal stones, spirit tools, and long sword from his chest. You're the ones who ate a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. You dared to steal my things, hee, you really don't know how to write the word death. After kicking elder Su away, Mu Yan took the things and slowly walked in front of Yunruhan. She threw the things into his chest and snappily said, eldest senior brother, you're too easy to bully. It's already good enough that we didn't steal other people's things. You actually spat out what you've already eaten. Is there something wrong with your brain? Yunruhan opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. He felt that there was indeed something wrong with his brain. In his mind, the gentle, kind, beautiful, weak, talented little junior sister who needed their protection, why was she so valiant? Even Ling Yuma and Qingjiu were stunned. Little junior sister was so overbearing, so mighty. It was completely different from what they had imagined. However, why did such a junior sister and her words make them feel so carefree? Even Ling Yuxing and Chu Moli, who had seen Mu Yan's ruthlessness, didn't expect that Mu Yan would actually directly attack Elder Su, as if she didn't even consider the consequences of offending the whole unitary sect. Only Luo Yu kept her face in her hands, her face full of admiration as she said, "Sixth senior sister is amazing. I haven't seen sixth senior sister fly into a rage for half a month. I've almost forgotten how handsome and awesome senior sister was at Windless Plaza." In the Windless Square, Mu Yan had been coerced by the Li Fire sect elder Qian Feng and his nephew. However, those people were still dealt with by sixth senior sister in the end. Even elder Qian Feng was angered to the point of vomiting blood. He, sixth senior sister is mighty. Su Qing struggled to crawl up from the ground. He circulated his spiritual energy, and only then did the pain on his face lessen a little. He viciously and tyrannically looks at Mayan, "Smelly girl, do you know who I am? How dare you attack me?" Mayan turned her head and looked over with a faint smile, "Damn old man, do you know who I am? You dare to pluck hair from my sect?" When had Su Qing ever been ridiculed and humiliated like this? He immediately fell backwards in anger. Especially this little slut, capture her alive. Today, I will let her know the consequences of offending me, Su Qing. Qingjiu suddenly takes a step forward, blocking in front of Mu Yan, and roars, Who dares to touch little junior sister, you have to go through me first, Lung. Yuma's sword whistles as she rushes towards a Gue sect disciple. "Damn it, you dare to covet my little junior sister, I will kill you." Eldest senior brother, since we have already offended the Gue sect, we might as well go all out. Otherwise, are we going to let them bully sixth senior sister? Luo Yu laughs mischievously and commands the doll. The doll suddenly erupts with a powerful energy, and a stick suddenly appears in its hand, which it swings towards the Gue sect disciple. Ling Yuxing faintly sneers, "Smelly men, you dirted my clothes, I will make you pay with your lives." As soon as he says that, the needle and thread in his hand shoot out like lightning. The person who is shot by the needle screams in an instant. He is completely unable to move, and falls straight down. "Ah, don't hit me, don't hit me. It hurts, ah, don't kill me. Master, save me, save me." In the dilapidated square of the Xiaoyao sect, screams rise and fall, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Yunruhan sighs, flips her wrist, and the unremarkable long sword in her hand emits a dazzling light. He soared into the air and suddenly attacked Su Qing with the force of 1,000 caddies. Mu Yan looks at the battle in front of her, her mouth slightly wide open, her face full of shock. Although she already knew that the strength of her fellow disciples is not bad. But isn't this too strong? In just a short quarter of an hour, more than half of the Guei sect disciples have fallen. And in this large half, there are even a few rank 5 fasting cultivators. But facing the attacks of Xianxia and the others, they do not have the slightest ability to fight back. Even Su Qing, who is rank 9 fasting, when faced with Yun Ruhan, who seems to be only rank 5 fasting, he unexpectedly retreats step by step. There is a cripple here, quickly take him as a hostage. Mu Yan turns back in shock and sees that there is already a Guei sect disciple rushing towards Chumoli. It is already too late to save him, she can only rely on zither sound blades. The Tian Mo Qin has already appeared in Mayan's hands. However, before he could even pluck the zither strings, he saw the whole unitary sect's disciple who had thrown himself at Chumoli inexplicably scream and fall to the ground. He was foaming at the mouth, and his face was filled with pain. He couldn't even crawl up. Hee. It seemed like she had worried for nothing. Mayan expressionlessly retrieves the Tian Mo Qin. As expected, there wasn't a single person in her sect who was simple. On the square in front of the Xiaoyao gate, the dust gradually settled. The disciples of the whole unitary sect, along with Elder Su, were all piled up on the ground. Yun Ruhan looked at the people who had been subdued. This time, we've really offended the holy sect. Even Elder Feng won't be able to help us. Luo Yu frowned and said, why don't we inform Master? Tell Master to call Junior Marshal Uncle back. With Junior Marshal Uncle here, the Xiaoyao school will be fine. Bang! A blow landed on Luo Yu's forehead. Cough. Luo Yu shivered, I won't say it. We can't let Marshal Uncle know that we caused such a big trouble. But, how are we going to end this? Ling Yuma licked her lips, how about we kill them all? Kill them to silence them and eliminate the roots. Hearing this, the people of the holy sect who were still conscious turned pale and begged for mercy. Su Qing gritted his teeth and said, your Xiaoyao sect is really bold. How dare you betray the holy sect? Let me tell you, many people in the holy sect know that I came out today. If I don't go back tonight, the holy sect will come and flatten your Xiaoyao sect tomorrow. You bunch of trash, just wait for your deaths. Yun Ruhan's face was very ugly. This was the result he was most afraid of. That's why he had been swallowing his anger. Su Qing looked at him and immediately burst into laughter. If you let me go now, then kowtow to me and admit your mistakes, perhaps I can still spare your lives. Slap. Before he could finish his words, he was stomped into the dust by a small embroidered shoe. Mu Yan stepped on his face and sneered, Elder Su of the holy sect, you're quite unyielding. Even at this time, you can still be so stubborn. Su Qing's face turned red. His eyes were full of humiliation and resentment. Bitch, kill me if you can. At that time, your entire Xiaoyao sect will be buried with me. Killing you would be such a pity. Mayan pats his face and sneers, I think that Elder Su's unyielding character makes me quite like and respect him. In order to show my respect, I've decided to give all of you a gift. Su Qing roared, you witch, what the hell do you want to do? However, Mu Yan doesn't pay attention to him. Instead, she looks towards Chumoli. She blinked her eyes and revealed a sly smile on her beautiful face. Third senior brother, I see you drawing mountains and rivers all day long. How boring. Are you interested in drawing a portrait? They're all handsome men who don't wear clothes and have enchanting postures. In the meeting room of the Xiaoyao sect, the tables and chairs had already been moved away. Instead, they were replaced by men who were stripped naked and had nothing to show for it. All of them were placed in shameful and enchanting postures, entangled in 2s and 3s. From time to time, they would accidentally bump into each other, producing sounds that would make one blush and make one's heart race. Not far from them, a handsome young man in a wheelchair was earnestly drawing in front of a drawing board. Beside him, Ling Yuma, Qingjiu and Luo Yu were squatting. Sometimes, they would look at the painting, and sometimes, they would look at the person. From time to time, they would burst into laughter. Third senior brother, the movements of the person on the left aren't graceful enough. Wait a moment, I'll make them better. Ha ha ha, third senior brother, I used to think that your drawing skills were bad and even wondered what the hell you were drawing. But now, I think that your drawing skills are really amazing. Isn't Junior's sister the most ruthless one? He actually thought of such a method to shut them up. Ha 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 ha. Not far away, there was a man in his 40s who was completely naked. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with shame and anger. It was as if he wanted to eat someone alive. However, his body was placed in a coquettish and charming position. Luo Yu burst into laughter. Hey hey hey, third senior brother, he's tearing up. It's too perfect. Hurry up and draw. The brush in Chumoli's hand moved as if it was flying. It was so fast that after images could be seen. In just a short while, Elder Su's face and body, as well as his graceful posture, were already vividly drawn on the paper. Seeing that the drawing was done, Luo Yu immediately snatched the paper and brought it to Su Qing. Elder Su, hurry up and take a look. Isn't our third senior brother's drawing skills superb? Look at your body, your posture, and every part of your body. Our senior brother has drawn you so vividly that people will definitely recognize you as Elder Su with a single glance. Elder Su stared at the drawing in Luo Yu's hand. He snorted and opened his mouth for a long time, but he couldn't say a word. Seeing him like this, Luo Yu laughed even more happily. Elder Su, say, if third senior brother were to make a dozen of these paintings and distribute them in the bazaar, to all the sects in the Azure Heaven realm, and let all the cultivators in the Azure Heaven realm admire your enchanting and beautiful posture, how interesting would that be? Elder Su, when you and your disciple become famous in the future, don't forget that it's all thanks to our efforts. Su Qing's eyes rolled back and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't take it anymore. And directly fainted. However, his body seemed to be controlled by something. Even though he fainted, he still maintained the same posture. Luo Yu chuckled and moved her fingers slightly. The puppet standing at the side also moved its legs, and only then did Elder Su directly fall down. Seeing that Elder Su had completely fainted, Luo Yu happily took the drawing and returned to Chumoli's side to watch him draw the others. After more than 2 hours, Chumoli finally finished drawing the portraits of all the whole unitary sect's disciples. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu fought to see his drawing. They laughed loudly as they looked. Ling Yuxing snatched a drawing and took a look. His face immediately turned red. These are all men's naked bodies. How could Junior's sister come up with such an idea? Girls don't know how to be shy. Yun Ruhan, who had walked over from the side, wiped her face and thought to herself, not only is your junior sister not shy, she even wants to draw with third junior brother in high spirits. If it wasn't for them trying their best to stop her, perhaps half of the nude men would have been drawn by their junior sister. They always felt that they had recruited a fake junior sister. However, when Yun Ruhan turned her head around, she saw Chumoli sitting in his wheelchair, lightly sketching the final group portrait. She was slightly taken aback. Although the face of the young man in the wheelchair was still sickly pale, there was a faint blush on his cheeks. The tips of his brows and the corners of his eyes seemed to sparkle with brilliant starlight. In the past, he had also seen his third junior brother painting. At that time, he was also smiling, but his smile was as deep as the ocean, as if it was hiding some kind of ruthless, crazy desire to destroy everything. This could be seen from the contents of his paintings. That kind of smile was completely different from the smile that came from the bottom of his heart. So, little junior sister asked third junior brother to draw for his own good? Was it to ease the knot in his heart? Mu Yan, you're thinking too much. I just saw through his perverted nature. I knew that he would love to prank people. Even if her method of dealing with the whole unitary sect was a bit sinister. However, the whole unitary sect had gone too far, and he couldn't stand it anymore. Clap, 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 more than 20 naked male cultivators of the whole unitary sect were thrown outside the Xiaoyao sect. Luo Yu clapped her hands and said in a condescending tone, remember what happened today. If anyone dares to complain to the whole unfettered sect, or if the unfettered sect is attacked by ferocious beasts or bandits, I guarantee that in less than 3 days, your coquettish portraits will be spread across the entire Azure Heaven realm. If you have the guts, you can try it. The male cultivators of the whole unitary sect covered their private parts with their hands and shouted in shame and indignation, you're too much. Give us those portraits. Hey, do you think I'm stupid? Give them back to you. Luo Yu made a face. At least, give us back our clothes. How are we going to go back like this? Yun Ruhan thought about it and was about to take out their clothes. However, before she could take them out, Ling Yuma stopped her. Bah, you smashed the signboard of the Xiaoyao sect, and you still want clothes? In your dreams. Ling Yuma sneered and threw them a tattered sheet. Here, you can use this to go down the mountain. Bastard, this sheet is so short, how can it be enough for all of us? Ling Yuma said, hee hee, you don't want the sheet. Then give it back to me, and you can go down the mountain naked. The disciples of the whole unitary sect were frightened, and they didn't dare to say anything else. They all grabbed the sheet, hoping to get a piece of cloth to cover their private parts. As for the unconscious Elder Su, no one cared about him anymore. Just like that, she was lying on the ground with her round buttocks raised high. The people of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't help but laugh. Even the commune Ruhan couldn't help but laugh. Although what they did today wasn't right, why did they feel so good? She felt like all the anger that she had accumulated over the years was released at this moment. What are you doing? Just as everyone was convulsing with laughter, a magnetic and pleasant male voice suddenly rang in their ears. That voice was clearly like jade, clear and pure, captivating people's hearts and souls. However, when the members of the Xiaoyao sect heard it, they couldn't help but shiver. Even the most lawless Ling Yuma felt a chill down her spine as a drop of cold sweat rolled down her forehead. Then, a shrill and wretched voice whistled into their ears. Wahahaha, what are you guys playing at? It looks very interesting. How could I miss out on such an interesting event? There was a bang. A strange spirit beast with a slender body landed on Su Qing's bare buttocks. After it steadied itself, it even stepped back and forth. Then, it suddenly shrieked and jumped to the side in disgust. Damn, I thought you were a beauty when I saw your white body. Unexpectedly, they were all rough men. Who would want to see the naked bodies of rough men? Are you all perverts? Master, punish them. Quickly punish them. Since Big Brother and the others were determined not to allow Mu Yan to watch Third Brother drawing a nude portrait, Mu Yan could only bitterly run back to the house to continue drawing talismans. In fact, Mu Yan was quite indignant. They were both women, so why was fourth sister allowed to watch, but she was driven back. He even guided his disciple in perfecting his drawing skills. Her drawing skills are no worse than Third Brother's. Alright, arguing about this kind of thing is rather boring, so she can only drop it. Humph, wait until the people of Hellfire Valley ascend, she must draw to her heart's content. People of Hellfire Valley, achoo. She finishes drawing 31st grade talismans and 52nd grade talismans. Mu Yan thinks about it, then directly enters Tianguang ruins. The old man is number 1 under the heavens shop is now filled with her talismans. Unfortunately, after 3 days, there's still not a single customer. Unfortunately, the people in the neighboring shops are still discussing. Because Sacred Dance of Ice has received Master Yin's appreciation, the earth-shattering shop has risen in popularity. Every day, who knows how many people go to the shop to buy talismans. It's said that the Sacred Dance of Ice can draw 3rd grade talismans at most, but the success rate is not high. Therefore, the earth-shattering shop only sells 1st grade and 2nd grade talismans. But even so, the price of these 2nd grade talismans is still very high. Ordinary shops only need 18 low-grade crystals for 2nd grade talismans. In the earth-shattering shop, it needs 50 low-grade crystals. The main point is that the shop is still crowded with customers, and many people can't buy them even if they want to. This is the celebrity effect. Mu Yan sighs, softly lamenting, Xiaobao, oh Xiaobao, if you didn't come back, Nyangqin would die of poverty. So poor that she can't even sell a single talisman. If her dear Xiaobao is here, with Xiaobao's heaven-defying luck, this shop would be filled with customers just by standing outside. Excuse me, do you sell talismans here? As Mu Yan is lost in thought, a shy voice suddenly comes from the door. Oh my, just as she's thinking about Xiaobao, a customer comes to the door. Mu Yan immediately smiles, I do, but I only have 1st grade and 2nd grade talismans here. In fact, in the past 2 days, some people have come to this shop to ask about talismans. But all they want are 3rd grade talismans. As soon as they hear that she doesn't have them here, they immediately turn around and leave, not even interested in asking again. Standing at the door is a very young girl, her neck slightly shrunk, her face full of embarrassment. Hearing Mu Yan say that there are first and second grade talismans, he promptly says, I only want second grade talismans, but I only have 5 low-grade crystal stones, but my brother is injured and his internal organs are bleeding. I really need healing talismans. The little girl was so ashamed that she couldn't even raise her head. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I'm sorry. I know that 5 crystals are definitely not enough. I've visited many shops, but none of them are willing to pay on credit. Mu Yan sees that the rims of her eyes are red from anxiety, yet she stubbornly refuses to shed tears. She thinks of Wei Zi, who has already gone to the Misty Clouds sect. She smiled, took the 5 pieces of low-grade crystal stones, and handed 2 second-grade healing talismans to the little girl. You are my first customer, and I'm in a good mood. Today, buy one get one free. The little girl's eyes lit up and her face was filled with disbelief. Even if this was only a 1-star shop, a second-grade talisman, no matter how bad the quality was, would still cost at least 15 crystals. 5 crystal stones, even a first-grade talisman might not necessarily be able to be bought, let alone 2 second-grade talismans. Thank you so much. My name is Bei Kuei Xiangyuan. I will definitely find a way to return the crystals I owe you. Mu Yan shakes her head and laughs in spite of herself. She waits for a while, and seeing that the shop is really deserted, she prepares to leave. It's just that before she goes offline, she remembers something and heads to the trading center of Tianguang ruins. About half an hour later, Mu Yan's figure appears in the space. On the green lawn, Qi Huang is digging the grass in boredom. Seeing her appear, he just lazily raises his head to glance at her, as if he doesn't want to pay attention to her. Mu Yan walks up to him in a few steps and throws the thing in her hand. This is for you to pass the time. Qi Huang stares blankly and picks up the thing on the ground. It's a black ball. In the center, there's a small groove, marked with spiritual power. Qi Huang tries to press his finger on the groove and infuse it with spiritual power. With a swoosh, the ball suddenly disperses, and a magnificent scene unfolds in front of Qi Huang. This is a very popular game in the Xiozhen continent, called spirit-peering chess. It can be played by up to 8 people, or at least, 1 person can also play. Qi Huang's slender fingers gently pinch one of the chess pieces that has been made into a small person, and he looks up at Mu Yan. That expression, that gaze, it seems to be somewhat dull and silly, indescribably adorable. Mu Yan smiles and reaches out to stroke his head. You can study it by yourself first, or you can play with Qiuqiu. When I have time, I'll come in and play with you. Later, I'll study it to see if there's a way for you to enter Tianguang ruins. In Tianguang ruins, everyone who enters is a primordial spirit, and they can change their appearance and name. Even if you, Qi Huang, go in, you won't be discovered. Qi Huang suddenly clenches the chess piece in his hand, his teeth slightly biting his lower lip. His voice seems to be a bit hoarse. Why? Why what? Qi Huang grits his teeth, his voice becoming more and more hoarse. Why are you so good to me? This is good to you. Mu Yan sneers, reaching out to rub his hair again. You're moved by this little thing? You still say you're not a child. Bastard. Qi Huang explodes. This sage is an artifact spirit that has lived for tens of thousands of years. Mu Yan picks her ears and says impatiently, I've heard it so much that my ears have gotten calluses. Her expression turned serious as she stared at the rosy-cheeked youth in front of her. She said in a low voice, Qi Huang, I don't know what kind of past you have or what kind of relationship we once had. But in my heart, from the day you recognized me as your master, you are the person that I, Jun Mayan, will protect. Although your mouth is unforgiving, you've helped me time and time again. Even if you had to sacrifice your cultivation, you still wanted to save my life. So, I will do my best to treat you well, until you hate me as your master and want to leave. Qi Huang opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but found that his throat was so dry that he couldn't make a sound. Mu Yan chuckled. It's just a spirit-peering chess, and you're moved to this extent. Then, there will be plenty of time for you to thank your master, Qi Xiaohuang. Bastard, don't call me Qi Xiaohuang again. Qi Huang stomps his feet in anger, but Mayan's figure has already disappeared in the space. He puffs out his cheeks and looks at the chessboard spread out by his side. the magnificent scenery on it could almost be passed off as real. That idiot Jun Mayan, she clearly didn't have any money, but she still bought him the spirit-peering chess. Complaining like this, Chi Huang's eyebrows and eyes are tinged with a faint smile. What is this? It's so beautiful. Little Phoenix's excited and curious voice suddenly comes to his ears. Then, he sees a small fiery red figure flying towards the direction of the spirit-peering chess. Chi Huang is quick to react and quickly slaps Little Phoenix away. He fiercely glares at Little Phoenix and angrily says, "This is mine. If it's broken, can you afford to pay for it?" Chi Huang's hand gently holds the chess piece in his hand and puts it on the chessboard. Activating his spiritual power, the little chess piece begins to slide forward, over the mountains, over the ridges, and see the sea. Obviously, it's the little chess piece that moves, but Chi Huang feels that these scenes are seen and experienced by himself. His face shows a genuine youthful smile, low with pride and happiness. "This is Jun Mayan's gift to me, only for me." Mayan speaks domineeringly in front of Chi Huang, but when she leaves the space, her heart seems to be bleeding. She was originally a pauper, and now she doesn't even have a crystal stone. Sure enough, it's not easy to raise a brat. Chi Huang, that little bastard, is not as considerate as her Xiao Bao, who will help her make money. At this time, third brother's painting should almost be finished, right? While thinking, she walks out of the door. But the strange thing is that the whole Xiaoyao school is quiet. There was neither second senior brother shouting and practicing, nor fourth senior sister making a fuss. Even eldest senior brother's nagging voice was absent. What's going on? Is everyone so tired after painting that they all went to take a nap? While thinking about this, Mayan pushes open the door of the meeting hall. Suddenly, 6 figures standing in rows come into view. What are you doing? Mayan's soul is almost scared out of her body. She pats her chest and snappily says. She sees the 6 people standing in the middle of the meeting hall, motionless. Who else can it be but her fellow apprentices? Unexpectedly, after Mayan asks, none of the 6 people speak. On the contrary, each of them blinks and keeps glancing to the left, looking anxious and nervous. Left, what is that place? Oh, Mayan remembers, it's a locked courtyard. She had once wanted to push the door open to take a look, but was stopped by second senior brother. Qingjiu's speech isn't fluent, and he stutters for a long time. Mu Yan can only roughly understand. This courtyard was a forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter. Why were the senior and junior brothers staring at the courtyard of the forbidden area? You want me to take a look at the courtyard? Ling Yuma and the rest blinked their eyes furiously, their expressions distorted. Oh, Mu Yan said, then I'll go take a look. With that, he turned around and walked towards the courtyard. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Yunruhan's forehead. Even Chumoli, who had always been the calmest, twitched the corners of his mouth. His face was filled with reluctance. Luo Yu even closed her eyes, a mourning expression on her face. Finished, 6th senior sister is finished. Arriving in front of the courtyard, Mu Yan discovered that the lock on the door had been smashed open. She reached out and gently pushed the door, and it slid backward silently. What he saw was a somewhat barren but still tidy and elegant scenery. No, compared to the Xiaoyao school, which was so poor that only dust remained, this was already a very luxurious courtyard. There was even a pond in the middle of the courtyard. Mu Yan took a few steps closer to the pool. She was thinking about why her fellow apprentices were standing motionless in the meeting hall and why they called her to enter the courtyard. Suddenly, an alarm went off in her heart. Then, she heard the sound of water splashing. A tall figure leaped out of the water like a graceful swan. Mu Yan only felt a few drops of water splashing on her face. Her vision blurred and the water vapor filled the air. In the next moment, a cold murderous intent wrapped around her neck. A man's elegant and magnetic voice came into her ears, "Who let you in?" Mu Yan's movements were also very fast, almost at the moment when the tip of the sword touched her throat. The 7 absolute swords instantly changed from a multicolored glow to a crystal-clear longsword, pointing at the man's chest. Mu Yan said coldly, "Who are you? Why did you appear in my Xiaoyao school? Young martial uncle, please show mercy." Outside the courtyard, a few people stumbled into the courtyard. "Little martial sister, don't be unreasonable, this is our young martial uncle. Young martial uncle, this is our little martial sister Mu Yan, you must not kill her. Ling Yuma gasped for breath and shouted with a sharp voice. She saw that each of them was sweating profusely, gasping for breath, and their spiritual power was almost exhausted. Obviously, in order to break free from the restriction that made them stand in a row, they spent a lot of energy. Unfortunately, the entrance of these people didn't attract the attention of the two people. Young martial uncle? Mu Yan stared blankly, then slowly saw the man in front of her, and suddenly gasped in shock. She saw that the young man in front of her was wearing wet clothes that tightly stuck to his body, outlining the man's perfect and vigorous lines. Sparkling and translucent water droplets fell from the man's wet hair. Her gaze slid past his tall nose, thin lips, and his sexy Adam's apple. She slid down his drenched shirt and his heaving chest. Everyone present swallowed their saliva. Even though they knew that the person in front of them was awe-inspiring, and as terrible as a devil. But the peerless appearance of the young martial uncle, moreover, it was a painting of a beautiful man coming out of the water, it was too tempting. If it wasn't those rough men from the holy sect, but their young martial uncle coming out of the bath, Ling Yuma wiped the blood from her nose. Ling Yuxing's face was completely red as he covered it with an embroidered handkerchief. The other disciples all turned their faces away and looked at the sky and the earth, but they didn't dare to look at the handsome man in front of them. Only Mu Yan, after seeing the face of the man in front of her, blinks her eyes, and blinks again. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Ah, it's you, the handsome man who was forced into marriage." Luo Yu swallowed her saliva. Sixth senior sister, you've seen junior uncle before? Mu Yan withdrew the 7 absolute sword in her hand and took a step back. She coughed lightly and saluted the handsome man opposite her. Jun Mu Yan greets young martial uncle. The handsome man on the other side, oh, no, it was Luo Yunxiao, calmly withdrew his sword. Are you the new disciple of senior brother? Mayan nods, and she can't help but sneak another glance at Luo Yunxiao. It couldn't be helped. Everyone loved beauty. What's more, this young martial uncle was a little too beautiful. Oh, it would be great if he could be painted, it would definitely be a masterpiece. As she was lost in thought, Mu Yan suddenly heard the man opposite her slowly say in a pleasant magnetic voice, "You really like to peep as always." What do you mean she likes to peep? Last time was an accident, this time is even more of an accident, she says with a faint smile. Young martial uncle must be joking. Your heroic deeds have been written and sung. Who in the world doesn't know about it? Do I need to peep? Story? What story? Everyone is curious. Luo Yu's expression changes slightly. She thinks of something and desperately winks at Mu Yan. Unfortunately, Mu Yan doesn't see it. She rummages in her space and pulls out a few books. Those years young Master Yun Xiao chased me, the overbearing young Master Yun Xiao fell in love with me, the sweet wife of young Master Yun Xiao Chong, Walala, the wind blows the grass in the courtyard. Apart from the sound of rustling, there is nothing else. Pfft, Ling Yuma can't help but laugh. She quickly covers her mouth and holds it in. The other people of the Xiaoyao sect also blushes, but they don't even dare to show that they want to laugh. Luo Yunxiao looks at the books on the ground. His gaze is stagnant for a while. Then he slowly raises his head. In the next moment, Mu Yan saw a gentle and clear smile slowly appear on his peerlessly handsome face. It's over. Young martial uncle is angry. Junior sister, quickly kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Young martial uncle, calm down. Junior sister didn't do it on purpose. Yes, young martial uncle, we only have one junior sister. Mu Yan feels inexplicable. Even if this Luo Yunxiao is very powerful and strict, they don't need to be this afraid, right? Then, she sees Luo Yunxiao slowly walking towards her. An invisible pressure shrouds Mu Yan in a split second, making her almost unable to breathe. Mu Yan has always had the temperament of a donkey. If you go along with her hair, she'll be able to reason with you. If you threaten and use your power to oppress people, even if you are the Emperor of Heaven, there is no way to make her bow. She sneers. Being shrouded by that pressure, she doesn't lower her head. Instead, she slowly raises her head and looks straight into Luo Yunxiao's eyes. The girl's face is pale and her forehead is covered with fine beads of sweat. But that pair of eyes is as bright as the stars in the night sky. The bottom of her peach blossom eyes are like ripples of water, as if the light of the stars and the moon can never be extinguished. Luo Yunxiao seems to be stunned. The next moment, big beauty, I finally see you again. A shrill and wretched voice that could pierce through the clouds came whistling over. Before Mu Yan could react, she felt a weight on her body. Something hit her chest, and it was desperately trying to drill into her clothes. Mu Yan's eyes are sharp and her hands are quick. She quickly grabs that hoodlum who wants to take advantage of her and carries it in the air. She saw a strange spirit beast. With big eyes, a bulbous nose, and a slender body. It was wagging its tail with all its might and pouting its mouth, as if it wanted to kiss her. Mu Yan's mouth twitches. Cheese kiss? Beauty, you still remember me. Ha ha ha, I knew you wouldn't forget about me. Quickly come and give me a jaw stick, Mua. Before it could move its mouth closer, its neck had already been grabbed by another person. When Siwen opened her eyes, she saw her master's face, which was so beautiful that it could make one cry, but it was also so terrifying that it could make one cry. Chiwen shivered, revealed a flattering smile, and called, Master. Bang, Chiwen is directly thrown to the ground by Luo Yunxiao. Mu Yan has a faint smile. Young martial uncle's spiritual pet is really interesting. I heard that spiritual pets generally resemble their masters. Since the masters have so many romantic affairs, it's not strange for spiritual pets to like beauties. Chiwen raises her flattened little head, and fearlessly continues, big beauty, have you also read those stories about the masters? Are they good to watch? Are they exciting? Some of them were told to the writers after I, Master Chiwen, added oil and vinegar. Mu Yan bursts out laughing. Looking at Luo Yunxia's expressionless face, but overflowing with murderous aura, she faintly smiles. Then Mu Yan, I wish that young martial uncle's confidence will soon spread all over the world. Hee, you dare to say that this lady likes to peep your sister. I was sleeping well, but you guys disturbed my sleep with your chatter, and even implicated Xianxia to vent her anger on me. Now you even dare to say that I like to peep, screw young martial uncle? Even if it's young martial uncle, I'll still do the same. After saying that, she turns around and leaves, dragging the stunned fourth sister and the others. In the courtyard, after Chiwen finishes speaking, she remembers what she just said. She shakily raises her head, grabs her head with her claws, and stutters, Master, just now, what Chiwen said, you didn't hear it, did you? Luo Yunxiao slowly hooks up the corners of her lips, revealing a clear and gentle smile. What do you think? Oh. Master, spare us Outside the courtyard. Ling Yuma and the others are still in a state of shock. Only after walking far away did they wipe the cold sweat on their foreheads. Little sister, you're too powerful, you dare to talk to young martial uncle like that. The eldest brother is so scared that he stutters like the second brother. Little junior sister, you've really eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall to even dare to offend little martial uncle. Mu Yan touches her nose. Is young martial uncle very scary? It's more than scary, it's very, very scary. Ling Yuxing screamed. You idiot. You're dead for sure. What if young martial uncle comes to settle the score with you? Mu Yan is really puzzled this time. It's just junior martial uncle. I don't see you guys being so afraid of master. Are you kidding me? Can master compare to youngest martial uncle? Ling Yuma looks at Mu Yan resentfully. 100 masters tied together are not as scary as a little martial uncle. Chu Moli coughed lightly. He went straight to the point and said, our carefree school doesn't have any income. It's all thanks to little martial uncle that we've managed to survive until today. This time, Mu Yan understood. The god of fortune of the Xiaoyao school, the only source of income, of course, he couldn't afford to offend him, but the problem was that she had already offended him. What else could she do? He can't kill me in the middle of the night, right? Ling Yuma patted her shoulder. Little junior sister, you better pray for your own good fortune. After saying that, everyone looked at her with sympathy and pity. They shook their heads and turned to leave. Mu Yan. What the hell, making her feel uneasy. Could it be that youngest martial uncle would really take revenge on her? She doesn't know if what Ling Yuma and the others said yesterday was too unbelievable. Mu Yan had a nightmare of being pranked by Luo Yunxiao for a whole night. When she woke up the next day, she still felt listless. She went to Tianguang ruins to take a look and found that there was still no talisman sold. As soon as she walks out of the door, Mayan sees her master, Shi Qing, waiting outside. Mayan's heart leaps with joy. She thinks to herself, Master is here. Even if little martial uncle gets angry out of humiliation and wants to retaliate, he can't retaliate too excessively, right? Unexpectedly, when Shi Qing sees her, he immediately steps forward and holds her hand. With a solemn expression, he says, Yan Yan, my good disciple, Master has to go into seclusion during this time. I don't have time to teach you cultivation. Mayan opens her mouth to say, it doesn't matter if you don't teach me. In any case, she's learning the skills of a Shen musician, and no one else can teach her. Who knew that Shi Qing would interrupt what she was about to say, and the next sentence was like a bolt from the blue, striking her in the head. Fortunately, your little martial uncle will be staying in the sect for a long time. Master has already talked to your little martial uncle. These days, your little martial uncle will teach you swordsmanship. Wait a minute. Mayan is so startled that she suddenly raises her voice, are you kidding me? Shi Qing smiles and says, oh, I know that you little girls like Xianxia's appearance. You must be overjoyed to hear that he's letting you learn swordsmanship from him. Overjoyed your sister, she's scared to death. Master, I don't want to learn swordsmanship from little martial uncle, I can practice by myself. Shi Qing looks at her with a clear expression, little girl, this old man has seen through your thoughts, so I'm sorry. Don't worry, this old man won't laugh at you. Your little martial uncle's swordsmanship and cultivation are very, very powerful, even far higher than Master's. He has always been unwilling to teach people. Even your fellow apprentices have never received his guidance. This time, when Master went to ask him to teach you, I thought he wouldn't agree. I didn't expect that he would readily agree. Yan Yan, my good disciple, you're really lucky. Lucky what? She's going to be in big trouble, what readily agree? This Luo Yunxiao, absolutely, 100% wants to retaliate against her. Mayan shivers and promptly says, Master, I really don't need anyone to teach me, I can practice swordsmanship by myself. My swordsmanship is very good. Shi Qing gives her a blank look and says to himself, what kind of swordsmanship is that? You're just blindly slashing with a sword. What a waste of your powerful talent and strength. Shi Qing is about to open his mouth to persuade her, when a magnetic and deep male voice suddenly rings out from behind Mayan, you think that your swordsmanship is very good? Why don't we have a match? Mu Yan suddenly turns around. He saw that Luo Yunxiao was already standing there and looking at him with an indifferent expression. He was wearing a lake blue robe embroidered with cloud patterns and a silver jade belt around his waist, which made him look even taller and more graceful. As for that face, under the morning light, it looked even more like the dawn of spring. His sideburns looked like they were cut by a knife, and he was incomparably handsome. But when Mayan sees this face, she only feels the blue veins on her forehead throbbing with pain. The nightmare from last night seemed to come back to him at this moment. Little martial uncle must be joking. How would I dare to fight you? Luo Yunxiao took a step forward and said with a faint smile, or are you afraid? Are you afraid of losing too badly? Mu Yan was provoked by this and immediately said, let's compete. Damn it. I'm not afraid of you. The result of the competition was naturally Mu Yan's crushing defeat. Even if Luo Yunxiao suppresses his own cultivation to the same level as Mu Yan, first stage abstinence. But under Luo Yunxiao's storm-like sword attacks, Mu Yan still has nowhere to escape. In just 10 short rounds, she already has no strength to fight back, and is knocked down to the ground. Luo Yunxiao sheaths her sword and looks down at her, wait for me here tomorrow at 5 in the morning. Saying that, she turns around and leaves without the slightest hesitation. Mu Yan sits in a daze for a long time before she lets out a long sigh. She has always been arrogant, but arrogance doesn't mean conceit and stupidity. In the fight with Luo Yunxiao just now, she clearly felt the difference between her and Luo Yunxiao. Even if they are both in the first stage of Anidia, even if she uses her domain. However, compared to this man, there is still a world of difference. She still has a long way to go if she wants to become a true powerhouse. Who the hell is that guy? Why is he so annoying? Qi Huang's indignant voice suddenly comes to her ears. Mu Yan comes back to herself and stands up from the ground. She says with a smile, my younger martial uncle, Luo Yunxiao. The most handsome man under the heavens in those stories you threw in? Bah, he's not that good looking. If this sage could go out, he would definitely sweep the world. How could he be worse than him? She hears Qi Huang gnashing his teeth, his voice filled with envy and jealousy. Mu Yan bursts into laughter. Qi Xiaohuang, you're not jealous that younger martial uncle is better looking than you, are you? Jun Mu Yan. Qi Huang stomps his feet in anger. Are you blind? How could that sissy human be better looking than this sage? Good, good, good. We, Qi Huang, are the most handsome and most beautiful in the world, okay? Mu Yan simply laughs until her stomach hurts. She didn't expect Qi Huang to be a tool spirit that cares so much about appearance. But when she first met Di Mingju, she didn't see this guy like to compare beauty with others. Why does he explode when he sees Luo Yunxiao? Is it because they're the same type? Qi Xiaohuang actually has the nerve to say that Luo Yunxiao is a sissy. Wasn't he even more beautiful than Luo Yunxiao? Wasn't he more androgynous? The next day, at 5 in the morning. Mu Yan arrives at the place where she suffered a crushing defeat against Luo Yunxiao yesterday. However, the surroundings were empty, not even a shadow of a person could be seen. Mu Yan stands there quietly, neither leaving nor looking for him. About a quarter of an hour later, a clear and pleasant male voice rang out in the pitch-black night sky. Your willpower is pretty good. Mu Yan smiles faintly. If I want to learn the sword from junior martial uncle, I naturally have this bit of determination. As soon as she finished speaking, something flashed before her eyes. An ethereal figure had already appeared in the morning mist. The starless and moonless dawn was so dim and muddy. However, when this white-robed man appeared, everything in the world seemed to have been cleansed. Just looking at that figure made him feel like he was in a dream, unable to break free. But the bottom of Mayan's eyes are clear, there's no surprise, no infatuation. His eyes were filled with determination as he looked at the person who was slowly approaching him. The determination to become stronger, the corners of Luo Yunxiao's mouth curled up slightly as she looked at the girl. I thought you didn't want to learn the sword from me? Mu Yan touches her nose, speaking very calmly, that's because I was afraid that junior martial uncle would retaliate against me. But now that I've discovered that you have genuine talent, even if I get retaliated against, it's worth it. End of chapter 1052. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.